So you can understand, right? But you can understand his divine power and eternal nature through creation, right? It's clearly seen. You don't deny that, right?
I don't deny like all powerful God.
Well, through nature is what I'm saying. Through the lens of nature, you can see all of what he's created, and you can understand that it's divine and it's made to be eternal. Like, it doesn't stop. It continues on. No matter if you perish, it'll still keep going.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Right?
With that.
So now, moving forward, and it says here, verse 21, for all they knew God, right? So now we got the people that know him because they could see it. It's clearly plain to them. For all that they knew God, they neither glorify him as God. So here comes the condition of the human heart, right? They know him. They could see nature. They could see all of creation. But why are they not glorifying him as God, nor give thanks to him? It says, so they don't glorify him, nor do they give thanks. Now, this is the most important part, right? But their thinking, because it's talking about your mind, how you're perceiving things, but their thinking became futile and their foolish hearts were darkened. Why was it darkened? Well, like I said, even though they know who he is, it's been plain to them. It's clear that all of nature has been revealed, the divine nature of God. They don't glorify him. They don't give thanks to him. And their thinking becomes futile. This is important. And their foolish hearts were darkened, right? So although they claim to be wise, so as many people do, right, that think themselves wise without God, well, we can think of great things without a creator. You hear a lot of these talks. I don't know. You want to say something, Eli?
Oh, no, I was just listening.
So although they claim to be wise, they became fools and exchanged the glory of the immortal God. So, okay, we're talking about his divine nature and his eternal power in creation, right? Being revealed to everyone. So this is the exchange. Here's what happens of how they became, their foolish hearts were darkened, right? And it's telling you how it was darkened. Although they claim to be wise, so like some people that do in the past, they became fools and exchanged the glory of the immortal God for images made to look like a mortal human being and birds and animals and reptiles. So how do we see that in nature? Like what he just described there. Paul described something that's very common with what we see people do when they think, well, I know what God looks like. He's a golden calf. Remember, now he's referring to the people that were taken out of Egypt and they were wandering in the wilderness. But when Moses went up to Mount Sinai and was speaking to God, the people on the ground didn't see Moses come back down. So what did they do? It's speaking about this very exact same thing, right? They didn't give thanks to God. They didn't glorify him as God, but they were prone to say things about God because they were coming from Egypt, where Egypt was a land of many gods. They had to worship many different types of gods, and they had the star god Rama, and they were worshiping these other things that were made to look like beasts. So their foolish hearts were darkened, right? These are the things that were being said. Paul was actually saying about what happens to the human heart after it's not exposed to truth, right? So just left to their own devices, like you said, Eli, what did they do? Well, it was simple. They created a golden calf and said, "This be our God, O Israel." And they bowed down before this golden calf and worshipped it. So left to their own devices, they become foolish and they were darkened in their hearts, and they claimed to be wise, but they became fools instead, right? So verse 24 speaks of this. Therefore, God gave them over to their sinful desires of their hearts, to sexual impurity, for degrading of their bodies with one another. And which is what happens, right? Once your mind goes into that thought process, it starts to erode. It starts to implode. It goes in a direction that's totally godlessness. So he turns people over to the desires of their hearts. So they become even more wicked than even perceived, like where they first started, right? Because when you start to say, hey man, I don't have to be held accountable to anything. What God? I don't believe any book. I don't believe anything that's out there. What happens is your heart becomes darkened. You have no guide anymore. There's no compass that's going to lead you into the truth, right? So now you're just saying, I'm blind, I'm flying by the seat of my pants because I think I'm a human being and I desire to go any path I want. So yeah, that's just me. How about you? So you know what I mean? That guy who says that, it almost sounds like who Paul was mentioning here in the scripture. He's speaking to a person who at first understands that God's power and his divine nature were clearly seen by everyone, yet people that don't glorify him as God nor give thanks to him, their foolish hearts become futile and darkened. So this is an issue. It's a problem, Eli. All of us have this condition. If we don't have the good word spoken to us, we can become exactly like the example Paul's talking about here. So it's important, right? It's important because you don't want to be that guy, and I don't want to be that guy. But what is the recourse? What can we do? What is it possible that we are able to do? So, like, the word does tell us this, right? So there's a lot of people that would ask the question, what can I do? What must be done? What is it? What is to save us from this type of thinking? How can we turn this boat around? Because it seems like we're going in a direction that doesn't seem good. Like, I don't think you want to wind up being like some of the examples that Paul's talking about here. None of us do. But if we continue, it will. Your mind will start to erode, and it will start to become that way. So there is hope, right? The hope is what, like, people of old in the times of the apostles were asking them, because the apostles had the good knowledge of like what's the remedy to turn things around. And so just like the apostle Peter, when they came up to him and said, "Sir, what must we do?" And he said, "Repent and believe on Jesus," right? So there was a solution, right, to the problem. But the solution, sometimes when it was spoken over to people, either it fell on good soil and the people heard the word of God and they were like, this is truth. This is something I can go with. Or it actually was like, dude, I just can't get with this. So, and there's parables of what this is like. So I'm jumping around a little bit in scriptures just so you can get a picture, Eli. So the parable of the sower was where the farmer, the sower, he would scatter the seed, and some of the seed would land on good soil, some of the seed would land on rocky soil, some of the seed would land where the thorns and the thistles grew, and so like and some of the seed landed where the crows would just pick at it and they would eat it right away. So what it was in the parable, he was speaking to the people of the day, because most people were farmers. They understood, like, the parable, what he's saying, but they didn't understand the meaning, right? They could see the what he was talking about in that sense. Like, well, I know what it sounds like if I scatter seed on the ground, and some of the seeds fall on the good soil, some of the seeds fall on rocky soil, some of the seeds fall where the thorns and the thistles, and some of the seeds fall where the crows would pick at it and eat it right away. So what he was talking about, the seed is the good word, right? It's the truth. So when you're listening to the words of the Creator, speaking of through in the biblical context, you're starting to pick out, like, okay, so am I the guy who's the good soil, or am I the guy who's like listening to it and it falls on the rocky soil where it struggles to actually plant itself in my heart? Or is it like where the thorns and the thistles, like the thorns and the thistles, like when the seed falls on the thorns and the thistles, that's when you hear the word, and it falls on these like thorny, thistly like place where the sunlight can't reach it. It chokes it off. So that's like the worries and cares of this world. So you want to follow after God, but life is too hard. It's too hard to follow, because it's like, I got bills, man. There's so much stuff going on in my life. I just can't deal with this. It's too difficult, right? So the seed that falls on all the ground, then you can start to identify what person you are from like how you're receiving, right? And then you got the seed that falls where the crows pick at it. Well, the crows start to eat the seed, which means it falls on soil. And you've heard this character type, right? They're like, dude, I hear that word of God that you're speaking of, and it doesn't make any sense to me. I don't care about that stuff. That's dumb. Like, why are you following that? That's where it falls on that heart. And the crows is like the enemy taking that away from them right away. It doesn't let that seed fall on their heart, which is the good word, which is truth. So identifying these, and the one that falls on good soil, that seed gets planted all the way and it grows roots and it actually sprouts up and it becomes something fruitful in the person, they actually are nourished. They're nourished by the truth, and they have become people who, like you say, are morally good, right? Because they start to have this like understanding that goes far beyond. It transcends human thinking, right? It's like, dude, how do you know about these things about like who the creator is? Why? I don't understand. Like, it transcends something where you can't say anymore. It's just like I'll give it to you this way. Like when somebody says the word love to you, if they were to tell you, put love in a cup, describe it to me. How is it possible that you can tell me that you love your parents or your sister or your kids, or how, describe that? What is that love? Quantify it for me. And you're like, dude, I can't do that. There's no way. How am I going to define love for you in a way that I'm going to quantify it to you? It's not possible. I can tell you that it's a bond that I understand, but I can't tell you how to quantify it because it's not possible to quantify it. It's not a chemical reaction in my brain. It comes from a place that's beyond time and space. Like, it's not something that I'm going to give to you that's going to make some sense to you. It's not. So this is the important part about the scriptural reference to truth. And so the seed, I'm going to just go on to a little bit and tell you. So I gave you a characterization of each of one of those seeds where truth falls on the soil, and it's either going to fall on your heart, and that your heart is the soil, right? And it's either going to be nourished by more truth, or depending on the worries and cares of the world, they might be the thorns and thistles and choke off that word. Where, like, maybe let's say you're going to church with your wife and you're listening to the good word that the pastor's speaking, Eli, and all of a sudden you're listening, you're like, dude, I mean, it's almost time for beer 30, like while you're there, or you're not focusing on the good word. But when you listen, you're attentive and you're hearing the preacher, and you're like, dude, that makes a lot of sense. Like that, I can really go with that. That's it falling on that good soil, right? And it starts to sprout its roots, and you start to realize what it means to you in your life to have the word of God, which is the biblical context, right? The canon being spoken over your life. So, but I would say people have to actually hear truth in order for them to understand it is truth. Because if, like I said, if you're one of the other seeds that fall where it falls on your heart, and the crows pick at it, you're like, dude, this isn't the word of God. This is just some book out there. Then I start to identify, oh, am I that guy? Am I the one where the seed falls on that? So I'm just gonna close it off here, so if somebody else wants to jump in. But I understand, identify what's wrong with the human heart, and then speak to that specific flaw in logic, because I think that God should be understood in a way that you can understand, Eli. Like, it's not meant for when people listen to what I just said about the word, and I was reading the word, what happens is either they're going to take to it, or they're going to be like, dude, this is bogus, man, I'm out. That's fine. But if you hear it and it makes sense to you, and it lands on your heart, and you want it to be something that you practice, then you move forward to the next level, where you ask, what must I do to continue moving forward, like the people did of old? And then, of course, you're going to come up to the place where it says what to do: repent and believe on Jesus. So I'm going to leave that. I'm going to stop there, because I can go a lot farther. Trust me, I can talk your ear off, but I'll stop there. And if you have any questions, or if somebody else wants to come in.
So would you say it's like okay to still study like what the preacher's saying, but not necessarily take it as like complete fact? Like, if you're talking about life lessons and stuff, I usually draw from that in like the Stoic sense. But when it goes to like, there's like, just for example, I don't know exactly if I'm being accurate here, but like, say there's like 9 layers of heaven. Like, my first thought would be, well, no human's ever been to heaven, and I can't trust that God was the one telling them this is what heaven is.
Right, but like, let's take it one step at a time, shall we? Because I think we might get ahead of ourselves in this whole endeavor. So I would say this: I don't want to rush you into something where we're reading advanced understanding versus like where you need to be right now. You need to walk. It's a personal journey, right? I would say it this way: it's a personal journey for you. You need to take it at the pace that God actually puts it to you. So in the way that I said, that if the seed falls on good soil and it sprouts its roots, well, in order for that seedling to grow up, it's gonna grow up in God's timing, not ours. I can't rush that timing and say, dude, you're not getting it. That's not how it works. The way it works is that you're gonna go through this and you're like, okay, I'm ready to listen today. And at that point, the little root, the roots that grew down into the ground, they're gonna start sprouting leaves. Then all of a sudden you start to see the flower pick up and it starts to bloom. But it doesn't do that on our time. We're working off of God's time, and his timing, he decides when that's going to happen. Like, I can only water the plant. Somebody else can put sunlight on the plant, but he's the one that gives the increase, which means that he's going to make that word sprout in your heart so that it makes a lot of sense to you. So that's the only way this is going to happen. We can't rush this thing along. That's not how this works. So remember, I said
also say a lot of it's still based in faith, right?
Well, yeah. So in order for you to understand that point, you have to realize that when we talk about the creator in that sense, right, we can see his divine power and his eternal nature throughout creation. That's not faith. That's what you see. You can tangibly interact with his creation, right? You can know that. But the part where we're talking about death, burial, and resurrection, yes, that concerns faith with the creator. That concerns your hope of the future, right? Your hope of the future is to understand that there is life after death. There is more to this life than just living in this temporary existence, Eli. Your life is fleeting you right now, and it's but for a moment, Eli. And so when your eyes close and death closes them, then what happens after that? So the canon describes the hope of glory, the hope of the future. And so what we do, people that understand this, we try to help people understand and convey these words over to the ones who don't know. So for us, it's most imperative that you understand that the hope of glory and the hope of the future is also speaking to you individually. It's not just about it being spoken of this secret club that's only over here, these Christians, these guys are... No. It's not just meant for that. It's meant for everyone. Come one, come all, right? Like everybody. You're all invited to the banquet. And so, but the thing is, right, we go back to the parable of the sower. We go back to like how it's like the seed falls on rocky soil and all this kind of things. But we want for you to realize it's at God's pace. It's not at mine or anyone else's pace. So when it's time to say, okay, that's enough for today, we need to go ahead and stop and say, okay, perhaps tomorrow we can continue, or so on. But you have to also realize once your cup is full, Eli, you can't pour any more in there. You gotta drink that. You gotta drink that cup, and then once that's empty, and we fill it back up again. So the process is the way I'm telling you. It's like we can't. Too much is not going to be helpful at all. So, anyways, I might want to stop here, but
it'll start diluting what I'm actually taking in.
Exactly, exactamundo.
I want to add that, like, if anything, it's a history book that is consistent with accounts from different cultures of the world. Because it's either you try to figure out what the real history is, or you believe the history that we're being taught in school, which is a lie. That's 100%. It's been manipulated by men to make certain things look a certain way. You know what I mean? Like people argue. So, is there something we can rely on? Is there something?
I would say that there's historical proof in the Bible, like the Great Flood. Like all religions talk about that because there was a flood at some point in time.
Proof is something else, right? I'm talking about what is the history of the world? Like, where did we come from? So this answers, this book at least should answer that question. I mean, if you read that book, you're basically reading the history of the world and how God solved, this problem that people were having, with death and everything because of sin and what all this is about. It answers the questions like, where did we come from? What are we supposed to be doing here? Well, you know what I mean? What's going to happen to us after we die?
It's the hope of glory. It's the hope of glory and the hope of the future. And not to be so dependent on the temporary, because we're so busy in this life trying to amass for ourselves a kingdom on this earth and our kingdom is not of this earth. If you truly understand what's waiting for us on the other side of eternity, it's definitely not this world, brother. It's not. With this life is not. It's not the end. It's just the beginning, and it's also for us to understand. It's just we're living. Basically, I'm going to put it to you in an analogy so you can realize we're living out of our suitcases. Those that have the hope of glory, the hope of the future. We're living out of our suitcases. This isn't our home. This is not our home. This temporary existence that's filled with misery and death and decay. This isn't it. We're going to live eternal lives with the Creator, the one who made this place, the one whom we have hope for. So now that is faith. But we can talk about that later, and it's a bit more advanced, but, baby steps.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I am theist. I'm not atheist. I'm just theist. I just don't have
that's fine. I don't...
Yeah. Jesus said, like, this one command, right? If you follow this one command, you follow all the commands, right? To love your neighbor, the way God loves you. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of, now you can throw the book away. This is a mystery. You know what I mean? And
actually, Bong, yeah, I wouldn't say throw it away. Like, that's a little too far.
You know what I mean? You don't have to worry about what other men are saying about this book, because if you read it, God tells you. He's not going to give you an interpretation from this minister or that minister who's trying to fatten your pockets. He will.
Yeah, like I said, it's a personal journey, and so what it does is it gives you an insight as to the things that people used to do in history when they were following after him. The writers of each of one of the letters that you read from the canonized book, right? It's going to tell you the perspective, and like what it meant for them in their time to speak about God. And so they have their own personal journey, but so do you. You are a part of the history because you're here, you're now, you exist. We're all speaking to you, so you are somebody in the history of that. So you are special to him. Like, make no mistake, man. Like that. Yeah, go on, Bob.
Jesus said that if he doesn't return to his Father, right, then he can't send the Holy Spirit. So he has sent his Holy Spirit, and he said that the Holy Spirit will teach you all things. And I always think about what that means. All things. What does that mean? All things. You know what I mean?
Truth. So it means truth.
Truth. Like Big Root just finished saying.
Yes.
Truth.
Exactly. Truth.
Not all of us are Christians here, but I agree wholeheartedly with what Mayhem and is it Bob, I think, was saying, because there are many ways to truth. I literally equate God with truth and nature. And I think you can be aligned with God and you can have access to truth and the vision, just by having a connection to God. And I love how this conversation has ended because we started with truth. And I honestly think that this is, once you have your connection, you are unable to see anything but the truth. And I think this is, Flat Earth is such an eye-opening place to start connecting to the nature, to truth.
Yeah, remember, I go back to the scripture where it says it can be clearly seen, right? Plainly seen, actually, by what God has created, which is his creation, which is nature, which is the world that we see, what we can perceive. And that's important. But like that's why Big Root is saying it's either nature can actually speak to you and say, look, this is what I am. And you could see God's fingerprint throughout all of creation. And then come back and say, okay, I understand now. My senses tell me that the world around me that I'm looking at is this way. So, and in what way is that speaking to you? Because here's where the devil can come in and steal that, right? And I use the devil as a thought of a perception, right? So the idea, right, that the world is something else than you perceive it to be. Well, you say that the earth is the way you see it, but check this out. The earth is actually something else, and you can't perceive it. Why? Because, you can't trust your senses. And so, that's how it is. And so if you say that the earth is flat and stationary from your perspective, but that's just what you see here on earth. But we got some astronauts that went up there, buddy. They've seen the Earth look like a globe, and we know that for sure. So there's something extra perceptory that they're telling you about the senses that God has given you to then usurp that and say that it's something else, right? So the same with the motion of the Earth. The Earth is spinning, my friend. You just don't feel it. Well, it's clear to all of us that we understand this because it's happening outside of your perception. You can't feel it. It's like it's just spinning and you can't feel it. So it's going outside of your perception. So what it's doing, right? The idea, that idea.
Hey, I actually gotta go. It's about time to get my clients up out of bed.
Yeah. All right, Eli.
Gotta get them ready. Good talk, boys. I'll be on
Later.
Yeah, stop by again, bro. Take it easy.
Thanks for coming, Eli.
All right.
Yeah. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good, man.
I think he'll be back.
Yeah, for sure.
It's interesting.
There's so much more.
When you're talking about that's worshipping false idols, yeah. When you're talking about the birds,
I was gonna say
the animals and
Yeah. The golden calf for sure.
yeah.
But see, what happens is, and this happens to everybody, people make false idols out of a lot of things, right? And it was a type. It was a type of false idol. But that doesn't regulate it to just that one single thing. It's anything that somebody says that they want to worship in their life that's over that. It could be your car, it could be money, it could be your house, it could be your kids. Your kids. You can idolize your kids. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a parent saying that? I would do anything if they don't live in a world where they understand that they don't belong. You are caretakers of those children. They're very special.
They're not yours.
They're not yours. They belong to the Creator, 100%. You're just loving caretakers of them.
Yeah. Do your best. I wanted to kind of say, how we're trying to consult God, the Creator, for truth, right? But what do the wicked do? They consult demons. Today they call them aliens, but they get this idea of the ball from a higher intelligence as well. I wanted to kind of figure out a way to bring the alien thing into it.
No, I don't know about that. I would have to say that from the scripture that Paul was talking about, Bong, their foolish hearts are darkened. So it's not the fact that they're hearing whispers from aliens. What the scripture talks about is that because their foolish hearts are darkened, God turns them over to that futility. And then they start to become eroded in their minds about like what they think. So it's not aliens whispering in their ear. It's in fact their own heart that's turning against them because that's what they desire. Their desires of their heart, because of it being a wicked thing, as left to your own devices, you start to rot. You rot away. You don't have anything that preserves you. Right? So that's what happens to them.
A lack of truth can create a glass is half empty mentality, in my opinion.
Yeah, you don't need aliens to do
when
that.
they say go with your heart, are you not following truth?
No. At most times, people are saying that with the idea that they think it's a truthful statement, but it's not. Going with your heart is not a truthful statement. So it's what it is.
There's a difference between going with your heart and trusting your instinct.
Yeah. It's been this is kind of one of those sayings that people just say, right? Going with trust your heart. But if I trusted my heart is deceitfully wicked. Like it wants to do what it wants. It wants money, power, fame, all the things that the heart desires.
Pleasure,
and the truth
but if
about
you trust
God,
your instinct, is that following the truth? Or is that the same thing?
I think a lot of times people these words that people use have been more in the realm of like maybe human teachings, like just people
like maybe
saying things.
do whatever you want, do whatever feels right. Like that kind of thing.
Well, that's follow your heart.
Yeah,
That's follow your heart.
That's what I mean. That's you don't have to answer to anyone in that case.
Yeah.
But Timbo, how can you trust your instincts if you're full of deception? Your
there you go.
Will fool you.
Yeah, big roots onto it. Big roots onto it. Like that's it right there. You see how the truth comes out, like when you start to realize, well, if my heart is darkened, then what is my instincts going to teach me? So it's not going to be good, bro. Like,
it's going to tell you to do the wrong thing.
Yeah. And
I talk about this with my missus all the time, and she's been through an incredible journey. And she used to be very uptight and would, not fall out with people, but she would cause, herself trouble. And more recently, we've been talking deeper about sort of just knowing yourself and being true to who you are and not reacting emotionally. And she turned around to me the other day and she says, "Gary, I feel so much stronger and more powerful in who I am because I'm not regretting anything. I'm not making decisions that go against my own long-term benefits." And it just feels so, when she speaks or whatever, we do speak about sort of, the spiritual and your spirit. And it does feel like she's taken such a step forward, and it's all just her accepting her own truth. And I just think it's just beautiful to see when you see someone develop themselves and start to appreciate the real truth and who they are. Yeah.
One of the final hurdles for anybody is accountability, because we know that this life isn't just lived just for our own sake. It is lived for the sake of like others as well. Like we impact this world because of the way we are, right? I mean, obviously, you can see that impact increasingly with your children. You know that the way you live your life also impacts others, but at the same time, it's for the future benefit too of being held accountable for the things, how you live life. So if you do think there's a creator without the knowledge of like the fundamental, like, there's no Bible or anything that's guiding you, you still have to be held accountable for this life after you die and are face to face with your maker, right? So there's still accountability which needs to be taken in consideration when you think about that. It can't just be, I'm living this life just for my own kingdom, it's going to be great and all that kind of stuff, without thinking about answering to the one who made you, right? There's still that. So accountability is a thing that is going to affect every one of us. If you understand that there is a creator, let's say.
Spot on, mate. How can you trust, if we're God's children, the only thing that we need to do is to be trustworthy. And everything I've read in the scriptures seems to me like this is about us becoming trustworthy, us becoming accountable, and us being able to stand on our own too in the face of deception and be able to discern the truth. And I just think that once you understand that this is about accountability and this is about being able to think clearly and properly, I think truth becomes so easy to identify, and I think it becomes so easy to have a connection with nature and with God, because it is ultimate truth. Everything comes back to nature is nurturing. Anything that takes away from your power is evil. And anyone who tells you to go against your God-given senses is taking away your power. Our only power is our senses, So it's so simple from a wider perspective, but it's just hard to see through it, isn't it? When your heart is still heavy, let's say.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know. The gentleman's not here. If you want to like shift topics, it's up to you. I don't know how much more of this you guys want to go with. And I'm only saying that because I have to moderate this channel. I don't know. Do you guys want to keep going, or like it's up to you guys?
Yeah, the room's pretty quiet, man. Like I don't know if anyone objects, speak up.
Yeah, I think we're still good. Well, everybody's still asleep. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still want to have a chat with you, Timbo. Like that's something. So we have to do
I've been trying to find some time. The last month's been hectic, but maybe in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
I need to speak to you.
Does anyone think that the great deception spoken about in Revelations could possibly be flat Earth?
The globe.
That's part of it. I would say it's part of
The
it.
globe. Yeah, the globe.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about what I just read and what Paul was saying, that his divine nature and his eternal power is clearly seen throughout all of creation, and then we're saying that creation is something else than what he's declaring it to be in his word, then
That's
yeah.
the great deception.
And a lot of people were like, dude, how is this a salvation issue? What in the world? Are you saying that because I don't understand that the world is flat, like that's going to damn my soul? No, my friend, it's not that. It's the fact that it's the fact that you're believing a lie over the truth. Because if you continue to believe a lie over truth, that's what's going to hold you back. Not the fact that it's the concept behind the idea that it's flat or globe. That you're kind of mistaking the fact that you're turning what God has given you into something it's not. It's not what you're saying it is. Like there's no evidence behind this, and you find that even the wisest of all men who are doing TED Talks and are academic scholars don't have the answers to the most profound understanding of what the Earth is. I've talked to these astrophysicist types. I've even asked them. I ran them through the 3 questions: direct measurement of Earth curvature, axial rotation, gas pressure without a container. All these, and they have no answers to them. These are the top men in their fields who have been doing this for years, PhDs and the like. And they struggle with these questions because the truth about God has been revealed to them. Yet their hearts are darkened by the lies that they've been deceived by from other men, usurping the ideas of other men over God's truth. And this is blasphemy, which is also against God. Which I've been trying to talk to them, but it falls on deaf ears because they feel like they trust the word of men. They fully wholeheartedly want to go with whatever man is saying versus what God is telling them. God is telling them throughout creation who he is. But they let man trick them and they believe the lie and then say that God's creation is what man is saying. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I feel like I can see where this is going because they convince you the Earth is a ball and you are in an endless vacuum. So they take away the creator. Then they tell you that you come from monkeys and reptiles. So now they take away the uniqueness, right? And they add in evolution. So where's this going? They're going to try and tell us that the next stage is they're going to change us from human beings. Yeah, they're going to change us from human beings into cyborgs, basically.
Machines.
What if they're taking a different path as well? What do you notice about these new age religions about they've taken away God and telling you that you are God as well.
That's the next synthesis transition. It will be that oh my friends, we understand that there's a need for a creator, but check this out. We know that we know that in times past you guys thought that there was no God, and we understand that might have been your foolish hearts being darkened. They can twist scriptures too, trust me. But now we understand the creator is real. But check this out. All of us together, we are the creator. And because they twist scripture, they can twist scripture to make it sound this way, right? They can twist it. And a lot of guys who come in here, there was maybe 2 or 3 that I can think of. They are speaking this way already. They're saying no, my
God
friends.
is within. Yeah, God is within. Literally,
you are God, and I'm like, yeah.
I mean, personally, I don't want to get to debate. I mean, I personally do believe from the scriptures that the house of God is within you and is not outside of you. And I do believe from the nature of reality, the dimensions, I believe that all of this is entwined into one event. This is one thing.
Well,
so I can see their connection, but I do not believe that they can take away a creator of us, like a father. They cannot take that away.
Yeah,
our
so check this
relationship
out.
to him. Yeah, I think that's up for debate.
No, I meant like the house that he's created within your heart. Can he dwell in that house? Yes, because it's not made by human hands. He can dwell there, but he's a powerful external agent. He's not. He can dwell within your heart to be unified with you, but he in and of himself is not you. The creator is not you. He can dwell in your heart because, as you said it yourself, he doesn't have a temple made by human hands. His temple resides within your heart. He can dwell there, as in he can dwell there. He doesn't. He is. You're not him. He's not you, but he can live with you. So
but
if that makes
him,
people,
we're not human beings, and what makes us special is our direct connection to God. In my opinion, that we are almost a part of his experience, you know, and that's how I see it. And this is very personal, you know.
Yeah, that's personal, but I would say in the context of like who the creator is, he's an external agent versus like it being internal, like as in all of us are gods. Because it's not true that to say we're all gods, because we're not the creator. If I was to ask you where were you when the foundations of the earth were laid, you would have no answer for me. So you are not the creator. The creator can dwell within you. That I do understand, based upon what I'm reading in the scriptures. That can be the thing that happens. But you being the creator, which is another word that's being spoken over people, it's not the case. You are not the creator. You didn't make this place. And I think that's what people are being confused with. And they're saying today, like there's some people that come in here that will confuse other people and say that you are the creator. And well, that's the next synthesis is what I'm saying. So it's telling people that, okay, you don't have to say there is no God, because now we're coming to an enlightened stage where we're putting God in the mixture of all of things. And yeah, it's possible. There's God, but you are the God. And then, you know, people are going to fall for this and say, okay, we are the God. That we now went from being a godless world to now everybody's unified together and saying that we understand the creator is real, but we are the creator. And that's a false doctrine.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. It's like they've backwards engineered it, and I don't agree with that way of seeing it.
Yeah. And that's kind of where my point was going with, because that's the next synthesis. The paradigm shift will be the transcendence of like the human thought from saying that godless world to now a God-filled world, whereas people, you know, because of their futile minds, are going to be darkened once again. And they're going to think, well, they skip over the part where God's an external agent, and he now is always been an internal agent, only internal, which meaning that we are little tidbits of God. It's trust me, I've heard this before. It's not a good doctrine, but it's what they claim. So
it's almost like a new religion, isn't it, that they're coming up with?
Yeah, it's actually an older one, to be honest. It's an old esoteric. These old mystery school religions have always been saying the same thing. They're just rebranded and renamed to something else, which is kind of like the issue that we're having with like all of these things. Solomon said there's nothing new under the sun. It's all been done before. So we're just getting something that's old, and it could even have roots of it being old. Yeah, they'll be like, dude, we have like thousands of years of having this history. We just now discovered this, and we want to bring it to light. And that's where it's going to draw its energy from. Its energy and its power comes from like these older teachings, and people will fall for it because they'll be like, dude, this is some old teachings. What do you mean it's not truth? You know what I mean? So, and people will be deceived and fall for it and so on. And it'll be worse than the first, like saying that there is no God. At least in that point, you have the ability to bring people to the external creator. If they say that there is no God, you can say, okay, let's compare a creation without God and so forth. And you can actually bring somebody to the knowledge of an external creator. But now when you change it to where it's internal, now you're going to fight somebody because they think that it's always been, they are God. And then you're going to be, how can you get them out of that? That's the next synthesis.
Yeah.
It'll be worse than the first.
I can see it now.
I think if we look at God's work, everything He's created, we can kind of see characteristics or certain things about God. And one of those things I think is holiness. This idea of holiness, right? And when we look at the heart of people, it's not a place. It's not holy. It's wicked. So can a holy God live in a wicked heart? I think not. I think he has to be invited in. You know what I mean?
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even think he can force his way in. You have to let him in. You have to, like you said, invite him.
Yeah, you have to prepare the place. You know, the house. You have to clean up the house, make sure it's all nice and clean and ready to receive.
Yeah, I don't know, Bong. I would say it this way, man. If God rescues the human heart, it doesn't come by our volition. It does not like we're, the scripture does read, here I stand at the door and knock, right? But the understanding from it means that at some point we can't pull ourselves from our own bootstraps, right? It's not like you're saying I'm doing this, I'm making a valid choice. What happens, the way I see it, is that you're dead in your sins. There's no life in you. You are a bloated corpse. And when you see somebody who's dead, right? You see a dead person. That dead person doesn't come to life by any. You could try your best to bring that person back, but if they're dead, they're dead. They're not coming back.
Yep.
Right. Yep. So the only way that person is going to come to life is by an act of God, is by God resurrecting them or bringing them to life. So the way that somebody comes to God, like the only way, is through God. Is God actually breathing life into that person's soul, and they become a living being again. So in this same way, there's nothing you can do. You can't clean your house good enough. You can't open up. You can't open up doors. You can't. No, none of that's gonna happen. The first thing that happens. The first thing that happens. Hold on, Bong. The first thing that happens is God comes into your life, and then you realize oh man, this is what I've been missing like this whole time. Like that. So it's a nice idea to think that you're gonna invite him in like a gentleman, like he knocks on the door and you're like, oh, is this Jesus? Okay, I'll let you in. That's not how it happens.
Yeah, maybe I misspoke. Yeah, you're right. I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, what I wanted to really bring up was this idea that God can live in a house, and in the Old Testament there was a tent. But that tent was torn apart, and the house, really, the tabernacle where God really is here on earth is this man named Jesus. He is pretty much the tabernacle that we go to meet God. That's kind of where I wanted to. Where can God go? Can He live is He inside me or outside me? Like.
Just like Big Root was saying, he does dwell in. There's a house that your heart is the only temple that he can reside, because there is no temple on earth that he can reside in. There's scripture that depicts that, where he's asking the question, what can you actually build on this world where I can dwell? There's no place but your own heart.
That's David. He said, David, heaven is my throne and the earth is my footstool. Like, what are you building again?
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead.
But I like what both of you are saying, but I do lean towards the whole, when you say make sure your house is in order, your house is clean. I believe your body is the temple. So if you have an unclean body, I think it is easy to predict that you have unclean thoughts. And I think that if your body is the temple, then it should be treated as such, and it's through the body, through the mind, that you can have the eyes to see and the ears to hear. Because I've read multiple times, let he who has the ears to hear or the eyes to see. And I think, how can you have when it comes to God coming into your life, well, how can you let him in if you can't hear the door knocking, if you can't hear him call? And I think this is what it's all about. You have to put yourself in a position to at least be able to hear the call. Otherwise, you're just going to ignore it and think it's yourself. And if you think you're God, you're going to be the judger. You're going to feel. And I think what the problem with this New Age religion is, it puts the judgment in our hands, like we are the all-seeing judge. And I think that's the main difference between this NewAge thinking of God is within and the Old Age thinking is that if I am the God, then I am the judge. And that is not correct, because as we know, we are not capable of being the judges through our impure hearts.
Yeah, I will say this, though, that there's a lot of things I don't know how far you read in the biblical canon, Big Root, but I would say two things. First, the condition of like how we are able to understand God. And the second one that you were speaking of right now, within regards to being judges, I think, because the scripture does say you will even judge angels. So there'll be a time where we will be judges, but not in the sense of like what we think. But let me go back to the one where we're talking about how it actually happens. So they tell us that faith is a gift, correct? Everybody understands this. Faith is a gift. So it has to be given to the human heart. So if you have the ability to listen, right? It doesn't matter who you are, because God picked wicked men to become those who were speaking of his word. So even people like Matthew, who was a tax collector, he didn't have his house in order. He didn't clean up his act. Yeshua, Jesus, came to him and said, "Follow me." Those two words. And he got up from his... But hang on a second, Bonk. So he got up from his tax collecting table, because, as it was in those days, a tax collector was a very sinful person in the eyes of the people, because he was a person working for the Roman Empire, but at the same time he was taking taxes from his own people. So he was viewed as very despicable, right? So in this sense, when Yeshua came to this person and asked him to follow me, it was a great example of somebody that didn't have their house in order, who didn't have things ready, that somebody heard Yeshua and understood something very profound, right? In what he just said, by follow me. He didn't say, hold on, what do I have to do? Like, is there some prerequisite? Do I have to do something? No, nothing was said, but he just got up from his table and followed him. So Yeshua spoke something profound to him. So the calling, right, was the calling first, follow me. And when Matthew heard that calling, he got up from his table and followed after Jesus. Now, like, what we understand from this is that it didn't happen by human volition. It wasn't like the guy was like, hold on, let me clean my house, let me get ready, okay, I'm good now, okay, now I'll follow you. It didn't happen that way. It happened so much so that was to the point where when Yeshua called him, he heard. So the calling happens when it's something that is spoken to the human heart, like when the word is spoken over somebody, like let's say you speak of the biblical canon to somebody, and the person either hears, remember the parable of the sower that I told you guys earlier? The person hears it, falls on good soil, and then they follow after God. Or it falls on the rocky soil, and the troubles, they just can't follow after God. It's just too hard. So there's a lot of things that are involved here when somebody hears the word, but it doesn't happen because the person wants to do it. It happens because they hear the calling, because God calls them. It's a calling that happens on their life, and they hear it because it's something supernatural that you and I can't, like, I can't make you want to listen to the words of God hard enough.
I agree. I am agree.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if you're right. I'm not saying that anyone can work their way, into God's grace or anything. I was talking about the repent thing, to repent,
anything. I would say anything, Bong. Yeah, it doesn't matter what. Yeah, for sure.
I'm not saying anyone can do, any good works to earn their way, into
your feet.
Heaven.
Yeah,
you're right.
No, what I'm saying is you're. What I'm saying though is your feet can't even move in God's direction unless the calling is not done. So the calling is the first thing. So if somebody says within their own heart that I came to God because I wanted to, it becomes the person's doing, right? Where is the glory to God in that instance? It becomes your glory because you saved yourself. You're the one that heard you're the one that made the decision. It's all you now. So you take the glory it shifts from God to you, because now you become the person who says, I'm the one that did this, God. I know that I chose you. You didn't choose me, kind of thing. And so it becomes where
that was not my intention. I agree. I did. Yep.
And so within the example of Yeshua, what he did was the calling. He chose his disciples. He said, come follow me. And when that calling was done, the calling was heard. And he chose whom he wanted to, and when he chose them, they didn't refuse. They came to the calling because they understood something very profound it transcended human thinking. Because at some point, wouldn't you think the people next to Matthew would be like, dude, what are you doing? What are you getting up and where are you going, bro? And he would be like, I gotta follow him. He told me to, and something that you can't explain to other people that you'd like to, right? When they tell you, dude, why are you following after this God? Like, what's going on with you? Are you okay? And you are just like, I gotta follow him. He called me. Like, so you can't explain that initial meeting or that initial calling. You can't tell somebody how that happens. It's an awakening that's supernatural, that only happens within a human heart, that only the person can describe from their own experience. But you can't take away from like that this is all God's doing. You know what I'm saying? When you start to say any part where you said I had an influence on me going to God, that you're taking away from the actual calling where he called you didn't call him. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it was not your own thing. It's something supernatural that if he didn't do the calling, you wouldn't come to him. You would still be darkened in your own heart, thinking the way you did.
Let me clear something up. I brought that up because, the idea that God is inside of all of us. So I wanted to compare, there are really wicked people out there, and I don't think God is in them. That's why I brought that up. That when Jesus chose the 12, I think Jesus knew those men, because he said, I saw you sitting under the tree,
yes.
And they knew, right? So yeah, it's the idea that God can be inside, and that we as a whole, when we know very well that there are very wicked people out there that would do like the worst things. You know what I mean? I don't think God is in those people. That's why I brought that up. But I agree with you, and I appreciate you pointing that out. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we try to give the glory to God because God called us, and He came down and did this thing for us and died for us when He didn't even have to. That's just who He is. He's that. He's loved us from the beginning. I agree. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check I'm gonna check the room. Do you guys want to go back to flat Earth? Because I'm not holding anybody here to the God talk specifically. In case you want to turn it back to flat Earth, because that's what this room's about. But I think at some point
I'm enjoying it. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Waiting for someone to complain, and up to you.
I'm gonna read what A.R. Arden put in there. He's quoting scripture. I think it says, "As it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. There is none that understandeth. There is none that seeketh after God. They are all gone out of the way. They are all come together, become unprofitable. There is none that doeth good, no, not one." Which is profound. That is truth. Like, I don't care how you slice it. That is truth, my friends. Like, that is exactly what I was talking about earlier. But I mean, that's what we say, right? Truth is something when you hear it just, you can't deny. So if that is true, then you understand the condition of the human heart is to be wicked, do wicked things, right? Left to our own devices. Eli understood this. He's somebody who hasn't been fully learned of the scriptures, but he does understand that certain point. If you're left to your own devices, yeah, it's not going to wind up being good. So anyways,
and the truth shall set you free.
we got Andy Flataday in here, Big Root, Blue Jumper, Bong Sao, Brain Shape Investigator, Conspiracies Deafened, Danny 57, Fe Batman, Flat Earth Professor, Johannes Midegard, Mike Powerswan, Quetzalcoatl, Shalambro. Don't I remember you from earlier, Shalambro? We got Max Smart 86, Systems, TOS UK. What's up, brother? Always getting them clips out, bro. The Gettier problem.
Yes, sir.
What up,
Yeah.
It's no good, man.
Just going through another beautiful day.
It's your week. You've been in here a lot. I'm like, oh shit, Mick is in here again.
Yeah, quite a bit, bro. Got some time off of work, so just hanging out. Big Boss Man just showed up. What's up, Indio?
What's up?
Nothing, man.
Was Captain Dan, or whatever his name was.
Captain Dan? I have no idea.
No, that guy last night. What was his name? Donald C.
Oh, Donald C, bro. Like, where the hell is Donald C at?
He reminds me of Captain Dan from Forrest Gump, man.
Oh, you mean Lieutenant Dan?
Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan. Yeah, Lieutenant Dan. That's right.
I got new legs.
Magic legs.
Sea legs.
He's been trying for us to go to his platform, though. I tell you that much right now. He's got his clubhouse up, and he's always put his clubhouse. I'm like, I don't care. If people want to go to his clubhouse and go have fun over there or whatever, I don't. That's up to them.
If there was even the slightest chance he would act normal, I'd go. But yeah. Also, I don't trust that little app. Right? That app is. It was created in May 2023. He probably owns it or made it. So
Clubhouse? Are you talking about Clubhouse?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe is he the creator of that? I don't think he'd be on this side of it.
Well, doesn't mean he's making money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's old. It's brand new. Literally brand new. May 2023 is a month. He's probably just like doing this, going to all these Discord platforms, right? Starting shit and trying to get people to join this nonsense.
Yeah. Perhaps.
That's the guy who said he measured the earth, but he lost the measurements. He did it 20 years ago, and he got his house robbed or something.
That's the guy. That's the guy.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, it went live like April 2023, something like that. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, no thanks, dude.
AI Ardent, he put in the text chat right now. Wait, Danny57 is here. Maybe he's finally mustered up the courage to apologize to the community live on the air. I don't know. Leave it up to Danny. Does he have perms to talk? I think so. Yeah, he does.
Oh, thanks.
The get ear problem. Danny! We haven't, well, as far as debates go, these guys are kind of like bottom of the barrel, like these other characters, like Donald C and them. I don't know, man.
Did you just see what was posted in this chat? This atmospheric duct, there's a horizontal layer. Check this out. It says, it is the reason flat earthers like to perform observations from very close to the water's surface. It will be easier for light to bend, revealing objects that are geometrically behind the curve. So another one. The logical conclusion of that is, the lower you go, the farther you can see. That's stupid.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that. What the fuck?
Yeah.
They don't even realize what they're saying, man. If you get real close to the water, you can see farther.
Yeah, look, man.
So why don't I just why don't I just go play Marco Polo, right, and then see around the world, right? Just put my eyelids right above the water.
We got well, isn't that Arcturus' server? That one you put in their brain shape? That's Arcturus server, right? The 24/7 spherical Earth Discord.
Yeah, that's the Arcturus one where he's sort of running that, and doesn't seem to be that many people, but he sort of just he's kind of like collated all the flat Earth, the WS stuff, and just reposts a lot of that.
Well, people can go to that server and debate him there, whatever. But like, he's got this image, and he said, "View of curvature from a plane without fisheye lens. Take a look. Flat Earthers, you're hopeless." And so, from where an airplane is flying at 40,000 feet, he means to convince people of not even from what I know, anti-flat earthers are posting this. They know better than this. Like, why would he? He's like, we're getting like bottom of the barrel stuff now these days. Like the standard of the globe Earth person, like they would even claim this guy's nuts. Like, because they wouldn't say that's the case. Seeing curvature from 40,000 feet. Now, unless some people would agree with that, that's weird.
They barely claimed it back in 2017.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But what are we dealing with today? I mean, this is not even. It's not even a fair fight. When the globe earthers back in the day were arguing with us. Now it's just. It's like, guys, please, like, I can't even argue with some guy like that. I feel bad for them.
By the way, that's also a cropped image.
What, the airplane one?
Yeah, because I seen this on Twitter. And then I found the original image, and this is cropped. It's completely flat, and it's just like got a slight curve down only at the edge of the image, which makes it obviously the window, right?
Yeah, I think that it's kind of like these newbies that are looking at all the old school stuff, old school quote unquote debunks, because the seasoned Globers have, I don't know, moved on to wherever they move on, and anybody that comes in that's more seasoned as a Glober, so just seems to get really upset. So yeah, this is kind of who's left, I guess, at this stage, and the younger crowd as well. That maybe just finishing high school, getting to uni. This is, I guess, that's their starting point.
Yeah. That's fine. I mean, they want to get their teeth cut on debate, like by getting slaughtered. It's up to them. But Donald C. definitely was just reaching, bro. Like, you can just tell in the chat he was reaching.
Oh my God, they're using that Rick Brinkman thing. Oh my God, are you serious? This is where we're at. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Dude, this dude didn't even. His camera isn't even lined up with his. Camera isn't even lined up with his tape measure. So he took a picture of some mountains, and like there's a tape measure, oh, the mountains are lower than this tape measure. That means they're curving down. And like if you take the image and take it because like he has them in Photoshop. So if you take the image, and you can tell where the center of an image is by just drawing an X across diagonal, right, diagonal to diagonal, and where they intersect is the exact center of the image. It's not even centered. Like, what are you doing, man? Like,
confirming their bias, Indio.
Yeah. Oh, it's sad.
Yeah, at this stage, I think the global stuff is mainly about just finding stuff that reinforces their beliefs or narrative.
For sure.
And don't think there's much serious substance at this point.
They still fail, even when, they can have all the evidence they think they have. When they come in here, they have no idea when I ask them the first question of the 3 questions, they still are not able to give an answer, even though they sounds like they have the answers here. That's weird, isn't it? Like, everybody claims that they have the answer, and there's not even evidence to. If it was true, it would be true no matter what. They wouldn't have to. Like, dogs are gods, right? An atheist coming in here to say that the evidence is clear. I'm like, what evidence? Show me direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Like, well, transcontinental, the arc of the parallel. That's his answer to the direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. Like, what? How is that, dude? Like, don't you even know in the PDF it even page 47? Have you read page 19? Like, paragraph 4? Like, there's no. They're working off of models, bro. When you state that, they're
so here's the funny thing. You mentioned he's an atheist, right? So that's like a common denominator. It always is. The clown from last night, right? Donald C. Right? Convince me God is real.
Yep. It is just weird, man, but you start finding it more. And then you wonder why the people who do believe in God would actually be alongside with these guys.
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah. That was like I was throwing you softball because I was thinking the same thing.
I don't know, Danny. Like, you got to think about that, man.
You lie down with dogs and you get fleas.
Yeah. You got to think about that. A lot of atheists would agree with you. That's scary.
I wonder if Danny also believes, like that guy the other day, that it's the flat earthers that the reason why aliens don't talk to us.
Oh shit! That's the reason why.
Yeah, that's the reason. Yep, because we're making fun of the globe. There's a bunch of flat earthers on Earth, and they would talk to us, but they're like, nah, hell with that. They still have flat earthers. We just killed off the flat alieners on our alien planet or something like that.
Wow.
Do you think there's like, if you're from some faraway planet, right? They have like whatever planet their name is, Flat Xenus. Come on, man. Oh, are just out of control, man.
But he came in here with such gusto, Indio. I think that was kind of I appreciated that, man. He was just like, let's go. Let's have the debate. I'm like, bro, you must be this tall to get on this ride, bro. Like, you're not ready for this shit at all.
You need to be this tall.
Yeah, he's they think that they're coming in here and be like, honey, hold my beer. They're like, yeah, right, dude. It's never gonna happen.
Yeah, like what I don't understand is how he came in here and he thought, because he was obvious. I mean, come on, man. He was just making stuff up on the fly. Literally just making it up. Why would he think that would actually work? He wasn't even like reading from Google. He wasn't even at that level. He was just like random, stuff from random like documentaries and just mushing them all together into his new, Donald C. I studied physics for 30 years and I can't tell you a single type of photon detector. Can't tell you how angles are measured. I can't tell you anything.
Somebody who supposedly has all the answers gets their house robbed 20 years ago and their information that they have gets taken away from them. I mean, this is the level that we're dealing with at this point. That's why. What do you mean? If I had the information, I'd present it to you. I don't have it anymore. My house got robbed. What don't you get about that? Like, he was harping on this point for a while. It's like, even if I had the information, you guys wouldn't agree with me anyway. It's like, bro, that's all cap, bro. Everything.
Did you pick up on like? Well, he said, I was in Dallas, Fort Worth. The other person was in Oklahoma City. We measured the difference of this angle. And what is his name? Jim Waterworld or whatever his name is. He said, well, they're only 2 degrees apart. How is that possible? Right? You were off by 12 degrees from the globe model.
Yeah.
But even his evidence wasn't evidence. He was just making things up.
Oh.
Someone left the cake out in the rain. Indio asked the guy for a citation, and if I understand correctly, he presented a book.
He presented an activity book for 5th and 9th graders.
Yeah, the activity worksheets were only 4 pages. There were only 4 pages, and there is an activity worksheet from NASA for kids.
According to him, the 30,000 people at NASA peer reviewed it.
Yeah, according to him, 30,000 people at NASA peer reviewed it. So it's like that saying, most dentists agree or most doctors would agree. Like it's fallacious.
I thought I was gonna bust the gut. He said he had the numbers on the paper, and if he presented those numbers on the paper to you, you would just reject them, and it doesn't really matter. And all this other nonsense. These guys are incredible. I think they're batshit crazy, most of them.
Yeah, you guys would be convinced that the Earth is a globe if I had my evidence with me. I don't have my evidence with me because it got stolen. But if I had it, oh boy, you'd be in trouble. You know the Earth is a globe. It's like, okay, man.
I can understand the first time, right? The first time they come in and they try that gambit, right? I'll just try and go in and bluff the flat earthers. He came back 4 times. he kept trying. That's the part I don't understand. That's like some sort of OCD mental illness or something.
Well, I mean, I think to his knowledge, what he's really trying to do right now is garner more views for his platform. And he knows that this place here, we got a lot of people always on. So he's trying to utilize this platform to kind of then build his brand or whatever of what he wants.
Yeah, but it's like being a boxer, right? You don't promote your career by getting your ass kicked.
Or you can, but then if you're like a glutton for punishment,
Yeah, people might see it. People might want to see the train wreck, right?
Yeah, that's probably the only reason why they would want to see it.
Amazing, man. He's got it. It's been a long time since we had someone that
with gusto,
low level, man. Just that low level of just. I mean, look how QE reacted, right? It almost made him go crazy. It's that low level.
He's like, "What is this?" Like, I don't know, man. That's a debate. No,
he was like, "Shut it off."
It's not a debate.
I can't take anymore. Shut that off. I was I wanted to be nice to him, but I could have smoke going up my ass either.
That guy was all cap, Indio. There was nothing, not even related to any of the things that the anti-flat earthers say, dude. He was just all cap, bro. Everything.
I know, if you think about it, just think about just me talking to him and just even heretic. Think about one thing he said that was actually correct.
Nothing.
About his own model or flat earth or anything he did or when he did. Not a single thing. There's no, how do you do that by accident? How do you have a 2-hour conversation and not say a single factually correct thing?
And that guy's from MC Tune and FTFE camp, right? That's where he said he got his information from and how he got directed to the server?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yep.
That's why he don't know shit.
Yeah. But he knows less than them. How's that possible? You're already at the bottom of the barrel, man. How can you go lower than the bottom of the barrel?
Your man Eli was back this morning, Miggy. So I guess you weren't there, so he felt emboldened to speak a little bit more, because last I heard you were hurting his feelings. He was begging for mercy, talking about why you treat him so bad.
Oh, Eli was saying that?
Well, that's the last interaction I saw with you and Eli. Eli was begging for mercy from you.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, though, man, the way I see it is people, they have this, it depends who they are, right? If there's a level of, treatment, somebody actually, it's the energy they bring, I should say. The energy they bring, when they get it reciprocated back to them, then they start to realize, oh, shit, this is some real shit here. I can't just, spout off at the mouth. So in his case, he felt like just coming around, just saying things. And when I came rough at him, it made him stop and think. Usually people don't do that. Some of them, the real gamma guys, they come in here, you are too rough. I think I'm just going to leave. I'm like, go ahead, leave then. The point is, Eli came back and he keeps coming back. Obviously, there's something that he's seeing here. So he knows that it's not just me being rough with him. It's him understanding well, maybe I'm missing something. And my energy changes with it. Yeah. Go ahead, man.
No, you did make the point that he's coming back for some sort of sibling rivalry sort of thing, where he wants to shut his brother up, and so he's going to come here and shut us down, and then go back to his brother and say, "See, I told you." I think that's one of the points you made. Exactly.
I see. It's a lot of the conversations we have in here are really to do with psychology. It's a lot to do with psychological.
I know, it's sad, man. That's almost sad.
The aspect that I know
about.
If we're talking about the actual evidence, that's nothing to do with that. It's more to deal with your understanding of that you holding on to some kind of fantasy, this idea, and then you'll go through great lengths to keep it what it is.
So many people are afflicted with psychosis and don't realize it. It's amazing.
Yep, that's how I see it. I can't say that it's anything else. There's no evidence. If there was some evidence and we were the ones kind of misjudging them, I could see like they would have some sort of, somebody somewhere would say like, dude, what he's saying, that's kind of true. Like, come on, like he's actually speaking of something about that the Earth is doing or it has, and you're saying something against that. Like it would have already been noticed. Like we've been doing this for such a long time. Nobody's presented any evidence for the case for the globe at all. It's just a bunch of bias, bro. Like their little experiments or their little tests that they do with their cameras and stuff. A camera on a basketball, a camera looking over the horizon, all of it. It's ridiculous. They don't even have any like proper control methods. They're not doing tests, man. They're not doing anything that would be akin to like a rigorous, test. They're just not.
When I first started looking into it, Mig, what I heard from so many of these anti-flat earthers, they've changed their position so much based on your arguments, right? But they were saying that math is science. And that was a point that they were trying to drive home a lot. And this was, 7-8 years ago, these guys were saying math is science. Science is math. It's the same thing. And I'm like, you guys are retarded, because they're different. That's when I realized the level of degeneracy that we were dealing with, the level of ignorance that these people come in here with, thinking that, science is math. If that's your argument, what are we talking about, really? So based on the arguments presented by this survey and a lot of other flat earth investigators, you see the things changing. You see meanings changing. You see positions changing from the opposition to try to combat the arguments that's being presented. But they still have nothing. And so I'm still waiting to see what they're going to present. And no one is presenting anything, whether it's a PhD or whether it's a student or whether it's just a regular person. I haven't seen anybody present any evidence contradictory to what you guys have been presenting.
Let's just put up against anything he has to say against QE with Donald C. But I got a 7-minute clip. Let's check this out.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about Earth. Now we have time for a meeting with the real flat earthers.
For just a moment, Donald, I'd like to introduce you to somebody that is a person that comes often here to this channel. His name is Quantum Eraser. So we're all going to step back. Everybody in this channel is you're going to have only the one-on-one. Talk to him about Flat Earth and see how that goes. I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to mute my microphone. No one else is going to interrupt. Thank you.
Damn, I just walked in. What do you want me to do? What's the...
You're on the clock, sir.
Jesus. All right.
You'll know what to do pretty quick.
My name's Donald. It's nice to meet you.
My name's Quantum Eraser. It actually isn't. It's John.
John, nice to meet you.
All right.
So,
have a great evening.
Have a good one.
All right. Subject matter is the Earth a globe? Donald, go ahead and present your information so that Quantum can actually hear where your stance is and your position, and then we can move forward from there.
It's pretty simple. The only shaped object that can possibly possess a horizon is a curved object. You guys were playing it just a second ago. It's my favorite one.
Is a curved object? You got proof of that?
Yeah, it's called geometry. You guys were just playing it.
It's called geometry. You got big problems with geometry with your globe there, friend.
Not a single problem.
Not a single problem. Let's talk about elevation angles.
All right.
That's geometry. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So with celestial navigation, not only with celestial navigation, a lot of people take elevation angles. We're going to couch it with celestial navigation. And in order to successfully navigate the Earth, and this has been going on for a couple hundred years, and the classes are still ongoing in the Navy and the Air Force with celestial navigation. We didn't do too much in the Army. We didn't need that nonsense. but the classes are still going on, and we're going to keep it within celestial navigation. So, do you know what a sextant is?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So a sextant is an elevation angle measuring device. Correct?
It's an angle measuring device.
No, it's an elevation angle. Well, it can be, but in this particular case, it's an elevation angle measuring device. Correct?
It cannot measure the elevation of a star.
What?
It cannot measure the elevation of a star.
We're not measuring the elevation of stars.
Well, you're talking about celestial navigation.
Yeah, we're not measuring elevation of the stars. We're trying to find our position. It has nothing to do with the elevation. You don't.
I agree, because the sextant cannot measure elevation. Huh?
See, the stupidest. Are you retarded?
Well, it can't measure the elevation of stars. That's what it sounded like you said.
I said elevation. Do you know what an elevation angle is, sir?
Okay, so you're just talking about from the observer to the horizon.
Oh, my God.
So what are you talking about then?
Elevation angles. It takes an elevation angle between you, the horizon, and the star. It's an elevation angle.
It's an azimuth angle.
Oh, my God. Define an elevation angle for me, please.
I've never heard that used.
With citation. Of course you don't.
I've never heard that used. So I can't give you a citation. Yeah.
Really? Okay. Well, let's see. From radartutorial.eu. And it's 52 minutes after the hour. Are you in live stream voice text?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah.
You never heard elevation angle. Okay. Is the angle between, you see this horizontal plane bit? And the line of sight measured in the vertical plane.
Line of sight to what?
To the star.
You can't measure the elevation of a star with a sextant.
We're not measuring elevation. We don't give a fuck on how high the star is. We want to know where we're at. Holy shit.
Angle, that's an azimuth angle. Okay, sure. You can call it an angle of elevation. I know what you're talking about now. You're just using a proprietary definition, that's all.
You're fucking retarded.
All right, we can call it an elevation angle. Let's go.
You're retarded, man. So, okay.
But that says angle of elevation, not elevation angle, just so you know.
Let's get it over quick. So, in order to get an elevation angle, right?
Angle of elevation.
You need a triangle, right?
No, you don't.
You don't need a triangle for an elevation angle.
Because that's just one angle. A triangle is three angles.
Oh, my God. He's a retard.
Wow, so insults. You know that.
No, that's not an insult.
It is. If you had said that I was.
That's called an assessment because you don't know your ass from a pipe wrench, son. An elevation angle is a fucking right angle triangle. Did you know that? Obviously you didn't because you're fucking clueless. I mean, I don't know what to do. Maggie, what do you want me to do here? Shit, I thought this was going to last longer than I was eating. I wanted dinner and a show. What the fuck? Donald's super disappointed. Here you go. Here you go. Oh, hold on. From QMath, the angle of elevation there, Donald. Do you see what's in front of you?
He said elevation angle, not angle of elevation. Those are two very different things.
Oh, you really?
But nonetheless, if you assholes mute me again, I'm just going to leave.
Citation, please. We want you to show the difference between the angle of elevation and an elevation angle. Please. Floor's yours. Go fucking do it right now. Citation.
You guys have a wonderful evening.
Fuck
I don't like to be muted in the middle of my sentence.
You should be muted the rest of your life.
Well, mute yourself.
Mute yourself. So I'm that's pants.
That's about the citation I expected from him.
Donald, stay focused. Elevation angles.
Let's get a citation. He says, "You guys have a wonderful night."
TOS, go ahead and clip it right here.
Spartans! What is your profession? See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Damn right we did.
Third rock, man. Proprietary definition. What the hell is that?
You like that?
Yeah. You gotta sign an NDA, buddy.
If I'm going to talk to you about this, you guys have to all sign the NDA before we engage in this discussion.
You know, I'm gonna. This is actually a problem for me because I try to like make clips for the podcast and stuff, right? And we have people like this come in, and I want to put them up because they're a perfect example of like what we go through. But I just think that somebody listening to it will be like, nah, that's just that one person. They're just stupid, right?
Yeah.
They're cherry picking idiots out of the live stream to put on the podcast. No, we're not. That's the thing. We're not cherry picking.
If they only knew.
It's a constant parade
of retards. Yeah.
Yeah, of lemmings throwing themselves over the cliff, man. But that psychology thing you were talking about, I think that's you know, I've said this before, and it's something I've noticed like from the very beginning of all this whole flat Earth thing, is that we're going to talk about like some scientific endeavor, like, you know, biology or whatever. No one's getting emotional over the inner workings of a cell and how a ribosome works, right? They're like, you're a bunch of retards, you're denying science. Like that doesn't happen. There's no emotion involved. But, so they claim that the globe is science, right? This whole idea, concept globe, heliocentric model, Big Bang, evolution. It's all just a bunch of science, that it was determined by indifferent, unbiased, casual observers, like a bunch of Spocks, right? They're just running around. They have no emotion about the subject. The facts are the facts. But with this VC and our text chats and like thousands of episodes at this point has shown that it is intrinsically linked to some psychological state these people have. Has nothing to do with science at all.
Yeah, I think Max is touching on that psychosis.
Well, it's not a scientific inquiry. That's my point, right? Is that they're not actually approaching this from as an unbiased, you know, like you know how science is supposed to be, right? Just unbiased inquiry of the facts, right? They're not approaching it like that.
I think that they know what science is.
Well, yeah, you got that problem too. But even if they did, right, that's how they think of science in their head, right? Is that science is like, there's no bias. It's just unbiased, unvarnished determination of truth about the natural world, and that's all it is. That's what they think in their head. And when they say, you deny science, it's like, they're trying to project their bias onto us, right? That we have a bias that we don't like the globe, we like flat Earth, we're just doing it for attention or whatever reason they've concocted in their head, and that somehow we can't actually look at the evidence unbiased. It's actually them who have that problem, not us.
Yeah, Baked Goods actually got us a clip of our interaction last night with New Doge, the other clown that was in here.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it real quick.
That had to be a troll, man. There's no way.
Yeah, he's only 2 minutes long. Check it out.
Unmuted. Hey, I'm not trying to troll you. I'm really not.
No. Listen, man. Did you say you were a flat earther and then you went back to being a globe earther? Is that what you said?
No, I don't. I was like a straight up flat earther, and now I've been like duped by my fucking camera. Oh, there's the one. Okay, let me share this one.
Whoa. Slow down. Are you saying, like I said before, were you a flat earther and you went back to being a globe earther?
No, I have not gone back to being a globe earther. I just don't understand what I'm seeing.
No, you're fucked, dude, because what you're doing right now is trying to say, I got something really curious going on with my camera, guys. What the fuck's going on? Is this curvature, guys? Fuck you.
Yo, what's good, yo?
I can pick apart your little antics about you trying to say that you're gonna make it seem like you're just some curious flat earther that don't know what's going on with your camera that's showing curvature. Oh my god, guys, what's going on? There's curvature here. What the fuck's going on? And we're gonna be like, Nudos, that's interesting. You got curvature in your camera. Fuck you. You're a globe earther, dude, and you're being undercover trying to act. You're LARPing, bro. Quit fucking LARPing. I know this fucking routine. I've seen it a million times. You're not going to come in and play that game. Just say you're a person who thinks the earth is a globe and we'll address it that way. Don't come in here pretending to be a flat earther.
Yeah,
why you're running up really fast.
Yeah,
really
so why
fast.
are you running away from your own belief, dude?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Don't fucking, dude, I'm telling you. Tell me the truth that you're a globe earther or you're going to get fucking banned. How about that?
Okay.
Tell me just straight up. Tell me you're a globe earther or you're going to get fucking banned. Tell me you're a globe earther, dude. Be real. You'll stay in the chat. You can stay in here. I'll leave you here alone. All is good. All is forgiven. But don't say you're a fucking flat earther. Tell me that you're a fucking glober like you really are and you can stay in here. How about that?
Slap him. I'll slap him.
Go ahead, New Doge. Say it. Say it, bro. New Doge, you can stay in the chat and bring all the evidence you want for the globe. Don't fucking say you're a flat earther. Go ahead. I'm waiting on you. I'm going to count to 10. How about that? You got 10 seconds. You better be honest.
The only answer I've got you is I don't know.
9. Tell me you're a glober, though, or else you're going to leave.
It was really nice being here for the 9, years that I've been listening and paying attention.
7,
hey,
6,
you guys have
5,
a great time.
4, 3,
try not to be so
2.
So where's the curve in that image I just drew a line across? Nudge. Where's the curve in here?
Off.
Oh, wait a second. India wants to entertain that shit.
Not really.
I can't. You took my permissions away, so I can't post the next one, which is what.
Yeah, you're not embedding. No, you can listen. You're not going to embed images here. You're fucking too new.
I like it a lot.
All I'm gonna do is try to spawn spam us, man.
Dude, it's a heightened sense of these assholes coming in here trying to LARP. Live action role play. That's what they do. They want to make it sound like they're flat earther. I'm just a curious flat earther. There's something going on with my camera, guys. What's wrong with this camera? And you're like, oh, what's going on? What you got, man? Well, check this picture out. I see curvature, man. What's going on? And it's like,
my camera got me, man. My camera got me.
Yeah.
I remember when these guys come in and the shit that they present, right? So when he first came in, he said, I used to be a flat earther, but I got married and my wife made me go back to the globe. That was initially what the fuck he said. And then he started changing his story as, the questions started coming. That's how he started.
When people come into this chat, I'm going to tell you how it's like for me. I got a laser beam right on their forehead. Like, yeah, go ahead and keep going. Keep talking. Yeah, I just want to hear you out. Okay, so I see you're genuine. Okay, laser beams are off. But if I don't hear you're genuine, I'm what you call it? I'm loading one in the chamber because you're about to get sniped. Like, I'm not gonna put up with your bullshit. Like, I already know your type. Like, that's the thing with me. They're already scoped. They're laser beamed on the middle of their forehead, like right between the eyes.
Yo, in New York City, we keep one in the chamber. We don't have to load it.
I'm just saying though, like with these characters though, they come in here LARPing. That's not gonna work. It's just not. If I'm here around, it's fucking not gonna work, dude. You're not gonna get away with it.
My camera.
Yeah, Indio, that's the bullshit that they play, so that everybody's like, oh, what camera were you using? What did you find? Like, and then I don't know, for some reason I was like, man, fuck a white knight. If somebody comes in and like, let him speak, I'm like, you're fucking muted too. Oh, fuck who you are. You gonna get in for this guy? I don't think so. I don't.
Well, let's analyze what he's actually trying to do. So what he's actually trying to do is give the idea that he took a picture and we're saying that, oh, the camera's tricking you, or that you're just hallucinating, or that we're denying reality, right? We're just denying a photograph of curvature that you took from sea level. Get a break, bro.
Wait. Indian called him a tiny earther?
A tiny earther, yeah. That's what he is, a tiny earther, man. We have a lot of tiny earthers running around. I saw a curve from a plane. I saw a curve from my porch. I saw a curve from Everest. Like, they'll just say anything because they don't know their own model and they don't know what it predicts.
You know, it's weird, man. But on top of all of that, his fucking avatar was the flat Earth going across the moon. Like, that was, I'm a flat earther. Like, that was like, wow. If you could sell it having an avatar that shows like the flat Earth flying across the moon, like, yeah, you've sold it to somebody in here. You must be really good salesman, you know?
Are you kidding me? Who is this Arcturus guy? Get him back here.
Is he back here?
No, I want him back here.
Arcturus?
Old dude just posted something that's over in his server.
Well, he scurried out of here, man, after yesterday's kerfuffle with me. He should have. I went in hard on that guy.
Do you want him back, Indio? I can get him back. Like, he's on the hook, bro.
You got him on the hook, old dude?
Fuck yeah, man. I forgot they're all on the hook.
I'll be your friend forever if you get him in here, old dude. If he gets on the mic, dude, you should get like admin status because I couldn't get him to talk.
Danger. No, way, man. No. You're lucky you got me as a mod, you bugger. Fuck off.
Yeah, man.
Listen, dude. Like, if we get Arcturus in here, I don't know what I'll do. I don't know. I'll be happy. I just want to go a couple rounds with Arcturus, man. I want to stomp on the fucking head of this snake, dude, because he's the 24/7 spherical Earth server owner. He's the chairman there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Is that the same old one where, like, who's that dude whose name starts with an H? What's it?
The same thing, man. For like 4 years now.
And they got a copy of like all our channels.
I think so.
Or like a mirror of all our channels, like all the channel names.
Yeah, the first one, but I don't know about this server unless he's copied ours and just redesigned it. Like,
yeah, because there was a 24/7. I don't think it was spherical Earth server. I think they called it Globe Earth server.
Globe Earth, yeah. It ended up a bit like Sheeple's server, and I thought, no, I'm not hanging.
Oh, did it? That's surprising.
Yeah.
This is the mostly flat server. Shut up, freaking sheeple, dumbass.
Mostly Globe Earth server with hentai and little children sending things they shouldn't be. I was like, nah, bye, out of this.
Oh, Arcturus server, the spherical.
No, the Globe Earth server, the 24/7 thing that copied our template.
Oh, sheeple's shit.
No, it was a Glober.
Yeah,
and like Bob the Science Guy, all the usual suspects, right? All the crazy anti-flat earthers run this like 24/7 Globe Earth server, and like all our channels, like all our information channels, they copied them all. Everything was a copy. Like they copied basically the template of the channel and had it over there.
And let me give you guys a taste of what happened.
Imitation is the greatest form of flattery or something, isn't it?
Imitation, the greatest form of flattery, bro. Yep.
After this interaction, Indio, this is the reason why he fled. I'm gonna play this clip for you guys. Turn it over to Arcturus. Motherfucker, your soul is mine. Get your fucking ass on that microphone right the fuck now. Hurry up. You're making fun of my people in your goddamn server. You're gonna have to stand for it. Unmute your fucking mic at this instant. Hurry up. We're gonna get right down to it and figure out if your bullshit ass server can stand up. I'm gonna cut the head of the snake off, which is you. Unmute your mic. I have some questions for you, and you better fucking answer them. Unmute your mic right now. I don't have all day. If you run this time, I'm gonna fucking ban you. Unmute your mic.
Is this Arcturus we're shouting and screaming at you?
Yep.
Oh, good.
You're gonna stand on all 10 of your little fucking toes and tell me how you're gonna defend the globe Earth. If you want to have your so-called Discord server that has for the spherical Earth, you better come in here and quit being a fucking coward and hiding behind your mic, because I'm not gonna mute you. You're gonna stand for what you're gonna hear in just a moment. Unmute your fucking mic right now.
Put some respect on my name.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Don't be scared now. Oh, you're going to hear what's coming to you. Unmute your fucking mic.
You little weasel! Look at you, you little fucking weasel! I can see it in your eyes! You're a fucking bitch!
You're going to get fucking owned in a second, son, once you open that mic. You are done. You're not going to be in here writing in people's DMs all your garbage about your fucking Discord server, and you're not going to unmute your mic. The only way you're going to stay in here in this server is if you unmute your mic right the fuck now.
It's Groundhog Day, sorry. Hi,
I'm allowing you some time. If you leave this chat, I don't give a shit. You're going to be banned one way or the other. The only way out right now is for you to unmute your fucking mic. Unmute that shit.
It's whoop ass day.
I mean,
it's about
surely somebody. Oh, good.
Little.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Motherfucker.
They've been whining about. What's the background with this guy? He's got the Globe Earth server 24/7 or something, right?
Oh, he's been in people's DMs, Jedi.
Oh, jeez, really?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, he's one of those. So he likes to talk in private spaces, but when given the opportunity on a public platform, he bucks up.
Let me bring some context to this asshole, right? Because it doesn't do it justice for me screaming at his ass. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you, Arcturus has his 24/7 spherical Earth server, Discord server, right? Which he likes to kind of put in here to everybody that, if you want to join it or whatever. On that server, he's got dumbest flat earther of the day or some fucking bullshit. And he's got people, he's taking clips of what people say in here and puts it on there, on that server, as the dumbest flat person ever or some shit, So he's making an example of all the people in here whom I call friends and making fun of them over there. So motherfucker's going to stand for his shit right here and he's going to answer the shit, right? So not only that, but he's also DMing people and spreading his misinformation about his shit in their DMs. So he's doing all of that, making fun of us, and then coming in here. He has the audacity to come on the voice call and not open up his fucking mic.
Well, he sounds like public enemy number one at the moment then.
Oh, he was, but it looks like he bailed, according to the chat.
No, that's fine. We'll keep an eye out for him and we'll keep calling out.
He thinks because he left the server that...
That's not going to end, bro. That's it. He left.
Hello, Mayhem, mate. How you doing? That was really confusing. Second time I've come in and started arguing with myself. That was yesterday, though. So has anything been said since yesterday? Is that any more to the story? Is that guy turned up? What's going down, man?
Yeah,
we're fishing for him. We're trying to kick the beehive, get him in here.
Yeah, his soul belongs to me when he comes in here. I'm not gonna pull any punches, dude. It's gonna be the hardest shit I've ever done. And he's gonna feel the entire wrath of my he's public enemy number one. He's my target. I want the dance floor cleared, and I want to make an example out of him. He's not going to come in here spouting his horse shit to all the people I care about just because he's making his server well known, to everybody here. Fuck that.
On a side note, so I said on Twitter, man, that no evidence of Sigma Octantis. There's controversy whether that star actually exists. So this is what I got for evidence that it exists. A fucking diagram. Fucking cartoon. This is evidence a star that no one can take a photograph of exists. This.
Huh.
Straight off of Wikipedia. That's the level of nonsense we have to deal with. Oh, you don't think that exists in the real world? Well, let me draw it for you. Yeah, I'm going to draw a unicorn right now and prove it exists in the real world. But the sad part is like I was saying earlier, you might think we're cherry picking, we're just going for the low hanging fruit. We're just trying for the dumb people. There's just happen to be Globers, and that we're just dealing with the low life. No, we're not.
Yeah, see how the little clip.
We had ITAR. What is that? ITAR guy, astrophysicist. He came in here. He's as dumb as the rest of them. Has a master's in astrophysics, according to him. Which I doubt, but he claimed it.
Yo, Indio, now that's a great idea, though. Slow-mo moon buggy he's got a great idea in the YouTube live stream text chat. He's like, how long until Pete Shea's rambling for hours on Donald's Discord? We should send Pete Shea's like a...
I know Pete Shea is.
Yeah, I'm saying he's like a weapon we can use against...
Those PD.
Yeah, I'll send PD on a mission. I'll dude, go and 24/7 spherical Earth and just don't stop respawning in there.
Yeah, they said the horizon's flat, man. Go show me your curved horizon.
Yeah.
With your mountains.
PD's a secret weapon, and so is PJ. We could send all the P's in there.
I think Heretic is onto something with that Arcturus guy. I think.
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about.
Yeah, that's what we're mentioning, right? Yeah.
It's one of those people from the modern day debate server called Inquisitor.
No idea. Could be Inquisitor. Yeah. But look at what he's doing to the little snippet that's put under live stream voice text. You see what he put. Did they get dumber while I was gone? How can any human be this stupid? And he put curve function in there. You can't walk straight on a globe Earth. And then there's a glober that's putting question marks. And then curve function is saying, so walking straight is a flat Earth proof. Laugh out loud. And that's his little, like on Discord, you can make categories. That's his place where he's putting all the dumbest flat Earthers. He got Amish in there. Amish, you're even featured in there. Look, everyone, it's the dumbest person who's ever lived. Amish is saying globe Earth is a dangerous misinformation. So
it's a mind virus. That's why. I mean, if you ask more, if you wanted to elaborate, so that's what the guy does. He takes things out of context, and I wasn't sure if it was him or not because he names himself people will do sock accounts, but they'll have a theme to them. Some sort of shtick with they're all kind of like PD will just do paperclip, grass clippings, leaf, glass of water, just mundane items. Inquisitor does weird referenced Warhammer 40k stuff, very small stuff.
Okay, he was just in the lobby.
Was he?
Yeah, as Inquisitor.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Let me see.
Dude. Listen to what he said.
Oh yeah.
The large mass of the Earth changes space around it and pulls things toward it, thanks to its heavy weight.
Oh, he's in
that's
right
like that's wrong. It not on the global paradigm. Mass is not weight, right? The Earth does not pull because gravity's not a force, right? So like,
yeah, I don't know him like that, but I think Critspiracy's onto something, Indio.
So Crit, you think Inquisitor is Arcturus?
Yeah, because I think his shtick is that he does these really weird, small, like factions in Warhammer 40k that people really don't know about. So if you see one that's like, that sounds, like, huh?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Damn, Crit.
Well, I think
detective work, man.
Heretic figured it out because Heretic said, "What do you think?" Because this guy uses almost like the same vernacular and arguments as Inquisitor does. I'm like, probably, because he's not talking. He won't open his mic.
Yeah, he don't open his mic.
That's the same account. Look at.
Has anybody ever heard it? Has anybody ever heard Inquisitor? Crit?
Yeah, he's Canadian. He's Canadian with like kind of like a weird. He tries to fake like a Boston accent, American box. He's so cringe, dude. This is like.
Good luck.
So look at his about me. I love sci-fi, or I like sci-fi, mainly Star Wars and Warhammer 40k. I like strategy and fighting games. My favorite music genre is metal, but I like other genres too. I'm also a technocrat librarian.
It says libertarian, which makes no sense. There's no such thing as a technocrat libertarian. That's just a dumb idea.
A libertarian who's all about massive top-down federal spending programs with zero civilian oversight or accountability.
Well, a technocracy is where like the scientists or whatever rule everything, right?
Yeah.
According to, whatever, science. Technocracy. So, where does that fit into libertarianism, which is just like nearly anarchy? Yeah, don't. It's stupid. Doesn't make any sense. It's a non sequitur. It's like being a fascist communist. It's not possible, buddy.
See here, this Quasam name. I guess that's a type of quake cannon that can be used by some sort of super heavy Imperial tank.
That's what happens when you watch too much movies and play too much video games. You start thinking the real world is like that.
Oh yeah, or start fantasizing that you would be better off if you were part of that world instead of the real world. Like his real life is so miserable, so awful, and really it's not. I mean, he's completely privileged. I mean, get out of here, dude. Like you live in a first world country. You get over yourself, okay?
Well, I'm thinking like I used to be that way, like when I was 9, like where you kind of like blur reality, and it's like stunted maturity of the Western world, at least men in the Western world. Yeah, women too. Yeah, let's just throw them in there because they have. It's like a stunted, just maturity. Maybe it's because they don't go outside as much, or they're not as in like actual physical danger as much. Like I don't know what it is, but it's like
arrested development.
Yes, arrested development, man. Completely arrested. Like people are becoming adults until they're like in their like mid-30s now, until they actually think like an adult. Fancy, man.
That was the plan all along.
Look at the cosplay shit, right? It used to be like just only a bunch of freaks did that, right? Now it's like an industry of arrested development. Man, I see grown men, dude. Like, listen, yeah, maybe if you're a great skateboarder or something. So there's a skate park near my house, a nice one, right? It's all concrete, whatever. Cost like $1.3 million or something. Anyway, I see like grown adults, like 30, 40-year-old men over there. Like, yo, man, you're riding around on a skateboard. You're a grown man. Shouldn't you be like bringing your kid over there on his skateboard? Like, why are you on the skateboard? Yeah, it's very freaking odd, man. Bunch of adult children running around.
They used to call it midlife crisis. Now it's just normal.
Now it's just crisis.
Midlife crisis. You start doing the things you should have done when you were younger, or I don't know.
They're not even they're never even getting out of it. They're never leaving.
Infantilization of a nation. Right? That's what they're doing. Infantilization of a nation, man. A bunch of big babies. Kids don't want to leave home. They think parents are supposed to take care of them for their entire lives. They say stupid stuff like, I didn't ask to be here. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's the one that thanks for mentioning that. That was one of the things this dude said to me on another server, was like, about why he thought euthanasia or something, medical practices or whatever, where people should be allowed to decide if they can die and when they want to die. Because he didn't, like, that was his shtick, is, I never asked to be here.
What kind of stupidity is that, man?
I was like, how do you even dissect that? Like, okay, so you didn't ask, you didn't consent, so you
how could you ask? You didn't have a conscious mind to ask before you existed to be conscious. It's stupid.
I don't think any of us did, right?
Yeah, we weren't around to ask. And who would we ask in the first place? I didn't ask to be here. Yeah, so I got to freaking, carry you around like a baby? No, I don't think so.
Infantilization nation is easy to pitch a story. It's easy to get them to believe things. Believe in Santa Claus, believe in our snow globe. As long as you keep them as children and treat them as children, because apparently that's the way they want to be treated, some way or another. It's easy to manipulate them. It's easy to keep them in the system.
Man.
Well, I think it all hinges on the irreligiousness of Western secular society, that it's gone off the rails completely.
I would agree. I don't think it's one thing. I think it's, a whole system that is being broken down, right? And trying to replace it with a completely new system. So, yeah, I definitely agree that, they've taken the divinity portion out of it.
Well, it's like a hierarchy, right? Like, you gotta have, like, how do you have a life? How do you find meaning in your life, right? You gotta have some goal, right? Some, like, okay, this is like, what is the pinnacle of human achievement? What is a goal that would give me meaning in my life if I achieved it? And if you think that your existence is just a random happenstance, it doesn't mean anything, then you can't find meaning of your life. There's no foundation from which to build meaning from, right? So of course you're gonna. It's just a natural consequence that if you think that all human endeavors are fundamentally meaningless, then of course you're gonna have an attitude like, well, I didn't ask to be here, right? And that, you can act like a child because everything is hand to mouth, instant gratification. I shouldn't have to struggle to do anything because in the end, there's no point in struggling because whatever I struggle for, I'm just struggling for some meaningless thing, right? It's like this whole, it's like a philosophy almost. It's a philosophy without a foundation. And of course, it can't hold itself up, right? It's like you keep trying to build something, and it just keeps sinking and sinking and sinking, but you just keep building and building and building.
Yeah, life without meaning, like you said, right? And that's why I guess the level of childhood depression is at its greatest height ever, right? How could a kid be depressed? That boggles my mind. I grew up in harsh situations, and I had some bad times, but I don't think I was ever depressed. Kids get sad sometimes, but we live in a society now where kids are depressed. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, just some weird shit going on, man. There's a lot of problems all over the place with all so many different parts of society. From health to, the interactions between men and women to, families to it's like all over the place. It's like it's like combined arms warfare. That's really what it is, right? So combined arms warfare is like you get your tanks with your infantry, with your artillery, with your airplanes, with your missiles, and you smash the enemy from 30 different ways at the same time, so they can't fight back, right? It's a complete, overwhelming force onslaught. And I feel like society's going through the same thing. There's attacks from so many vectors that it's like we can't figure out which one we need to stop. Okay, let's fix this. But if you focus on that, then the other, got 6 missiles coming from the other direction.
All to keep you away from the truth.
Yeah,
all
because
to keep you in control. Yep.
Exactly, man. You're too busy playing whack-a-mole to think about what's really going on. Hey, what's really going on? You don't have time to reflect because you're just reacting to everything all the time. And that's the idiot, the little idiot devices that we all have. We're on one right now, right? People wonder, people in the past, how they were so productive and how they wrote so much. People writing, I wrote 30 novels in my lifetime or 200 novels, because they had time. They weren't occupied by entertainment devices.
Preoccupied.
Yeah. I mean, they went to bed when the sun went. They waited when the sun went down and did productive activities until the sun came up, right? And then they did manual labor to keep themselves alive, right? Some sort of subsistence living. And then when the sun went down, they started all over again, right? So it's the actual sleep pattern people used to have was they'd go to sleep when it got dark, but they'd wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, stay awake and do some work for 3 hours. Or not 3 in the morning, maybe 2 in the morning. But there would be a time that people would wake up in the middle of the night and work by candlelight or lantern or whatever, and write or do whatever. Do something. And then they'd go back to sleep and they'd wake up in the morning, right when the sun came up. People lived on totally different time scale, not time scales. That's the wrong word. Time segments than we do. In America, we just we wake up in the morning, stay up all day, then we go to bed at freaking in the morning, basically. At least I do. I wake up in the morning and go to bed in the morning, but it's the next morning.
It's amazing, right? A lot of your grandparents didn't get out of the 6th grade, but somehow they're some of the smartest people that and not just, what do they call that? What's this? Just what do they call that stuff that people are supposed to know?
Street smarts?
No, not street smarts. Just regular stuff that's common knowledge or some. I can't think of the term.
Yeah.
But they knew words, they knew culture, they knew so many things, and they didn't go to school a whole lot. They didn't, spend time getting a high level education. It's just like India said, they would get up early in the morning. They had time to read. They would read things. They would, explore things. They would expand their horizons. They had time to reflect on things. They built things. They, cleaned up. Your house was never a mess, but things have changed so much. And I guess people call it progress, But I see a regress in humanity and the way that we operate as people on a higher level. Our vibrations are off. We're not in harmony with the universe. And it has to do with divinity, spirituality, your health, and so many other factors. And it's all, like I said, to keep you away from the truth, to keep you away from knowing your true power, to keep you away from knowing your true individuality, to keep you away from the Creator. To keep you locked up. Tell you everything we found everything already, you guys. No need for you to explore, no need for you to dig up anything. We found everything. Go back to what you're doing. And it's crazy. And they do all of this just to keep you in control and keep you away from the truth.
Well, I will say this. We take in a lot more information comparatively than they did in the past. But we don't have time. It's a different type of information, right? It's not intellectual. It's not, human concepts. It's sensory. So we're bombarded by flashing images and all this stuff. And people. Okay, so people scroll through TikTok, right? They're taking in tons and tons and tons and tons of information without any opportunity to process or even think about what they saw, right? So it's just uncontextualized, just data dump into your freaking cerebellum, right? It's just, think of Johnny Mnemonic, right? When he freaking uploads into his freaking head. And they're write down on this. That's what we're getting. We're just getting data dumps of information into our freaking brains with no opportunity to process it or make sense out of it. And the end result is that the world don't make sense anymore.
The level of subliminal technology, I could imagine if they're putting the world as a globe on everything, and we just can't detect it anymore because of the subliminal messaging. They're on this digital subliminal messaging, and people act like that went away. Okay, well, we changed from analog to digital, so we're not doing subliminal messages any longer. No, they're still using subliminal messages. It's just we can't pick it up because of technology now. So I would not be surprised if they're putting in subliminal messages and all of this shit that we're watching, telling us that the Earth is a globe. And, you have to have a strong mind to understand this sort of stuff and to break that down. So
it is subliminal, I think. Even so, when they put a globe behind the news anchor's head, right, when he gives the broadcast, even though it's out in the open, it's sitting there, that is still subliminal messaging. Because the thing about subliminal messaging is how it interacts. So we see things that are, how do I put this? So things that are, we pick out things that are unusual, but the mundane things of we just we just go through the motions, right? It just goes in and we don't pay attention to it. And Andy was talking about this, is that when we do things that are outside of the patterns of normal life, we remember those more distinctly because they stick out. So, thing is, we've been so saturated with the globe idea, even if it's overt and out in the open, because so many people just think, oh yeah, Earth's a globe, everybody knows that. It's not even subliminal anymore if it's right in front of their face. They don't even notice it. It's just a part of the backdrop. They don't even know, the point is they don't even know what's going on. So they can still do subliminal messaging, but it doesn't have to be one frame of popcorn inserted in 24 frames. Now they could just leave it hanging out. And that the fact that it's part of the environment, people don't even notice that because they've been desensitized to the imagery.
Subconscious mind.
Yeah, if you walk around all day, right, and say it happened today. All of a sudden, on all the billboards and TV screens or whatever, there was the Rodney King beating, right? With Rodney King, everybody would be shocked. But if they did it slowly, right? Slowly over a period of time, right? Where you would only see a flash of it here and there, or there'd be first they would couch it and contextualize it into making it seem oh, we're showing this to you in the normal course of events. It's no big deal. And then slowly you ramp that up over time so that you can show it constantly. You desensitize the person so that now it's not a a one-off event that needs to be paid attention to. Now it's just part of the background noise, and it's just always there. And they reversed it, right? So the only thing that you would notice is if it was missing, right? If it's not there.
Hey, kind of like they did with the alphabet agenda, and now it's everywhere. It's even that they're trying to get it in sports and everything. And it's kind of subconscious, and people kind of accept it as a normality now when it wasn't accepted as a normality, nor was it so widely adopted. But now it's in every television show, every movie. It's getting into sporting events, and they have regular things for it. So it's kind of like sort of like that, how it just creeps into normality.
Yeah, exactly. And someone in YouTube in the live chat actually said this, is that it started with, kind of blew my mind, to be honest, because I think it might be true. He said it started with people joking, making gay jokes, and joking about people being gay. That's how the desensitization started. Is because there was a point in time where even talking about homosexuality was like that wasn't like a polite conversation. Let's put it that way. You know what I mean? It was disgusting. It would be like openly talking about things that Jeffrey Epstein did, right? People would be revolted by the conversation. They wouldn't even want to be part of it. You couldn't joke about it. It wasn't like a joking thing. It was like something, it was an abomination. And slowly over time, the jokes happened, and the trans jokes, the gender bending jokes, like all of these, they went from comedy to now there's people, it's everywhere, right? Now there's people sitting in the White House because they decided that they were going to take a non-normal stance on human sexuality. Now suddenly they're qualified to run large portions of the federal government. I don't know how that worked exactly.
In my opinion, it's all part of the depopulation. It's all part of a larger agenda. All of these things are just aspects of the larger agenda. And, we're like investigators and puzzle peacemakers, and we're trying to put it all together, and the finding out that the secret of the flat earth, that was like one of the biggest pieces. And it was like, wow, if they could lie to us about that, we really got to check out everything and start breaking it down. So, yeah, maybe it started as jokes. I wouldn't disagree, but like you said earlier, they probably came at you from a bunch of different angles with everything.
The 40s, like when I say started as jokes, like this has been a slow crawl, right? So it's like, you think like in the 1920s they were telling gay jokes, or the 30s, or the 40s?
One of the first things I can remember is Bewitched, right? And I remember growing up in a culture where, in order to have any progress in business, you needed to be married. In order to get elected to vice president of some sort of office, you needed to have a spouse. They were not elected any bachelors or any single people, any single males, and women were not even, thought of in that light at this time. You had to be married, period. So there was always a thing against it, right? There was always this context, like, if you're not married with kids, then we really can't trust you. You know what I'm saying? It was that sort of thing. So it's not like this stuff hasn't been an issue. There's always been red light districts, but that's what this shit should be. It should not be a normality as part of the normal socialization and all of this other stuff that we do.
Dude, do you remember there was a time when, remember when they were like running around videotaping Johns? And like...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Oklahoma.
I remember the show Pimps Up, Hoes Down on HBO.
Yeah. Yeah, like, think of how far we've come. Now we're going to have like OnlyFans hoes with like thousands of simps. Like, what the fuck?
Man, oh man, it's like, do you know what your daughters are doing? Guys, come on, man.
That's part of the marriage, right? So because it was the wives that didn't want the prostitutes. right? And that's understandable. What did you say?
I just said they have no fathers. That's why they're doing that.
Well, no, like they used to videotape. So there would be like red light districts, right? And cars would pull up with dudes trying to pick up hookers. So they started videotaping the red light districts.
You mean like the bang bus? You mean like the bang bus and stuff like that?
No, not like bang bus, bro.
Real life.
Oh,
dude, this isn't like one of your fetishes, man. This isn't like what you're searching for on Pornhub, man. This is like real life stuff. Listen, it was housewives videotaping, and then they would like figure out, like they get the license plate, and then they would out the people publicly to humiliate them that they are picking up prostitutes, right? And the idea was like the cops aren't stopping prostitution. We need to stop. We can't stop the women from doing it because they're desperate for money. We're going to try to stop the men, right? Because a lot of it's married men that are doing it, and we're going to destroy their reputation because that's how women operate, right? The social shaming. So that's what they would do. It's just very funny that how things, now that there's less wives in happy marriages, right? So now we got more single people, that all that has flipped. So women's interests have changed. That's kind of like what I'm trying to highlight, is that at one point, the majority of women's interests were to keep their husbands faithful in the marriage, and all that has changed, right? To now women's interests are strong, independent, you know, the whole shtick, right? I'm not even going to get into that part. And now the other women fight for the women to just like sleep around, have abortions, like do all this like sexually promiscuous things. Whereas before that, women were the other way, 180 degrees from where it is now.
Agreed.
And it was the women, it wasn't the men, it was the women that didn't like this stuff. I don't know what happened to that.
There was this guy on YouTube, I can't remember what he named it. It's something, you know, the camera vigilante or something like that. And he would do that. He'd set up, you know, like a tripod where a bunch of prostitutes were, and then, you know, like follow them if they left to see where they would go, and like run up on the car and like videotape them. And then at some point, he's like, you know, decided to do more of that social engineering and start interviewing the prostitutes. You know, why do you do this? How come you're not getting out? And some of the prostitutes basically said that the services aren't there to help you get out. They're kind of there to keep you. And then some of them described like paying tax. They get taxed, and they pay the police officers get freebies like every so often. And then all of a sudden, bang, his channel's gone.
It's still.
Let's just keep it 1,000. It's the money.
It would still happen. It would still happen, but the problem is that now with OnlyFans, right? Men can, without knowing who they are, right? They're doing that, and you can't really shame them because you don't know who they are.
Yeah, someone hacked into Ashley Madison and tried to shame all the dudes that were in that.
Yeah,
you know what that is?
Yeah.
It didn't work.
No, because you can't.
Nobody cared, man.
Yeah, it turned into like a bro fist. It's like, oh, dude, I saw you were on Ashley too.
Yeah, exactly. If you weren't on there, now you're lame.
I thought most of the men would come in anonymously.
Well, no, because you need to give like credit card information, right? Basically legal prostitution, but they have to charge you somehow.
That's like the whole thing with Elliot Spitzer, and you know where it became like I don't know, like, yeah, not shameful anymore. Like degeneracy on display for everyone to see was just like, yeah, whatever. Who cares what, you know, I do in the privacy of my own home? It goes because it's a smoke, dude.
It goes back to Clinton, man. Clinton got away with that shit. And at the time,
with it, right?
Well, say that again. Sorry, I was talking.
No, I was just saying that Spitzer and Wiener did not get away with their sort of. They paid the price for it. They lost their office, and and they can't run for office. And I think somebody even went to jail. I think Spitzer went to jail.
The Wiener went to jail because he was talking to underage girls too at the same time, with like another device, and he got caught up in a police sting. I don't know, Elliot Spitzer. I don't know if there's any trouble with that. Like,
he was client number 9.
Yeah. There was a David Letterman when like all his degeneracy came out. He just walked up on stage and I enjoy screwing women, and everyone he's got a standing ovation.
And these guys claim to go to church and married, and to get caught out there with this sort of job.
I mean, there's a lot of money to be made in OnlyFans, so I mean, it makes sense that they wouldn't shame it anymore. And I don't know if that you would call that prostitution.
There was a time when people had dignity, right? That's what that's called. That's called dignity, right? Yeah. What you do for your pleasure should be done for you in your own privacy with whomever you're doing it with. When you put it out for public consumption, then it changes things, right? So, that's my opinion on that. We can just do anything for the bag now. It don't even fucking matter. Everybody, just get the bag. Well, where's your dignity? Where's your honor?
The proof is in the pudding because neither men nor women are happy with the current situation. So it's just like it ain't like women aren't getting the relationships and the marriages that they want, and men ain't getting mothers, right? Women ain't getting husbands, and men ain't getting wives. Pretty simple.
Yeah,
and
but here's the thing.
And the people that do get married are like, just like, forget it, man. Your marriage is done. Like, it's almost, you can almost, the odds, I don't know what the odds are, but I bet the odds of making it to a 30-year point in your marriage is so fucking low. It's probably like 0.0005 or something. It's low. To get a 30-year marriage, when I was like a little kid, divorces were starting to accelerate, but there still was a significant number of people that were married their entire lives and had one sex partner their entire lives.
I'm at 29 years with mine.
Yeah, things have changed, right? So you're not getting married. So that means that when you get old, ain't nobody going to be there to take care of you. That's what that means. That means that you're going to have to continually date, right? That's what that means, right?
Hey, your kids, right? We were just talking about that. You'll still be taking care of your kids.
It's crazy.
I think women lose big time. I mean, men can push it back, right? But I don't know, man. Like, I only see this going one way. Because I see plenty of my neighbor was like 50 years old when he had his first child, right? And so it's like, and his wife is like 35. So I'm like, I don't know, man.
Well, okay, so I was thinking about this, is that men will date down and men will pretty much date or mate with pretty much anything that's available.
Exactly.
But, here's the caveat. They're not willing to lose all their shit to anything. You know what I mean? To take that risk. So, you have a pool of women. Where am I going to place my bet on, losing all my shit to? Well, you better be a pretty high quality goddamn woman if I'm going to risk that. Like, that's different than I'm going to just sleep with her. But to marry her, that's a whole nother thing, because now I'm risking a lot more than just, catching Gonorrhea disease or possibly getting them pregnant, right? Now you're, risking pay her for her lifestyle and for her new boyfriend to live in your house and bang your wife. You know, like the risk is enormously greater from marriage for a guy.
Yeah, if you get married in America, for sure.
Yeah, so like men would still commit to relationships, but they're not going to commit to marriage in the current state of affairs of divorce laws. It's just only really blue pill people that aren't paying attention, or that, and like, yeah, like you're going to get, like, those people will, the people that are going to get married, they're sorry to say this, man, but those are going to be people that are low IQ or low social IQ and don't really know what's going on, and they're going to get married and they're going to end up getting divorced because they obviously don't have the skills or the intellectual capacity to realize the consequences of their actions and how big of a risk they're taking. And if you're that skillless, you know who's going to be happily married? It's going to be the ugly people, right? The 5 that meets the 3, right? She ain't going to divorce him because she knows she's never going to get anybody else. And, men are just usually traditionally, go down with the ship, so to speak, right? So my recommendation is look for the ugliest freaking chick you can find that can cook.
Not just that, make sure you like her. You know what I mean? Then you'll be good. Yeah.
Well, almost all, like, chicks that aren't good looking usually have great personalities because they have to. That's all they got going for them.
Yep. It's like that song, if you want to be happy for the rest of your life, don't make a pretty woman your wife.
I would just like to say that I heavily disagree with you, Indio, because I think when it comes to, like, really ugly chicks, it can go one of 2 ways. Like, they're either really, really nice people, or they're really bitter because they've got a looking best friend.
I didn't say bad and ugly. I just said ugly. Because when they're bitter when they're bad and ugly.
Yeah, but that goes both ways. You can have a pretty chick that's bitter, and you can have a pretty chick that's nice. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's man. People who are pretty, right? Yeah, they're usually really shallow. I'm not saying all of them are, but I realize when I was younger, when I get older, like that when I get old, I'm not going to be as pretty as I was when I was younger. So I just didn't care about pretty. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's just me. But yeah,
people think that there's not going to be issues in long-term relationships, right? There's going to be issues if you have a long-term relationship, right? And so marriage is about being able to compromise and take the bumps and bruises, right? This is why you married for life, and it was done under the eyes of the Lord and all of these other things, right? And I understand the legal contract part because that's the part that gets played out so much these days because nobody commits any longer, right? Everybody thinks it's all going to be roses and champagne for the rest of their life, and it's not. Right? And so when you do get divorced or you do decide to leave that relationship, the next relationship doesn't get much better than the one that you had. You just decide to deal with some new bullshit. That's all it is. And people can't seem to get that. And so when you get to be 60 and something goes wrong with you, who's taking care of you? See, and that's the whole good thing about going through the bumps and the bruises. That's the whole thing about knowing the person that you're with already. You don't have to get to know another person. And so there are some benefits I'm a proponent of it. I mean, other people have their different opinions and everything like that.
Listen, I think, listen, I agree with you 100% on everything you just said, 100%. I'm just saying, for a young person, they don't have that level of forethought. Sorry, they just don't.
Wait. Your spouse is not the person that's going to take care of you when you get old. It's usually going to be your kids.
Yeah, look around, man.
I'm just saying that's not.
No, I'm serious. Look around. Walk around and look for some old people. And who's dragging grandma up the street, or who's dragging grandpa up the street? It ain't their kids. They're dragging each other.
They have went off to have successful lives, live in Hawaii, and only going to come back when you can no longer move.
No, this is like this is like Americans, dude. Hispanics aren't like that. Like we take care of our elderly. Like,
you're Hispanic, then yeah, you got no problem.
I wouldn't disagree that you guys have different cultural values.
You got 32 people living in one house.
Americans just throw their fucking elderly parents in fucking nursing homes. That's all they do. See it all the time.
Yeah, someone's. Yeah, we're like that too. We're when you get married, the question is: so are we taking care of my parents or your parents? You know what I mean? It's all been decided. You know, exactly.
And America that's what they got us doing, putting them in nursing homes. It's a business here, but the rest of the cultures that hold on to the familiar values keep holding on to it because they're going to affect you with nursing homes as well.
I would never put my mom and my father in a nursing home. That's fucking crazy to me. Like,
yeah, just like I would never put my kids in the system. You know, like why would you put your parents?
Exactly.
You know, they raised your. You know, when you were a helpless little baby crying and new to the world, man. They say when you get old, you know, it's like being a baby all over again. Somebody has to wipe your ass and feed you.
I just told my dad, I told him, dude, lose some weight because when you get old and I gotta change your diapers, I don't want to be changing some big fat guy's diapers.
My grandfather, man, he had Alzheimer's, man. He had to wear a diaper, and I had to help my grandma get him in the shower. Damn, that's a mission. You know,
my grandmother died in my hands. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, but that's good. I mean, say goodbye, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's sad, but you know, I was there. The whole family was there. It's just a different mindset. I think, like a different culture, different mindset.
I think they've achieved what they set out to achieve, which is to manipulate behavior. You know, why everyone's so crazy nowadays, you know, don't know what to do with their lives. Who to marry. What risks to take, right?
What is next to a ball?
Yeah. Poker, if you don't take risks, you're going to blind out. Yep. You're just bleeding slowly. Yeah.
I think they're just trying to divide families. They're trying to worsen the community like it used to be. Like the community, everyone would be talking to each other, and it's like I still try to talk to my neighbors, but I don't think it's the same as it used to be.
Yep.
There's definitely a huge divide with the family and the community for sure.
You can't build anything. You can't build a good legacy without your family. You can't build wealth without your family. And as long as they don't tell people these things, people are going to continue to think, oh, well, it's okay to separate. You know, this is what they pitch over here on this side, right? To go off and, you know, but because of conditions that they've created, you know, people are staying home longer, and the family unit is different. But you have children with single parents. You have children, grown adult children at home now with adult parents. 15, 20 years ago, those children would have been out of home when they left college. You know, now because of financial conditions and other things that's going on, you know, I heard someone else say delayed development or arrested development or something earlier. You know, so things are going on. Like I said, I don't know if they're good. I don't think they are, in my opinion. But, you know, this is not my generation. You guys got to figure this shit out. But, you know, if we can get enough people to wake up and realize that they've been lied to about some major things, you know, that'll get the unintended ball rolling.
Well, here's the thing, right? it's been like switching and swapping like throughout the years. So it used to be that you would raise your family, you'd have kids, and they'd live and they'd take care of the farm or whatever business you had, right? And they would still live, and then they'd get married off eventually, right? But then now they would throw the kids out of the house soon enough to go find a job and whatever, right? And then now it's coming back to like kids are growing up and as adults staying with the family again. So I don't know. It's like it's switching back and forth.
It's important for these children to be as independent as fast as possible because it's a cold world and, nobody's going to be able to hold your hand through it. So I'm a proponent of having your children leave home when go do something and live life and take the chances and get bruised up. Parents, I'll be here for you, but you need to get the hell up out of here and go do something and try to create something in this world.
I mean, rich people don't really do it that way.
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree with the idea that you got to leave as soon as you finish high school.
I feel like that's a poor man's mindset. I'm sorry to say it. I disagree.
I think it's brainwashing. I think it's separating the family. It's the system, it's the economy, it's the working. It's the slave factory. Like you put them to school and then you leave home and go work and good luck. In my culture, we stay together forever. I know, right? Like uncle's house is next to your house, which is next to grandpa's house, next to auntie's house, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. That's the sum. That's my culture. So, this whole idea of people having to leave home, 18 years old doesn't know shit, doesn't even know how to be a man, doesn't know how to talk. But he's expected to go out there and do stuff. We're not taught about money, we're not taught about any of that stuff. But, this is, you got to get out of the house. You know what I mean? I think it's bad for the family.
Yeah, that's where we disagree, right? And I understand what you said. I think it's, creating a baby. I don't think an 18-year-old is a child. I think an 18-year-old is an adult. They got conscious thought. They know what they're doing. Granted, their brains aren't fully formed. Granted, they're not fully filled out. We accept these things. But you're going to tell me that they're still a baby, that they need to be taken care of, that they shouldn't go explore the world, that they shouldn't go out there and take their chances in this world and see what it's about. Like you said, the family's there. Family's not going to go nowhere. The family's not going to reject you if you don't make it. The family's going to be there with open arms, supporting you, right? Nobody's saying disconnect from the family. Saying go out there and see what you can accomplish on your own. It's a difference.
Yeah, I mean, the rich people, right? Nowadays, rich people, they don't throw out their kids, right? Usually they just inherit the family wealth or they'll inherit the family company or whatever it is that they do. And then, they'll continue the legacy, right? That's usually how it works. It used to be that, you would raise your kids, right, in a farm or whatever. And by the time they were 15, they'd be working in the farm, right? They would be independent working in the farm, right? But they were still with the community, right? They were still with the family. And this would stay until maybe they got married and then they would either move the wife into the home or they would build a new home close by, like he said. And it would just continue on like that, right? And rich people still do that to this day.
What rich people do, the rich people I know send their kids to boarding school, right? And as soon as their kids go to college, they buy their kids an apartment, right? They pay for that apartment. Their kids come home for the summer, right? Their kids usually go away to somebody's lake house with their friends for the summer, okay? Then the kids go back to school. The apartment get paid for again. Then the kid get the job and they go out there in the world and they never come back home. So I'm not sure which rich people but the rich people in New York City may operate a little bit differently than the rest of the world.
Yeah, let me jump in real quick. 1 second. We got somebody new in the chat. We got Bailey that's just joined our chat. So I'm just going to check to see if Bailey's there. Bailey, I've just unmuted you. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, if you're there. Bailey?
Hi.
Hello.
Morning.
So what brings you by the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Bailey?
Just listening in.
Okay. And, we'd like for people to introduce themselves into our platform and say, what brought you here? Did you click a link from somewhere and you joined? And also, what is
your position on the topic of the shape of the Earth. So those two questions.
I actually can't remember how I found it. And yeah, I think the world's flat. So yeah.
Oh, is that where you're coming from? Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any questions you have for this forum? For anything that you might be researching, and like, how did you come about that? Like, it's not very common. That's why I'm saying.
Yeah. I guess my parents have always like believed in flat Earth and like I follow the Bible. So.
Okay, and they taught you that. Are your parents old, or are they kind of young, or like I don't want to assume anything.
Like in the 40s.
Okay, so yeah, about my age. So yeah, that's definitely around the time where. So they saw this, flat Earth discussions happening on the internet and such, and what made you? What did they? Are they a part of the server? And you clicked the link, or like how does? Because it sounds like maybe they were talking about it and they made you interested somehow, and now you're here.
I'm not sure. I don't think they are. I don't actually know.
They don't know you joined the server?
No.
Okay. Well, do you want to know, like, what reasoning behind maybe just your parents knowing that the Earth is flat? But how did you come about it? Like, obviously, did they teach you, or?
Yeah, and I've done like some research on my own as well.
Okay. Well, for you, what would be the strongest evidence that the Earth is indeed flat and stationary?
Basically, I don't trust anything the government says, so like always opposite to what they say.
Yeah, fair point. But when we research the flat Earth, we also discover that the Earth isn't what they told us, right? Not just that the governments are saying of the world are saying this, but against what we're saying, but also we can discover for ourselves that by way of looking upon the Earth and also examining if the Earth is indeed flat, like we observe it. We can test that. So that's the most important part. It's not just a distrust for what governments are saying, but it's also investigating for ourselves whether or not it is per the claim, right, of how big the Earth is. So that's the most important reason why anyone should be investigating into this, is that we don't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, and it measures flat too. Not just that it's not a globe, but it also doesn't measure any curvature.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. If you have any questions or something, welcome to the server, and welcome to the group.
All right, thank you.
She sounds very similar to that other chick that was here the other day. I forget her name though. It was like okayer.
How's it going, everyone?
Yeah, good, man. How you keeping? And good afternoon, good morning, or good evening to everybody else. Hope everyone's well.
What's up, Jedi?
Bong, Sal. How you doing, man? You good? Like I told you the other day, I'm just happy you're back in the server, bruv. So yeah, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're keeping well.
Same, bro. Yeah.
See, Mayhem's in the house. Max is in the house. Lots of people this afternoon, or this morning, or this evening, whatever I said. Sister,
I got something for it.
What's that?
Okay,
no,
so news story of today. A couple months ago, they talked about Japanese testing different types of wood to see which wood would work in space. So now, today, they said sustainable satellites made of wood could be the answer to space junk. And then I post this like gif of Obi-Wan Kenobi being, that's not how this works. And then on this other server, the one guy said, I think it would just fall apart. And the guy said it probably would. like W-O-U-L-D. And then, yeah, it definitely would. I wonder what it would do if the wood would end up in space. Like it's like a whole conversation started about like a wordplay on the word wood and wood. What type of wood would you use for space wood, which is junk?
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
In space, yeah.
In space.
And would it work as a satellite after he chucked the wood, if he would it?
Probably have to come up with some kind of space Viagra for that type of male issue in space. Because, they're going to want to repopulate eventually, and they're not going to be able to do that if man isn't going to be able to stand in an erection. So, space Viagra next.
Do you guys happen to know that there is a planetary society led by Bill Nye who was taking it over from Carl Sagan? Do you guys know this?
No, that's epic too.
Yep, there's some commercial that popped up on TikTok when I was scrolling through some videos, and it shows Bill Nye being an advocate, CEO for the Planetary Society.
I don't know what that is. Can you explain further, Mayhem?
Yeah, the Planetary Society. That's for people everywhere on the Earth that want to be a part of this. It's not the way he was exclaiming it in the commercial that it popped up on my feed. I was like, no kidding. It's about people who are. It's just not for experts. People in the field of like space and such. But for everyone. So, like, let's say you think that the Earth is a globe, and you really like all the idea of like galaxies and planets and stuff, and you join this club, and it's like basically like if you were to join like a fucking Hogwarts like society or something, like it's all about the lore. So yeah, Bill Nye is like the CEO of this company, the Planetary Society, and they're recruiting members too. So anybody can join. They give you like little membership cards and everything to be proud of. It's crazy. But I would say there's a whole bunch of videos that are on YouTube. Just type in Planetary Society. You'll find out. It doesn't do it justice the way I'm saying it. You'd have to see the commercial.
It's like joining the Mickey Mouse Club.
I don't have TikTok. I've never actually seen TikTok. I'm way behind the times.
Well, it's everywhere. So just go to YouTube. The video itself is on, I think, on every media platform. So you can just go to your favorite media platform and type in Planetary Society and find the commercial there.
Yeah, cool. I'll have a look. Have you ever actually been into one of those planetariums? I think that's what they called, where you sit there in the dome over the top and everything moves around you.
Yeah, man, I've been in one of those long time ago, but yeah.
It's crazy. Truth in plain sight, huh?
Well, yeah, the nice flat floor that everybody is sitting on and everybody is looking up and seeing the night sky kind of resembles everybody being on the earth, standing on the floor and looking up and seeing the night sky. It's interesting as well because there's no one underneath me pointing in a different direction. Everyone's just sitting, or even the chairs recline, don't they? So everybody's laying back and looking at the ceiling, and there are all the stars.
Yeah. Yep. I was listening today on YouTube Mayhem, and there seemed to be some crazy stuff going on. I don't know if it was all live or some of it was all replayed, but I had old mate in here this morning that was having a bit of a debate with QE, yeah?
That was Donald C. and QE from yesterday, yep.
Yep. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether it was recorded or not because I was on YouTube. I was sort of cutting in and out working.
Yeah, he came in like 3 times, and we had interactions with him differently. The first interaction was Indio, the second one was Heretic, and the third one was QE. But he's a right zealot, proper zealot, as they might say in the UK.
I found the video.
Yeah, you could play it if you want. Well, you know what? Does anybody have bot? Tell you what, put on the live stream voice text and I'll play it for everyone. How about that?
It's on there right now. I just posted it.
Oh, you just posted it? Okay. Well, actually, who's in here that can mess with the bot and play it on the bot? Anyone? I'm not at my workstation right now, is why. I was making a little brekkie. I'll play it in a little bit.
I'm just about to make a midnight snack.
I've already had lunch. Crazy how time zones work on this beautiful flat Earth.
Well, Bill Nye's about to get a lot richer. That's for sure.
See, I don't know if I could just go out there and talk shit and pretend to be someone that I'm not and carry on like this just for money. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, but you probably believe in God and you have morals. He definitely doesn't.
No.
He even reminds me of like a snake. Got like this long, lengthy body. Like it's just he just looks like a snake.
He doesn't look real healthy.
He's eating a lot of bugs, though. They want you to eat bugs.
Bro, I bet he hasn't eaten one bug in his life.
I've tried crickets.
I swallowed a mealworm once that was in a tequila bottle.
No, when we were on holidays, my son found a bag of crickets, and we'd never seen anything like that, so he bought them, and he made me eat one. But then I didn't realise at that stage that this is what they were pulling on us and that we're going to be eating them full time.
I mean, technically, you can survive on eating bugs. Like people do that in the jungle.
Yeah.
But I'd rather eat steak.
100%.
I think the fact is that the problem is that not that you're eating bugs, that they want to force you to fucking eat bugs. Which is crazy to me.
Yeah, they were actually just speaking about it recently in the Australian Parliament. We had one of our politicians going against it and speaking about what they're trying to implement over here, getting rid of all the long chain food supply, making it short chain, so you're only getting what's in your area. It was basically no meat at all and everything all bug-based. And he was whinging and saying that we're going to feed all our good food to the bugs and then we're going to eat the bugs instead of eating the good food.
Is that what they ate in the movie Snowpiercer?
Dunno, never seen it.
I thought, weren't they eating themselves? I don't remember. I know what movie you're talking about.
That's only when they got some meat.
It's like bugs don't really exist in the snow. Or am I thinking about a different movie?
They had the whole ecosystem set up on the train in different train cars, and they kept the people in the back that were, the poor people in the back of the train.
Right, I remember now. Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, I remember now what movie you're talking about.
I'm going to have to go watch it.
It was all right.
Yeah. You know, it's just a dystopic movie. You know, they made a television series out of it. I believe Chris Evans is in it. But it's not a blockbuster or anything like that. You know, it was just an interesting movie.
It's funny because the wealthy people weren't eating bugs. I'll tell you that.
They were not. They had farm systems and, you know, vegetation and livestock.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bill Nye is telling you to eat bugs, but he's probably not fucking eating bugs. I'll tell you that.
Well, they are doing things to encourage it, right? By raising the price of food. You know, I mean, I think beef was supposed to be going up to some incredible prices recently. And there's always some sort of bird flu going on.
Which is bullshit.
Eggs are like $10 a dozen or something crazy.
At Walmart, you can get 60 eggs for $7.
60 for $7?
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad though.
Walmart lost a lawsuit in New York. They can't come to New York, so.
I remember when they were pushing out that the swine flu. Supposedly, it was like a pig virus, and with birds too. I think. What happened with that? Like, it just disappeared. It didn't pick up enough traction, I guess.
Yeah, so. But there is something going on, right? Because now you got all this sustainable food, whatever that means, right? That's the new terminology.
Have you seen the video how they make the fake burger? I think it's called like the. Is it called the fake burger? I don't remember what it's called now. I could be wrong, but it's fucking disgusting.
Beyond burgers, man.
Or it's called real burger. Or is it called real? What the hell? I can't remember now.
Was that Australia? Australia just got their first In-N-Out burger, and the day they opened, they were lined up for kilometres around the block waiting for In-N-Out burger to open.
The Impossible Burger, yeah. Is that what you said?
Well, it's probably the same thing, different brand names. I'm not sure, but I think we all know what we're talking about here.
Did you try that In-N-Out? Hi, flying.
Oh, I had it when I was in the US, but no, I didn't line up for hours to get an In-N-Out burger. They all went crazy when they heard it was coming to Australia.
Yeah. It's called the Impossible Burger. It's crazy. Because the thing is, like, when you cook it, it actually bleeds and everything. It's like, and it's not meat. It's like some crazy shit. It looks just like a burger when you cook it. Like it even like, I don't know how they did it.
I never understood that shit. Why were they going to imitate something that is like beef? Why don't you just eat beef? Why do you have to imitate the shit? Just don't imitate it. Like, be something else. Why do you got to be like that?
It's because there's a huge movement against cows, man. Don't you know?
Beef causes global warming, they're telling you.
Yeah.
The dumbest shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, so it all comes back to flat Earth, man. Like, what is the Earth really? Is it like some rock floating around in space that's losing all its precious natural resources as a dying?
Hell no.
You know what I mean?
Freaking level,
bro. And here's the thing: when you even think about it even deeper, how much fucking CO2 did it take to even process that to make that meat, that fake meat? Probably more than what a cow, right? I don't know.
I don't know. Did they fix the ozone layer yet, man? I don't know, bro.
Yeah, what did happen with the ozone layer? Because when I was young, that's all they ever went on about was the ozone layer, and now all of a sudden it's gone quiet.
Right, it's okay to use your hairspray and your underarm as deodorant again. You're good.
I missed all that. You're a bit fuzzy.
Oh, I said it was okay to use your underarm deodorant and your hairspray again. You know, they fixed the ozone layer apparently.
Oh, yeah.
What was that guy that was doing the documentary? I forget his name now. The climate change documentary. Like, I think he did one like 10, 15 years ago.
Al Gore.
Al Gore. Yeah, he was saying some crazy shit back then, and none of that ever happened, which is crazy to me.
And if it ever does, like they never go back to the moon. Every few years they say they're going to send some man mission or whatever. They never go back. You know, they told you they were going to have flying cars and all this other jazz, bro. They just tell you stuff, string you along, then they'll tell you something else. Got to keep creating distractions so that you don't look for the truth, so that you don't see what's really going on.
Well, they're saying beachfront property, right? They were saying that there's going to be flooding and that the sea level was going to go up, right? Scaring people, lowering the prices of beachfront property, right? And then guess who's buying it? The fucking millionaires. It's crazy.
Yeah, which is the guy that talks about wealth, something Pena, like Don Pena or something, whatever his name is. Wasn't he going over this? He's like, do you think that people would make their investments in beachfront property if they knew that the sea levels were rising? Why would they invest in these things, like these wealthy investors buy this beachfront property at low cost? Can you imagine like the normies like leaving all that beachfront property, and the wealthy people, them knowing that if they make an investment, like you have to have their financial consultants. Like, why would the financial consultants be telling them that would be a great, wise investment if they knew that the sea levels were rising? It would be stupid, right? As a financial person to give somebody advice that way. Why would you advise somebody to buy beachfront property if they knew the sea levels were rising? That would be stupid investment, right? All around. But yet the rich and the wealthy are actually scooping this property up because the normies are letting it go due to the fact that they're listening to this propaganda. So the only ones buying this shit are the people that are like just the regular normal people, you know, that are getting lambasted by this propaganda. But the wealthy investors and the ones who are talking to the financial consultants are telling them to make the move to buy these properties. They're not concerned with sea levels rising in their investment that they're purchasing these condos and such. I mean, that's just the facts of reality. But,
same thing happens with immigrants when they come into the certain communities, right? They can lower the because of, you know, different lifestyle, whatever. They lower the price of the community, the properties, and then people just buy it up.
Property value.
I don't know, dude. It's fucking crazy when you start reading about that stuff. Like, there's so much shit going on with that.
There's a biblical scripture that says, "My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge," and I think about it like in the sense of just your common people, the ones who are, I hate to say, you know, education in this way, but like they don't know, they don't do research. They're just, you know, the TikTok brains and the Google people. You know, those guys, like, they don't look at life in a way they can discern anything. So then this actually spans across all cultures and languages. So anyone can be like that.
I totally agree with that. I would just add one thing, and that is there is an aspect of corruption. Corruption runs deep, you know, and it's a powerful thing.
Well, think about it, Max. You and I both know. Like, I came from a poor upbringings, right? But in like the barrio where I grew up, like the people were in welfare, and the only things that they knew is how to get drunk and get high. That's it. And staying in that state, you make stupid choices. You do dumb things. You get, but your crime is a part of your life. So having that, it's almost like a perpetual cycle. That kind of it's a breeding ground for children to grow up without fathers, and it's a breeding ground like crime, and that's.
I totally agree with that. I 100% agree with that statement that, those in worse financial conditions often find themselves going in these circular patterns and never coming out of them. But I would say easily that there's 25 to 35% of that community trying to move out and trying to move forward. And it's how it produces folk like you that has been able to, elevate themselves from those standards and not create the same sort of narrative for your next project, So.
Right. But it's sad because you see that happening, and we understand the wickedness of like the agendas that people don't have to use their own critical. It all stems. It's crazy, man. Because when you think about it, it stems back to like as far back as you can remember, of how everything is just like enabling you to be who you are. Like you don't work for anything anymore. Everything's just given to you. Now it's like entitled babies that inherit the earth. They're so entitled. They feel like everybody owes them something. Give, me. Like that's what it is. The youth of today, they're so fucking entitled, man. They think the world owes them something for everything.
That's the expansion of the state,
bro.
right?
I say like this.
That's the. Yeah,
even
go on. I'm sorry.
Even in flat Earth, bro, they do it when they come in here. Like, oh, you got to convince me that the Earth is flat. I'm like, motherfucker, why don't you get up off your ass and do some research? Like, what the fuck? Like, you come in here acting like I got to give you everything, spoon feed you, me. Like, I came into this shit when I did the research, bro. Like, I was looking up shit. I was like sleepless nights. All that shit happened because I wanted to know. But the same thing is for you. Like, we can talk about it. We're gonna tell you it's gonna go to a certain extent, and then you got to do the research and figure this shit out. Because like, it's like, oh, convince me. Let me sit back on my recliner. Minions come and tell me how the Earth is flat. Fuck you. Like that's the way it feels, bro. It's like these entitled fucking babies coming in from this generation coming up. They just want to be spoon-fed shit, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but then they want to argue with you anyway and not believe it.
Do you guys both cut out? What the hell?
Oh, yeah. I think we both spoke at the same time, and I was waiting.
I think we both were. I was just agreeing with what you're saying. I don't really have anything else to add.
I was just going to say they want to be spoon-fed, but then they want to disagree and argue all the points.
Yeah, that's irritating too. I mean, I guess it happens on all ages, but it's more prevalent in the youth because this day and age, you get all the information coming at you with alerts and pings and dings and all kinds of shit. Your phone is alerting you. Your watch is alerting you. The people who have the phones are alerting you. It's like fucking everywhere. You're getting this shit from every angle. Turn on the news. You turn on your internet. Like everything, it's all coming at you in waves, just constantly barraging you. So it's like they feel like, okay, flat Earth is. Tell me what is it all about. Let me just sit back and tell me the story. And it's like, fuck, dude. Like that's the way it is. The way it was in the past is you have to go to the library. You have to do the research. You have to fucking get your hands dirty and do some work. Nowadays it's like everything's spoon fed. You got all the information. It's at your fingertips. If you want to know something, Google it. Kind of shit.
Got all the information, then come in here unarmed about their own situation. You come in here with no knowledge about where your position is to begin with. It's how CBC bring your own globe. Yeah, it's sort of that sort of situation. You find yourself educating them about their beliefs so you can tell them how they're wrong about them. It's crazy.
It's the way they're brought up there, right? It's easy, convenient world. So you're not wrong for pointing it out, Mayhem. But it's how they've been programmed. Brought up in this generation where everything is just a button click away. So they come on, press Discord, and hopefully you're going to be the Flat Earth Google. So tell me, Flat Earth Google, how does this, that, and everything else work? It's going to sit here and take all this information on and choose to believe it whether I want to or not. Because I'm used to having things in front of me which don't mean anything anyway. Entertainment means nothing, right? It's just valueless content. So when they come here, they're used to looking and staring and listening to valueless content, but they don't realize the value in it. That's why their brains are not clicked in. And the brains are not programmed to be clicked in because you turn on your screen and you veg out for the rest of the day.
Which is, I think, the attitude of the people that come in here, Jedi. I think you're saying something that speaks to the guys that can be like, well, I'm here, but I don't really give a shit either way. I'm like, fuck you don't, bro. Why'd you click on this link in the first place? Because you want to know some shit. Like, obviously, we're saying something that's going to spark your interest. Otherwise, you wouldn't have clicked that link. But for you to click the link, for you to intentionally be here, you're curious. You want to know. Well, they sit here and they say the opposite. Well, I'm here, but I really don't give a shit either way. Man, fuck you, man. You do care. You click the link. You're the one that wants to know. You're here for a reason. You're not just here just randomly. Oh, I tripped and I stumbled and I fell on the Flat Earth, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What the fuck, bro?
That one. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, random Discord username. What brings you here today? Well, I don't know. Just thought I'd pop in and listen. To what? It's a Flat Earth Discord server. There's only one thing we're really going to be talking about, Ryan. So you want to listen to that? Yeah? You want us to tell you how the... yeah, you sit back and listen, get your Cheetos out.
Yeah, that's
I
crazy.
don't even know why I'm here. That's another one. I don't know why I'm here. My friend sent me. Really, you do everything your friends tell you, do you? Just turn up at random Discord servers and don't know why you're there.
And the most common one is, well, I'm only here to listen to what you guys have to say. And I'm like, well, Jedi, how's your day? It's fine. Okay, my day's fine too. Like, we're not talking about something unless you are invited to the conversation to talk about what you are curious about. That's why you are here, so we can talk to you. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Well,
like,
maybe
I don't need to realize that, but like, that's the place where we're at right now. Trying to.
This guy, Cap9DR or DR9, he says he's here because it's funny to him.
Well, let's find out.
I think you give too much credit to humanity, Mayhem. You know, a lot of people have their agendas when they come in here. Maybe they don't all want to learn. You know what I mean?
Perhaps, but they clicked the link either way. So, Cap, you're unmuted. Welcome to the server. You think this is a kind of fun game for you? Entertainment, even? Go ahead and speak up, man. You're unmuted. You're locally muted, meaning you're muted on your end.
Is it mandatory to talk in this VC? Getting yelled out isn't fun. Yes, I hate speaking. There you go.
Yes. Oh, is he typing that? Hang on, let me get to my workstation. Let me get to my good mic.
What? No. Hey, Cap, how are you?
Okay. Yes, this is entertainment for me.
It's entertainment for you. Awesome stuff. Well, welcome to our server, my friend. What brings you in today? More entertainment, yeah?
Yes, obviously, I'm pretty bored. Like, I can do homework, but integrals are boring. Not boring, just annoying.
I'll tell you what are your thoughts on the topic of the Earth being flat and stationary, opposed to the heliocentric idea we're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? What say you?
Well, I'm a physics undergraduate, so yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So sorry, Mayhem. Interesting that you answered with "I'm a physics undergraduate" and you didn't answer my question. So already I know where this conversation is going to go.
The scientific consensus is that the Earth is in fact a globe, and the heliocentric is in fact right, the correct module to describe the reality.
Okay, so interesting choice of words. Scientific consensus. I like that. That's awesome. What's a scientific consensus, mate?
Let me Google that.
Pulled out your ass.
Let me Google that. We're on the right track now. You got to Google something you should already know. Interesting. Continue.
Sorry for not being fluent in English.
That's fine.
Don't give me that no habla English bullshit. Come on, man. Who do you think you're fooling here?
Myself.
You understand every word that's coming out of his mouth and mine. Get off the bullshit. Yeah, get off the Cap. Don't be Cap like your name suggests. We understand that you understand us.
No,
So
that is standing for the Caterpillar D9R. It is a model of a military tractor.
Well,
that's wonderful.
Well, yeah, that's great.
All right. Scientific consensus is what most scientists agree is reality.
Awesome stuff. Would you say that if scientists agree about something, that's because they've got a scientific experiment that proves the stuff that they're all agreeing on?
Well, it should work like that.
It should do. Awesome stuff. So the next question is, because all of these people agree on it, is there a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth? For everyone to agree upon.
Yes? I don't know.
Yes, you don't know. Which one of those two different answers do you want to actually give? The yes one or the don't know one?
Yes. I'll go with yes.
Yes, awesome. So what's that then? What's the scientific experiment cause and effect relationship test that proves the shape of the Earth? Physics student. Someone who goes to university and does science and stuff. Listen to the question again.
Theoretically, can't do it. We learn math, which is fun and all, but I really want to get into mechanics soon, which I will in the summer.
No, yeah. So the question was, is there a scientific experiment, vary the manipulated cause to see if it has the desired effect that demonstrates the shape of the Earth? Physics student. Who knows what science is, I hope. And is realizing how bad my question is. The answer should be no, Jedi. Chris, you can call me Chris. We'll be friends. No, Chris, there isn't a scientific experiment, cause and effect relationship test that proves the shape of an object. Science deals with, as you said in your question, cause and effect. The shape, that's a concrete noun. That's not doing anything. So that's not a question for science, right? So there wouldn't be any scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object, the object in question, the Earth. Physics student who knows what science is. So it's interesting that you say scientific consensus on scientific what about the shape of the Earth. There couldn't be. How could there be? What would be your independent bucket? What would be your dependent variable? Something happening when answering the question, the shape of the Earth. Can't do that. Shape's not doing anything. Nothing's happening.
But I can't.
No, exactly. So there isn't anything for anybody to agree upon. You haven't got anything to, therefore, base your agreement upon because they haven't got anything to agree upon. And we're 8 years in advance of you saying there isn't anything to agree upon because there couldn't be a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth. There is only a way to demonstrate the shape of the Earth, and that's through direct measurement. And we're still here because the Earth measures to be level across distances of water.
Okay.
Awesome.
So, Cap, do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
What the? Right. Let's start again.
So, do you know that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if I was to ask you 3 fundamental questions, you'd be able to tell me 100% sure that you know the Earth's a globe?
No.
No. Why not? How come you can't be 100% sure that the Earth is a globe?
I will be honest. I just wanted to finish that one argument about.
Yeah, but that's fine. That's fine. What I'm asking you now is pertinent to your understanding. If you're talking about the Earth being a globe, and all scientists agree with the idea that it is a globe, then you would have to know that it is, right?
All right. Hit it on me.
All right. This is great. All right. So the first question is, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth?
Shit.
That one Greek guy, which I never was able to remember his name.
Don't worry about that. But listen to this though. We're looking for drop over distance measurements, not sticks and shadows. Drop over distance. So who has measured drop over distance as? You can let me. Yeah, you gotta let me finish. Well, I'm gonna explain to you if you let me finish.
Okay. Sorry.
So drop over distance should be a measured distance on a sphere. So we're trying to ascertain the information from the whatever historical information that you can gather, how somebody's measured a drop over a distance. Because on a sphere or an oblate spheroid, you'd have on 2 points on that sphere a drop over distance, meaning that from point A to point B on 2 given points on a sphere, there'd be drop over distance from point A to point B. Do you understand what that means? I can go over it.
So measuring the arc length between 2 points on the sphere?
Good man.
Okay, well, I don't know if anyone actually did that. I think most people just were satisfied with the Greek guy experiment.
Yeah, but the Greek guy didn't do drop over distance, because if I was to tell you, how do I know that I'm holding a geometric shape? Let's say a basketball. You know what a basketball is, Cap?
Yes, it is the thing with the bomb.
Right. If I have a basketball in my hand, how could you tell me that basketball is shaped like a sphere? What does a sphere have to describe itself if you're using
all
geometry?
All points in three-dimensional space have the same distance between 1 point.
Well, if you're going to describe it in terms of geometry, what does it have if it's a sphere?
Sphere is a sfera or kadur, pega.
Yes, so we're talking about radius, diameter, and circumference.
Yes.
Okay, so a sphere, that's how it's defined in geometry, right?
Yeah.
The radius, diameter, circumference. So if I had a cube in my hand and I said it was a sphere,
we never went through.
Let me Cap, you got to hear me out, man. I don't know if you can. Are you listening? Okay, so if I have a cube in my hand and I say if I say it's a sphere, then how can you tell me it's not a sphere?
I can show you that the distance between the center of the cube between 2 points on the surface of the cube does not equal.
Right, so it would be defined as a cube per the dimensions it has and how its geometric wording would be. So if you're going to describe
a cube and then a cube is a circle,
it's not going to have a radius, diameter, and circumference like a sphere would. That's totally two different things. So you could define it differently as you would a cube, right? That's kind of what I'm getting at here. So if you understand that if we can know a sphere by the way of radius, diameter, circumference, drop over distance on the sphere would make perfect sense. But I couldn't have so much like the idea that wouldn't translate over to a cube, let's say.
Okay.
All right. So now that we know we have two distinct geometric shapes here, what we're going to do now is apply the same idea to the Earth. If we're standing on a geometric shape, because they're telling us it's an oblate spheroid.
Yes.
Right? For all intents and purposes, it's an oblate spheroid. So what we can do is take a small sample set of that arc on that sphere, just like you said, right?
Yeah.
A point A to point B on the sphere, we can understand there would be an arc. And with that arc, there's drop over distance. Are you still with me? Okay. So we're going to determine now whether or not somebody in history was able to ascertain that information for us. Not saying that you need to, but if someone's ever done that.
Well, if no one ever did that, it would be fun to try and do it myself.
Well, that's the issue, right? That's the point where I want you to get, Cap. And I certainly do want you to do that. But the point, what I'm trying to make right now, if it is a geometric shape, would you say it's reasonable for us to actually get the information of that geometric shape per the drop over distance? Like figure it out how it's been done and repeat the method and so forth? Like You think that's pretty reasonable, right? Okay. Well, that being the case, then if you don't know right now that nobody's ever done that currently, you can say I don't know, and then later on we can figure out how to do that test, and we'll go over that later. But right, so so you don't know anybody that's done that, right?
Nope.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you. There's only 3 questions. The second question is almost the same as the first, but something you can relate to. So they tell us that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? We got axial rotation. The Earth is supposedly spinning on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
I need to make it into metric because I don't know the. Uh, 1,600 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, per hour, right? They're telling us that it's spinning that at that amount per hour at the equator, right? So the question would then stand: if that is true, who has ever directly measured this axial rotation anytime in history? Like a people, a person. Okay, you say you don't know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so one last question, okay? So the very last one. The last one has to deal with the vacuum of space. So I'm going to kind of describe it to you in a way so you can understand. They're telling us that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that you and I breathe. Now the air here at the surface.
Wait, what is adjacent?
Next to.
So the pure vacuum of space is near the atmosphere?
It's next to the Earth's atmosphere, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So they're telling us that it's next to the Earth's atmosphere, but as we know here on the Earth, right, we have a demonstration. The only way to achieve gas pressure is for the gas pressure to be contained. It's got to be inside of a container. So in every instance that we have gas pressure, it needs a container. That's a necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. So every time we have gas pressure, every time we have a container. Every time. Okay. So now we're going to look at the... say again?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. So like with the Earth, they're telling us that it's an open system. It's not closed. It's open. With the open system, matter and energy can transfer inside the open system of the globe. Like rockets can leave the Earth and go to the moon, and rovers can land on Mars, and all matter and energy can exchange. So, with this understanding that matter and energy can exchange, the Earth being a globe is an open system. Now the question: how do we have gas pressure without a container?
Well, I would say that because of the of Earth's mass that curves, Earth has a pull because of its mass, which pulls the air into it, and I wouldn't say that it is just pure transformation between non-vacuum and vacuum, but there will be gradual decline in the density of the gas until we reach close to vacuum.
You said gravity, Cap?
Yes.
Okay, so
according to the globe model, the Earth has gravity. It has a force that pulls everything towards the center.
Okay. Does gravity do anything to the gas pressure here on Earth? So when you Okay, so let me explain it to you this way. What would gravity do to the gas? What does it do to the gas? And your idea of gravity doing something to gas. What does it do? What would it do to the gas that you're talking about? What would it do? How you're describing it?
It will pull it into the Earth, make it denser.
Okay. Now, my question to you, when do you see gravity doing that with the gases here on Earth?
What do you mean by that?
So, let's just take, for example, any kind of gas that we're talking about. We can use air, for example, right? Is air being pulled down to the ground?
Yes.
Show me an example of that.
Well, I'm breathing right now.
What direction is gas going?
Well, it is currently stationary because it has reached an equilibrium between the forces between the molecules in the air and the Earth's pull.
So you're telling me that gas, the air that you breathe, is only going down. It doesn't go in any other direction. What if I show you that it goes in a different? What if I show you that it goes in a different direction than just down?
It isn't what I said. I didn't say that.
Okay, so what direction does gas go?
Gas goes down until it reaches an equilibrium between the pressure created by the floor and the earth and the ground, essentially, and the pressure and the forces between the molecules themselves. At which point it has the sum of forces is equal to 0, hence they won't move. Hence they won't move.
So gases, you're saying, go down, but in reality, we see gases going in all directions.
I just said until it reaches an equilibrium, which it does at sea level, or like where the ground is.
Well, what is ground to you? Just where we're standing on, or air above us and all around us?
Well, the solid thing that makes up the earth that we stand on, essentially.
So what if gases are going in all directions, even higher in the sky?
Even higher in the sky? Well, it makes sense. It reaches an equilibrium, then the sum of forces is 0, and then other forces could make it move around, like heat and such.
So it could still move around and go in all directions, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why doesn't gravity just pull it all down?
I just said, I think. The sum, it goes down. You can imagine one ball that goes down until it reaches the floor. When it meets the floor does. I need to translate that. The floor.
I hate to interrupt you there, but we can imagine things all day long. We're actually looking for a demonstration of this happening in reality. So we know how gas behaves. It doesn't go down, go boom, boom like bouncy balls in a fish tank.
The floor exerts a force on the ball. The force is the normal force. Now, if we drop another ball and another ball, at one point they will all cover the floor, and then when we drop another ball, the balls below will also exert the normal force on them, essentially making.
These are the stories that you read. We don't have an example of this.
Well, I'm pretty sure we can try to make one if you take a lot of.
Okay, point to one example that you can see this happening.
I can take a room, fill it with a lot of tiny balls, and then activate a fan in it.
What? But gas doesn't behave like those balls. Kind of what we're finding out. Gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom, like bouncy balls. Gas moves in all directions. So it doesn't. I know people say it gets pulled down, but you can't show that.
Gas is made up of atoms and molecules, which can act sometimes like balls.
Okay, but we're at the stage now. We are at the stage now where we're looking for an example or a demonstration.
Example or a demonstration?
Yes, of what you're saying.
That could be a really fun lab to do, but I don't know a viable way which I could demonstrate that to you.
Correct. So there isn't one, is what we're telling you right now.
Well, I can think of a way to
well, we're not going on Cap.
How I can make that example.
Cap, that wasn't the question. Was that was the question. If there's one right now that exists, that's one we're going to use. If there isn't one, then you need to concede that there isn't one right now.
All right. Okay.
Okay, so therefore the demonstration is yet to be held to the scrutiny that you would say it needs to be. So therefore you can say I don't know, because it's not one. There's not a demonstration that gas pressure can be without a container, and by way of gravity, let's say. So we don't have a demonstration at the moment, and that's where I want you to really think about this. So now let me just say that after this, I'm going to show you. We can talk about other things, but currently, right now, you have no information to support any of the claims that I just told you, including this one. All right, so let me just summarize, Cap. The Earth having curvature, spinning in the vacuum of space is a belief that you have, and it's a belief because there's no evidence to support it. Now you might think in your mind, you're going to construct some kind of thing to prove it, but currently, right now, it's a belief that you have. You haven't demonstrated that it's true. So a lot of people come in here. They want to say that they know the Earth's a globe, but when I ask them these questions, they have no demonstration to show us that it actually is. That's the issue. It's a belief right now for you.
May I need to go like now, but why do you wait? Why do you deny the shadow experiment?
I don't know what that is, but you need to come back and tell me what that's all about.
The stick in the well.
Oh, that's not a measurement of drop over distance, is it, Cap?
All right, you can guess.
Is it? Okay.
Yes. Sure.
Okay.
Anyways, bye.
Later.
Do you deny?
I have to ask, like, we have like more technology than ever before, at least as far as we know, and yet why do they keep bringing up people like from hundreds of years ago? Like, why aren't like, what the fuck is going on?
I know, right?
That's the best that it's ever gonna get.
Like, it's like, that's fucking crazy to me.
Well, under the text box under the videos that go, well, flat Earth is an archaic exception of the blah blah blah. It's like, well, dude, I've said in so many of my songs that these shadows and sticks, that's archaic. All right, it's not this flat Earth. It's the other way around.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck, dude? It drives me nuts when I hear that every time. I'm like, I can't believe they just mentioned that. Like, you would think with all the technology, we could fucking recreate that in a more advanced way instead of mentioning some guy hundreds of years ago that put sticks on the floor.
Yeah, I know. That doesn't even... That's why I tried to skip over that, as you can see I've been doing with the first question, where I don't even entertain that anymore. I want to go to the drop over distance portion, and Eratosthenes is not doing that. Because if I entertain that, if that's somebody that I'm saying, okay, well, let's see what he done, I'm going to get stuck in the weeds with that. I'd rather them say nobody's done the drop over distance measurement. Like, that's obvious that someone should have done that if we're standing on a geometric shape, whereas we all know if I'm going to describe it as a sphere, that's what it should have. Drop over distance. Right? That's pretty logical. It's not unreasonable for me to ask that. But yet nobody's done that. That's where the kicker is for these guys. It's like not Eratosthenes and arguing the toss over it. It's finding out if there's been any drop over distance measured from point A to point B on the surface of the Earth. That's a point blank. I'm skipping over Eratosthenes now. I don't want to get stuck with that shit. That's been holding me back, I guess, from the first question. And I don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to talk about drop over distance. He didn't do that. So we can toss him right the hell out immediately. So that means who has done that? Dun, dun, dun. I'm going right for the meat and potatoes, guys.
I don't blame you, man. Let's skip the foreplay. Just get right to
exactly.
it.
Yep. Because we're gonna wind up there anyways, right? We're gonna talk about the, measurement of like a geometric shape being drop over distance. We're gonna wind up saying that. So why don't just go into it right away?
Let's get down to business.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking.
To be fair, though, he was at least the guy was kind of open-minded. I would say.
Yeah, no worries.
He didn't seem too combative.
Well,
which is nice. Like he didn't seem like he had an agenda. That's what I'm saying.
I wish he would have stayed longer.
He was having an agenda. That's what they come in with.
To be fair, today I did hear that Donald had measured the Earth, actually. He had just lost the papers when his house was broken into.
Yeah, his dog ate his homework.
It was some flat earther that came in there and stole the papers.
Yeah. They don't want his research to get out.
Yeah.
I was saying that earlier, Kel. I was like, yeah, flat earther was like sneaking around and found out that he was actually discovering the Earth to be a globe. So flat earther went in there, stole it 20 years ago. Makes sense, right? Like,
yeah, guys.
What up?
Hey.
Surprised you don't. I've not heard many of the 3-pointers with the globers, but I'm surprised you don't jump on the. Or we can debunk it. I know this, but I'm surprised you don't jump straight on the Al-Biruni when you mention the drop over distance. You know, with the depression angle to the horizon.
They could actually go anywhere they want. Yeah, I was gonna say that too. Like they can go anywhere they want. I'm not even restricting them. I say anytime in history. Like, fuck, pick whoever you want. Dealer's choice.
Last time we brought up Al-Biruni, they were like, Alba who?
Yeah, exactly. No one knows who Al-Biruni is. The only reason mainly that people seem to know who Al-Biruni is because of flat earthers.
Right.
Yeah, Bubby. They don't talk about Bubby.
I can just see that the with the question drop over distance, that's the one that would jump into the mind probably because that's, although he measured an angle to get the height of the mountain, and we know it's all angle measurements, but he did measure a depression angle from his line of sight to the horizon. So that is a drop over a distance. So I just see that they'd probably try and jump on that sort of story. I don't know if they have done or how they got on with that one, but we can debunk it anyway. I know that, but I'm just saying, if I was a dumbass glober, that's the one I'd be trying to jump on. Because it is an eyesight to horizon drop over a distance.
Yeah, they can go anywhere they want, one deck. I never restrict them on that. They can do whatever they go wherever they want, call on whoever they want. They're still going to have to come back and define the method. And that's where it's going to get messed up for them. Right there.
I just seen there's something very interesting about the Australian government. They offer out grants for certain things to people. So if there's, say they want to boost tourism, they'll give people money to build, say, accommodation for tourism, things like that. So they have grants in all different sectors. And I actually just found that there's a current grant up to, how much does it say? I'll have a look at that in a minute. But it is for companies in Australia that want to get involved in initiatives in researching space to build relationships with the Indian Space Agency.
Holy cap.
I thought you were going to say Indian aliens.
No, and you can receive a grant from 1 million. No, I think there's more than 1 million. Yeah, 1 million up to $10 million if you can get your business to investigate space and partner with the Indian Space Agency.
That's funny. Investigate space. Like there, you guys
like the language and say, hey, yeah, there's a space over there. We just gotta walk to it or drive to it, and yeah, we're gonna investigate this space. Yeah, that goes with the language. Give me the million.
It says the International Space Investment Initiative supports strategic projects that build relationships with international space agencies. This is an India-focused expansion of the initiative. This was announced in 2022 and provide support for Australian organisations to conduct joint space projects and build valuable commercial links with the Indian Space Research Organisation, the ISRO, and broader Indian space sector.
That's a mouthful.
It sounds like they're trying to infiltration. That's what it sounds like.
All this space stuff is on the ground. That's what it sounds to me. Everything is on the ground, but we're doing space stuff. It's better on the ground.
So how do we form a business where we can rip the Australian government off 10 grand to partner with the Indian Space Agency?
That sounds interesting.
Sorry, 10 grand, 10 million.
10 million, yeah.
However,
I imagine there's a lot of contractors that say, we do work with space, and at some point, some type of a contractor will say, hey, we want to develop space technology, whatever, communication space with the Indians, and they're going to get the 10 million, something like that.
I would have thought Indians would be more inclined to, understand the truth about Earth than not. I don't know, dude.
Oh, they got their own space agency, so...
It's crazy to me.
However, you cannot apply for the grant if you're an employer of 100 or more employees that has not complied with the Workplace Gender Equity Act of 2012.
Nice.
That's a caveat.
Whatever that is, right?
That's like what, 50% women? Is that what it is?
In Australia, yeah.
Hey, we got Sydney Kata that's in here. What's up, Sydney?
Sydney, are you at Sydney?
We were just talking about Australia.
Sydney Cat.
My graphic
I don't know if she's here or not.
My graphic designer at work's name's Sydney, and she is actually from Sydney.
Synchronicities.
Yeah, she's unmuted. I was just saying what's up, but yeah, it's cool. You don't have to chime in, but if anybody else is in here that you want to say something about what we're talking about, go ahead.
Let's take a hold of that 10 million. Let's 100 employees. We can do it.
No, you're out. If you've got 100 employees or more, we've got to have gender equity. So we've got to get Flatsy Klein and some friends in here.
Yeah.
No, you could just call yourself like you just just call yourself a woman.
So they have the gender equity, but they don't have the inclusivity of other ethnicities, like Hispanic people. They don't have that caveat there.
No, just gender equality.
I'm telling
That's what matters.
Racism.
Sorry, Gen Z, you don't fit in that crowd, bro.
I don't fit there.
No.
I could be one of the men. 50%, bro. 50 out of 100.
You could wear a dress on Saturdays, bro, and you're in.
It didn't say Spanish people, so you're out already.
Yeah, but if there's like 51 men and 49 women, I could just say, hey, today I feel like I'm a girl, and now we have 50-50.
This has blown my mind a bit. I can't believe that the Australian government's giving someone $10 million to go do space stuff with India. That's weird.
They probably were gonna get if it's 100 people, well, they're gonna get 500,000 from each. That's just money that is printed out of thin air. That's how it is.
It's a dog and pony show, friends. That's all it is.
And then they might be over budget. Oh, we gotta give him more money, and then more money, and then more money. What do you guys discover? We will discover something one day. Just give us more money.
Mm-hmm. As we all know, there's
a lot of money to be making in India. There's a lot of fucking Indians.
Or maybe we should make a space agency and partner with India and release our information that we found that the Earth was flat. And get 10 million to do it.
I think the 10 million can pay for a lot of high altitude balloons and do observations and that kind of stuff. 10 million could pay for a lot of money for a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, you're talking about a 1.4 billion population in India. So
it's a connection with the agency that wants to do the space stuff, but they talking in Australia. You're gonna partner with them and maybe fly some of the people in and do the testing or experiments or balloons. You could do it with them as a team. That's the whole thing, to come together with the Indian Space Agency and develop the Australian one. That's why they're giving 10 million, so people get together and explore space or discover that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of fucking people in India, and there's money to be made from that. Of course.
I'm talking to one right now on Messenger for the last hour and a half who's trying to scam me out of $10,000, and he's going to send me $100,000.
That's a good deal.
That's a real good deal, man. Don't pass it up.
Yeah, no, he's going to send me 100,000 cash. I've just got to send him a United Post, something to do with the United Post. I'm having the conversation now.
Tell him you have access to a public exchange, a public world exchange called the XRP Ledger, and you could do it over there. You can send he can send the 100,000 for pennies on the dollar. It will be like 0.0001 cent to do the 100,000 transactions. So that's good. That's it.
Yeah,
problem solved.
I've already given him my fake address where he's sending me a box full of cash as a delivery. I got to choose whether I wanted cash or check.
Hey, man.
Check.
Yeah, would you like cash or check? I said cash, please.
Cash. Send it. Yeah. I like that.
This has been an interesting night. He says, "Are you good to go? Do you have your cash with you right now?"
Oh, it sounds legit as fuck.
Put your cash in the air and wave it like you just don't care.
His name on Facebook is Agent Frederick W. Smith, who is the founder of FedEx.
What?
Wow.
Agent Smith? That's not creepy.
Smith. Holy
Agent
shit.
Frederick W. Smith, and he's got the photo of him, and it's actually the founder of FedEx. That's who he's claiming to be.
That sounds legit.
I believe him.
Agent Smith is this guy right
Yeah,
here.
send them all your money. Yeah, he's legit.
Does he have glasses like that guy?
He's giving me it's a government grant.
All right.
That's
Nice.
how I found the space. That's how I found the space grant, because this other guy on Facebook or something just messaged me. Peter Newey, his name is, and he looks normal and all this, and he says, "Oh, there's government grants," and I just thought, "Oh yeah, I wonder what government grants there are." So I had a look, found the space one, which is all legit. And then this guy started saying, "Oh no, you got to do this, this, and this," and I'm like, "Oh, it's a scammer." All right, cool. I'm going to keep going. So now he's put me on to the FedEx owner, and he's just about to send me a box of cash.
Nice.
You know what happened with those scams? There's a lot of time, like many times you know about the scams, right? There's scams almost everywhere, but sometimes they call susceptible individual, and the way they speak to them. Sometimes the people, the victim, let's say the victim, right? They have a state of mind that they will just follow step by step what the scammer is saying, to the point that they will send them. They will get in their car, go to whoever address, and send the money. And after all that is done, they wake up out of the trance and they, "Oh my God, I just got scammed, man. I didn't realize it until it was done already." It's some type of spell. People, it's kind of weird. Like some people won't fall for scams out there, but then for some reason on the phone, depending on their mind state and for whatever situations, they just follow until they get scammed. It's kind of crazy how that happens.
This is why they always call you early in the morning. If you guys ever noticed that.
Well, apparently, I'm on the way to my US post office right now with 10,000 cash.
US post office. All the way in Australia.
Long drive.
The post office is internationally. The post office is not only US. I mean, there is the FedEx and there is the UPS, but there is a different one that is, I think, is owned by the crowns, by the actual kings or whatever they can, the crowns. And the post office is supposed to be all of the nations. I mean, not all, but most of them.
The Australian post office is, I believe, privately owned by Indians, actually.
The Indian companies, yeah, they own a lot of stuff. The West India or something like that.
No, I gave this dude a fake address I just made up in Wisconsin or something.
In Ohio, only in Ohio.
He's like, we got one, guys.
Bro, that guy's sweating. He's $10,000. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's
Everybody's
been about an hour and a half.
Everybody's around his computer. They left their workstation. They're all around him right now. The boss is even there, like, dude, you gotta get him. Are you serious? You freaking. He's like, dudes, come here. And everybody's surrounding him, just watching him interact with you, you know? And the moment's real tense. It's about to be you're gonna drop 10 grand. Everybody's just like biting their fingernails. You can just feel the tension, man. You can cut it with a knife.
You know what the saddest thing about that is? That people actually fall for that shit. It's crazy to me.
And then say the other money is scams, or let's say, oh, if you don't use the dollar, you're a criminal. And look at how many criminals use the dollar. It's just a huge scam from the bottom to the top, to the left to the side.
Yeah.
And they allow it. Who think about it? These transactions between bank to bank and internationally, obviously he asking for cash, and that's easier. But a lot of these dollar scams happen bank to bank. It just happens, and I mean, it's kind of crazy that they just allow it. It's crazy.
Well, you can sort of tell when they start talking. He's saying, he says that I qualified. He got my name, how I qualified for this grant. And he says, just get in touch with them now and ask them, you want to know your name is still available on winning list. I said, okay. Whoa. So it's all like the way he's talking anyway. And then he says, wish best of luck. Just make sure you comply with them and do whatever they ask you to do.
Seems legit.
I remember I was one day driving in Puerto Rico. I came, and then there was the radio speaking, and they had an advertisement in the radio, like the radio that I listen almost. I didn't listen every day, but it was a common thing to listen to those stations. And then there was this guy, hey, we have this offer with the flights. They're gonna go to Miami, and it's only like $300 something with the hotel. This is in the radio, bro, in the public radio. And I called and say, yeah, I want the flight to go to Miami with the hotel included and all that shit. And I gave him the money. It was like $300, almost $400. And I never got anything. It was a scam. But, in the radio, I was trusting it back then. You know what I'm saying? I was listening in the radio.
You gave him the money?
Hey, I called the company. I want the flight. It's this much, and I pay them. Yeah.
Hey, we got Emmy. Emmy just joined our group. Emmy, what's going on, bro?
Oh, what? No, I didn't want to talk. I'm just here to listen.
Well, we're just introducing people to the server, bro.
I've already been here on my old account, but I got banned from Discord because of something that happened. I mean, I didn't do anything, just letting you guys know.
Well, yeah, we don't know who you are from Adam, so that's why we're just trying to figure out who you are and, your position on the topic and such. You don't have to talk. Just state what you are so people don't mistake you, and I can give you an Earth determining role, probably.
I mean, I don't really have an opinion, to be honest. I'm just here to listen to people.
Well, you're a human being, brother. You have an opinion just like the rest of us.
Yeah, okay, listen. Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, how do I explain this?
Be honest?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm going to be honest, but the view that society has given me on the Earth, I'm guessing that's what I have right now. Yeah.
Oh, so you currently believe the Earth's a globe. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's it, yeah.
Okay, would you say that you know that it is, or you just believe it from your stance?
I don't really care. That's the thing. So I just...
that wasn't the question, brother.
Yeah, but it's just like you either believe it or you know it. That's all. That's the only thing.
No, well, right? I don't know it. Obviously, I don't know
it. Just believe it. Okay. Well, that's fine. But, that's the only thing, man. If you want to just stick around, what I'll do is I'll give you voice verified in case you want to step foot and maybe join the conversation later. If you want to do that.
That's fine, yeah.
All right, Em. Thanks for chiming in.
Yep.
All right. I've got to take a photo of the envelope with the cash in it and send it to him so that he can proceed to give me my winning delivery now.
Yeah. Yeah, Gen Z, don't feel bad because I remember I got hooked into a pyramid scheme when I was younger, and I spent like thousands of dollars. It was really bad. Never again. Holy shit.
Yeah, just give us money. Give us more money. You're gonna be rich. Don't worry about it.
Oh, here's the thing. It was I was like 20. I was like 21, 22. I don't remember. And it was a pyramid scheme, right? And so it was like they were selling pills, and so I bought like you would buy a website, right? And you would advertise the website, and you would advertise the pills on your website. And so I bought the first thing. It was like $500, right, to get started. They set up my website and everything, right? And then the next day they called me up again. Oh, we need to spend more money so that you can upgrade to the next level of the website. And they kept doing that shit.
It's like an upside pitch. You know, when you go to get the simple car. Let me get the simple car, and then they upgrade you. Oh no, let's get you this other car, or whatever, right? You buy the small package of whatever, and then we have another package.
Yeah.
It's called a hook.
They kept upgrading. They kept upgrading without actually ever even having any profit. And I was like, "What's going on here?" And then eventually, I was like, "Hey, I've already spent like $2,000. Like, what?"
Let me tell you, there's a lot of companies out there that provide services and products that are good and legit, and they kind of work in a structure that you can say it is a pyramid, because on the top, the owner of the family of the company that is making money, right? And people are making money, but there's still good companies out there doing good services, but there's a lot of scams like that one and the one that I fell for. And yeah, it's not the first one or the last one, I guess. Yeah, there's a lot of good companies with good products. So yeah, go ahead. I'm a drive right now, and in my hands. Later, guys.
Later. Should I send him a photo of $10,000 cash in an envelope, or should I just send him a photo of a big dick?
You should tell him that there's a whole bunch of people. Check out this Discord. There's a whole bunch of people in there who will be willing to send you some money.
You should say, man, well, I need something of good faith to you guys. If you can at least show me that I'm going to get at least $500, I'm kind of nervous right now. I need you guys to do that for me. And then I would be inclined to walk over there, because I just feel nervous, right? You can just play it up like you're nervous. See if he sends you any money, you'll be like, oh, thanks, G. And then just exit.
They'll never do that.
I was saying, man, because I've seen it on YouTube where this one guy, Indian guy, he actually did that to the lady that he gave her some money, but she told her not to cash the check. But she was like, I'm going to go and do it. I'm going to cash it. No, ma'am. No, don't cash it. No, what are you doing? And he went off the rails, bro, because like that money he gave her, like, so I guess she kind of told him like the same thing, just to see in good faith if he was going to go through with it. And he did, and he just flew off the freaking handle, man. He was just going nuts, bananas, dude. Like, because, yeah, like, if they lose any money, it's like their ass, if they do that. So,
are you talking about that YouTube video where the guy scams the scammers? Something like that?
I believe so. But I don't know if it was a version of where there's a lady doing it, too.
He was acting like a lady, I think. I think I know.
Yeah, and she was kind of like really like oblivious and like, oh yeah, I'll just do this. And the idiot guy was like, no, stop! And he was yelling at the top of his lungs because it was out of his control. And she was and she was like, oh, I cashed it. No, what did you just do? No, and it was like, it was so funny, bro. Yeah,
I've sent it, and he's read it. I said, I need something of good faith from you. I am so scared at the moment. This is all my money that I have saved.
Yeah.
Can you maybe send me some money, like $500, to show me that you're actually serious, please?
Yeah. Because like what happens with these guys when you turn it around and they actually do, then they're gonna be like, oh, he just needs a little money. Just give him $500. Like, we got him on the hook. So you turn it around, and if he does, you'll be like, thanks, G. And just hang up. Like,
where do I get that sent to?
Oh shit!
I'm gonna do some crazy shit.
Or you could get like a crypto wallet. You'd be like, I don't know, send it to this address.
You already gave him the wrong address, so it's like,
yeah, somebody in Wisconsin is gonna be happy. $500.
Yeah. I don't even think it's a real address. I just made it all up.
He probably won't even.
None of it's right. No, he didn't even realize because he goes, "Oh, you're ready to be honest with me?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "I need this, this, and this: name, phone number, address, everything." I just made the whole lot up, and I just thought of Wisconsin for some reason. I just wrote that in there. I made up the zip code, the whole lot, and he just goes, "Oh, thank you."
How are you communicating with this person? Are you doing it through your computer?
Facebook Messenger on my phone.
Oh, okay. You have to be careful because if you're on the computer and you're talking to them, they can connect onto your computer without you knowing.
And don't open any PDFs.
Yeah.
Or any.
No. I haven't opened anything from them. They're just putting everything on. He wanted me to fill out a form, and I said, "All right, send me the form." And he just wrote the questions out that he wanted answered, and he said, fill them out here on Messenger in this order. So I said, okay.
Yeah. I would have given him a crypto wallet address. I'll be like, all right, if I see something in good faith sent to this address, I'm going to go walk over there, give you that money. And then as soon as they do, you just be like, appreciate you, man.
I don't think you could get anything off this computer anyway, because I only use it for Discord. I don't use it for anything else.
Yeah, because they can't remotely connect onto your computer, and it's ever use your credit cards and stuff like that. They can. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Yeah.
I should ring the one on Messenger here that's got his little camera opened. Oh, he's typing. They've had the discussion in the room.
Yeah, they were probably contemplating what they were going to tell you.
Do you manage your bank account? You manage your bank account through your phone, though, right?
They're going to try to do it where it's the least amount of them investing in you at all. They're going to say, well, we could, but it's going to take about an hour and a half, 2 hours. So you have to send yours first, and it'll be on its way. Meanwhile, they'll say some stupid shit like that.
He says in capital letters, "It seems you're not really serious about your winning delivery."
Yeah. Tell them, I'm just scared, man.
I am. I'm just scared.
Because you can say, I've been scammed before. You can say something stupid. I've been scammed before, man. So make it sound to them like you're gullible. I don't know. We're just playing around with this guy, but I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't. We should just leave that fucker alone.
Maybe. I don't know. I just came up on my thing, and the other dude looked genuine. Then when I realised, and he's saying, go and message Agent Frederick, I was just bored. So I thought, all right, I will.
As long as you're not talking to him on an app or something on the phone.
No, but I don't have anything on my phone either. I'm pretty backwards with all my technology.
Nobody in lobby right now? Oh, we got Inquisitor in the lobby. What the fuck? Fucking Inquisitor, bro. Let's see here.
I'll get back on topic. I just asked him if he knew the Earth was flat.
You'd say, okay. I'll deliver that money. Just hear me out on the Earth being flat. You just let get it. Let them hear you out, and then just be like, oh well, I gotta get going, man. It's lunchtime. Sorry. Bye.
Should be like, I only do business with flat earthers. He'll probably tell he's a flat earther.
They actually make notes of each person. They will make notes of you, your age, and that kind of stuff. And even the things that you talk about, they make notes and they sell that information to other people. Because if you speak Spanish, they also make a note. This is a Spanish speaker. So they're going to sell that information to Spanish-speaking scammers.
Bastards.
Or if you speak Chinese, they're going to sell it to the Chinese speakers speaking scammers.
How dare they?
Well, Mayhem, like that guy that was acting like a woman, right? Cashing that check. This guy, he basically goes on these a lot of them are in India, right? And he goes into their computer, he hacks them, right? And he deletes all their like what Jemsy just said, all their like people that they keep track of. He like deletes the file, and it's crazy, and they go crazy. I love it. Like,
Mayhem, just a quickie, mate. Have you got any? Only if you need. Have you got any like short video clips of good ones of the 3-point plan questions that I could maybe listen to?
Like on my channel?
Yeah.
Or where? I haven't upload because I do it so much that they're just sprinkled everywhere throughout like the 24/7. I just did one like just recently. Well, you heard it, but like yeah, I've got many more like that I've done. I'd say the one that I can remember. I've got owlishness. It was like an hour and a half to 2 hours. I think that was pretty lengthy though. But we did a lot on that one. It wasn't just her. It was like her and two other guys that were in here. Like Gonzo, I think his name was, and some other character. But
I might have one on my server I can link for you.
I got a lot, bro. I always do it. So
3 questions, Mayhem, 3 questions.
you should really like do a little like 2-3 minute, 5 minute, however long it takes of you doing that, like a good one, and then just post it just so that people can like, maybe learn from that. The 3 questions to ask Globers, something like that.
I think they're good. I mean, I've asked them questions over the time period. I've been doing it in different ways and maybe not in that order, but I've listened to, I think I've got a couple on here with Mayhem and the other guys, and it's just nice to hear you guys do it and the way you, because obviously you may say things I don't say or come across in a different way, and I think it's good to listen to you guys and other guys to say, oh well, yeah, that's a good way of expressing yourself or putting something else within that within the framework of the 3 questions. So that's why I'm just interested to listen to a few more, really, just for my own good, really.
Yeah, definitely.
Post none for you.
Thanks, CB.
I think they're broken up into each question. So the first one I posted is question 2. The second one is question 1. And the third one I'm about to post here is question 3.
Here's what I was saying about that too. It's like I already reframed question 1. It evolved from like the way I used to say it to the way I'm doing it now. I'm not talking about any time in, like I would say, has anyone directly measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? That's where I ended it. Now I changed that to where I'm adding a caveat: anytime in history, such as drop over distance. And that puts the spin on like, well, they got to find that drop over distance by anybody that's done it in history. When they look for that, they're not going to find that anywhere. Whereas just me saying, has anybody ever measured the curvature in any time in history? That's just giving a more broad generalization of it. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's not specific to like drop over distance.
And then you do the finishing blow with the 4th question: pyramids. I'm just kidding.
Thanks. Sorry about. Yeah, I'm just trying to open them now, and I'll save them. Thanks a lot, guys.
It's funny. This morning, you were kind of ragging on people who feel like they pretend like they just stumbled in here. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a restaurant owner or something, you're bartender or whatever, and someone like rolls in, sits down at the bar, you can offer them to serve them a drink. Hey, what can I do for you? It's like, I'm just here. No, not for long. It's like, we don't just harbor strangers. I have a clip about that here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Water.
Water?
Yeah, water.
Well, we only serve paying customers, so you'll have to order more than water. If you're broke, go somewhere else.
I mean, that's how I feel when they're like, hey, I'm just here. Like, oh, hey, well, what can we do for you? Nothing.
An anime? Sounds like Cowboy Bebop or something like that.
That was Samurai Champloo.
Oh, Samurai Champloo. Okay, yeah, I don't remember that from there.
That's the 50 dumplings. He's like, 50 dumplings. What? Anyway, but it's just weird. Like, people should be moving. You should move with the rhyme and a reason. Hey, why did you say that? Oh, well, I was just thinking this. Oh, why are you here? Oh, I was just here for this reason. Like, these guys are like zombies almost. Oh, I don't know why I'm here. I'm just moving aimlessly.
Yeah, they're fucking lying.
Yeah.
Hey, Flying, I got that clip. It's a 59-second clip.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play it. Hopefully it plays. I think it will.
Incarnation, you also have to take into account, bro, that it's similar to the bar, and like the analogy that we had. Hey, you join the table, don't put your dirty boots on top of the table, and flip it over because you just join, right? So, but you gotta remember, sometimes people join to listen, and they have things in the background, like they're doing something. Like sometimes I'm driving, or they're probably sitting on school, doing homeschool, not homeschool, assignments, and sometimes we'll mute them and they're busy doing something else, or they don't want to. Some people don't want to say flat earth globe earth in front of other people. They don't want to have that conversation. They're listening, but they don't want to actually engage sometimes because the environment they're in many times. That's the case for some people, because I've been there. Since I'm just listening to you guys and there's people around me, I don't want to talk to you guys while I'm listening what you guys are saying. I don't want to put quantum eraser yelling. People can hear that. Just saying.
Yeah, when I got it on sometimes in the shops and all that, I got to turn it all down. People look at me weird.
Perfect example right there.
Obviously, there's nothing wrong with that. I just think people lie. And, like, people give PC answers all the time. They say things they don't mean.
You can't just accidentally stumble into a server.
That's what I'm saying. You don't just trip and fall in here. You know what I mean? So,
Let me try this.
I just ended up here randomly. No, you didn't.
Let me try this one.
I got you.
Why are you not listening to me?
I got you.
I'm literally shouting. I'm literally shouting right now, ma'am.
Yeah, you don't need to shout. Take a breath. Hey, Abel, I have the, I don't know if you heard me before. I have one of the codes. I got,
yes,
this is a $500 code.
Wait.
Okay?
Please wait.
So
Please
I'm gonna,
wait now.
I think
Please
I can get the,
No. Whoa, wait. Ma'am, no. You don't have to do that. Ma'am, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Why did you redeem it? Why did you redeem it? Why did you do it? Ma'am, why did you do this? Hello? Hello?
Abel? Hello?
You did not have to redeem this. You did not have to redeem this, ma'am. You did not have to redeem this. Why did you do it?
I think the phone.
Why did you do it. No.
Jeez.
Yeah, those guys hack into their computers as well and like take over their whole room, take over their cameras, watch them on camera, all sorts of stuff. They give them absolute hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was that guy I was talking about. I knew it. I was like, that's that guy. He always like does that shit. Talking like an old lady.
Well, he told me, I understand your fear, but you have to trust me on this. Take my words and believe in me. He sounds like Jesus.
Yeah.
That's legit. That's legit right there. Give him all your money.
What we do is real and legit, but then he's got a question mark after it. I am a faithful Christian by belief and practice. I see no reason why I should lie and deceive, steal, scam, or hurt you.
Question mark? Is that what he said at the end?
That was after he had the question mark after what we do here is real and legit. Question mark. I am a faithful Christian by belief and practice. I see no reason why I should lie, deceive, steal, hurt, and scam because you just have to believe me on this because I am pretty much sure and aware of the importance of how much money can be useful to you. We guarantee you 100% and assurance that once you make your payment, you'll be winning a bag full of cash and it will be delivered to you in the next 24 hours after the payment is made. Take a picture of the cash in the envelope. So I found a picture of cash in an envelope and I've sent it. Now he's asked in capitals, take a picture of the cash in your hand.
Oh. You should put like $100 bill and like ones all the way in the back.
He's probably gonna be like, next, take a picture of the cash with your face next to the cash. Like, what the?
With your credit card next to the cash.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm taking photos, screenshots off the internet of American cash. So, because he thinks I'm in America, so I'm going to find a hand holding cash now.
That's hilarious. Yeah, get one off the internet, like one that already has a hand holding cash.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's where I got the first envelope from.
That's hilarious.
They can't be too advanced because I haven't picked up on anything, and a whole lot's been like absolutely full of shit.
He's gonna be like the guy. No, you don't have to do this. No, stop.
Why did you redeem it?
Only the photo of the envelope had all like crunched up notes and shitty notes because I told him that it was all my savings I had stashed at home. So now I've got to try and find a hand holding shitty crunched up notes. I should go to bed. It's 1:30 in the morning. Got one.
When you're dead.
Dead. Did he cut out the AI?
All right.
AI, please repeat what you said.
You can get all the sleep you need when you're dead.
That's true. That is true.
Dude, there's a caterpillar trying to cross the road right here. Like, you know how rabbits do? I don't think he's going to make it. Here comes the cars. Is he going to make it? Boom! Boom! Oh, bro.
Did you say a
He dodged the
caterpillar?
first car.
Did you say a caterpillar trying to cross the road like a rabbit does?
Yeah. Dude, he dodged the first car, but the second and third car took care of it. Poor guy.
I was just imagining a caterpillar bouncing across the road like a rabbit.
You just got to imagine that, but in super slow motion.
I nearly hit
Like,
a
why
wombat
would, if
tonight.
you were a caterpillar, like, think about it. Why in the hell would you ever cross a road?
To get to the other side?
To get to his flatmate.
I guess. But it's like there's trees on your side of the road, bro. There's trees.
Where I lived in Queensland here in Australia, we had these cane toads. They're like an invasive pest. And there's thousands and thousands of them. And you run them over on the road and they pop. Like a big fat toad. Like a frog.
You know what's funny? They brought in those toads to take care of insects that were eating crops. And it ended up backfiring on them. That's so fucking crazy.
Yeah, I know. They are a massive pest, man. When we were kids and we were actually allowed to have guns in Australia, we used to go with our little air rifles, and they sit up really tall and you shoot them in the chest with your air rifle. So we'd go toad hunting in the suburbs.
You can't even eat them.
No, there's some of the birds here have worked out how to eat them. They flip them over and eat their stomach out. But yeah, other than that, no.
Yeah, I guess they're like, they excrete poison, so it's like, it's fucked.
Yeah, the dogs, if the dogs eat them, they get pretty sick. But they're good for playing golf with. But they stay alive. You can flog them with a golf club and they'll lay there stunned for 15 minutes and then they'll get up and start hopping again.
They're pretty, I don't even know if they're native to Florida, but they're pretty invasive here too. They're probably not native. Yeah, we have a lot of cane toads here. And iguanas too, green iguanas. Like a lot of green iguanas.
He accepted the photo of the cash in the hands.
Oh. What was his reply?
Okay, do you have the nearest store anywhere near you there?
What?
The post office. He wants me to take this cash to the post office and do something with it. He hasn't told me what yet.
Oh, yeah? Dude. He must be like in his office right now talking to his buddies. We got him, guys. He's sending us the money.
Yeah, now the other guy originally started this has messaged me back saying, any good news from your claiming yet?
You know they're sitting right next to each other. Probably. That's fucking crazy.
It would have been better if it was actually like a conversation and I could talk.
Nah, you wouldn't understand them because they'd be like, yeah, but they're probably using Google Translate to communicate with you.
Their English is terrible.
Yeah, it's probably Google Translate. They do that a lot.
All right, he's given me the instructions. Here they come. It's insane.
I wonder what the. I wonder if it's in India, dude. If it's in fucking India, it's probably not. They probably have a base in America where they launder the money. They'll take the money from there and then they'll send it to their people wherever the fuck they are. Yeah, man, it's like. And what was the reason to give the 10,000? Like what was going to be your profit off of that? Like what investment did they tell you?
So I had this guy called Peter Newey message me, and he looks like a normal Australian looking dude or something. And hey mate, how are ya? I'm like, yeah, good. Who's this? Oh, I just seen on this list that the government's giving out grants, and you can get this grant. I'm like, oh yeah. So he then sends me this link of Agent Frederick Smith and a photo, and this link's on Facebook. It's a Facebook profile, but that Agent Frederick Smith Frederick Smith in that photo is actually the guy who founded FedEx. So I knew it was a scam straight away. So I messaged the guy he told me to message, and so what they're doing is they're giving you your government grant because they're government agents. That's why he calls himself an agent. But you've got to pay to get your government grant. So he gives you a list of how much you want to pay to how much they're going to give you. So I chose to give him all of my savings that I had stashed in my house, which was 10,000, and that's going to give me 100,000 cash that he's going to post to me in a box to my address.
Oh man. The saddest part is that somebody who actually only has that much money, right? And they're not educated in any of this shit will actually do that.
Oh, 100%. And
it's so fucking sad.
I know, and they get everybody, a lot of people all the time, and they do it here as well. It's but I suppose I've just wasted 2 hours of his time where he's not scamming anyone else at the moment. He's stuck on me at the moment. 2 of them are.
Yeah, you're doing God's work. They could have been fucking over some other guy, for real.
Yeah, I just don't know how I want to. How what's a good way of ending it where I just stick it to him so bad? I just can't think of anything to do. I don't know what to say to just give it to him.
You just say you sent them the money, or something like that. I don't know.
They've given me a list of stores to go to now. I can go to a gas station, a Walmart, an Apple store, a Walgreen, a CVS, a Dollar General.
What was the address that you got to send the money to?
They haven't given it yet.
Oh.
They're just they wanted to see photos of it, and now they're telling me where to go with it to send it to them.
I think once you get the address, I think you can just stop there, because then now we can make fun of whatever address it is if it's a funny one. If it's like in fucking India or something, I don't know.
I think they're going to make me do some sort of gift card by the looks of it.
Oh yeah, they do the gift card stuff. $10,000 gift card. That's insane.
These guys are back in the call center cracking champagne. Yeah, he wants an Apple gift card.
Oh shit. You know, they do that because that's like instant.
Yeah, how many minutes will it take you to get the card ready to me here now? Man, he's pretty demanding.
He's probably he's very masculine.
He's the founder of FedEx.
Yeah, but the thing with the Apple gift card is that when you give somebody an Apple gift card, they can only buy stuff from Apple. So it's not like they can just spend the money anywhere. So I'm guessing they want the Apple gift card, and then they'll buy products from Apple and then sell those products, probably.
Yes, I know that, and also there's places that you can cash in your gift cards for a reduced amount. So let's say you have a $500 gift card, and you can sell it to a company for $470 or $450. Some people might take the $50 loss, but they get the cash.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yep. Because gift cards are still has a monetary value, and it's based on systems of money and payments. It's just that it's like a bubble. Part of it is the Apple transaction system. You can only use that gift card in Apple, but like I said, some people will take the gift card, pay you a little less, and use that value of the card.
Yeah, because I guess you could do it that way, but I guess eventually what they do is they just buy stuff from Apple and then sell those products, like on eBay.
Yeah, that's doable.
I don't know. That's crazy, man.
It is. I haven't ever had anything like this. This is like the first time. I've sort of been waiting for something like this to happen, but I thought it'd be on the phone, not on the messenger.
I get those all the fucking time in my email. It is so crazy.
Yeah, this is on Messenger on Facebook.
Yeah, they if you read your Gmail, I don't know. I have some Gmail. I have like 2 different Gmail accounts, and one of them I use publicly, and a lot of times I'll get some random shit like that. Get money to give money. Give money to get money. It's always a scheme.
Yeah.
It's like whenever you're giving money to get money, that's already right there. That's a red flag. Like, people should know this.
You give me 10,000, I'll give you 100,000.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what he's doing because he's asked for 2,000 on the gift card, but I offered him 10 grand.
Actually, on the monitor. Go ahead. Someone was going to speak. Go ahead.
I was going to say I got one of those scams. So they sent me a $10,000 check, legitimate check from a bank, right? But the bank was in Canada, and the organization for the prize was in America. So I was like, that doesn't seem right. And obviously, any official organization isn't going to send you money that you have to pay them back, like you just said. So I didn't even try doing anything with it. Now, so here's the scam. Check it out. A $10,000 check doesn't clear right away. It has to be like 3 days or 2 weeks, depending, right? So in the meantime, they tell you have a 48-hour window to claim the prize, but you need to pay the government transfer taxes up front. So they're not saying you pay us, they say you have to pay the government. And so in the time that the check is clearing, you're like, oh, I got $10,000 coming, right? So yeah, I'll pay $2,500 to this government account that you just gave me and I logged into and sent my real money to. And then I find out that the check bounces that you sent me. But that one's pretty enticing because the checks that they send you are legitimate checks. Now, the bank accounts don't have that money in it, but they are printed from the official banks.
This guy's offering to send me cash. and he's saying that the money that I've got to give him is for the delivery fee will be officially used for the case file and clearance of your money. We will make every effort to ship your grant as soon as possible. Would you like to choose your amount below? So he's told me he's going to send me cash.
Guys, do you guys remember Catch Me If You Can? Where he was making fake checks all the time?
Yeah.
And he would just have the check in his hand, and it would be a cashier's check. And so people would look at it and think that it's real cash. And technically, they could go cash it because it was a legit forgery that was passable, right? So to them, it was real money.
He hasn't given me an address, but he's asking me to kindly send him the Apple gift card. How the hell do you send an Apple gift card? Do you do it online? I don't know. I've never done this. I'm not this technical.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never done it. I wouldn't know how it works. Could be like you could probably send it to his Facebook account or something like that. I don't know.
Probably want you to text or email the code on the card to him.
Oh, or that, yeah. Just
They do that with iTunes gift cards too. My buddy lost $200 from it.
So what photo should I send him instead?
It's with the correction, so you can get it launched to him ASAP.
Send them find an Apple gift card code online, like a fake one, and then just I don't know. That'd be funny.
I just want to abuse him now. I just want to destroy him.
The company, like Apple, they as a customer, when you redeem some of these coupons, it's money that it's coming from, the full pool of money that is unlimited. It's not like they're actually losing any money because the companies have you listed as an employee and you pay the taxes that they're supposed to be paying, in a sense. But since you're acting as the debtor, the one with the debt that has to pay, but you're not the beneficiary of the transaction or the credit issuer. The company's acting as the credit issuer and the beneficiary, and you're just getting a service of some sort, but you're paying for it. And many of these companies are making the amount of cash that you give them plus the coupons value, which is normally you attach the cash to the coupon value. So they're getting twice the money and then giving you something of certain amount. And then you got to pay the taxes as well on top of that. Which is a reverse way of wealth management, because the wealth already exists. It's that some people know how to manage it better than others. That's why they want your name, your signature, your social.
No, he just asked for a name and address. I just made it all up.
Yeah, on the scammer side, yeah, they'll take whatever you give them. On that side of the scam, because the scam doesn't stop there.
Well, they're that stupid that they've contacted me through Messenger that has my name on it, and I haven't even given that name.
Messenger and Facebook, yeah. Yep. The scammer on that side, the phone call scam is like over $2 billion. So, gotta look it up again, but they were talking about billions of dollars last year that moved from people's accounts being scammed in this way. Not just this way, many ways.
It's crazy, eh?
Right. They got the centers, they got employees, the big boss. Got they got some guys and girls that speak almost perfect English. Because sometimes you do get the ones that barely can speak any English, but then you get the ones that sound like people that have been working on, answering phone calls and having full fluid conversations with people. But you still can hear the accent sometimes. And other times I've heard people like, I think these people are here in Florida or Texas. They sound like real Americans. I mean, people from the United States. And I've spoken to people that speak English and Spanish as well. It's crazy.
I nearly got scammed in Vegas with one of those timeshare things. I thought I was going for a nice breakfast and a little tour bus and ended up at a big sales pitch.
It just shows the lack of education in our school system, that people fall for this shit. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I fell for a scam too. So when I was young, but I learned from it.
Yeah, the timeshare thing in America, I'd never seen anything like that. They don't do that stuff in Australia, and they're set up right in the front of the casino. And they just said to me, "Oh, we've got a new hotel in Vegas, and we're offering people a tour of the new hotel. We include breakfast with that, and maybe next time, I'm thinking of the way that next time we're going to stay with them," which is what they were sort of making out. They didn't exactly say that, but yeah, I said, all right, no worries. They pick you up in the morning, you go there, there's coffee on the table and some biscuits and stuff, and it's a massive big sales pitch to sell you a $100,000 timeshare in one of their hotels.
Yeah, I mean, I always tell people, if you have to give money to get money, it's probably a scam. Unless you're the one getting the money, then you're the one. You're the scammer. But it's crazy. I mean, it's like when you're like somebody who is like broke, and you're living on the edge, and you get this letter in the mail offering you money, but you gotta give them money. I mean, it can't sound appealing to some people, I guess.
Yeah. Oh no, he wants heaps of them. He wants 5 of them with $2,000 each. Says take a picture of the card and send it to me here, one after the other.
Oh, 5 of them. Yeah, that makes sense.
This guy sounds like an idiot.
I've got to think of something really good just to give it to him. I've got to go to bed. I don't want to keep going with this either, but I've got to think someone's got to come up with something good just to abuse him.
Just take a picture of an Apple Card, like
I'm
on
having
the internet.
a hard time. Yeah, tell them I'm having a hard time taking the photo because I'm not sure how much earth curvature I need to account for.
There's too much refraction from the Earth curvature.
Oh my god.
I got to go to bed. It's 2:00 in the morning. I got to start work at 5.
Oh, what? You're only gonna sleep 3 hours?
Yeah, I got a bit excited. I got a bit excited tonight.
Yeah, I've been through those days. Those are the worst days.
Yeah. I'll send him a voice clip telling him what he can do for me for the $2,000.
Tell him that the computer's down and you can't do it, and that you'll get back to him tomorrow, and you have to go to sleep.
If he can speak English, I just send him a voice clip.
You gotta be like, I only deal with good, honest people like gold keepers. So prove your goal and you're giving me sense of gold.
You're roboting really bad.
So we get a translator here?
We'll see if he can speak English. I just sent him a voice clip telling him for 10 grand, first he can perform some favors on me.
That sounded wrong.
It was wrong. I had to try and word it better than the way that I said it to him.
Yeah, I got AFK.
I'm out. Good night, everyone.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on, man? Oh, drop that. Alrighty then.
Is everybody enjoying being silent? Maybe you have to be.
I'm trying to imitate you, Dave.
Oh. It's Dead Air Dave at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. You're listening to me right now, and you think you live on a spinning globe that exists in literally nothing. Come in here and discuss. Step 1, when you drop over distance demonstrations, a ball must have curvature. We have yet to discover the consistent curvature that, for example, NASA shows us in the space pictures. Back to somebody else or silence. Thank you. That's all I got.
Hello, guys.
What's going on, L? What brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Is that the bot or somebody talking?
Nothing special, just curiosity.
Curiosity. Yeah? Well, what's got you curious about where you are? What's got you curious about where you are?
That the Earth is flat. I'm educating myself.
Okay. What have you come across so far?
A lot.
Yeah, it can be. They can be pretty overwhelming. Did you actually maybe have questions, or maybe you want to explain how you came across flat Earth, or I like to ask the question. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being flat Earth, 10 being a globe, where do you see yourself?
I see myself in between.
Like a 5, dead in the middle?
So I'm still trying to learn flat Earth things.
Well, it's not so much that you have to learn about, like a new cosmology or anything like that. It's really unlearning, or at least seeing if you can verify what the globe claims are.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for instance, I mean, I'm sure you've seen a lot of stuff online, but have you done any tests, in real life for yourself? Any measurements? Anything?
No, not really.
Because I would say that's where you really start to prove it to yourself, right? That it becomes outside of the screen, and you prove to yourself that the globe geometry, or at least the claim geometry, it's not there, right? And we can do this quite simply ourselves at a beach, with a telescope, with not a digital zoom, but like an optical zoom, right? Because I mean, they have some really nice digital cameras, like the Nikon's P900, P1000. That the optic zoom is, of course, what's important.
Yeah. Wait.
So maybe there's a lot of flat Earth, I'd say, disinformation online. What have you come across in terms of the topic?
Wait a second. I'll be right back.
Sure. Always here. I'm just taking a lunch break.
One sec. My brother will come to take over.
I heard takeover. What was that, Dave?
Sorry, I run up with somebody. I was just saying good job with him so far. Sounds legit.
Yeah, it sounds like he's honest.
Are you still there, sir? What's your name?
I think he said he'll be right back.
You can go ahead and ban him.
Oh, so mature, El. So mature.
Clearly, he's in trouble for talking about flat Earth. There's actually his mom yelling at him right now. She's like, "How dare you talking about flat Earth?"
For real, I'm driving. I can't watch this guy.
It sounds like a TV.
Go ahead and mute him.
I wish I could.
There's who? Are you trying to talk? I don't know what's going on. I know we don't live on a spinning ball, exists in nothingness, but it.
Right, you are, Dave.
He's been in here before, apparently. He said he was going to hand it over to his brother, and then he turned on some stupid recording. So, complete troll.
Womp, womp.
Oh, what is it?
You guys deserve to be trolled. That's why I do it.
What?
Why? Because you don't
Do you
understand.
have any globe evidence, Al, or is this really bothering you, the fact that the globe's debunked, and now you come in here with troll tactics? Is that what's going on?
Look. It's been proven that the Earth is round, like thousands of years ago.
Fantastic. So,
And you,
what is that proof? Go ahead and tell us about the proof. Please tell us the proof of the globe. Go ahead. Do you have globe proof?
That too, man. Don't worry. But guess what? It's wrong.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Let him Google it.
Is Google proof of anything?
Wait, I need to find something on Google.
Yeah.
It's your teacher. I'm sure your teacher will tell you.
Google.
Well, guys, I never thought about it. Google probably does prove the globe. We never thought about that. Damn it.
I mean, I don't mind him Googling, but if he doesn't understand the argument behind it or like the so-called evidence or proof, then it's pointless. It's moot.
The fact of the matter is you can't prove the globe, man.
Yeah, El, this is a sad state of affairs. I mean, if we occupy this much of your brain space because you know that the globe is debunked and you got to come in here and do this, that's a pretty sad day, brother. I mean, if you know there's no globe proof and all you can do is troll, what does that say?
He's trolling himself, but he doesn't know it yet.
Yeah, you're just making yourself look bad, man. We don't even care what you do. Doesn't mean.
I'd just like to point out, if my mic's still working, this is a state of the heliocentric model defense. This is all they got. Prove me wrong.
That's the best I got, Dave. Sadly. Trolls.
Wait.
Yes, my friend. Google it. Google it. You'll find the answer.
Go to Professor Dave and find out how to debunk the flat earth. I've heard he's pretty smart. Go ahead, man.
Sir, the guy is saying that he's here to troll the flat earthers. Earth is round because round. Trust me, bro. Is that your argument?
Trust me, bro. Science.
Round because globe. Globe because round. Trust me. That's not an argument, sir. That's not evidence of your belief. Is it?
Wait.
So that argument, in other words, it's a globe because it's a globe. Got it. Okay.
Well, that's what he basically said, yeah. He didn't provide anything.
You gotta remember that when someone shared the link and gave it to you, so you can join the server and troll the people in here, maybe you shouldn't be following. You shouldn't be a follower and just follow people and do what they tell you to do, sir. Well, you should take your own initiative and.
For a year almost, and you tell me I joined.
I mean, if I'm saying for the troll, are you the troll? That's who you are, the troll?
No.
Oh, okay. Good. You're not a troll then. That's a good step forward. So what are you doing in here besides not trolling?
Learning.
Saying words like learning, just saying that word.
Yeah.
Oh, what does that mean? Learning. What is the meaning of that word?
This way. I'm googling it.
Okay. Right. Learning etymology.
So what are you trying to Google for so long, man? It doesn't take that long
So there's
to get the evidence of the globe. Come on.
Wait.
Come on.
My internet just.
Yeah, man, I know. Third world country stuff.
No. Wait.
No. Where do you live? If you're in a third world country.
He said he's here for learning. Oh, he said, I asked him, what are you here for? He said, learning. I'm just trying to find out if he knows the meaning of that word. I mean, we can use this opportunity to learn the meaning of a word. Learning. Do you know it, sir? Do you know what that means?
This one.
Go ahead, read the definition for us. Learning. Learning. Is that what it means?
That's the fluoride kicking in, man. Watch out.
Learning. Is that the meaning? I want to learn too. What does that mean?
Guys, you're grown males. You should be having families by now.
Why are you stating the obvious, sir? We know that already. We in the known about being grown men, having families, how that works. We already know about all that. We don't need a child to tell us how family works.
You need to have children, not.
So the guy joins Flat Earth Discord and tells us to have a family?
Yeah.
What kind of argument is that?
Yeah, you're
evidence? I don't know what's so funny. You're laughing at yourself, man. No one's laughing at you.
Wait. Funny thing is that you sit around all day in a Discord voice chat saying the earth is flat while you should be feeding your child right now.
You think that's what we do? We sit here all day?
Is that another of your beliefs that people just sit and say flat globe? Is that like a belief that you hold in?
Yeah. Because you sit here all day in this voice chat.
How are you gonna sit here? When you say sit here, you're the one sitting there. I'm standing here where I'm standing. I'm not sitting, I'm standing. And you're the one sitting.
You're standing, Oppo. Why stand, bro?
He thinks you have to be sitting on a chair to be using Discord. You can't be moving around listening just, doing your work, whatever else you can.
I think you're kind of confused. What are you here for? What? Go ahead, my bad, bro.
No, go ahead, James. Go ahead.
You are working your 9 to 5 and being in a Discord voice chat, right?
Wait, guys.
Because the thing is to achieve to have a meeting of the minds and have a conversation, we in a way have to be on the same page. I think he's confused or lost. I don't know exactly what's going on.
Humans can multitask? Does he not know that?
Yeah, all these globers think that if you're on the computer, you're attached to your Kool-Aid straw and you have your bowl of Cheetos.
Yeah,
that is. These people not only have they not been outside when they tell us to go outside, they've not.
Sorry for interrupting, but what are you doing right now?
Listen, pal. Have you ever heard of multitasking?
What are you doing right now, then?
That's his basement, man. Come on.
I'm talking to a deaf man.
I'm actually cooking right now and listening to you guys on a headset.
That's fine. You can do that.
That's awesome, man. Multitasking.
Right?
Not like this guy. He's in his own basement thinking we're just sitting there.
And talking about children, talking about how to manage children. Do you have any children, sir? Do you have any?
No.
Exactly. So what are you telling adults, parents, and fathers and mothers how to do things that you never done yourself?
because
like parenting.
you're supposed to have one.
So, anyways, do you have any evidence for the globe? Because it looks like are you trying to sidetrack the conversation, or what are you trying to do, sir? Like, can you be on the same page with everybody? Are you capable of doing that, or is that a no?
I want to learn about flat Earth. That's all.
But you keep talking about families, though. So why
We wouldn't even be able to have a family if we were living in a globe. We'd all be dead.
Exactly. Families are dependent on the flat Earth, sir. I mean, the build that the flat Earth is part of, because flat Earth is a part of a whole.
Wait 1 sec.
Yeah, you have to first be aware of your surroundings and how things work in relation to how you can operate in your environment. And then you learn things from there. You can do that. But you just can't have faith on the cartoons that you've been provided and the globe stuff that you've been promised to be truth without you verifying it. Go ahead. He left?
Yeah, he left.
Yeah, he trolled himself. He can't troll. He thought he was gonna troll, but oh my goodness, he was mistaken.
Yeah, I wasn't interested in the intellectual discussion even. So just laughing and whatnot. Everything on doing his own shit, whatever.
I just imagine one of you guys sitting on a computer, and that's funny. Yeah, sir.
Didn't you
Yeah.
get paid your
Or
children?
something like chains here, like we don't move around. Discord. What the hell? Oh.
You should be doing something that I've never done myself, like having children. Okay, sir, whatever you say. That's how things work. You said so. Trust me, bro.
Hold on, guys. I gotta go feed my children.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't forget multitask as well. Gotta live your life a bit.
Is going out there to the world and getting the resources and the food and the stuff that is needed for the household part of taking care of your children? Because that's what I'm doing right now, and I think it's kind of like important to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. So I am taking care of my children by doing the function of providing. I mean, yeah. That sounds okay to me. I don't know what's the problem. I think it's the bubble that he has in his mind. Flat Earth means cartoon in Google. People sitting in Discord talking about Flat Earth, they don't know anything about anything, just because he has that bubble in his mind that he doesn't know. So therefore, other people don't know. I can tell you don't know because I don't know.
That's just bad logic.
I think he was on drugs, if I'll be honest.
Am I robot and Jimsy?
You sound, it came through. Sounds good.
I just wanted to say real quick, I hope that these people that come in here and behave like that, I just hope someday in the future, whenever it's meant to be, they're going to start critically thinking for themselves about reality, like you guys.
Yeah. Pretty sure the young man is capable of kicking the gears and have the brain functioning.
Hey, I have a thought. I heard him on the YouTube feed, so I figured I'd switch over and join the Discord. He reminded me of Beavis and Butthead. Just kind of, hey, Cornhole. Cornhole.
You guys silly. You guys don't know.
No idea who's on this chat. There could be many different types of people from many different backgrounds.
They're low key, very successful people in here that are not waving that stuff around in here. They're not like, yeah, I'm successful in life, therefore you're dumb and I'm right. They're not doing that, and they can do it. But they're trying to have the conversation. They don't have to be waving the "I'm successful in my life" all to everybody.
Exactly.
But if you're gonna call us out, if you're gonna call people out like, "Oh, you guys are just dumb people in the internet," sir, you're mistaken, sir. That's not how things work. Just because you said so. Go ahead.
Nah, definitely. I've only been joining this for a few, maybe 2 weeks or so, off and on. But it's been interesting to hear the conversation. Have only heard a couple trolls try to get in and do some kind of trolling. So what happens when somebody joins up? Do you just mute them, or do they end up being banned or blocked? Just kind of curious.
So when someone joins the server, they don't have any perms to speak unless certain people with the access can server unmute them, and then they can open their mic and speak, and then we have a role called VC verified that is gonna allow for them to mute and unmute and see other channels in the server.
That's why. Yeah. So the first time I joined up, I got a little bit of a grilling. It was interesting. It wasn't bad.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad. As I've heard a couple other people join up, and they seem to get a little more. I think I was still asleep that morning, but it's interesting. I think that how people come to this is they're either coming in as they're going to prove something, that they've got some knowledge or awareness, I think is that. And they're going to prove.
You'll have the people that say, the Earth is a geometrical shape sphere as claimed as in the TV shows. But then that's a claim, right? We want to hear the methodology that was used, the name of the people that did it, or the date and the science. Let's say the papers, that information, that a method was utilized and done in reality to determine that the ground and water, so the surface of the world is curving at a certain ratio, right? 8 inches per mile square. That's going to give you a radius of the sphere, 3,959 miles. That's the claim. But you can just say, oh, Earth is sphere because it's sphere. How do you figure that out? How? That's the question. Can you provide the how?
The globe that I bought from Walmart.
Yeah.
That tells me that is for entertainment purposes only. I love this. The ones with the sticker that says for entertainment purposes only or something. I forget how they word it.
Disclaimer, this is not a real representation of reality. Kind of funny.
Yeah, I when I first joined, I kind of take breaks from this whole thing for a while, and then I come in. I was unaware of the whole Black Swan thing. The whole channel seemed to be lit up about the Black Swan. And
that kind of gives you like a picture about that perspective, right? Because a lot of people look across the seashore and they, look, I'm looking at a globe because, behind that point that I don't see anymore, it's a wall of water or it's curving away because it's a ball, right? And people just think that, and that's how they think. But when you think about the cause and effect relationships or something, and you put the antecedents one after the other one to come to a conclusion about something, or how something is based on the antecedents of that. And when you start questioning step by step backwards, you can find out like, wait, there's no curvature. It's just a claim. It's just someone said so.
What was it? What was this? The Chicago one? They called it a mirage. They came up with some other word and put it in front of mirage.
I'll be back. Yeah, what you see here is a mirage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about scammers, just received a call. But anyways, move on from that. Sinister, so have you noticed that the claim of the globe is sitting on shaky foundations or no known foundations when you refer to reality? The globe that people have, let's say the tangible one, the one that you can pick up with your hand, that was sitting on a table based on a level structure, like the building that is in the ground, right? The floor is level, the table is level. Then you put the globe on top of it, and then you start telling children, "Hey, look! You see this globe right here? This is where you live." And children don't know better.
Well, the funniest thing is man in engineering and architecture and things like that. There is a pursuit of flatness and square geometry, as if that's so. I don't know how to explain it. It's a rare thing in engineering or architecture to create round things, and then the ball sitting on a flat surface. It is ironic.
But then you can see the adverse effect of that it has on people's minds when that lie is repeated and repeated and reinforced and propagandized, and children grow looking at this imagery, and then when they open their mouth and talk about it, they're talking to you from a perspective they never seen. Like they're talking to you about it from space, from the black holes, from Jupiter. And they looking down to Earth from a out of this system view, right? View.
Yeah.
But they've never been there.
Well, they've never been there. The thing that caught my interest is when I started to see the Auguste Piccard history around that, and then so that black and white video came out of Auguste Piccard going up in the balloon, and then the reveal that he was interviewed in Popular Science or whatever it was, maybe Popular Mechanics, way back. And then all of a sudden, what was it? Hennessy had to do the recreation of Auguste Piccard going up in the balloon and going through the firmament, through the waters. That commercial was ironic. But there's a lot of irony in the propaganda. Did anybody get to see the Bonanza TV show, the series Bonanza? They did a Flat Earth episode. That's an interesting one to watch. The cowboy, the Western TV show from like late 50s, early 60s, maybe. It must have been late 50s. have to find that link and share it.
Yeah, you're gonna find Easter eggs in many places, including the ones that are pushing the lie. You're gonna find a bunch of Easter eggs. There's nothing better than the axiomatic, factual state of affairs that is right in front of your face. The real thing, the real is level.
Watched an interesting video a few months ago, maybe a month ago, of a guy that sailed around the Earth and was talking about magnetic declination and how they're able to move the land masses around on a flat map projection. And the only way they could navigate around the Earth was to add or subtract angles as they move around out in the water. Otherwise, they'd get lost in the ocean. He was pretty convinced. He flat out said that he's a flat Earth believer, and that you have to ignore a lot of navigation mathematics to make it work.
Well, he was kind of like a believer on the idea until he went and confirmed it, and then that belief changed into knowledge. Because you can be a believer of the lie, but then when you falsify the lie, you don't have to believe it anymore.
Exactly.
Someone is speaking, but you're pretty quiet. Like your voice, it's 20% from the normal, the regular people that are just talking now. And someone said something, but it was quiet, at least for me. Go ahead. Sinister, you have any questions on any other stuff? Have you been looking through the information and you have like, yeah, I wonder about this, or maybe you haven't seen or heard any replies for some of your questions that you holding at the moment? Just asking. You don't have to have anything.
Questions? Oh, man. I don't really have a whole lot of questions at this point. I kind of went through that phase quite a while back. And it was funny, you guys joking about the fluoride thing with the guy that was on earlier. I found out about the fluoride stuff in, I don't know, late 90s or like 2000, 1998, something like that. Yeah, I'm pretty much, I don't know how it all works. honestly. Like, I don't think anybody has a perfect rendition or model, or it's almost like the challenge coming from the mainstream globe believer community is like the flat Earth needs to have a perfect model, and it's being flipped. Like, oh, you can't prove flat Earth. You don't have it. We've got these pictures from space. So I don't know. I don't really have any questions. I'm just kind of trying to keep up on what's being talked about recently. I'm enjoying the conspiracy gurus' music. I think there's a lot of comedy is a way to get truth into people's brains.
I've never seen pictures from space. You've seen pictures?
Oh no, they're all composites. I mean,
Some of them are even oil paintings.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing happened on the way to the moon. That documentary, they show the somebody released the videos where they're trying to put the quote Earth in the round portal window. And
it's a simple photography trick. It's all some sort of artistic trick. These people, these original people, although their myth didn't hold the test of time, at the time it was wonderful art / propaganda. I mean, it was the peak of Western civilization propaganda at the time. So they were craftsmen.
Well, not everybody believed it.
And all those guys back then, even any men or women of that age, of that era, I should say, back in the 60s, people were into photography. People had cameras. People knew how to do things with the camera.
Who was the guy? Sinister, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. If you were, just for fun, if you were standing on the moon, right, and you were to look at the Earth, how big do you think the Earth would be? Like, if you use your logic, like...
Oh, a lot smaller than what the claim it, like what the pictures claim it is.
The Earth would be small?
I'm pretty sure the Earth would be pretty small, but that's assuming that you could get onto the moon. I don't think the pictures
when we're standing on Earth, right, and we look at the moon, it's pretty small, right?
From a perspective of being on the moon, I'm not 100% sure how the scale would be, but if you take the numbers that are presented, how many miles are we supposed away from the moon?
I don't know. All we know is that the Earth is a lot bigger than the moon, right?
It's not about a lot bigger. It's about perspective. So if you have something, the Earth is supposedly 24,000 miles in circumference. It's like 6,000 or 7,000 miles in radius or diameter, right? You take that and you measure it out, and if you were to, I watched somebody do a perspective analysis inside of a building where they took a ball that was supposed to be relative size to the sun, relative size to the moon, and they laid out the distances. It was mind-boggling how far away the moon is from the Earth from what they were laying out on the floor. And if you were on the moon, I'm pretty sure based off of their model that the moon or the Earth wouldn't look that big. It would be quite a distance away.
What? Dude.
What?
That is crazy.
Hold on, time out. If come on.
It's been a while since I watched.
Listen, I know, listen, use your ears for a second. If the 250,000 mile distance were legit, was a real thing where you're standing on the moon and you're 250,000 miles from Earth, and if you're standing on Earth, it would also be, if you're standing from Earth, it would be 250,000 miles.
Exactly.
The point he's trying to make is, in the story, the Earth is significantly larger than the moon. And all these images,
I see what he's coming from.
these images they
should be
show us.
bigger than the moon.
So therefore, yeah, why? And I know it's tricky with the photography because it's all farcical. But if you were standing on the moon looking at the Earth, well, it would be smaller than what the moon looks like, because the Earth is substantially larger.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the size of the moon, right? Because we look at a Chinese astronaut picture. I don't know what the hell. Supposedly it's a moon. The picture where they were on the moon and they were looking at the Earth, right? And the Earth was small. It was like it was really small, and I was like, "What? That doesn't make any sense." If I'm standing on Earth, I'm looking at the moon. It's small because the moon is small compared to the Earth. And so then when I go on the moon, the Earth is small as well, almost the same size as the moon. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
we're looking at it from the same distance. Yet,
for me, I'm not. Yeah, for me, I'm not arguing. To me, I'm not arguing perspective of we've taken pictures from the Earth and the moon is this big, and we go. Actually, let me put it this way: if you take a picture of the moon from Earth, that looks really small. Visually, it's huge. But when you try to take like the moon coming up or the moon going down, the perspective that we have is like, wow, that's crazy big. Take a picture of it, and it's like, how did it shrink? So going to the moon and trying to play the opposite direction would probably be one of those strange perspective
A lot of these cell phone, I don't know what you know about photography, but if you've ever used like a wide angle lens, I'm not talking about fisheye lenses, but they have some sort of wide. If you ever use a wide angle lens and look at the photograph, it looks like you're standing behind where you were when exposing the film, if you were actually behind the camera. Anyways, yeah, I get what you're saying. The moon, even when massive, pulling out your cell phone, it looks like a little dot, but yeah. But do you get all these images that have been presented from supposedly the moon? Hello?
Yep.
Okay. It's just surprising. You said you've been around for years and you were unsure about what the story was of how distant the moon was. Can you ballpark it? I mean, we just talked about it.
It's about 250,000 miles, give or take.
Yeah, that's what I
they
said.
claim.
Yeah.
And it's something like 1/10 the size of the Earth or something like that. And it just so happens to perfectly line up with the sun so that the moon and the sun are perfectly the same size. But there's too many anomalies that when you look at the moon, it's like, well, we've had the same face pointing to us forever. Supposedly flying through.
Well, to say the same face, that implies that there's another face.
Sounds like a good bedtime story.
Oh, totally.
Like you could. Oh wait, that's probably why they make so many movies about space, because it's such a good fantasy. You know, it's like it would be great if it were true.
What would be great about it? If a black hole could show up any, if an asteroid or a black hole could be incoming, what's great about that? Yeah, it's good for a novel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's good for a story, a fantasy story, a novel. Yeah, for sure.
Did you get that whole difference, Sinister? Did you get the whole difference between when you inserted, whether purposely or just common languagely, the word belief? Do you get the difference between belief and then crossing the threshold?
Not quite following.
Well, water seeking its level. Belief or an acknowledgement of reality?
Acknowledgement of reality.
So you do understand the difference between belief and
belief has
knowing.
LIE. Belief has LIE in the word.
Yeah, I know. Well, you're the one who I don't know. Maybe I guess you just used it, not even noticing that you used it earlier when you were talking about the sailor.
His statement of presentation in there was that he believed that the Earth was flat. I believe.
Yes,
I'm
but
pretty sure he used that word.
Through his actions, he may have said that, but through his actions, he
proved
acknowledging reality by using it as what it was. So you don't get the difference between belief and knowing.
I'm just trying to dissect because I've been on here a couple times and I've actually heard some interesting conversations about parsing words.
Well, this isn't parsing words. I mean, you're the one who just said when I used the example of water seeking finding level, you said that's an acknowledgement of reality. Would you responding like that? Would you call that parsing words?
No.
Okay. Was that the example? What did you have any other parsings of words that had occurred?
Off the top of my head now.
Yeah, because that seems to be kind of the current popular coping mechanism of the people still wrapped up in the globe ideology. They say, well, yeah, I believe, you believe, I believe. Same thing. Bye, gotta go.
I can see where you're coming at from that. Thinking
No, do you see where they're coming at from that? Do you see why they're in that cope mode of rationalizing that?
Well, it's a faith thing. They don't have any real proof. Their proof is images.
Yes. And do you see the need for them to have to tell us that we also are wrapped up in a belief system?
True. It's kind of the argument.
I'm asking, do you see the need for them to have to do that?
Yes, there is a need because they're operating under a faith system.
So they have to project that onto the people who are simply acknowledging reality.
For sure. Yeah.
Okay, so you do get the difference then, I guess. That was sort of okay, I'll shut up.
I have a question for the group. When Donald Trump put in the Space Force and promoted that idea, do you think he was trolling the establishment?
Well, you saw Buzz Aldrin's reaction with his handler.
Yeah, the face that he made was hilarious.
And to go into that would to go into a lot of things, but yes, Megatroll, in my not so humble opinion.
Yeah, it's just an opinion. I don't think anybody's going to know for a fact.
Well, you want to know who else trolled the mainstream at the White House was Neil Armstrong's speech, the Layers of Truth speech that he gave during the Gore Clinton White House, Clinton Gore, Bill and Al. If you ever want to see
remember that.
if you want, yeah, that's a that's a troll prior to that. That was a troll when people were still trying to figure out if the TV show Moon Golf Lunar Dune Buggies was real or not. People were still confused, giving them the benefit of the doubt, and Neil trolled them. It was the same thing, but both people behind the podium, in your example and in Neil's example, they were both trolling. 100. When I said in my not so humble opinion, I don't mean it as an opinion.
And you're not that
huge
humble.
troll for sure.
Nice.
Yeah, because it is what it is. Why say, well, in my opinion, you know what it is. You asked what it is because you know what it is. Right?
That's true.
What?
Very true. I was just curious what the group thought.
What do you think?
I thought he was trolling.
Yeah, he just blatantly labeled everyone here a Trump supporter for some reason. I mean, I don't know. I think not everyone here is a Trump supporter, dude.
Yeah, it's his second gaslight attempt. The first one was low key saying belief, and now let's hear the hat trick.
Hat trick. Oh goodness.
Yeah, not everyone here also follows the Bible, so it's I think flat Earth is very diverse, but I think as a foundation, everyone agrees upon the fact that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, there's Yankees fans and there's people who hate baseball. Hey, one more question, Sinister. Since you've been around this discussion for a while now, you say, this sort of examination of the story narrative being true or not, how many in the narrative of heliocentric globe, how many times per year does the Earth orbit the sun?
Does the Earth orbit the sun? I mean, we're told it's 365 plus a quarter for leap year. Are you looking for what we're told?
The answer's one.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the Earth is spinning 365 days, and it's one rotation around the sun. Okay.
Yeah, we're like spinning, we're rotating, we're chasing. Oh man, 3 different directions, which is insane.
Well, the flying through space, the animation doesn't make any sense because the parallax of all the stars staying the way they've been staying forever just never made any sense to me either.
Well, yeah, I mean,
and that animation didn't come out until really people started to question the way it all is laid out. So I don't remember that back in the 80s or 90s. That definitely came out in the last 10 years.
the crazy part is that they say that we're traveling through space, never to go back to the same spot ever again, right?
Yep.
And then, and for as long as we know, the stars have always been the same. Like there hasn't been not even the slightest like change.
Well, it's the parallax. There's not been a change of parallax or perspective with the things like the North Star and other things either.
I know, but we're like traveling really fast, supposedly.
One thing that should happen if we were spinning is things should get lighter because of the spinning part of it higher up and potentially be heavier if you were to say go to the North or South Pole where we're not spinning as fast. That whole centrifugal force thing seemed like there were some people trying to prove that running around on airplanes with high quality scales and weights and things like that. Thought that was interesting.
Yeah, the Earth is even spinning at different speeds too, depending on where you live.
Exactly. Equator has to be going faster than up north or south, further away from you get.
So it's a good bedtime story. Did you guys see Witsit's video? He was talking to this guy. I don't know his name. I'm sorry. I just met him yesterday. He was talking to this dude, and he was. They were talking about the, or I don't know who said it, but they were talking about the oceans and why the oceans are always like the ocean's never still. It's always moving, and they were talking about like the vibration of the earth. I don't know, because when you make water vibrate, you put a device underneath like a cup of water and it vibrates. It gives the same. It looks kind of like what's happening in the ocean, and that's one thing with the ocean that's really peculiar, right? Because I don't know if any of you guys have ever kept like saltwater tanks, like a saltwater aquarium. You can't have a saltwater aquarium without having water flow, right? Like you need to have like all the animals and all the creatures that exist in the ocean. They need to have constant flow of movement, and so there's something doing that. Something's causing that. So what happens is if you have a saltwater aquarium and you don't put like jets inside to create a flow of water, like the coral will start dying, the live coral, the fish. It's pretty crazy. This is the video that I was talking about. I just posted it on live stream voice. If anyone's interested in watching it, it's pretty interesting.
Was it you, Sinister, earlier who brought up the Hennessy commercial? Because when that came out, that was a little bizarre, and it kind of came out of nowhere. Where they do they combined the grandson, who's the deep sea explorer, with the balloon story. So that was a little bizarre. The ocean's amazing.
Yeah, it was me. When I saw that, my first reaction was like, there's too much smoke and mirrors going on with all this stuff, where they basically they're tipping their hand.
Well, it came out of the blue because it was. Hennessy doesn't do lots. They're pretty. Their main, they do a lot of print ads and things like that. But for them to go to make an ad like that, that was one of the most well-produced pieces of cinema that's been made in a long time. I mean, that was amazing.
Can you backtrack? Can you backtrack a little bit? Because I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
Well, there's a Hennessy commercial. Well, he brought it up. Well, there was a Hennessy commercial that involved the Picards, the guy who had the balloon once upon a time, and now his grandson is supposedly a deep sea explorer. And they combined the two stories. They showed Picard go up and up and up, like in a glass of Hennessy or whatever, in a bubble. And then he bursts through, and there his grandson is at the deep depths of the sea. But anyways, when it came on the scene, it was a little out of left field, or so to speak. It was bizarre.
The time frame that I remember that commercial came out was within 1 to 2 years after. I'm pretty sure it was a Dean Odell presentation where he had a copy of Scientific Mechanical Science or Scientific American, whatever it was. He has a physical copy of a magazine where they interviewed Auguste Piccard, and Auguste Piccard went up 120,000 feet, whatever it was crazy high, and that was pre-rockets. And he said it looked flat with a slight up curve of according to what was in the interview, it was flat with a slight up curve. It could have been glass. He was looking through a piece of glass. But right after that, within 1 to 2 years, all of a sudden there's this Hennessy commercial. And again, it's very well produced. I mean, that thing couldn't have cost less than $1 million to put that thing together. And it just was ironic. That's why I brought it up, not to troll this conversation, but it's like the propaganda machine doing what it does. Does that help with context?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't know the story, so I'll just have to further investigate.
But you say propaganda, but you also said earlier that, I don't know if you used the term breadcrumbs or. It was vague. In like the magnitude of the presentation that commercial was. Here we are talking about it years later, a liquor commercial. It was vague, though. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it was sort of like addressing the paradigm we're in without giving it an answer or a solution. But it was, it was weird. I'll agree. I'll have to look up what year it was exactly, but it's been at least 5 years.
It said 6 years. And then right after that video was produced, there's another one that popped up. I'll post it in the chat. There's an interesting one on YouTube. Physicist, explorer Auguste Piccard, Flat Earth, 1931. So that's when he flew up, 1931. And this guy or somebody, they took that and did some comparisons with what that commercial did. It was 2016, actually, that commercial came out. And then they cross-referenced it to Jean-Luc Picard from Star Trek Next Generation, which I thought was very interesting. And there was actually some cartoon, like Sunday morning cartoon stuff that was produced shortly after Picard did the actual balloon flight. And the purpose, kind of they're laying it out, is to make Auguste Picard look like a goofball, which I don't think he was. Smart enough to make a balloon to go up that high in 1931. Just seemed like sometime between the 30s and the 60s is when the script had to flipped hard.
Well, you've seen the timeline of the Universal logos.
Oh yeah, they mutate.
It goes back to the pre-30s. I'll post it real quick. But yeah, they had determined that is what it was.
All right, let me see if I can get the right chat. I'm doing this from my phone today. Is the lobby a good place to post stuff? I think so.
In relation to this voice channel, it's better to post in the live stream voice text channel, so people can follow the conversation in the voice and follow in the text. If you go to the lobby, it's going to be flooded with a lot of new arrivals and that kind of stuff that might give you issues.
Gotcha.
Let me I will give you perms to post. It's gonna embed the links and the images so people can see the images instead of just the link. So sometimes, right now, I don't think you can post images, but you can still post links. So I'll give you the role that is gonna make it flow better for you.
I'll try not to do newbie screw ups too much.
I just keep it server related stuff and some memes. People post memes and so that's totally fine.
Yeah, I pasted the link to the lobby. So if you look at it, it's got the thumbnail with the Auguste Picard wearing a hat and a little cartoon guy with a beanie, the derby.
One sec. Sinistar. So if you go to the live stream voice text, let me link. Actually, tag you in the live stream. Is the text
got it
above this one?
I got it. Thank you.
There it is. People tagged you. Oh, there you go. You see, now we can see what you posted, basically. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I also thought it was pretty cool as drawing names on the Captain Kirk from Star Trek, the original guy. Brain damage is a terrible thing.
Well, there is brain damage, which can be like a physical thing that happens as a consequence of many variables, multiple things, like physical damage on an accident, or even toxicity-induced damage, right?
William Shatner.
And other stuff. But the brain damage that you might be talking about the belief, is a mindset way of thinking that it's not that the brain is damaged, but it will give you kind of like a reference that you can tell this person is not utilizing their brain correctly based on a logical, let's say logical, operational way.
Talking about a mind virus.
More like a mind parasite, which is you remember these people that join here and say, this guy said so, therefore it's true, right? So a guy implanted an idea, some priest implanted the idea, whatever idea they had, if it's a lie, it doesn't matter. They implanted that into someone else's head or brain, and now they're thinking and referencing reality based on what that guy told them, right? So it's basically some type of parasitic behavior, because that guy giving the ideas is spreading it to other people too, and people are coming in here and say, some guy said so, therefore true. Evidence? No, I don't need that. Some guy said so.
Somebody posted the Bill and Ted from Canada. That's funny. That's old Haas.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd call it a parasite. I'd call it a virus because it's contagious, right? And so it just you're transmitting the virus.
Under medical book and text literature, you can find that the same word sometimes means the same thing, which is, for example, V, the virus, is the smallest of parasites, because there's a spectrum of organisms. Some look like big worms that can be 30 feet long inside of your intestines, okay? Some people call them solitarias, worms, and they can be inside of your body, and when they get extracted, they're longer than a whole property, like they're really long. And other ones are what you're saying, viruses, which is the smallest of the parasites, and then we can say a mind parasite, which is the same thing you're saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is that is implanted in the mind, and people are expressing ideas that it was given by someone else, like the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959. Okay, where's the evidence for that? Just someone said so, therefore I'm repeating that. It's like a spreading behavior, parasitic, that is leashing the energy of someone by doing speech and spewing these lies. And it's also manipulating the host to have a mindset and make a speech or a statement of that belief or that lie, which is parasitic. Get it? No? Yes? Maybe? So?
I just looked it up right now. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
I'm also left. I'm right and left.
No, you're not left, dude. You're always right.
I also use my left as well, as good as my right. You gotta use both. I mean, you can use both. Not, you don't have to, but you can.
We don't have any more lemon. I've got berry yogurt.
Wait, what was that? I couldn't hear.
That was weird. Just this randomly blurring out shit.
You must really like this. Good. So what's the next question, Sinister? You've had success creating conversations with your previous ones.
Am I on mute? I don't know if I'm muted or not. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay.
You were good before too.
I appreciate that. I'm kind of multitasking with work stuff. Oh man, I don't know. Honestly, I'm just trying to get some conversation going because most of this stuff that I've done has been chasing after, either getting on some government website, downloading directly from whatever, or chasing after the balloon stuff, the satellite thing.
Well, have you thought to do any long distance observations?
Yeah, I bought a P1000 and I was getting ready to rip out the infrared, the filters in it, and I was thinking about exploring some interesting places, kind of reproducing the long distance photography thing. I find interesting, but I haven't done it yet.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's great. That is cool, especially if you have a decent camera. But honestly, a lot of you can do long distance. I'm not telling you what to do, but for anyone else listening who doesn't have a camera, you can do long distance observations with your eyes.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? The distances are, and I think a lot of these people who come in here and the anti-flat earthers, they discount that. For starters, I don't think they've been, I don't think they've gone out and looked at anything. Camera or no camera. Yeah, I didn't mean to put you on the spot again, but yeah, I was just
no worry.
wondering.
No worry. From like I said, most of my explorations have been, you go through a phase where you're just like, I don't really care about this, and then it keeps coming back, and then after a while, you're like, okay, I'm going to look into it. Like, I'll give you an example. It wasn't really flat Earth for me, but probably about 25 years ago, I worked at an oil refinery. And there was this research guy, and he would walk down the hallway and he'd look at people in the eyes. And I remember he'd look at me in the eyes and he goes, it's all about density. And he'd look at me and go, do you get it? And I'm like, I guess. I mean, I'm not really paying attention to density, but I guess he was because he's a chemist, But I always believed that, again, this is my fundamental belief that gravity is a theory. And all of a sudden, it seemed that flipped, where gravity is now a law for some people, anyway. And I'm like, you listen to Mr. Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he does the mic drop thing, like that's proof of gravity. And I'm like, dude, Dr. Lee told me 25 years ago it's all about density. I just start laughing. So
yeah, and even that mic drop moment. That would be he would be hyping Newtonian mass attracting mass. So
exactly,
yeah, they're all over the place.
So now I remember you because you spoke about Dr. Lee a few weeks ago, actually.
Well, he was so real for me that after about 10 years, I had almost thought it was like a dream, And then I reconnected with an old coworker of mine, another young guy. At the time, we were young. And I was like, dude, do you remember that guy's name? I can't remember his name. And he goes, what are you talking about? And I was like, it's all about density. And he goes, oh, yeah, Dr. Lee. And I was like, so that wasn't just like some fiction that I created from something. And he was like, nah, that was real. And I was like, that's so wild.
I'm kind of ignorant to this. Why did that phrase, connect with you so much? Like, what does it mean to you? It's all about density.
Because the science that I learned as a child was that it was the theory of gravity. And then as I rolled forward and I see it referred to as the law of gravity, and then as I started looking into some of the flat earth related subjects, I started seeing a lot of references to the globe and the ball as a graven image. The concept that it represents gravity. If you actually step back from it, the ball is an image of gravity. I mean, that's how they proved to us that there's gravity to some degree as a child. I don't think I'm taking that too stretch, but that's what hit me when I started seeing flat Earth, and then LIGOs started to pop up in the conversations of like the mainstream news getting all excited about this gravity measurement thing. And I'm like, I look into that and I'm like, this is even more crazy. So, and at some point I ended up crisscrossing paths on the internet with somebody named that went by the handle of Parallax, which when I reflect back, that was even more interesting. I think it's all related. The convincing us that gravity is this thing, whatever, they can't define it, trying to prove to us that all these orbital bodies are spinning around each other in some dance. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Hey, it's a cool story. We can give him that much credit. It is pretty. It's a fantasy world that envelops a lot of people. I know it got me, and still captures quite a few people, high and low.
That's why it makes for so many good movies.
It sure does, actually. I think outer space is a great fiction theme. Still love a good space anime, but a lot of people can't let it go and just let it just be fiction.
Yeah, Star Trek. Star Trek has so much gravy in it that it's like, that's why, to me, the whole Star Trek thing, I think, was one of the early propagandas that really got into people's heads. Yeah. William Shatner. Yeah.
I never really watched any of that. Maybe I'm a little young for that, perhaps, but I definitely still fell for outer space for a long time.
You can binge watch it. I mean, it's an interesting binge watch on Netflix or someplace else, wherever they've got Star Trek. But
personally, I think Stargate's better. That's just my opinion.
I agreed. Stargate definitely had some good stuff in it. The wormhole thing. Trying to think of what else was an interesting.
Lost in Space. I remember.
For me, it's either Cowboy Bebop or Mobile Suit Gundam. And that's
nice.
You need to like diversify, bro.
Yeah, go back to some.
You should really watch some of these.
I guess there's more space anime. Shit, Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Z. I was gonna say that Dragon Ball Z. Then you need the balls to make a wish.
Exactly.
Just get the 7 balls.
The ball.
Do whatever you like.
Yeah, ball worship.
You know that Goku in Dragon Ball, in the original, when he learned that he was pretty strong, he was able to kind of be stronger, but then he did this mental gymnastics in his mind, and that made him even stronger. He was doing like exercise in his mind, like fighting the enemy, like a representation of the enemy in his mind, and he will fight that enemy in his mind, and he will get stronger with that.
You're talking about shadow boxing.
Shadow boxing, you can pretend that you are throwing punches towards a target, and that target is, in a sense, throwing back at you, but you're just shadow boxing that. And that still, you have to put energy from your body, and kind of like, it helps you to get your reflexes better. When you can make your opponent stronger than yourself, and you can, in your mind, right? In the shadow boxing, you still doing the mental work, but the physical work. the mental work and the physical work. In the mental gymnastics, it's just sitting down and just thinking about it and having the fight just in the mind, which is more to the globe side of stuff when
I
you
was gonna
start thinking
say,
about fantasy.
sounds like a
But you can.
Glober.
My bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with you. That's like getting into Glober territory. Like, I'm gonna debunk these flat earthers in my mind.
Something like One Punch Man. That would always crack me up.
Yeah, that's more like us.
I was like, how did I
One
not
Punch
see
Man.
this?
Yeah, One Punch. He actually, when you compare like the crab man, remember the crab? He used to eat a lot of crabs, and he used to kind of think that he wanted to be, and then he transformed into the crab monster. The same thing with, I think, who was it? The octopus. There were some monsters that they wanted to be something like that, and then they turned into it. One Punch Man or Saitama, he wanted to beat the monsters with one punch or something like that. It's something to that effect. He wished that he was able to do something, and I think in his mind he wanted to beat everybody with one punch or something like that. And then, in a sense, the designer or god of that universe gave him that power. It's kind of like in the background.
Yeah, in that world, people gain powers depending on how much they want something or something like that. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah.
What the? I'm waiting for the next season of One Punch Man. I really like that one. Do you guys watch Overlord?
No.
Anime watchers. It's
Let me look it up.
Man, it's one of the best ones, I think. My opinion.
Overlord.
It's got like 3, 4 seasons, maybe 5 seasons. I'm not sure.
Isn't Overlord the one that is a guy that is in the video, kind of like a video game universe, and he's pretty good playing the game, but he's like inside of the avatar or the character.
Yeah.
Some sort of.
Yeah, he basically he plays like this virtual game where it's like he's an avatar of like an undead skeleton, and the game is getting shut down, right? And so I'll just say that he ends up becoming the avatar in another world, and it's really cool.
Interesting. Sounds a bit like Sword Art Online. Yes, this veteran player refuses to log out. Like, oh, okay.
It's really dark. It's really dark, which is why I like it. It's pretty good, I think. You'll like it.
I'll add it to the list. Sir, is it space themed? Because I only watch realistic things like outer space.
I got a good one.
There is one part where he flies up in the air and he looks at the world and it looks round, but I mean, whatever.
Used to watch a lot of Sci-Fi Channel, and this popped up out of the blue in 2014. It was a little mini series, and they built a fake ship, and they put people in it, and they told them they were going to space, and then they lived like 2 generations, I think. Maybe they had children. People had children on the quote spaceship, didn't know they were in space. And then there was like a murder that happened. It was a very interesting show that
sounds interesting.
I mean, it's and then they had people from the outside that could come in. They only had like maybe 1 or 2 people that would come in from the outside, and they always played like doctor or somebody, but they had to keep their identity that they weren't really on the ship 24/7, obviously. But yeah, people ask all the time, well, how could you pull this off without, it being leaked?
I think shows are great. Yeah, I think shows are a great way to try and tell a little bit of truth. I've talked about the old blind man and the elephant, and just an old like Chinese story about trying to describe something greater that you don't really have the full picture on. Let me see if I have an image of that.
Here's another one. There was a series that came out. I think it was this Stephen King, Under the Globe, or Under the Dome. Actually, Under the Dome. That popped up. That was probably about the time that I started scratching my head, wondering why is all this stuff coming out. I really didn't care too much during that window. The blind and the elephant. They're touching the elephant. Yeah, that's a good one.
The way I see it is like these shows are ways of describing, because it's like you don't turn on the news and they're just telling you, hey, this is how the world is. I think these shows are a great way to try and tell a little bit of truth without being extremely direct about it.
Well, like
so like one
concept, is that what you're thinking? Like a disclosure?
You've probably heard before, like truth in the media, fiction in the news, or something along those lines. So it's like that show you posted, Under the Dome. That's another way of describing reality. It's like one of these people on the elephant. They're like, oh, well, this is how it is. And so I think it's really cool because we're all sort of piecing together how this world works. It's not like there's obvious answers. There's a lot of mysteries. But I watch a lot of shows that have different angles on life. And I don't know, man. It's not like we're able to view this whole thing. I really like the blind men and the elephant metaphor, because we're all trying to describe how this world really works. And I think what I'm trying to say is these shows do that as well. It's not like you can turn on the news and it's on there. Or
the question is, do they have? Well, the question I have is, do they know the truth, but they're telling a slice of it, or are they making it up? Or do you think it's more like this elephant, where they are telling the truth of the piece that they're touching?
I think we all have a little bit of, like, we all have our own little touch on it, where we're not able to see the whole thing. I don't think anyone is. So that's why I actually really appreciate having people recommend show. Go watch this. And so I'll watch that show, and then that show will have a little bit of, it'll have like a gem in there that I can take away. I don't know, man. I think there's more to life than, I think there's a lot more mystery than we think. And like when shows like this go deep into it, I think. So I'm kind of just rambling here. Apologies.
Well, if Arthur C. Clarke, he invents satellites. So the next time he sees he's gone now, but he sees a TV show with a satellite on it or some propaganda film they're passing off as real, he's got to think to himself, that's funny, at the very least. So do they know? Well, it depends. I mean, Arthur C. Clarke, whenever he heard about satellites after he invented them, he would probably know something's up.
Yeah.
Or laugh. Cash the check.
I think we interpret things differently. I think, like, if someone looks at a cloud, you might think it's a lion. The other person might think it's something else. I don't know. I think, to a certain extent, I think we just interpret things differently sometimes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But that's based on an input, right? And that input you can have a bad perspective or a distorted perspective, and it might you might conclude something wrong about what that thing is, because that thing, it's what it is. My perspective or my opinion is not going to change the facts, even if I'm looking at it distorted or with a wrong presupposition or assumptions. But it is what it is.
Funny you bring that up, Jamesy. I was actually just thinking about that recently.
You mean like when somebody looks at a picture of a flat Earth, and then the other person will say it's round when it's actually not? Or
you can both be saying the same thing. It's flat, it's round, it's flat, it's round. It could be the same thing because you're describing what you're looking in the picture, but that description is not going to make the thing that it is.
Is that the mind virus that prevents them from seeing the truth?
No, it's probably just vocabulary and not utilizing the words for the correct step-by-step and conclusion that you bring in from a description. Because, yeah, the guy is saying it's round, the other guy is saying it's flat, and you could be looking at a picture of a table, and you both are correct, or both can be wrong as well. But still doesn't change the fact that the thing is what it is, even if you describe it with fallacies or with correct terms. Doesn't matter. It's just gonna be what it is, and that's it.
I just think if you had a little bit of truth, a great way to tell it is through a story. It's not like you're going to like phone up CNN and ask for a 1 hour segment where you know, spill out what you think the truth is.
That's where comedians are really good at delivering. Musicians and comedians tend to be able to get complicated ideas out. Artists as well, people that do visual arts.
I agree.
Well, a joke is only funny if there's some truth to it. I mean...
Oh, totally.
There are things that are laughable, but not funny. But they're still laughable.
That's true as well.
Yeah, to quote Bob Dylan, it takes a lot to laugh, a little to cry.
I think you can find meaning in a lot of places. And so I may be overanalyzing it, but a lot of times when I'm watching, I don't watch a lot of TV, watch a lot of shows or anything, but the shows that I do watch, I'll try to like extract any meaning possible. And I guess that's what I'm getting at is a lot of shows, or at least the ones that I watch, some of them have a lot of meaning you can pull out of. Like, it's almost like they're trying to tell the truth just through a story. I can't tell you how many shows that I can name of that have this idea of like venturing outside. And to me, that's relevant because we have our little known area of the earth. But it's almost like an island in a way. We're all like on the island. We don't really know what's outside of that island. Could be a lot of things. It could be nothing. But it seems like there's quite a few shows I can think of where they're like, hey, let's go find out what's out there. And I love those types of shows because it feels a lot like what we're trying to do here. Or at least if we could explore the whole earth, I'm sure there would be a group of people that would be willing to like venture out to explore more. And so that type of stuff really invigorates
let me
my
ask you
curiosity
something.
on life. Go ahead.
Let me ask you something. If you were right now 20 years old, okay, a lot younger than, I don't know how old you are, sorry, I don't want to, but
I'm in my 20s.
Okay, let's say you were a teenager, right? And you watched Attack on Titans. You think you would have the same outcome of that at that age than you do now when you watch it?
If I knew everything I knew now, then probably. But like, it's funny you bring that up because they, in that show specifically, they do a mission that would be, it's like almost exactly what we would need to do on Earth if we could. And so let me post a map, I guess. I can talk about it a little bit.
I know what you're saying, but what I'm asking you is it your prior knowledge that makes you come to the conclusion that what you're watching means something to you, or is it that it itself means something? You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
You know what I mean, right?
If I didn't know, I would watch it and it would probably go over my head. So I think, it's almost like you have to have your they live glasses on when you go and watch certain things. You're like, oh, okay, I see what you're trying to say now.
That's why I said, is the stuff that you're watching actually have any meaning, or is it that you're putting meaning into it? You're taking.
Oh, dude, that's Great point. I think Gemsy actually sort of touched on that a little bit, how you can misinterpret something. And so I think, yes, there's an old story Alan Watts told about, there's a guy who would go to a laundromat on like a weekly basis or whatever, and then there would be another person would come in, and the original guy, just something about that guy that would come in just stood out to him, and he had a certain energy about him. So he almost interpreted that this person was enlightened or whatever, and they were trying to interpret meaning that wasn't there. So there is that potential where you're almost like shamanizing yourself. So I definitely agree that you could just be making up meaning that isn't there, but I think a lot of times the meaning is there.
In the case of the old Star Trek series, which I'm not, I don't go to the conventions, but once upon a time when it was the only option after 1 a.m. for reruns. It's funny because the way the shows, all television, were set up back then, but sitcoms and all these shows, these 30-minute shows or hour shows, there was a solution at the end. It was rare to be continued. There was some sort of, the moral of the story is, in the final, after the last commercial break. But I think it's funny you ask. Well, it's funny that they have to drag the setting out to space for anyone to even be receptive to these moral lessons. You'll hear people say, "Oh, long live and prosper," or whatever. That's how much of a Trekkie I am, but I think that's what Spock says. But if someone would say that under the guise of, if you mention the Constitution and say posterity, hate speech. So then it's sort of like, well, who is if they're taking the setting out to outer space nothingness, but wanting to impart a moral, which there are morals in these. 2001: A Space Odyssey, if you want to go to the Cadillac of the genre, or the Rolls Royce, there's a lot going on in that film. It's not just it's just not shits and giggles. But anyways. But it's funny to me that that's the only place where the modern man, in the last 4 decades, all these people who want to go to, the evolved pond scum story, they still believe that some moral exists out in the middle of outer space nothingness, or that's the only place they'll listen to morality coming from.
That's pretty true. I subscribe to that kind of thought process too.
The thing is that in the movies and the series that we watch, most of the time you start from some type of reference that there's people involved or a community, and we know and can familiarize that kind of environment to reality. Brothers and sisters, cousins, or even business, or let's say even a war situation. You start the program, people shooting each other or whatever, right? You still can have a reference to that in reality. On Star Trek, for example, you have the military kind of mindset, right? The logistic guy, Spock. I think his name is very logical, right? Though he makes a lot of decisions on the logistics of it. You'll find people like that in the militaries. So people start familiarizing a lot of the environment, a lot of the behavior of the characters with reality, and then it's going to touch them emotionally or even professionally in certain things that they do similar to the character. But then they throw the globe and they throw all the environment that is fantasy land that doesn't exist in reality. But everything they are experiencing, the characters are experiencing, everything is dependent on that fantasy. If it wasn't for that fantasy, it's not real. So therefore, the fantasy is real because the emotions that they're feeling, I feel them too.
Spock is like a superhuman. He's not even human, I think. He's like alien or some shit.
Yeah, but you could have Russian people that are more logical than... you have Mexicans that are more logical than people from the United States. You can relate that kind of stuff. He's an alien from Mexico. No, he's an alien from another place.
I mean, look what happened to Matt Damon. They put him on Mars, and he started weeping when he grew a potato.
Do you see how they kind of relate people to the emotional level, and people get invested at least a little bit on that, and if pieces add up, eventually people get, like I said, like they get attached to the emotions of the series, and then what it comes with it, even though it's fantasy, is still robbing them, and then in reality they believe on that globe stuff, and yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, one day we're gonna go have a peaceful civilization on another planet, because the one that we have here is not as peaceful as the one that I want to build. We want to build one in Mars.
Yeah,
That is a vegan society. We're gonna start a vegan society in Mars, and we're gonna go there, and everything is gonna be better. Go ahead.
No, this Spaceball's not perfect enough. There's got to be one with prettier beaches.
Gemsy, you don't want to eat bugs, bro? What the hell? Get with the program, bro. Yes. I'll start eating bugs soon enough.
How dare you?
While the guys in the offices, their penthouses are gonna be eating meat. We're gonna be eating bugs.
Yeah. They'll be eating meat off the big bugs.
Isn't this guy buying all the farms? What's fucking
Gates?
Yeah, Gates. Bill Gates. He's like buying all the farms, isn't he? Or at least a lot of them. I'm telling you, dude, they're gonna fucking have all the meat, and we're gonna have the bugs.
Matt Damon, well, he was growing potatoes, right? You mentioned that, Haas.
I remember that movie.
Growing potatoes on Mars and being so happy about it. Jeez. Well, a lot of times you reach an area, you're gonna try to find stuff, right? My friend finds some, I don't know, animals to hunt or fish. But on Mars, what are you gonna find there? You gotta grow this stuff? What if the sun doesn't give enough light for the plants to grow? I mean, I know. It's fantasy. But still, I don't discard the terraforming of territories. Like I've seen, I mean, I haven't done it myself, but I've seen people like grabbing a parcel of land, and it doesn't look very good to grow stuff, and people transform it into a farming spot, which is functional. It's doable. I can think that people can do that on the ground because it has been done before.
Is that really?
I've never seen anyone doing it up in the sky, just in movies.
I could be wrong, but is that really terraforming? Because I know what terraforming is, but maybe that's just like a small scale of terraforming. I don't know.
Tierra, soil, ground, and then if you have like a desert terrain that is a desert, and then you can change it with like a soil, nutrition, water, seeds. You're gonna terraform it because it's gonna change the terrain, form it, change the terrain. Yeah. I could be wrong about the terms, but that's, for me, that's what it means. Could mean something else.
Yeah, I thought it was just changing an environment to resemble.
That is an environment, bro. That terrain, and when you changing the terrain, and throwing the seeds and the nutrients and the water, you are changing the environment with that spot, that environment. When you're thinking about terraforming, you're thinking about changing the whole planet's environment, right? The whole of it, like the whole universe, like in Mars, because that if you go to Mars, that's your universe right there, that planet, and you want to terraform that whole thing in one sitting. You start spot by area by area. You start right here, and you continue right there, and you keep going, and yeah, terraforming. Changing the terrain, therefore changing the environment. I haven't looked at this for some time, but I remember seeing some people doing that to deserts, certain areas of the desert. So, yeah, go ahead.
Didn't they kind of do that in Dubai? I think they. I don't know. I could be wrong, but Dubai was a fucking desert. Like that place was like, and then they just made it into what it is now, which is pretty insane.
I will say that's close to terraforming. I don't see why not, but there might be some other meaning to terraforming.
Have you seen some of the structures in Dubai? It's really crazy. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. The whole Dubai thing is amazing, but I think the term is perma farming, where they like first time I ever heard about it was some guy in Australia. He turned the desert into like an oasis. He like buried plastic under the ground, put dirt and sand or whatever, and then like dead plant stuff, and then he got stuff growing. He ended up going to Jordan and did the same thing, and ended up growing mushrooms in the desert. They had collected so much water.
Real quick, it looks like we got somebody new in the chat. Shiggles has just joined us. Shiggles, I just unmuted your mic. Welcome to the server, Shiggles.
Hey, thank you. I was just wanting to listen, but thank you.
Yeah, no worries. We'd like to introduce people to our forum. So what brings you to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and what is your position on the topic of the server?
I am a fan of watching Quantum Eraser eviscerate globe theorists, and or listening to him do it. And it's clearly a level stationary plane, not a monkey ball zipping through an infinite vacuum.
Awesome. And so how long have you been researching the flat Earth?
About 6-7 years now.
Quite a long time. All right.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've never seen you around. What forums have you been used to? Like Facebook or Instagram? What?
Facebook. I'm on there constantly in quite a few of the flat Earth groups. And I like Nathan Oakley's channel, the Quantum Eraser's channel, Witsit's stuff, all those guys. But I've never really ever gotten into this is my first time in Discord besides using it for video games years ago. I've never actually used it for anything else other than like playing Warcraft.
Interesting. How did you find us then? Like a link through QE or something?
It was from a guy, EOS UK, I think.
Oh, TOS UK, yeah, on the live stream. Or was it through Facebook?
It was on Facebook. He had saved a video of that 700-mile observation, and it's been deleted everywhere, but he had it saved, and so I went to his channel and enjoyed a few of his videos, and I found the link, and I was like, you know what, let's get in there and listen.
Excellent. So we are kind of like a hidden gem within the truth community. Like, not a people find us, but people have to be looking for us. Sometimes we have to do due diligence to get our brand out there more. But 24/7 Flat Earth Discord has been around for sure at least 5 years, and so we've been doing a lot of the debates and such, and we're at the leading edge of the conversation. So we are like
tip of the spear.
Yeah, we are the tip of the spear. there's a lot of intellects in here that we challenge every single day, the globalist mindset. So you'd find the best of the content in here, right where you're at right now, right where you landed.
Right on. Well,
yeah, we've curated a culture in this Discord where there's no glober that holds office. There's no glober that has like the tags for like admin and such. It's all flat Earth, all of it.
It's a beautiful thing. I am happy. I am thrilled to be here.
Yeah, I just want to tell you a few things that we can get acclimated with this forum. So I gave you VC Verified, which gives you the ability to see live stream voice text, which is the text channel right above the voice channel you're in. If you can just look at the voice channel, right above it, there's a text channel. It's called live stream voice text. You see that?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And also, we have a YouTube live stream that's 24/7. So always we have a live stream that's on. I'm going to put the live stream and live stream voice text. I just did. That's our live stream. And you can click on that. If you don't have to log into Discord, you can just listen, on here, like if you're at work or something. You can have that playing in the background, but without logging into Discord. And it's going to play whatever's happening in the live stream.
Very cool.
Yep. So, we're just getting used to the people here, but we do things a little differently than most forums that you're probably used to. We agree, all of us here, the ones that are the seniors of this platform, that it is not a debate. We don't as far as what we're our perspective, that it's not a debate. So it's basically a rejection of the truth, and we're exposing the world to that. So the people that come in here and think the Earth is a globe, they think they're coming in for a debate. Of course, we challenge them, and it sounds like a debate, but for us, it's just really them not accepting the understanding that the physical and natural world is displaying to them the reality, which is that the Earth is not a globe.
Kind of exposing their religious belief.
Correct. So, if you want to, everybody that's in here, what I'd say, if you want a flat Earth tag or something, just hang around the group. Let us get to know you more. And then, eventually somebody's going to give you that flat Earth tag. But if you're just somebody that comes in and out every so often, it's going to be hard for us to kind of get to know you. We have to see you in kind of often, let's say. We have to see you often. If we see you often and we get to know who you are, that's Shiggles. Oh, yeah, he's pretty cool. And then somebody will slap that flat Earth tag on you. They'll probably give you a little quiz and give you that tag. And then, you can move up from flat Earth to silver. There's a couple of roles here that we have. We give to each other. It's just community based, We just give them to each other as a sign of us recognizing that they can actually articulate themselves in a conversation. So you go from flat Earth to silver, from silver to gold, from gold to gold plus, from gold plus to moderator, from moderator to admin. This is the scale that is being held here. But if you see some, you can click on everybody's name and it'll give you the tags that they have, and their tags will signify what rank they hold, as far as within our community, basically. Not, you could be a senior that's been in flat Earth for 10 years or something. But if you're somebody that's in our forum that does due diligence and articulate yourself very well, you can be a moderator. So the only thing that we care about is the passion and drive that you have behind that. So.
Right on.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of going really fast, but I'm trying to cover as much bases as I can, because it's not just for you; it's for the new people that are out there that want to become part of this server. Yes. I'm always, if I'm speaking not just to you, but the royal you, which is everyone.
Right. The silent audience.
Sure, but what do you think about that?
I think it's great. It's a good way to kind of vet people and, make sure somebody's not sneaking in to troll. And I'm just very thankful you guys do what you do. It's awesome.
Yeah, and we'd like
and
every
it's the
person.
Technical arguments that I find fascinating, and I, Quantum Eraser and Oakley and those guys, it doesn't get more technical than that, and I love that stuff. So
he frequents this platform almost every day. You know that, right?
I knew he was. I didn't know it was every day, but that's awesome.
Yeah, just about every day. And he's a personal friend of mine. So.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, big fan of his work.
Oh, he does that every day. We have him on audio clips though.
Nice. Yeah, I was watching the video of this guy confusing an angle of elevation and elevation angles and saying they're not the same, and that was the exact clip that brought me in here from.
Yeah, we just did that yesterday. So that's TOS. He's in here right now. Actually, that guy that brought you in here, he's sitting in the.
He didn't bring me. He
through his video.
Yes,
he came in here. But he's sitting in the server right now.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. If you've seen any of his clips, you'd notice who I am. But like also the people
What is
in
your
here.
name?
Mayhem.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to. Okay. Sorry, I'm still trying to figure out. I just got this Discord app on my phone.
Okay.
To the layout of it.
Yeah, in the Discord app, there's a feature where you can locally mute your mic, so you don't have to worry about people listening while you're talking in the background. You can still listen and be muted yourself. So we can server mute you, but then you cannot unmute from on the server. If you do it locally, we don't have to worry about that, and you can unmute whenever you want to say speak or say something or ask a question. Just stay muted while you're not talking. That's it. Since you're new to Discord, and I know for a fact a lot of people don't know that, so just pointing that out.
Okay. Let me figure out how to mute myself. So my microphone is just open right now.
Yeah, bottom left, there's a little microphone icon. Just click on that and it'll mute you.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, that was it.
Okay. Hey, I'm going to mute myself, but thank you so much for chatting with me about that, and I'm going to listen for a while.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right on.
And we got Redford that just joined us. Redford, I'm going to unmute you. It looks like you got a listening pass. Redford, welcome to the group. If you're there, you can open up your mic and say hello. Or not. Hey, Gemsy, what I was noticing is that like that guy Sinistar, I used to play that game when I was little. So I was a little kid. And that whatever it is, that thing he has on his avatar, like you were a little ship that was flying around, and these little robots were putting the Sinistar together, like, and you would see him being made, so you had to like hurry up and destroy them. But if they made him, like if they created him, he would start chasing you, and he would be screaming like after you, like roar. And then he would
run,
like,
coward, run.
Yeah, it would be run, coward, run. And then it was chasing you all around. Like, it was fun. It was like people used to hate the fact that like, that Sinistar would chase you. It was kind of crazy.
Yep. So it looks like you did have a certificate associated. So if you're
Sinistar, you're hot micing, bro.
Yeah, I'm muting you. Hold on a second.
Okay. You're still open, bro.
I never played that game actually myself, but yeah, I can see the frame of reference, the point of the game that you explained. Sinistar.
Yeah, and when he kill you, he says, "I am Sinistar." But when he'd find you, like, cause as soon as they make him, your screen would flash, and it would tell you that he's chasing you, and then once he comes into screen, he would be screaming at you, "Run, coward, run!" And you would try to escape from him because, like, if he touches you, you would be dead. It was crazy. It was a crazy concept for a game.
He wants to touch you? That's kind of weird.
Yeah, you know, you like your ship. because you're flying around in your ship in space. So as soon as he touched your ship, your ship would explode.
Ooh, he has the adverse reaction. He touches you and you just explode. Damn.
Yeah.
Who's the weirdo making these games? Just kidding. I played Galaga. I did play Galaga, and you can't let the enemy touch you. Just like Contra. Remember Contra? Yeah, I played that as well. You can't let the enemy touch you. Yeah. Or you die. Shoot him.
You guys ever played? I think one of the best space games ever. FTL, Faster Than Light.
Oh no.
It's a really fun game.
Yeah, I can't get with you 30-year-olds, and you're from the generation with like Cat Dog and Hey Arnold and stuff. That's your guys' generation.
Me?
I know you guys. Yeah. Aren't you like late 30s?
My dad invented the games. That's my dad's generation. He invented the games. I played them.
Chimsy, how old are you?
36.
Oh yeah, that's you and I think Kel and CB.
CB's younger. CB's like 20 something. He's like
29.
Well, right around the 30.
Yeah, we're right there.
Yeah, I just turned 29.
I gotta say though, man, to be 30 right now, it's a fun time to be alive right now. If you're that age.
But here's the thing: we went through. We basically experienced technology. We went from beepers. I went from beepers to flip phones to.
Bro, you remember beepers? Like that was.
Dude, I had a.
My parents had a pager. Yeah.
I had a beeper, dude. I would get the call, right? I would get the number, then I would go to a payphone or whatever I was around, and I would call them up. Yo, what's up?
I remember the beepers, bro. They went ham, dude. They went hard. Like everybody had a beeper.
They were pretty tight, like on the hip.
Yeah,
I thought they were badass.
The 2-direction beepers were awesome. Being able to text back.
You know what? I think nothing beats like walkie-talkies, like radio bands. I think nothing beats that in a sense, like communicating. If you have a radio receiver that can speak in the airways, like the walkie-talkies.
Yeah,
there used to be, I think, I want to say it's Alltel. There was a company, the phone company.
Nextel. I was just going to say that.
You remember that, CB?
They in the phone, yeah.
It was like a walkie-talkie and a phone mixed, like both of it combined. Like it was the same. You could use it like a walkie-talkie and a phone.
Dispatch. I used to work for a company that used to dispatch vehicles to pick up clients and stuff for Medicaid, and they had that. They had those walkie-talkie phones.
Yep.
Imagine
they did away with that shit, though. I think
they did.
Open airway, like I'm talking a walkie-talkie that when you speak on that frequency, everybody that is on that frequency will hear you, right? And you can talk about these topics in the open air.
Wow.
I think that's why they didn't like keep to those, because like some information would get clusterfuck, because like you're dealing with the different bands that you're on, and I think there's only so many bands you can work with, and then if everybody's using these kinds of phones, then it's going to be just clustered up. Like there's
no way to make it private. That's the problem.
There's no way to make it private. It's just going to be open.
I remember before the cell phones, we're talking, and there was a time that people carry walkie-talkies around and spoke to people. I mean, I did it. I mean, it was like a gimmick, but people had stations in their homes with antennas on their roofs, and other people had walkie-talkies, and they will walk with the radio in their hands, and if they want to talk to whatever, they'll talk.
That's tight. I only had the cheap ones where you like buy a set of 2 or 4 or whatever. You go in the woods and talk to your friends. Like that was the best I could afford.
It will have like an advertisement of 3 miles radius, but when you use it, doesn't work at all. It's just a crap thing. I mean, I'm saying there is a very bad quality of those that are just for children to talk in the same room. and then there is some other ones that are really good that you can talk to people that are 15, 20 miles away from you. I don't know how far, but I remember talking to people that it was next town. We're talking over 10 miles that we were talking to them.
Yeah.
And the town that I'm talking about, now it makes sense because that town was very high up in the mountains, and I was at the coast. So I was down on the coast, and we were able to talk to people up in the mountains, like 10 plus miles away.
They're only useful for like emergency services, because on a frequency that everybody can hear that specific frequency, then all the people responding could either be like, I'm near that area, I'll be right there. So it works for emergency services, but not anything above that, like for, like a company or something. I think locally, I think it'd only be good, but expanding it to like farther distances, it's not viable.
Well, they have encryption. They have encrypted walkies now, 2 ways.
Oh, they done that?
They put keys. They share a key to establish like a local broadcast thing. So it's not just channels anymore. It used to be real big it's still big in the military, but now they're cheap enough that if you really want it, you can get it.
Okay.
Few $100.
Nice.
I'll post something in the chat.
Do they still sell walkie-talkies? I've seen them.
Oh yeah, but these are digital. They have they're doing encryption, turning it into packets, just like what we're doing on Discord, and then they drop it on the broadcast, and then the other end has to have a key. Otherwise, they're just hearing garbly digital nonsense.
Yeah, that's kind of cool,
but limited by range. So.
Is that garbled nonsense kind of like the globe story?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It bounces off satellites.
I was going to say, if you use NASA satellites or Starlink, then it wouldn't be so garbled.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about technology, right? So
I thought walkie-talkies didn't work that far because of the curvature of the Earth, but it's the size of your antenna that matters, and your position matters. But yeah.
So size matters, folks. You heard it here first.
When it comes to the satellite thing, one of the things that I learned a few years ago too is something called tropospheric scatter. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of that one before.
Sounds like a nice fishing move.
Yeah. So if you want an interesting read, I'll drop that one. But basically, from a ground station, they would shoot microwave energy up at the sky, and it would create a flashing, glowing hotspot. And then anywhere around that, you can point another satellite up to it and basically receive the transmission.
Yeah, I don't think satellite communication is something bad to talk about, like when we're in concerns to the flat Earth. Like a lot of people shy away from that because there's not a lot of like talk about it. But technology flying above our heads is not uncommon. Like I don't think that should be taboo for flat Earth to talk about. People should go into that.
No, what's the big deal?
Honestly,
technology in the sky.
I'm not trolling on this one at all. This is a legitimate. Military came up with this thing back in the 40s or 50s. I pasted the link to it, and how they're able to pull it off. I mean, I know there's balloons. They've been throwing balloons up over our head for decades. There's a branch of the military whose job was to fly an airplane and hook the balloon before it would come down.
There still are. There still are.
So they didn't stop that. There's a lot of historical photographs of these military Air Force guys flying around with airplanes with hooks on them.
They're supposed to have caught the satellite that went over, what was it, Michigan? The one they shot down. I have the GIF of that. Remember, it came out of the news not so long ago.
The big white cloud thing.
Yeah, I should look in the live stream voice text.
Oh yeah.
They shot it down.
You talking about the one they allegedly first spotted in Montana? So they took all the way from the West Coast all the way into Montana before they saw it.
Yeah,
and it was because they
check
reported
this
it.
out, man. Like, I want to say, because I used to, before I came to Flat Earth the way I did, I was looking at like moon, like they were showing. Like, I was like into UFOs. We all were into that stuff. I'm pretty sure. I was looking at like sightings that people had, that stuff that would transit like a full moon, like weird stuff.
Right.
So when I would look at like this one guy was always watching the moon like on the full moon, and like this wibbly wobbly thing would like traverse the moon, and he was like, "Well, what do you think that?" And he kind of zoomed in.
777, the firmament wave, the lunar wave.
No,
you called it.
Not the firmament wave. Actual things that look like objects traversing. Like,
oh, okay.
They kind of look like shadows or something that would like appear in front of the moons, and then like it was weird, right? And I think there was another one where it showed like a craft coming out of the moon, like it burst out of the moon. It was weird. It's like a bunch of different stuff, but like the one that I was referring to was like it looked like a shadow was crossing the moon, and it looked like it was wobbly, and it was like because the guy wasn't like trying to catch stuff; he was just viewing the moon and like the surface of the moon, and that like from a telescope, and then something just like would pass in front of it.
It was like a scan line, almost like it was scanning from the top down, and it.
No, he's talking about something else. He's talking about something
I'm talking
else.
about. I know which one that is too.
I know what you're talking about too. Yeah, that's the lunar wave or the firmament wave.
Lunar wave.
Crow 777 caught. But yeah, no. So you're talking about something else.
Can I say something about this? About something else, but it's kind of related.
Oh, what's up?
What if there was a way that we could like measure the how big the sun is when it's setting? No, well, it's always bigger. No, stupid idea. Because I was like, if we could prove that when the sun is higher up in the sky, which is closer, it's bigger. Maybe that proves, but no, it's the opposite. Actually, it gets bigger while it's further away because of the atmospheric lensing. So,
yeah, I'd say it this way, man. Depending on the conditions of the climate, you're gonna have different lensing effects that happen to the sun. People people in the dry climate would see the sun actually going to a fine pinprick. It looks like it's getting smaller. And in the more humid climates, like they could see the sun actually getting bigger. The lensing effect takes place in, like in Africa, where it's super humid over there. Like they look at the sun, look like it's huge orange ball, like hitting the horizon.
Wait, so if somebody does this experiment in a place where it's not humid, the sun actually gets smaller while it's setting or rising.
Let me show you a GIF that kind of shows it. We have some GIFs of that. If you guys have it before I find it, it's in my thing. Put it in the live stream voice text for Enrico.
I think
let me show you.
The farther you can see the sun, right, the smaller it gets. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I just put it in the live stream
like that.
Yeah, check out live stream voice text.
Yeah, as soon as you say measure the sun, that's a fail right there. I mean, how are you going to measure the sun?
I'm kind of with Dave on this one because we don't even know what is the sun.
Yeah, exactly.
Where is the sun? Like, so we don't. Yeah,
I don't see it in the live stream chat.
Yeah, live stream voice text.
Oh, voice.
Enrico,
because I'm on my phone.
It's the text channel right above this voice channel.
Yeah. Let's see.
That just shows that the sun has to be local.
Well, and I'm trying to put an example to
That's not
Enrico.
the sun, that's the light emitting. It's burnt.
I don't know what that means. That's the sun, though.
It is what it is, right?
Yeah, it's the sun.
But what is it?
That it has more light. But the camera is overexposing it, so it's white. But that's not the actual That's not actually how big it is. It would be huge if it was that big.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like what we're doing with any observation, like it doesn't matter what technology you're using. You're always going to have the apparent sun's location. You're never going to have the actual sun's location. Even in the globe Earth paradigm, they're even saying that it's not the actual sun you're looking at. It's the apparent sun.
Right.
That it's always been that, because we all understand this. Like in this topic, in this forum, everybody understands you're not looking at the actual sun because of the climate conditions. You're going to see the sky above you viewed differently, right? And you can notice that. You can notice that, like the moon as well. Like the moon on the horizon, when you're looking at it almost straight on, when it's on the horizon, it looks big sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
you can notice this, and then when it gets to the sky, it changes colors. Even it's like more orange. It's more orange when it's on the horizon, as it looks white when it's like up in the sky. It's yellowish sometimes. It just depends. But like because of the climate,
this footage could have been recorded better.
That's fine, but like
look at the Africa one. The Africa one's pretty good too.
It's not going to negate. It's not going to negate the fact that people can actually see two kinds of like ideas here, with the sun either shrinking or expanding. Then, due to the climate, it's going to change its perspective. What you see. This is just, it's common knowledge. You should be known. It's not like something to debate about. Like,
yeah, of course. No, but the Africa one has the same issue. You cannot see the roundness at the beginning of the video. You cannot see the fine details of the circle of the sun because the camera is overexposed. They should have adjusted it to the sun, but they didn't. I'm just saying, because if they did, it would be a better proof,
Well, I mean, I would say for you to actually go and do it, Enrico, if you think you have the beat on how to do it. But I would tell you that there's still going to be two extremes. The one is going to be where the climate is going to show you the sun actually appearing to be smaller. The other climate is going to show you that the sun's going to get bigger, and the lensing effect will take place.
Yeah, of course.
Are you talking about like as the sun is moving away, he zooms in with the sun? Is that what you're saying?
There is a difference. There is a difference between the circle of the sun that you describe as the circle of the sun, and then there is this environment between the observer and the sun that you can see like a light that it looks like a sun in the clouds, and it's different than the circle of the sun because those are two. The light is going through a medium, and you are seeing the light going through the medium at a hot spot. That is not the source of the light that you call the circle of the sun.
Yeah. Therefore, it looks bigger.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, it depends. It just depends on the climate. Like some days you're going to see it look way bigger than it does other days, right? Like that's noticeable too. You see it on the horizon, it's like, man, it looks way bigger than it did the other day. Like you can actually see that just with your eyeballs. You don't have to use any kind of optics. Just using your eyes.
Same thing with the moon, I feel. Sometimes I look at the moon and it looks way bigger than it did the other day.
Exactly. And that's why I'm always saying that. Like it just depends on the climate. And it's going to have the effect that it's going to have due to that, and give your eyes like a visual. Because, have you ever whipped out a camera when it looks really big? And your camera looks like very tiny, but in your eyes it looks really big. Have you noticed that kind of weird optical effect?
And also, it looks really bright. Yeah, it also looks really bright compared to what it looks like on my eyes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it depends on the lens you're using and the settings of the camera.
Yeah, my phone is garbage. So.
Yeah, like I have like a wide angle almost lens, so it's gonna appear smaller.
Yeah, iPhone 13s are garbage. I'm just saying, for you guys using iPhone, don't use iPhone 13.
They're not good at capturing the sun in them.
No, they're not.
I did take some pictures last night. It was really orangish red. So it was just like you guys were describing.
Yeah. So I'm kind of curious, Enrico, do you have a setup? You can actually take stuff?
I mean, I could, but I don't have a place where I could actually see the sun setting and rising and throughout the whole day. But I have a camera and I know how to use it, so I could do it.
Yeah, good stuff. You know what? Speaking of which, there was a guy who worked really well with cameras and optics and such, and he came into our chat, and he was saying that on this topic, right? Not necessarily the sun and the moon, but the stars. This community has been shown a lot of stuff, right? And including what the stars look like through camera. And,
I've seen that.
and some of them look out of focus, and a lot of the flat earthers are saying that is the stars that we are looking at, and they look distorted, and you know what I mean? Like it looks weird.
Yeah, to me they're out of focus, honestly.
Well, they were. He came in here and he was telling us like he said the stars look closer to what like the mainstream is even saying. Like not exactly like that, but he's like they're close to the way they look. The stars.
Nice.
The high quality. So he was actually saying that, and I didn't disagree with him. I'm like that. Yeah, I mean, because a lot of the times the flat earthers, they want to just run with the first thing that they see and then go with that, and they don't do the like due diligence to account for the different types.
That's really bad.
The different types of lenses. Yeah, I know. That's why in this forum it's not as easy as just coming in here and just saying, hey, look, this is it, and everybody's like, oh yeah, that's what it is. Every one of us can critically think about what's being presented, and we can have our own ideas, our own opinions, and we say, let's challenge this. If this is truly what you're saying, we're gonna start looking at like the variables that are being used here, like the camera, the climate, like all that stuff. We're gonna put all that into the realm of like your test, what you're doing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so we don't just accept the word of somebody saying, nope, they did it incorrectly, I did it right. Here it is. No, we're like, well, let's look at it first, right? Let's examine it and then see what we can. Yeah. We're gonna test this, and maybe somebody else can do what you're doing with your setup, and then see what they come up with, and try different setups and whatever. But it's always met with like rigor, like when we examine each other's, kind of the possibilities of things.
You know what I'm thinking though? You can't debunk belief. So even if we come up with the best proof, they're still gonna justify it. And if people choose not to believe in it, there's nothing you can do about it to change their mind.
Yeah, I can agree with that. So what has to happen, and I've said this before, it's really supernatural, something that happens within inside them that they awaken. That no one, you can't strong arm somebody into the flat earth. Like just because we have good arguments, we're thinking we're gonna win that mind over. That's not what happens. But we do understand that we challenge them. Like we're gonna challenge them, and at least leave them with questions, because that's what I want. I want a person to be like, course. Shit, I didn't have an answer for what he just told me. Like what the fuck. So that's where you want to leave somebody with questions.
You know what? Let me tell you a short story. I was talking to my father about this because years ago when I first discovered it, and he loved space and shit, Star Trek and shit, and so he didn't believe it, of course. And I almost got him with one proof. I was like, look, the gyroscope. If you put a gyroscope, you let it the whole night, it doesn't move, right? But if the Earth is rotating, it should move. And he was like, oh my god, maybe. But then he went on Google and found out, well, the gyroscope is affected by gravity. Like, fuck that shit. Where's the proof that the gyroscope is affected by gravity? Where is it? They just said it. How did they come up with it?
They don't have an answer. Well, their answer is because the Earth's rotation, but
how did they decide? Yes, it's affected by gravity. Like, where, why? Like, it's fucked up, man. Because I almost
did he look into it? Did he didn't look into it after that? Like that was good enough for him.
I tried. No, after that he didn't look into it anymore because he just believed that it was affected by gravity. But like, this is what we're fighting against. Like, it's a matter of belief and wanting to believe something else. But
bro, we do that every day, Enrico. Like you wouldn't believe the amount of belief that actually goes into like people. They make shit up on the fly. Like when we're debating them. Like when we're doing it, they make the shit up right on the spot. I'm like, dude, you just made that shit up, bro.
My father does that too, man. When they don't have an answer, they just make it up because they just gotta justify it to make. It's crazy. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's fucked up, but so it is.
They can't just say, no, I don't have the answer. I don't know.
I think if you were to, for that argument, if you were to spin up a gyro at 45 degrees, over time, wouldn't gravity straighten it out? I think that would be a retort against that guy.
Maybe over time.
But it depends on what gyro. If it's a mechanical gyro, it's got conservation of momentum to deal with. So then, at some point, it's going to run out of its energy that's been input into it. So you're going to have. There's other things that work. It's not just because there's things that are you have to deal with when you're working with a gyro. Like I said, depending on what type of gyro you're using, for what purpose you're going to actually put an example to, then you're going to have to deal with the variables that encounter, like a mechanical gyro, a laser gyro, like. Whatever gyro that you're using, it's going to be for whatever function of practical use you're going to use it for.
Wait,
and then
there's a laser gyro?
Yeah, laser ring gyro. Yep.
But how's that work with light?
Yes.
But light cannot be affected by gravity.
Well, you don't know the full, like, these fucking debates, bro. Like, once you hear them, you're going to be like, this is bullshit. Like, honestly, you get more upset, I think, the longer you hear them kind of making their stories up, because that's the only where this this idea survives, right? Because we had imagination. Imagination, but like, have you ever heard of Behind the Curve? It's like a mockumentary. They call it a documentary, but we call it a mockumentary. It was something that was a hit piece against flat Earth
by Logan Paul. It was that one.
No. This one's on Netflix, man. It has. A lot of the people that are in this community right now, and some that have passed away.
Oh, the guy, Mark, maybe
Mark Sargent. It was Bob Nodell. It was Jaron from Jaronism. It was
Nathan.
Nathan.
Of them died.
Yeah, Bob Nodell passed away not even a month ago, 2 months ago. Yeah.
So they mocked it. They did like the classic interview where they crushed them after with the cuts.
Supposedly with the laser ring gyro, which is why I brought this up, what we're talking about. They were talking on the documentary that Bob Nodell was trying to figure out, like, with the laser ring gyro, that would be good proof to show that if the Earth is like the one that's actually moving or not. And so they were coming up with the idea that laser ring gyros are really precise, and that they could actually get a great understanding of, like, the Earth is the one that's actually moving. I think, what was the effect that they were working off of, guys who are on this chat right now listening to me? They were going off the Sagnac, right? Is that what they were proposing this specific test to be done about? With the because there was either the Earth is the one moving, or it's something else that's actually acting on this gyro. But, like, they would say that in order for it to be conclusion, because they say the 15 per hour drift that would take place on the gyro, that would initiate the understanding that if it's along what they would claim, the claim is that the 15 per hour drift that happens, that they could record on the device, would be showing that the reason why they could notice that drift was happening on the gyro was due to the fact that the Earth's motion was in play, meaning that they have the outcome. In other words, going into it, the hypothesis of it was like they were already. It's not the way you do it, but the presupposition on this pseudoscience idea was that they're going to say that if the Earth is spinning at a particular rate that it's supposed to be, then they would record a 15 per hour drift on the device.
Right.
So, and that's not how you do. It's not science, right? But that's a pseudoscience application. So when they did that, and they ran it through, all of it was rigged, man. Even the editing and everything was rigged. So they didn't tell you that previous to starting the gyro up, that they got a 7 per hour drift on it before they had it going the first time, and then they had to do it a couple of times before they actually got it to get moving to the point where it was adjusted to see it was actually recording a 15 per hour drift. And so they were saying, because of that 15 per hour drift that they recorded on the laser ring gyro, that it then gave the outcome that the Earth is the one in motion. So it was like, I guess they recorded Bob saying something like, "Oh, that's interesting," or something. Like he was like, he didn't confirm or anything. He just like, "Oh, that's interesting that it came out with that."
That's interesting quote was like hours before doing the observation. So they were probably talking about something. They were recording everything backstage before the test, before the laser stuff. and Bob said that's interesting about something that wasn't related.
Oh, and they
to the
cut it
test.
and they
They
put
cut
it.
it.
Oh my
They
God.
edited it. About these fucking weasels, man. And check this out. Bob Nodell, he was a personal friend of this Discord. He came in here, I want to say like almost after that was being aired, after it was being aired on Netflix. He came in here and he was talking to us exactly what was going on, why they did what they did. He's like, they painted him like he's a fucking clown, bro. Like they made him out just really in a bad light. And we were listening to him describe everything, how it really went, and how they edited it to make it sound like they put words in his mouth about it. And so they did a lot with that laser ring. I think they took it on different elevations, and they even got different recordings with the different elevations to actually support the case that it's not just 15 per hour. Like if it was 15 per hour drift, it would be 15 per hour at every single place on the sea level, moving it up. Like it wouldn't matter. It would always be 15 per hour because that's a rotation of the earth. But it would change even with elevation, what the drift would show. So they didn't say anything about that. So it was misrepresenting the actual test of the gyro. I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of fuckery that went on, like painting us to be like we don't know what we're talking about, or like making it sound like
how many people joined this server saying, "Oh, you know that guy, that flat earther that proved the Earth to be round." Just similar to, flat earthers don't believe in anything, or flat earthers don't believe in the moon, or this kind of stuff. That's one of the big ones. A flat earther proved the Earth it's a globe. That's one of the top ones that I've heard from people that join this, like the new people mocking other people from the mockumentary information. The flat earther proved the globe. There you go.
They say thanks, Bob, because they make it sound like he provided them evidence. And even when we asked them, can you tell us evidence? Because I give them the 3 questions, as you may or may not know. And the second one is Earth's rotation. And they were like, isn't some guy from Netflix provided evidence for this? And I know who they're talking about, but they're using him instead of going back into history and looking for whatever guy actually made their evidence for that. Because there is nobody. So they use like Bob in this instance to kind of mock flat Earth. It's crazy, right?
Yep. Yeah, man, that's why we have TVs, to control our minds.
This is why you got to be careful when you're when you try to do stuff like that with certain people and certain companies, and they have their agendas, and they end up.
Oh yeah, you cannot trust them for sure.
Yeah, like there's a lot of interviews where people have, right, and they clip out what they want, and they never show other parts of the interviews.
Dude, they did something similar to that, basically almost the same, to some Italian people here in Italy, that they were claiming that humans should only eat fruits, specifically apples. They basically put them on interviews. They made them go to TVs, and they cut the whole thing and made them sound stupid. And they had like some kind of stupid scientist tell them that they're wrong, and they didn't let them answer. And like they did the same thing. And that's how you know maybe that's the truth, When they try to cover it up, why are you covering it up? Maybe, that's an indication that it's probably true.
Yeah, this is a war for the mind. And it's like a lot of people, and I would say coming into this, they think that we're entering a civil discussion. And I always tell people it's a battlefield for the mind. You don't know who the people are that come in here, so you have to start to get to know who they are, right? Because eventually they start to reveal who they are through the conversation, whether they're genuine actors or they're misinformed people, or just depends if they're agents. Let's say we never know, but like that's
Agent Smith.
I'm telling you, man. Like you never know until you get to know somebody, through conversation. And they will fucking lie through their teeth, man. Like and on the spot. Like we had a guy yesterday that he was LARPing, live action role play. He was LARPing in here because he was saying he was a flat earther. He's like, really? I'm a flat earther? I was like, bullshit, dude. Because he was putting images of like how his camera was showing curvature from like the beach. Like you're looking at the horizon.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, that's bullshit, dude. How are you seeing the Earth? If the Earth has curvature at the ground level, how big do you think the Earth is, bro? Like, I mean, so he was lying about who he was just to be, and like, these are everyday kind of things, bro.
Yeah,
we have to deal with that.
I mean, look what Vice did to Andrew Tate. You know, they took a 3-hour interview, they cut it up into like a 10-15 minute video or less, and they just put the worst thing, and they just, you know, that's what they do, right?
Yeah.
So these are media giants, man, and who do we have to kind of like keep them back? Nobody, just each other. That's it. We have each other from every part of the earth. So like together we can't fight this, but like, yeah, it's
honestly, I'm thinking a good way to fight this is having a lot of kids and teach them, and they will question the government in the future. But we have to have a lot of kids and teach them, not let the government teach them. Because if we don't have kids, we're done. You know, we gotta have kids to build our own.
The agenda, Enrico. The agenda is for the opposite. It's to control the population, to less people. You know, we can't. Depopulation is the agenda. One of them. It's actually got a number to it. You guys might know which one it is.
Mm-hmm.
But to depopulate the earth because there's too many of us on here right now. That's bullshit, bro. Like they're
it is
scarcity and not you know, we're overpopulating this earth. That's a bunch of bullshit, man. It is.
Yeah.
I heard somewhere that you could put the entire Earth's population in Texas.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of land out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Empty land, dude. Like Russia.
People just choose to live in one spot. Like, it's not overpopulation. You just got a lot of fucking people in one place. Like, move out, go to the country and shit. You know, like.
Hey, I want to add something to this. Sorry, I've been multitasking, but I got to add something to this. I asked the internet, how big of a meatball would all of humanity be if you were to put all of us into a ball? It's worth doing a search. It's not that big.
Super small.
No, we can all live in Texas. Like I'm telling you.
We could. Oh, yeah. That used to be on pop.org.
With enough land for each of us.
Yep.
The maths that I've got in my head is everybody on the face of the earth could all live in Australia, get a quarter acre of land to themselves individually, with land to spare in Australia, and use the rest of the world for resources. Overpopulation. Yeah.
Damn, bro. Fuck, man. Yeah.
Well, these are the agendas that we fight against. Like, and because people say, like, what would it matter anyways if the Earth was flat or a globe? I'm like, with the globe, you have limited resources. You got scarcity. You got freaking.
You got climate change.
Climate change. Think of all the different things they scare us with, right? The asteroid's gonna come and destroy Earth, like the dinosaur, like a bunch of shit, man, that they fill your head with. And at some point, we're gonna have to get off this fucking rock, dude, and live on Mars or some shit. And then we live on Mars, and then we start again, you know, populating Mars, and it's bullshit, bro. All of it.
When was the last time you watched the news and they said something good? Like it's all fear mongering.
Honestly, here in Italy, they do say good stuff, but only at the end. After they bombarded you with negative shit, and it's always like stupid, like shit that you don't give a fuck about, like the Queen. Oh, the Queen is fine. The Queen ate, like something dumb like that. Like we don't give a fuck about the Queen and stuff. Yeah, no. Some years ago they were talking about, oh, the Queen couldn't get fucking mozzarella. I don't give a fuck.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, man.
Is that like the talk of the town some days? Or are you going, hey man, did you hear the Queen didn't get mozzarella? What the fuck?
No,
dude?
I don't think it was, but they just fill it up with stupid, useless information.
The Queen doesn't have cheese, all the cows and all the milk.
We gotta find some fucking cheese around here, man. What's going on? Can't happen. Dude, what the?
But this is part of the ploy as well, right? shit that you don't act, or sorry, shit that doesn't actually mean anything. So we get this with entertainment and stuff that's on the news. It doesn't mean anything, but people will get carried away with it. People will get involved in it, and people will take a side.
Like football.
Yes, exactly like that.
It's like back in the Coliseum, man. Big distractions to keep you distracted.
Bread and circus, man.
Here we go. Bread and circuses.
Yeah, give them bread and circus, and they won't fucking worry about the shit that we're doing with military campaigns, bro.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah, I think people should just fucking realize we're trapped. We're prisoners. You know, like they think we're free, like and shit. But we're fucking trapped. Otherwise, why would there be armed man in the street if we were free? That's fucking guards, dude.
Hey, Enrico, how bad is it over there where you're at, man? Like with that shit, like do they populate the cities, streets, and shit? Like do they?
Honestly,
hey man,
after COVID, I've seen a lot more fucking cops, even in fucking parks, like parked there with their fucking car, just watching. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, after COVID, dude.
Really? They're still doing that shit? They're policing you guys over there?
No, but you just see more police, but it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it's not so much. It's not crazy, man. It's normal, basically. But you see cops, man. Fuck the cops, man. Fuck the police. Fuck the law.
No, that's the wrong mindset, dude.
Well, he's in Italy, though.
You need police.
In
I don't
Italy?
need police, man.
You need police anywhere you live. Who's going to enforce the law?
Me and my fucking gun in my backpack, dude.
Okay.
That's my law. What kind? I don't want to impose anybody's laws, dude. I would just want to be free. You know, do what you want.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not how the world works.
I know. I mean, nature. That's how nature works. But the world is not natural anymore. Our world, or at least. The only real law is the law of nature, honestly. The law.
But anyways, we have been lied about with the shape of the earth and shit. So this war that's been fought on many different fronts, Enrico, is happening on like different topics. Like it's so much shit, dude. Like once you get off of one topic, then there's another shit coming out on the news that convinces people that you were running out of fucking oil. Like over here, it was about oil. Like before winter came, they were talking about how America made a deal with the Saudi government that they didn't. Saudi was like, no, sorry, fuck you. We're not gonna help you guys. And so America was scrambling around trying to figure out how we're gonna deal with the oil crisis. And so prices over here for gas got jacked up for a moment, because of scarcity of oil.
I think over here too, man. I think here too that happened.
You guys felt that shit? Yeah, It's all like a giant chess game, like when some shit happens, one other piece gets dominated, and then it's like
distraction.
It's like it's by the time you know it, you're fucked up with like all these agendas that are coming out. That you're not focusing on what they're really doing. They're moving corporations out of the country into like sweatshops and shit. Like, there's a bunch of shit. Oh, there's a bunch of shit happening, man. Like underneath our noses, like, and we're falling for their fucking agendas, like fighting and fucking wars and shit. Like just agendas, bro. Like sometimes we don't we just accept that things are the way they are due to the fact that these agencies are telling us that what's good for us. They tell us what's good for us on our health, what's good for us on all kinds of shit, like everything. Your schooling, how what information you should learn, what's disinformation, what's not, like the internet. So they'll I wouldn't say censor like flat earth to the extreme, but they do kind of like throttle it. They throttle it to where it's not, the algorithm doesn't favor it.
Yeah, exactly. With like fact checkers and shit.
Yeah, dude, exactly.
No, it's just shadow banning. They shadow ban that shit. They put it all in the back of.
Hey, we got Rascal Flats that just joined our chat. I'm just gonna see if he's here or not. Rascal
I gotta go, though, guys. Thank you for talking.
Yeah, thanks, Enrico.
Bye.
See you, man.
Bye.
Rascal Flats, I just unmuted your mic, bro. Welcome to the server. Are you there? Rascal Flats? Hey, yo, Rascal Flats, are you there?
Don't think he's going to bite, buddy.
I think so. Is he in the lobby?
Is he going to wake up and his teardrops are going to fall down like rain?
You got a song in your heart there, sheepdog?
Is he drinking, or is he sitting there thinking of Mayberry, sipping on Diet Coke?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Like Rascal Flats.
How you doing, Mr. Mayhem?
Doing well, man. Where you been at? Where you been hiding at? Been loving life?
Last few days I've been getting ready for work. I get out to work and then found out that they changed work on me and I'm not going to be working out there. So
Okay.
gotta find more work.
Do what you got to do, man.
That's right. So I'm driving home right now.
Okay.
But I hope everybody else is doing all right.
As good can be, I guess. We're just kind of having a nice banter.
Someone said they measured the curve over in your area, sheepdogs. Just the other day, was it Donald? He was like, yeah, measured the circumference from DFW.
Oh,
yeah, you missed it.
You know,
you missed it.
That's funny, man, because there's a town right outside of Dallas called Plano, and Plano in Spanish means flat.
Plano. Yeah, plano.
Plano, yeah.
Also, the planos can be like the how do you say not the foundation, the plans of the structure, the buildings, the drawings of it. Yeah, and it's a plano because it's built on a plano, and you describe it and depict it on a plano. So yeah, it's a plano. Yeah.
Right.
About plateau.
Plateau is plato.
Plato
which
is
you
like
can
plate.
Yeah, like plate, and you put it on top of the mesa, which is a table, mesa. And then you put stuff on top of that, and you eat it, or whatever.
I feel like you're the guy who's speaking like in the breaking down words because words are code and code is like, cursive. Cursive is a spell. Spells like one thing leads to another, and you're like, well, television, programming. You're programming the mind, you're channeling your demons. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, you're channeling these people that you will never invite inside of your home, but you're just channeling them in by the television. Because a lot of these characters in the TV, you will never want them near your family. But just let them in through the channels. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like
was a Roman goddess.
Yeah, but like the way we speak colloquially, that's a hard word to say 3 times fast. But when you say that, like colloquially, like just the words we use, it doesn't seem like they have implications to them, but they have their etymology, their roots, like where they were derived from. And then you start to see like, oh shit, dude, they're just not words. They're actual, like, they have meaning, each one of these words that we use. But we're so used to them colloquially that we don't think about the etymology of the words. So they don't seem like they're that bad. They're like, yeah, come on, man. You're just looking too hard into things. Like, doesn't mean like that,
My favorites are when like you get like an anagram of a word, and every word that you can make from that word is negative. Like, oh dang.
You have even names that mean stuff like Jeffrey Ray is El Jefe, king, the boss, the king boss. And then you have that title that works as a title passed down by families, and a father gave the son that name, El Jefe. Well, Jeffrey. Get it? El Jeffrey,
oh, yeah.
El Jefe. That happens a lot with names as well. People pass down names that have meanings, but the spelling, and then we dispel the spell. Right now we can break down the words and dispel the spell that they are trying to portray. You live on a globe and all that kind of stuff. You dispelled all that.
Yeah, Jemsy, do you understand?
No, I overstand the ground. Do you understand the flat earth? No, you overstand it because you're standing on top of it. And you're walking across it, not under it, so you don't understand the flat earth. You comprehend it. And you comprehend that you're walking on top of it. Let me move away from the ambulance way.
Hispanics do that a lot. They get English names and they turn it, they like twist it, they turn it Spanish. I don't know how.
Actually, it's the opposite. United States people do that. They grab a name and they change it to an Americanized version, because America.
Oh, it's the other way around?
US. It is the other way around. I mean, it happens both ways because the Spanish, the English, and many other languages kind of have roots to similar root languages, Latin and those. So, yeah, we use the words we give them use or not. We can use them for talk about BS that is not reality, and describe that with the words that are that supposedly have a function in reality to describe reality, to talk about real things. And we put words or labels or descriptions to that thing that is.
Yeah, my name is
you
like
can make a spell.
version
Go ahead.
of English.
Your name is what?
My name is like it's the English name, but like Spanish in Spanish. Just kind of funny.
Yeah, it's a Spanish. It's a name in Spanish when you can read it in Spanish, but you use it in an English.
You can't use it in English.
Okay, some people have that.
Yeah, it's like completely flipped to where you can pronounce it in Spanish, but then when you try to pronounce it in English, it just sounds weird. Have you ever heard the name Michael?
Michael, yeah. Miguel.
That's my name. Yeah, don't wear it out.
No, Michael. Yeah,
Michael.
But if you try to pronounce it in English the way it's spelled in Spanish, it doesn't sound like.
That's why they say Miguel.
That's why they say no. It's not Miguel. It's Michael.
No, Miguel. It's Michael. Yeah, Michael.
Well,
yeah.
In that case, that should be my name in Spanish. But Miguel is a different word.
Because Miguel is M-I-G-U-E-L. Yeah, Miguel. Yeah. That's Miguel for me in Spanish.
Yeah, but you
Michael will be M-I-K-E-L. Right? M-I-K-E-L. Michael.
Some people spell it differently, but
you could spell it differently. Just depends.
Okay.
It's M-I-C-H-A-E-L for Michael.
Oh, yeah, you can spell it in many ways. Because Michael, many names.
If you, the way my name is spelled, if you try to read it, like if you don't know how to read Spanish at all, or if you don't know Spanish at all, you try to read my name, how it's spelled, it'll just, you can't pronounce it that way. It's one of those names.
¿Qué le pasa a este? No sabe hablar.
Es un gringo, man.
Hey, we have an advantage that we've been indoctrinated twice, in Spanish and English. That was my thing.
Yeah, for sure. Let me ask you, if you have kids, or I don't know if you have kids or not, but if you had kids, you teach them Spanish, right? Like you teach them Spanish first.
Well, to the kids, I go like bah, bah, and they come to me, and I get the milk from the parents, because kids are baby goats.
You mean children?
What?
I love it. I've tried to have that chat with a couple people that I know, and they're like, "What's your problem with using the word kids?" I love it. Thank you.
Your problem with etymology and definitions? What's your problem with the meaning of words? What's your problem?
Did I say a word wrong? What the fuck?
Kid, you said kid. Kid is describing a goat. It's a child would be.
Oh well, then child. Fuck, man. Whatever.
A baby goat. Yeah, baby goat. I mean, you can.
I didn't even know that.
Use it. And I get what you're saying. But
why did you say that? I don't get it. You just wanted to make fun of it?
Yeah, he's busting your balls, Kel. That's all he's doing.
Balls, bro.
He's busting your balls, bro.
Oh yeah, we need to stick together, bro. We're the only Spanish people here.
Hey, I get it. We gotta stick together. But when you refer to my children, you don't say kids because I don't have kids. I don't have baby goats. I have
baby goats.
Kel's like, you're too literal, man. I can't deal with this. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was like asking a serious question, and then it's like,
you mean literal? Just wait until Quantum Eraser gets in here if you want to get literal.
Oh God, it's too much for me. I can't talk with that guy.
I think he does. Man, I think he's misrepresented. I think the reason why people have gotten too relaxed with words like science, and I think that's the issue, Kel. Like, and also what Gemsy's doing too is, yeah, it might suck, but at the same time, when you start to understand like you didn't know this before, right? The word kid and child, like if you're saying children.
Oh, I know. Plural form. I know now. Yeah.
But yeah, before you didn't know, but like knowing that there must have been a process. Like otherwise, how would you come to the knowledge of that? I was gonna say understanding.
Now I gotta look this up. Wait up. Like this is ridiculous.
Yeah, serious. You gotta look it up.
So I was having kind of a theological chat, and there's a Bible verse that talks about putting the sheep and the goats on one hand or the other hand. It's in not that this is going to be a Bible chat, but Matthew 25, verse 31 through 33. They didn't like it when I said that.
It says definition 1, a child or young person. Definition 2, a young goat.
Yeah.
So then it shows it always shows a sentence, just to show. It says she collected the kids from school.
Yeah. That's where they got the indoctrination, and we're told that they were baby monkeys, right? They came from animals, and describing them as baby goats is okay because we say so.
Like, have you ever listened to how a baby cries and how a little baby goat whines? They sound similar, and that's probably where the word came from.
But is it the same?
It's not the same.
It's the same
thing. Some babies probably make a similar sound to what a kid would make.
Yeah, if you were on
it sounds like a kid.
Yeah, not to say this is the case. Not to say this is the case, but if you were on a farm and the farmer had children, and you would say, "Hey, how are your kids doing?" And he would be like,
I fed them today. I fed them hay and goat's milk.
Yeah, they're in a pen right now. You know what? They're doing okay. And you're like, "What? No, your kids." He's like, "Yeah, my kids." Like, what do you mean, my children? Like, you have to use something distinct to have something that separates, his children from the word kid, which is what you call a baby goat. That's the only thing. It's like, it's not a baby cat; it's a kitten. Like there's
giving back. Exactly. I don't call my children kittens. I mean, look, kittens or puppies. Look, puppies. I got good puppies. They're such
even though the urban slang, they say, "Hey, how many puppies you got?" Like we talk differently. We can use words different, interchangeable. But if in this realm of debate, usually people they misuse words like science and stuff, and that's why it seems it seems too much sometimes when we're getting to the root word of things and what it means. What does level mean? What does science mean? What does these terms? What implications do they mean? Like, why can't we just use them the way we use them colloquially?
What if I started calling you all Homo sapiens? I mean, that's what the book says. You're a bunch of Homo sapiens derivatives from whatever, like, yeah, you're half Homo and half human.
So what does that mean in this forum? That this forum deals a lot more with etymology of words. It deals with logical fallacies. It's not just learning the talking points of flat Earth and globe Earth. It's learning how to navigate in a debate. The words mean things. Like, that's absolutely true, right? We can't just take everything under etymology. I should say colloquial versions of things. Anyway, I understand that
you can still operate in the world, and if someone at the store is talking about kids and their children as kids, you don't have to debate them at the store.
Yeah, that's not the place. It's not the place. But in this forum, it's kind of like necessary to separate the distinct under the knowledge, the distinct knowledge, right? When you have distinct knowledge of, like, okay, that word science means this, and it doesn't mean this. So when somebody comes in there and asks us, we can then respond correctly. So they're not confused. So the whole thing about it is to get them out of the state of confusion, because they're confused right now. They think they know what they know as true, but then when they start to realize the words mean things and they can categorize everything. Oh,
let me ask you: can a word have two meanings? A word can have two meanings, right?
Sure.
Yeah,
depending on the context. And okay. in Spanish, one word in Puerto Rico can mean something different in Mexico.
So the way I used it, you understood my context, right? Behind it.
Yeah. He said
he was just messing with you.
He's busting your balls, Kel. That's all he was doing.
No,
No, I wasn't busting any balls.
Yeah, that's also a figure of speech. Like we know this. Like, fucking shit.
He was deflating them.
He's yanking your chain. He's pulling your leg.
You get off. You get off my balls, Jamesy. Okay, I don't go that way.
Hey, Miggy, the words. When people use the word, when you go to the store and you say, "A cómo cuesta esto?" Right? Like "cómo," "a cómo."
Yeah.
That's in Spanish. When you go to the definitions, "cómo" on the context of monetary value, you don't say "cómo," you say "cuánto." The quantity, ¿cuánto cuesta? Quantity what's the quantity of money that I'm gonna have to give you to trade for this item? You
just quantify.
Yeah, quantify it. And so you quantify the money so you can do the commercial transaction. If you say "cómo," is just for something else.
That's using it wrong. That's like you're using it wrong, though.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that's a similar idea to what I'm saying, that it happens in English, it happens in Spanish. I'm pretty sure it happens in all the languages, and we don't have to debate about it everywhere we go. But in here, we do it. I mean, I'm sorry, forgive me.
Yeah.
No, I don't think "kid" is used wrong the way I did. It just has two meanings.
No, it's not wrong. It's not.
Kel's gonna die on this hill, bro. Like, he's just gonna die on it. He's like, fuck it. I'm planting my flag on "kid." Anybody want a piece of me? Come at me, bro.
Como cuesta is like saying, in English, I don't know how you would like.
How
much is that doggy in the window?
How much? How much? No. I gotta translate it correctly, because I know that you gotta look at the meanings of the words. Yeah, how much? How come this thing cost, or how much? You see, how come? How did this happen? Or how much this thing costs? It's a different use.
That Donato says it's like saying, how much does it cost? ¿Cuánto esto cuesta? ¿Esto cuesta?
Sí, ¿cuánto cuesta? How much is it cost? So
esto,
then you can use all
right?
Versus "como cuesta" is like saying what?
How did this item came to the cost?
How did it cost, or something like that, right? Like,
that don't sound right, man. Like, how did it cost? Like, what the fuck?
How did it cost? Or
¿cuánto
esto?
Just a quick one, guys. I was just okay, yeah. Just a quick.
Yes.
I've often thought about this when we say debate. I sometimes don't think it is an actual debate. I don't think it's a debate. Flat Earth and globe Earth, because a debate is usually a discussion on a topic, between a group of people or persons on different opinions on that topic, and then there's a vote at the end of the discussion to see who wins the debate. That doesn't seem to happen in this arena. I don't think it. I keep thinking it's not a we shouldn't be calling it a debate. I don't think. If you
we shouldn't
drill into this.
Yeah, one deck. We shouldn't be calling it flat Earth and globe Earth either. If we're getting that pedantic, because if we're saying that it's not a debate, well, it's not flat Earth and globe Earth either. It's just Earth.
Yeah, Earth versus crazy people.
It's more of where's the evidence? What's the truth and what's the evidence? It's not really a debate when you think about it.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying, bro. Well, thank you for bringing it up, because I always say it every day. Right. I'm like, bros, this ain't a fucking debate.
I didn't realize that. Sorry.
Yeah, I've been saying it every day. This is not a debate. It's a rejection of truth. That's it. And it's not flat Earth and globe Earth if we really want to talk about it, like in the way. It's a rejection of what Earth actually is. That's it. It's not two things, but we use it this way colloquially so that people can understand that they have an idea and it's not that idea, it's the opposite of that.
Well, I'm glad you've said that, because I didn't know you'd said that, by the way, Mayhem. It's just something that's been on my mind. It's been on my mind for a while. I've not been here that long. I've not been here that long, though. So.
Yeah, if these guys had a nickel for every time I fucking said that, everybody here would be a rich man. Dude, I fucking say it all the time.
Well, great minds think alike, then, is what I'm going to say.
But to that point, that is exactly right. Like, this is not a debate. And I usually say, come on in for a debate. Because I'm just like, if you fucking think you've got something to bring it. I'd like to see you try, because we are standing on the foundation of truth. That's just about the size of it.
Yeah, I agree. I always say it's not a debate. It's an education.
Nah.
And it's why welcome to the F. Flat University. So you're going to get the shit slapped out.
Why do you think I go as hard as I do? Like, because it's not a fucking debate. You think I could argue the toss over your favorite color being purple, mine blue? What the fuck, dude? Like, that wouldn't be Mayhem in there. It'd be like fucking, I don't know what. Like, it definitely wouldn't be Mayhem. It would be fucking Opinion Ham or some shit. Like, what the fuck?
So think about it practically. People get a link for the Flatter Discord and they click on it with the mindset that I'm gonna go to the Flatter Discord to debate the Flat Earthers and show them how things work, right? And they get in here, they talk to Miggy or talk to Chris or anybody, Indio, Quantum. And when the things gets real, when I talk about the debate of the Earth, they start bringing links and they don't know what that means, right? That link says something, but I don't know what it is. How is that a debate?
Did you read it?
No, I didn't read it. Do you know what it says? No,
Jamesy, you asked Donald C the other day. Remember? Hey, did you read this thing? He's like, nah, but it's been peer reviewed by 30,000 NASA workers. Bro, what the fuck, bro? Like, you're gonna do this, like, oh, that pisses me. Hey, you want to piss me off? You post a link in here and you don't know nothing about it. You just here's my post. There it is. That's my rebuttal to your argument. You know what it's about? Nah, not really. But does it matter? Because it goes against what you're saying.
Is that a debate? Is that how debates work?
No.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's how weasels work.
All he could say was, well, it came from Daddy. From NASA. It's like, okay. Well, what does it say? I don't know. It's just Daddy.
They do use it a lot, though, within the, you got flat side and you fight the flat earth. They're going to have a debate. Everyone mentions the debate. We're having a debate. No, it's not a debate. This isn't a debate.
Hey, one deck. I can't do the shush thing on my mic because it mutes it when I go shh. Don't tell them. Don't tell them that. I gotta get more targets in there, bro. I need target practice. Like fuck, man. If you let all the good secret sauce out, man, no one's gonna want to come in here. They're gonna be like, fuck, dude, that's not a debate. What the hell? What are we going in there for?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
We were there to crusade.
If you don't call it a debate, no one's gonna come.
Exactly, dude. Thank you. So just tell him it's a debate. Tell that guy that keeps pestering you one deck, it's a debate. Come on in there. Well, there's some flat earthers you might want to have a challenge with, and lure him in here, and then we'll fuck him up when he gets in here.
Whoa, it's on all my social media accounts. Like the link to the server is on my social media. Like, please come in. Let's have a debate.
You got to use debate. You got to use debate to get them to debate.
Oh, so you're a master debater, huh?
Oh my!
Oh my!
How's everyone doing?
Yeah, man, not bad.
Apparently, we got lots of wildfires in Canada.
Yeah, I made it into my local news. They're saying that the air conditions here aren't very good because of that. It did look a little bit. It did look a little hazy, I will say, out there, but I don't know.
It looks hazy out in the distance, but here it's not it's not up close hazy. Maybe they'll burn enough forest for everybody to notice the whole world is flat.
Yeah, burn it all fucking down. Yeah, go throw some more fire in there. If there's not fire around you, go create some.
No,
don't do that shit, bro. Fucking don't do that.
Advocating for arsony, my friend.
Mayhem. No, don't. I said don't do that shit. I'm mayhem, but
I'm just joking. I'm just joking, dude.
Right. Hey, we got Lexa that joined our chat right now. Lexa, welcome to the group. Are you there?
Alexa. Oh yes, hello.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Great. Thank you for asking.
Well, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings you by the server, and how did you get here? What link did you click on? And can you please tell us what your position is on the topic of the server?
All right, so I heard about it just by searching Flat Earth Discord on Google, and I believe that the Earth is a globe, round.
Okay.
Well done.
That's good. Now, it's just kind of important, I guess, for us in here. Do you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe? As in, do you know the Earth's a globe, or do you just believe that it's a globe?
I know that it is, in fact, a globe.
Excellent. So we can get into some questions. If you have any questions for us, I would say the first questions are yours. You can ask us some questions. We'll give you direct answers. Hopefully the team gives you direct answers to the questions, and then we can get into
just a few little one and not very complicated. So,
go for it.
Do you think that the sun is orbiting, if you can say that, around the Earth, like it's going above and above and wait, just
mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Do you think the sun is going above and underneath the Earth? Like it's orbiting above and then going underneath and then above and underneath. Do you think it's like that, or you're just spinning above Earth and not going under it?
It's always above Earth.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's all for now.
That's it? Wow.
I mean, I have a lot of more questions, but they probably
ask another one. Ask another one. You can ask another one. We're pretty chill in here, man. Like we want you to kind of
go ahead with your question. I'm interested to know.
Okay.
What's on it?
So you said it's a globe, right?
Yes.
It's not a belief. You don't have a belief, right?
Well, I believe it is a globe, and I have a lot of arguments proving that it is in fact a globe.
Okay, so let's just do it this way: from 1 to 100, how certain are you that this is a globe? What percentage would you say?
100.
100%.
I am 100% sure.
Excellent. I like that. Okay, so
I'm a,
no, you go on. Say what were you gonna say?
No, I mean say, I'm a, if I can say that, a science guy, I truly believe in science and new technology, and maybe as you can see in my profile picture, I want to be a space engineer, so I'm really
Are you studying to be a space engineer?
I am, yes.
Okay, what year in college? Like, if you can just kind of tell us, and we don't have to dive into your personal life, but
I'm 14 right now, so not much. But soon.
Okay, well, you're 100%. That is interesting because we don't hardly meet people that are 100% sure they know the Earth's a globe. So let me just ask you two questions because you sound very certain of yourself.
Go ahead.
Are we talking on Discord right now?
Yes, we are.
Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
Yes.
Oh, I like that. Okay.
I mean, we are live, I think. Not sure where.
Whoa. Let me pump the brakes. Pump the brakes.
Very quickly.
Go ahead. So you're not sure.
I mean, we are talking on Discord, and I think there's.
But are you 100%? Yeah, are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord? Because that was the question. Are you not sure now, 100% that we're talking on Discord?
Oh my god. Well, I know we are talking on Discord, but maybe this whole thing is streamed on another platform like YouTube or something. I do not know. I'm like new to this server.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Discord, the platform that you're on right now.
Yes.
Right. So are you 100% sure that you're talking on the platform Discord?
Well, yes. Why wouldn't be the case?
No, I'm just asking. Just asking.
Well, I'm sure we're talking on Discord. I mean, there's the big logo on the top of my screen.
You're not,
sorry, my friend.
I think he's pretty sure this time.
That's kind of
sounds pretty sure.
Question. I mean,
don't want to shout. Just so I know that this gentleman understands the question and understands maybe the reason why Mayhem's asking. My friend, if I was to give you an apple, would you be 100% sure that I'd just given you an apple? It wouldn't be something else, would it? I wouldn't be giving you a vacuum cleaner or a motorbike. I'd be giving you an apple and you would be 100% sure that I was giving you that apple, right?
Yes, I mean, if it's apple, I can eat it and stuff. That's an apple.
Yes. Yeah, so Mayhem's asking you kind of the similar question. Are you 100% sure that what you're doing at the moment is what you're doing at the moment? Are you sure? 100%? Yeah, that's why he's asking, my friend. And do you understand why?
Yes.
Good. Okay, carry on, Mayhem.
All right. So, Mr. 100% sure that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, don't tell me like that, man.
Why? No, I'm just saying. Like, are you 100% sure, Lexa? Yes or no? I don't want to know more, man.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. I want you to be sure. I don't want you to be unsure now. Let's stay with that. Don't lose that. All right. So we're going to go into an exercise, 3 questions, very simple, right? You can answer them directly. And here's what I want you to do. Be intellectually honest. If you don't know the question, just say, I don't know. And we'll go to the next question.
All right.
It's really easy, right? All right. So the first question, who's directly measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history, like drop over distance? So I'm going to give you one example, what I'm talking about. If you have a sphere in your hand, like a basketball, that basketball has a radius, diameter, and circumference, right? You can tell me that it's a sphere because of the shape that it is, right? You're describing it to me as a geometric shape. You could say, well, look, it's got a radius, it's got a diameter, and it's also got a circumference. So you can tell me that it's that shape because that's what it appears to be and how you can describe it geometrically, right? Does that sound fair?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm looking for as who has measured the Earth that you're standing on, because they say it's an oblate spheroid. You know, it's shaped like a sphere. So we need to find out who has directly measured drop over distance on this Earth that we're standing on. So anytime in history, Lexa, can you tell me who has measured this drop over distance?
Well, I'm not gonna Google it, of course, but sadly, I can't tell you. I might say how it is done. I think I know, but I don't know who's the person who did.
So you don't know the person who's measured drop over distance?
I don't know the person. How it is did, maybe, but person, no.
Do you know the method?
Method. Well, I'm not sure, but I think this is of the horizon. Object disappearing of the horizon. You see, when you're looking, for example, at I don't know, O-ring or something like that in the horizon, in the ocean, it's disappearing off, and you can measure it, with some calculation the curvature of the Earth, and then calculate its radius and everything you want.
Right, but we're not going to calculate
like that.
Yeah, we won't calculate at this moment. We're looking for drop over distance measurements. So a measurement is not a calculation. So we're trying to figure out, just like the basketball. If I want to know how much drop over distance on that basketball there is, I'll go from point A to point B on a basketball, 2 points, and I can measure an arc on that basketball because it has drop over distance from point A to point B. It's an arc, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the same thing on the geometric shape that you're standing on. It's an oblate spheroid. It also supposed to have drop over distance, just like the basketball. So, who has directly measured drop over distance on this giant oblate spheroid that you're standing on?
But I just told you, I'm not sure. I don't really know who it is.
Okay, so you don't know. That's fine.
I don't even know it's famous people. I'm not googling it.
That's fine. That's fine. If you don't know, it's just say you don't know. So we can go to the next question.
I don't know.
Okay. So next question. The next question is that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? Let me just preface the point this way. They're telling us that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? Rotating. So at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So at the equator, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. So what we're trying to figure out, right? Who has directly measured the Earth to be spinning on its axis at the equator at 1,000 miles per hour? Who has directly measured that, Lexa?
Well, it's probably a team of scientists. Of course, it's not always a famous guy who just made it all by himself. It's kind of complicated to just figure out something by yourself. You are, I can see where you're trying to go there. You're just asking me some question. Who did that? I can't answer them. And so it's kind of prove your point that I think you believe the Earth's flight. I'm not sure.
Lexa,
hang on, guys. Hang on. Let me take them through the points. I know everybody's wants. You'll come in right after this, guys. Promise you. All right. So Lexa. So what we're just identifying right now is your base knowledge, because you said you were 100% sure, right? So now we're just going to solidify that with your knowledge as to how these things were done, right? So with the knowledge that the Earth is spinning, that's what we're doing right now. And I'm giving you the opportunity right now to present to me your knowledge of how you're sure that somebody's figured this out. Present to me the person or the people that have done this test to measure the Earth to be spinning on its axis.
Right. I mean, you have a question?
That's the question.
Well, I just Googled it, but I mean, I didn't know that before.
Okay, you didn't know
that I'm 14. Just
well, I know, but the thing about this, Lexa, going into this, you were 100% sure. Now, I'm doing this just to show you, if you're sure about something, then none of these questions should have any.
Well,
they shouldn't be blank. You should fill them in with some good answers, right?
Well,
so like this one. Yes.
Can I just? You are aware that it is not because I know who did that the Earth could be round or flat. You are. I hope you are aware that it is the quality of arguments compared to the quality. It's the quality of arguments to the side of the round Earth compared to the quality of the argument of the flat Earth that will make me decide which side is the best. And right now, I truly think this is the side of the round spherical Earth that is clearly better than the flat Earth.
Okay, so let's go. No worries, man. We'll get to that, and we'll answer your questions. We'll get to that. But what I need to know right now is if you have the information to support the claim. Who has directly measured the the spin of the Earth? The Earth spinning on its axis. If you have that information, say I know or I don't know.
Okay.
So I'm waiting on your answer.
I didn't know. I just Googled it. Now I know, but before.
So you know. Okay, so tell me.
I know.
Okay, so tell me what your
say
knowledge
it in
is.
French because I'm French. It's Léon Foucault. There you go.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about. Foucault's pendulum. So with Foucault, what did he do to then? You're gonna have to describe to me the method by which he done. If you don't know the method, then I need you to tell me I don't know. So if you don't know the method and you just Googled something, that's an issue, right? Because if you don't know the method, then you're gonna try to tell me the method that you've never seen in your life that you've just now looked into. That's being dishonest there, Lexa.
Well, I mean,
we don't want to do that. We want to be honest in this.
To prove something, do I need to know every argument that it is possibly? I mean,
no. Listen,
do I need to know every argument possible?
No, not every. Yeah, not every argument. But the questions that I'm specifically asking you right now, you have to come back with an answer to these basic questions. And if you don't have that, just be intellectually honest, right? Just say, hey, you know what? I'm honest. I don't know. And we can go to the next question. Just as simple as that. I'm not gonna dog on you. What I'm showing you right now is that how these questions that I'm showing you don't have answers. But you have to admit that you don't have the answer, so we can go to the next question.
I mean, you can calculate the speed.
Do you have the Lexa? Lexa, do you have the answer? Do you have the answer?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So we'll go to the next question, Lexa. Don't worry. You can ask more questions after this. Trust me.
Yeah.
All right. So the next question has to deal with the vacuum of space. Now they're telling us. Okay. Let me go ahead and preface it before you jump in. Go ahead. All right. Yeah, you might know some things here, but let's look into what the question is. So they're telling us that the vacuum of space is next to the pressure air that we breathe, right? So on the surface of Earth, they're telling us that, of course, we all understand we're breathing pressure, and its value is probably like 14 psi. So 14 pounds per square inch, right? So when you and I are breathing in our lungs, we're breathing in and out this air, right? Okay.
Yes.
As you rise in elevation, right, you go higher and higher, you're going to start to meet a gradient of air pressure where it starts to thin out. And then, of course, they say when you go past the Earth's atmosphere, I'm saying these words so you can understand what I mean. When you go past the Earth's atmosphere, then you go into the vacuum of space or low Earth orbit and all this. But once you get to that place, it's really, really low pressure, right? We're dealing with values. We're dealing with values like 10 to the negative 6, torr. It's a super low pressure up there. But right, so I'm gonna finish what I'm telling you. So like what I'm saying is that if we have a high pressure differential, meaning that we have high pressure on the surface, low pressure up in the vacuum of space, if that is the case, in every instance that we have gas pressure, we always have the law of entropy. So the law of entropy would state that the second law of thermodynamics would mean high pressure moves to low pressure, hot moves to cold. This is what entropy is, right? Always. So in the instance of high pressure, we'd always have high pressure moving into low pressure. We even have a demonstration, right? So what we're going to show you is here on Earth, when you want to have pressure, you have to use a container. So something that will hold the pressure, right? Like a tire, like a bottle, like anything that can hold gas pressure, right? So here comes the question. The question is, how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
Well, the thing is that if you want the air to like go away from Earth, if you want the air to just run away in space, you would need to send it away at blazing speed. And if the air is just don't have any speed, it can't go out of the Earth gravitational circle. And now the thing is that you might say why the Earth doesn't go away, but the gravity of Earth is pulling it in. Even if you go really, really, really high, there will still be, of course, air. After the center point, everybody almost lost no air at all. But it's the gravity of Earth who is containing air in, and it is why it doesn't go away.
Okay, so your answer to how can we have gas pressure without a container is gravity, correct?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so now what we got to do is now we're going to present a demonstration, because I can show you every instance that gas pressure has. We have gas pressure here on this earth. It's got to be contained every time. But you're telling me that gravity becomes a container for the earth that holds the gas pressure. Okay. So what demonstration can you show me right now that gravity is a container?
Well, right now,
gas,
the thing is that gravity, you need extremely high amount of weight to experience gravity. But I mean, I can't experiment it, but it's fact. Why? No. I just told you, you need freaking amount of weight to experience gravity. That's why. So right, but where can you show me an example that gravity is a container? In the Earth. Earth itself. Oh, you can't point to the Earth. You got to show me. I can show you an example how gas pressure has a container. Well, if you go in space, you will clearly see it. Yeah, but that's just your idea. We're not getting to what you. We're talking about. Lexa, focus. I need you to focus, bro. We're talking about a demonstration, as in an example. So your example has to be able to be quantified here on Earth. Here on Earth, where gravity is supposed to be the strongest, you should be able to demonstrate gravity being a container here, right on the surface. Okay, so you can demonstrate it. For example, if you take a rocket that continuously... we're leaving the Earth, Lexa. We're leaving the Earth. We can't leave the Earth. We have to be on the ground. Well, if you stay on the Earth, you will never be able to prove it. That's the thing. Why? Because if you stay on Earth, you will never see what's around you, and you will just be in the bubble, think that the Earth is flat, and just think everything is fake, and we're just lying to you. So the thing is that if you don't go out, we just put a screen soundboard, bro. You're not funny. All right, so we're saying that you're saying that you have to take a rocket in order to go somewhere to provide evidence for the thing that should be already provided on the ground. How can I demonstrate to anybody? What is a rocket going to do when I go up to wherever you think I need to go to? How can I now demonstrate that the air that I'm breathing is being held down by gravity? Tell me how that's going to do it.
Sorry, Mayhem. It's even worse than that. He's pointing to you something that he can't do either. He's always going to be pointing away. Are you aware that I am building rockets? Right sorry, now? My friend. Did my statement interrupt the beginning of yours? I'm talking, dude. I'm trying to point out that everything that you're saying is not going to be first-hand experience. Have you been in a rocket? Are you going to these places out there? We're talking about here. Can you point to somewhere here? Demonstrate here with yourself. Can you give me something that I can falsify here? All he's doing, Mayhem, is pointing away to something that he can't do and trying to get you to do it.
Yep.
Well, so unless you're moving to a rocket, that's the easiest way. No,
that's your reasoning behind why you think you need a rocket. But you have an example of how gravity becomes a container. When I don't see gravity doing anything, when I see gas moving around on the surface, gas moves in all directions. Gravity doesn't hold anything down. It's just gas moves in all directions. Lexa, do you agree with
direction? Yes, but it's still holding up.
So how is it moving in all directions if gravity is supposed to be holding it down, Lexa?
It does move in all direction, but it's not leaving the Earth. It's not going the direction that's going that's going how to say it?
My hands up, mate. It's starting to annoy me.
Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
Sorry,
my friend. You're talking about a decrease in entropy, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy increases. This is specific to...
You are a violation for my IQ, bro.
Hold on. I'm pointing out a natural law, and I'm talking about decrease. And do you know what entropy is?
I don't know this because I'm not as flat earth is.
No, hold on. So why have your retorts, your answers now come to ad homs? Why is it degraded to that? Why have you brought it down to that? Just trying to point out the flaw in your argument. You don't have to get sensitive about it. The flaw in your argument is this. It's against a law of nature. That law is entropy, best defined in the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy increases. You're talking about an entropy decrease. According to gravity, something that hasn't scientifically been proven. And as we're trying to demonstrate to you, gravity is just a vector down and gas moves in all directions. But you're claiming an entropy decrease by something that hasn't been scientifically proven, which is supposed to go against natural law. Do you realize that's what you're doing, Sunshine?
Explain to me why we are pulled down.
Right. Which way does gas go?
All direction, as the other guy said.
Mayhem.
Awesome stuff. Yeah.
That other guy. Mayhem.
So mayhem. Good. So gas goes in all directions. Which direction is gravity?
Sorry?
Which direction, vector, when you drop a ball, is gravity?
Well, the direction is the center of Earth.
Yeah, so downwards relative to your position, yes?
Well, according to you, it's relative to position.
According to me, I'm just trying to get you to agree to something that happens always. I'm not trying to pull a wall over your eyes. I'm just dropping a rock, visualize that, and I'm asking you, which way does it go? Which way does it go? Down, right?
It goes to the center of the Earth.
Okay, so without your presupposition that the Earth is a ball, according to you, your relative position, when you drop a rock, which way does it go?
Well, it goes
down
toward the center of the Earth.
Okay, we're going to be talking about relative.
I'm not going to say down just to make you feel good.
Why? We're going to be talking about directions, right? Because that's what gravity is. It is
I just told you direction.
Hold on, my friend. You can call it inwards to a ball if you want to. I'm just going to say that's one direction where gas goes in all of them. Gravity just one direction, and gas all of them. So when we're talking about observed phenomena, you know, where we start science, we're looking for our dependent variable, something happening, and we're going to try and presuppose that gravity's doing something to gas. When we try and put those things together, that's not happening then, because the gas is going everywhere, isn't it?
Well, it's going everywhere. Yeah, I don't even know where you want to go with that. It's going everywhere.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Yeah,
because gas disperses in all directions. And according to entropy, high pressure disperses into lower pressure environments. According to the heliocentric model, the Earth is declared to be an open system. So nothing's separating the two different pressure areas. So according to the laws of nature, entropy, the high pressure that we're breathing should disperse into a lower pressure environment. That is an entropy.
But it doesn't take into account the Earth's gravity.
Awesome. So which gravity are you talking about? And being as I've pointed out to you, even if I give it to you, there's no observable phenomena for you to base this on. Gravity is just a vector down and gas moves in all directions. Well, so if you want to... have you got a scientific experiment that proves gravity?
Well, unless you have extremely heavy objects, or unless you're into space, you can prove it.
Okay, so that's there it is. That's a long way of saying. Sorry, that's a long way of saying no. So no. The answer's no, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Yes, there are. I'm just.
You just said, Lexa. You just said no. You just said no, Lexa. That's what you said.
And it was impossible to do so.
When you guys will be finished about all this?
Well, right now, right now.
Question to ask you.
I know. Hang on, Lexa, because I asked. Remember before we started, I asked you if you had any questions. He's like, no, not at this time. So you said that. So that's why we started. Lexa, relax, brother. Relax, Lexa, relax. So these three questions that we're doing right now, and you said no, that there's no scientific experiment that proves gravity. We're good. Now we're good. So now I'm gonna end the three questions to show you that the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that you have. You don't know it to be true. Whereas before you thought it was 100%, now it's knocked all the way back down to 0. You don't know. It's just a belief, like a religion. It's like a religion that you have for the globe. That's it. It's a religious belief that you have that the Earth is a globe. Yeah, exactly like that. So now we're gonna just let me tell you, like, so now you can ask some questions that you want to ask. But for now, you only have a religious belief in the Earth being a globe. That's it.
Okay.
It's the mere belief. Nothing
Can I ask
tangible that
something?
can be demonstrated in reality,
Can I
as
ask
we've
a
demonstrated here.
question?
And if there was any evidence of the globe, it would be everywhere because people get famous for making discoveries in science.
Can I ask some question, please?
Yes, I said yes. Go ahead.
All right. So you think that the sun is spinning above the Earth and not going? Of course, the sun is not, of course, going. Wait.
It's always above the
Earth. But you're gonna have to tell me why, when the sun sets, why when the sun sets, for example, the underneath of cloud is
Oh my god. You got light on the underneath of clouds. Okay, so light reflects off surfaces, so it reflects off the floor and back upwards again.
And
If you want a demonstration,
why does it reflect just for the sunset and sunrise?
I don't know.
Oh,
Who
you don't
cares?
know.
No, who cares? I mean, I've given you one. You've kind of hand-wave dismissed it. That's fine. It is because you started a little bit rudely, you flat earthers, and I've gone off your attitude.
It's kind of sad because you were always talking about proving stuff and.
Awesome. So you've got questions. Try to make them better than that one.
Right.
There are loads of questions you can ask, but really, light on the bottom of clouds. Come on, mate.
Yeah, you're talking about gravity, but
Well, whatever's happening, Alexa, it's only happening on a flat and stationary Earth. It's not happening on a globe. As you even stated, you don't have evidence for the globe. You just stated to us no direct measurement of the drop over distance, no axial rotation measurement, and certainly no gravity in your fairy tale idea that the Earth is a globe. So you just have a belief that the Earth is a globe. So whatever's happening with the lights underneath the clouds is sure not happening on a globe.
Well,
of course it is. Every person in the world, including globers,
man, of course it is. What are you talking about?
Listen, in the first instance, all agree, whether you want to or not, we all agree that we live on a flat and stationary Earth. In the first instance.
So you disagree with reality then?
You can't tell it's reality, man.
Yes, I can, because it is.
Hold on. Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Hold on. Sorry. My friend. Do you experience... Well, let's try and be friends. Do you experience curvature with your own eyes? Sorry, do you experience curvature with your own eyes?
Please, let me just mention something. You said that the underneath of cloud cannot be lightened if the Earth is round, right?
What?
So, do you have a claim about sunlight illuminating the underside of clouds?
Oh, yes, I have.
Okay, what would be the claim?
Well, just look at cloud. They're lying underneath, and the clouds are way higher in the sky than us, and then the light who is reaching the cloud can just You know what? I
think I got what you're getting at.
What the hell, bro?
You're saying sort of that the sun is going down over a curve, right? The curved surface of the Earth.
The sun is
right
going down.
Oh, it's not going down.
No, it's
okay,
not.
That's what we say though.
The sun is orbiting a black hole.
Oh, okay. And therefore we have the underside of clouds being lit up?
Yes.
Okay. That's a great story. Thanks for that.
It's not a great story.
Getting cringe sound, bro, stuff.
I think the crescendo...
Am I missing something? Because I'm a little confused, Lex, on what you're... So you're claiming that because there's light reflecting on bottom of clouds, that somehow has something to do with the relationship of the shape of the Earth? I'm really confused on how those two things go together. If you could explain more clearly, please.
I'm not sure what you didn't understand clearly.
Or maybe repeat it so he does.
Sorry?
Maybe repeat it so he does understand you clearly.
Well, even if the Earth is round, which you don't believe in, the underneath of cloud can be light. And it's kind of hard to explain it in voice, because I would have loved to make a live stream just to show you, but it's not happening. Yeah, I could have put the music just for your point, but you cannot explain why Genesis underneath of cloud is not lighting up all the day. Don't put cringe music, bro.
I thought that you were at least going to say that was a necessary fact of the globe, or that it would be necessary to have a globe for that to happen. But
well, it is.
You started talking about black holes instead.
When the sun rises or the sun sets, what's happening is that...
What's the cause of that then? In your mind,
the cause of that is that light, who normally is on the top of the cloud, is not underneath, because the cloud, as I said, is way higher than we are, and when the sunrise and the sunset, it is in specific position when the light makes it able to light underneath.
What's the cause of?
I don't have any illustration just to show you, because
very specific
is so
question.
well made that I can't even make a simple live stream, of course.
Yeah. Very specific question about what you've just said. So I keep trying to interrupt you. What's the cause of sunset and sunrise in your model? What's the cause of that?
Well, the Earth is just rotating around itself, and it is rotating and just...
Wait, so the Earth is rotating.
Why do I have to explain it to you?
Well, I just have a question real quick. You say the Earth is rotating.
Sorry?
You say the Earth is rotating.
Yes, it is, around the sun.
Quick question. Are Newton's laws of motion valid on the Earth?
I can't hear because of the cringe music, sorry.
Are Newton's laws of motion valid on the Earth? Do you know?
Reason why I asked.
Well, no.
They're not valid.
Why ask him? He's already demonstrated in the second question that he doesn't know how the Earth was measured. He just believes it. So
you've already conceded it's a belief, yeah.
So you're just going to point out that you've got a belief that the Earth is a ball and it's spinning, and this is why we can see the light on the underside of clouds. We can just point out there's another way to do this. You don't just have to affirm the consequent and beg the question. Right? You don't have to do that. But there's another way to show that you can have light on the underside of an object when the light is really far away and appears to be lower than it. You can do that. Very, very simple. It's called reflection off of a surface. Not hard. So we've got two things that we can talk about. It can be this or it can be that. Then we can't say either way now, can we? Unless you can prove, which you can't, rotation of the Earth, which is a ball, which you can't. Because you've already said that you've got no direct knowledge of the Earth being measured to be a ball or rotating on its axis. You just believe it. So why can't I see the sun when it goes away? Say, for example, in the evening. What is causing the obstruction of the sun in your idea?
Why would it be what are you talking about? Obstruction of the sun? Why would it be?
Yeah, when the sun goes away and it descends upon the horizon, we have what's called a sunset. Why can't I see the sun anymore, according to you?
Well, you're talking about where we can see the sun in the flat or round Earth theory?
According to you, which part didn't you get about according to you? According to your idea, according to where you think we are, when the sun goes down, then I can't see it anymore, known as a sunset. Why can't I see the sun? What's stopping me from seeing the sun in your model?
That's your flat Earth. I mean, I don't know the flat
in your model. In your model.
In my model, well, when the Earth rotates, it's not your part when you're living on. It's not facing the sun anymore, and it doesn't receive any light anymore, and you just see the sun disappearing away.
Okay, so at a sunset, I can't see the bottom of the sun because the curve of the Earth is obscuring it, right?
Well, if you like to say it this way, yes, I guess.
Yeah, so when the sun comes up in the morning, it comes up over the curvature of the Earth because the Earth is spinning and the sun comes into view. But the curvature of the Earth is the thing that is stopping me from seeing it. Same thing with the evening with the sunset. The sun goes down, and according to you, in your idea, the physical horizon is blocking the sun, right?
It's a bit like that, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I used to think as well. And I think that's what everybody used to think. When the sun appears to go down to the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere of the Earth, the physical geometric kind of obstruction. You know, have you heard that Greeks couldn't see the bottoms of boats because the horizon was in the way, the curve of the earth. Have you heard that before?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. This is the same thing that I'm pointing out. So within your idea, the heliocentric model idea, that horizon's physical, right?
Wait. Sorry, just someone talked over me. Can you repeat? Sorry.
In your idea, when the sun goes down or we can't see boats or buildings, the horizon is physical to you, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, awesome. So that would mean that it must be where the mathematics dictates, correct? If you're standing on the surface of the earth and you draw a tangent line to the horizon, the physical leading edge of the sphere, that's just a mathematical calculation away, right?
Yes.
Awesome. So if we know the size of the ball, 3,959 miles, then we can do the math. The math is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You standing on that curved surface, let's say the beach, looking out towards the horizon, that would be the curvature of the earth. And if you're, say, sitting there and your eyes are 1 foot above the surface of the earth, then the horizon's 1.2 miles away.
Yes.
Would you like me? Yeah, that's fine. So according to the math, the horizon must be geometric to cause physical obstruction, to stop me seeing the sun when it goes away and to stop everybody else from seeing boats as they go away across the sea. Now, that's a problem because what we've done is we can demonstrate to you and everybody else that the horizon isn't physical. It is not where the mathematics dictates. In actual fact, it's an optical phenomena. It's literally as far as you can see on any given day, depending on the technology that you use, your eyes, binoculars, or telescope, for example. So the horizon is just an optical phenomena. Would you like us to demonstrate that to you?
Well, you just said that the eyes can see a distance, right?
Yeah, and then we use binoculars and then telescopes to see further. And then the horizon just
Tell
keeps
me
moving.
why when I'm I go a lot of skiing, and when I'm at the top of the mountain, like above 3,000 meters, I can see I'm lost 14 kilometers away, who is like 30 miles, maybe more. Why can I see so far away? If
because you've increased, dude, it's a simple question, because you've increased your angle of view across the surface.
Yes,
so for example, you're downstairs and you're looking out your downstairs window down the street. You can only see so far. And then you climb to the top of your house and then you look out the top window and you can see a bit further down the street. Now, that's not because the surface that you're looking across is curved. It could indeed be flat, but because you've increased your angle above it, you see further across it. It's not proving the surface either way. It's just demonstrating that you can see further across an object when you move away from it.
But the thing is that you just said that the human eye is limited, right?
Yeah, it is. That's why we need binoculars and telescopes to see further. The point to this is we are not limited in vision by the geometric physical curvature of the earth. The thing that you claim stops us from seeing the sun and what they claim stops us from seeing the bottoms of boats and buildings at distances. The horizon is not physical, my friend. It's optical. Literally your eyes. It doesn't exist anywhere else apart from your eyes, right? The horizon is the limitation of your view. And then you get some binoculars out and guess what? You can see further. And then you get a telescope and lo and behold, guess what? You can see a bit further too. You can see the horizon moving optically. Hold on, I haven't quite finished. You can see the horizon moving optically. That's what the horizon does. It's an optical phenomenon.
Can you show an experiment of it, please?
I can. Would somebody please post a black swan image for me in the live stream voice text? Thank you. I would really appreciate that. Can you go into the live stream voice text for me, my friend?
Yeah. There's.
Can you tell me where? Can you tell me when you see the image of the two oil rigs?
Alright, I'm just. Yes, I can see the image of two oil rigs.
Awesome. Now I'm going to keep this really simple for you because I've already explained the math to you. If the Earth was a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
But you didn't understand something.
Pardon?
You didn't understand something. The thing is that oil rings are extremely tall.
Hold on.
You can.
Hold on.
Who just
Let me
put
finish
bruh?
the que-
You think I'm
Dude,
stupid, you little shits?
listen, my friend, before you start spiraling, that's fine. Just chill. The oil rigs are there. Hold on. The oil rigs are just there for distance markers from the person making the observation at the beach. The person at the beach has set his camera up at 1 foot above the surface of the water, demonstrating that if the Earth was the ball, then with the horizon must be at 1.2 miles away, according to the math. Now, the oil rigs are just there as distance markers. You'll notice one's at 6 miles away and one's at just over 9. Now, in relation to those two oil rigs, where does the horizon appear to be? Does the horizon appear to be in front of the oil rigs, between the two oil rigs, or beyond the two oil rigs? Where's the horizon, my friend?
Are you sure what you're saying is true? I'm just okay.
Yeah.
It's a really simple, direct question, bro. Just answer the question.
Oh my god, just wait, just a second, please.
You don't need to Google for this. All you have to do is answer if the horizon is in front of or behind the rigs.
Alright, for those who are putting cringe music, just fuck yourself. Then I'm gonna answer the question. Are you sure this image is real?
That's not the answer to the question.
Oh my god, bro! It is. Of course it is. After it, of course it is. You think I'm stupid? What? I'm listening. I'm listening.
Thank you. This image is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you with the video if you want. You can watch it yourself. A man goes to the beach, puts down a camera, and you can watch what he does if you want. But we're just going to... I'll tell you what as well. If you want, you can go to this location and take the image for yourself. This is falsifiable to you. But we're just going to take this image as what it is because it has been demonstrated to be true, and you can do that yourself after we've had this little chat.
All right, so now, are you sure that the oil ring is really at 9.40?
Yeah. These are static oil rigs. They don't move around. You can find them on Google Earth. Right?
Right.
You can then plot their location from where the observer knows himself to be on the beach. Right?
Tell me the location.
Pardon?
Tell me the location.
California somewhere. I mean, I'm in the UK. California somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah, California is.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Let's try to be intellectually honest because I'm trying to treat you with some respect. Don't be a bitch. Right? I'm trying to help you understand. Hold on. Trying to help you understand something. And we're just about to get there. Let's not derail. According to the globe Earth model, for this observer at 1 foot, the geometric horizon must be at 1.2 miles away. I'm asking you, where does the horizon appear to be? Is it in front of, between, or beyond those two oil rigs?
It's beyond. Yeah, I'm not stupid.
Awesome. So because of that, can we safely say the horizon is no less than 10 miles away? It could be more, but no less than 10 miles away.
Well, the thing is that
can we say that?
Distance. I don't know the distance. The camera and the oil ring. Don't put bro. Just tell me the location. Go on Google Maps, and I will just tell you because you don't seem to be.
I posted it in the chat. Santa Barbara, California.
All right. Good.
Bro, I just want to say this too, bro. Why are you going full conspiracy mode all of a sudden? Does this place even exist? Are you sure that's a real picture? We're supposed to be the conspiracy guys, right? What are you doing, bro?
You're supposed to be the conspiracy guy because you're dumb.
So why are you going full nutter conspiracy mode? Is this even a real place? Like, come on, dude. This always happens.
All we're trying to do is demonstrate to you that claim that you had earlier about why we can't see the sun at sunset, or when they claim that we can't see objects, when they say the horizon is physical blocking stuff, we're just showing you it's not. We're just showing you that it's optical and it doesn't appear where the mathematics declares that it should be. That's a problem, right? Just being an honest person, my friend, telling somebody else something that I found out. That lying. Now, it's up to you what you do with the information. Try not to be a bitch about it.
Don't call me a bitch, bro.
Well, stop acting like one, but deal with that information like a man. Yeah, just deal with the information, mate. The horizon's not where it should be. If we're on a ball, then it should be here. It's not. All we're showing you is the horizon's optical when they claimed it was physical.
So, when you said you were aware of no measurements of the curvature of the Earth, this would be why, because there isn't any. There is no curvature. That's what this just demonstrated. Because if it was curved the way that globe would be, that horizon would be at 1.2 miles, like Chris has been explaining. It's much further than that. So, there is no curvature of oceans or the surface of the Earth, and it's not a globe.
As well was, hey, look, mate, that's water that you're looking across. And we understand that water's level on the surface, and they say that it curves. This observation shows that the horizon and that water is level. You notice the reflection above, that's a level reflection, not distorted in any way. Those waters that we're looking across are level. There should be curvature over there. There should be physical obstruction between the observer and those bloody aurics. And most definitely physical obstruction between any observer and the sun at sunset and sunrise. But the horizon's optical, mate. It's not physical. You don't have to get butthurt about it. We realise it's going to take a little bit of time for you to maybe digest the information. Yeah, we understand you might kick and scream about it, but we've been doing this for 8 years, and, mate, that Earth is flat.
Yes, Earth is flat, of course. So
it is. All right, let's do this.
There is a lot experiments that is proving the exact opposites.
Right.
Except you weren't able to name any of those when Mayhem asked you for those.
Gonna have to pull you up. Right, you keep saying experiment, which in science is a cause and effect relationship test. Right, we test what causes things to happen in science. When we're trying to figure out the shape of an object, science isn't the tool that we use. We use observation and measurement. What we've just provided with you with the observation of the two aurics is an observation and a direct measurement. There is no scientific experiment that proves the shape of objects.
Alright, what else do you have to say before my other question?
What's your other question?
How do you think the Earth is mapped?
Mapped? I'll tell you. With understanding the positions of stars, primarily Polaris. Firstly, that's how we understand the land beneath the stars. We map the stars and then we map the land according to where the stars were. Now, if you want to talk about longitude and latitude position, that's because of elevation and declination angles to Polaris, for example. That's where you get your equator from.
By map, I mean, like, you know, when you're in a Google map, unless you don't believe it, of course, but when you're looking at anything, you can see how precise thing is mapped, how it is mapped, unless with a satellite.
The most... Oh, dear me, he's going to be talking about mapping and getting around the navigation. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
You understand, though, that all maps are flat Earth projections, right?
Yeah, they're all flat Earth projections. Look at the live stream voice text, Lexa. I just posted an image there for you to look at. Pick a map, which one you think you want to go with. They're all different. Do you know that the map that you're talking about, it's not just one map? I know you're very young and you don't know this information. That's why I'm telling you. There's hundreds of maps, even for the Earth, thinking that it's a globe. Hundreds. You may not know this, but it's worth a look. So the idea that you have that that's going to be a way to understand the Earth as a globe is not really. Type into Google, how many maps are there of the Earth? You're going to find out.
And, I mean, what's the point?
Every single one of them is a map of the Earth outside that Jedi already showed you, which is flat.
Yeah, the point is you're trying to make an argument for maps being a way to understand the Earth being a globe, and it's not. Just not the case.
All right. So just it's a bit let's just say when you're looking at a rocket launch, where do you expect the rocket to go?
Expect? We don't expect it to go anywhere other than
where do you think the rocket is going when you're?
It doesn't leave reality. It's not
it goes away.
Sorry,
it goes away. It goes away from your position. That's it.
It's going from someone says it goes away from reality.
It goes from one location to the next. Conservation of matter and energy. Nothing can be created or destroyed, just transferred or transformed. So it's still here in reality. It just went somewhere else. That's all. Well, I don't know. Show us where it went. It goes up and it goes away and it goes out of sight.
It doesn't.
Where do you think it went?
So what do you do with the satellite that you can see at night?
If rockets going up, does that can change the surface of the Earth?
Okay, can you explain?
If I watch the launch of the rocket, can that change the surface of the Earth?
What the hell are you talking about?
If you see a rocket launch, I'll say it one more time for Sasha. If you see a rocket launch, Lexa, is that going to change that the Earth's surface is going to be a globe because the rocket launched and you saw a rocket launch? Does that mean the Earth's surface is going to turn into a globe?
Well, you probably think with your theory that the Earth is flat.
No, that's not the question. Lexa, answer the question. No, you need to answer the question. Does it turn the Earth into a globe when you see a rocket launch?
Well, yes, because the satellite is going to orbit the Earth.
Oh God.
That's your idea, Lexa.
Let me ask you.
Idea. No, you're not listening.
Yes,
that's your idea. No, stop. That's your idea of what you think that where the rocket is going, but you don't know. So you can't then give an idea because you don't know. I'm going to ask you, Lexa, do you know where the rocket goes when it goes out of sight?
Yes, I know.
Okay, how do you know?
I know because you can see it in the sky.
Yeah, and then after it disappears from your view, where does it go?
Well, you can see it. As I said, there is satellite. If you are careful at night, you can see, little flying dots.
You went from a rocket to satellite, Lexa. We're talking about the rocket. I don't care about satellites right now. We'll talk about those later. But the rocket
can stay in orbit, in debris, or just burn up in the atmosphere.
Yeah. How do you know that it goes into space like you think it does? How do you know that?
I can see the payload is launching.
What?
I can see the plane. Oh my god!
What did you say?
Rocket has payload, and this payload goes into orbit or goes further. It's not the case.
Yeah, you're saying that it goes into orbit. You're saying that it goes into orbit, but you don't witness it go into orbit. You just see a rocket.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, listen.
Where?
Listen. Into space, into orbit. Let me explain. For example, when I'm looking at, the ISS, I can see...
That's a satellite. That's a satellite. It's not a rocket. That's not a rocket. Talk about a rocket. Don't talk about a satellite.
Launched by a rocket.
Well, then talk about the rocket, not the satellite.
Well, as I said, the rocket just burned up in the atmosphere. You can even witness it. But the thing
is, does it come back down? So does rocket come back down?
Yes, but it comes back down in action.
Then. All right. So then if the rocket comes back down, it's not going into where you think it's going, right?
Well, as I said,
answer my question. No, answer my question. Answer my question. Does a rocket come back down and it doesn't go into space?
I'm going to explain to you.
No, you're going to answer my question. You're not going to explain. You're going to answer my question.
Because
yes or no? Does a rocket go into space? Yes or no? Does it come back down?
Let me answer.
No, it comes back down. It comes back down. No, you're not giving me. You're not giving me straight answers, so you're not allowed to continue.
You are all so fucking stupid. You don't even let me explain.
Because you're not being honest.
Rocket has multiple stages.
Honest. So what?
The first.
How do you know that the third stage goes into space? How do you know that?
Because I can witness it with my own eyes.
Where? You're seeing a rocket go away from you. That's it.
You have fucking application app. Sorry, that can tell you when there's space debris, satellites, or just the ISS itself into the sky.
Yeah, but what?
So that's not you seeing it. If you have to look at an app on your phone, then that's not you seeing anything go anywhere.
The app on the phone tell you when to look, and when you look into the sky, you see flying dots that's going above yourself.
That's a satellite. That's not a rocket. That's a satellite. That's not a rocket. That's a satellite. That's a satellite, not a rocket. We're talking about a rocket.
You so fucking dumb. That's not possible.
No, you're dumb. You're dumb for thinking that a rocket goes to space.
You are dumb because
you brought rockets into this. You're the one that said this.
You're the one that said rockets go to space and they come back down, don't they?
That's what
rockets come back down. You're saying that satellites are in space, but you're talking about rockets going to space.
Listen. Okay, you want to listen to me?
No, I want you to tell me how rockets go to space when you know they come back down.
If you don't want to listen to me, I can explain to you.
No, I don't want to hear you explain about satellites.
And then you tell me I don't want to listen to you.
Tell me about rockets going to space. Tell me about rockets going to space, Lexa. That's what I want you to tell me.
Okay,
not satellites.
Listen to me. Listen, please. Rockets has multiple stages, and the first stage is usually just boosting the rockets up into space. Then, when the first stage finish burning off its fuel, the second stage is released, and that one is putting itself into orbit. And usually, the second stage or the first stage is staying into orbit forever.
Yeah, that's what we're told.
Unless it is not high enough, and it is slowed down by air friction.
Yeah, Alexa, that's what we're told. How do we prove this is taking place?
Third stage.
Hang on.
Listen to me.
Yeah, third stage is not going into the vacuum of space. That's where your fantasy begins. You don't witness that, do you?
I do.
Where do you witness the third stage in space? You show me where the third stage is in space. How did you witness that? How did you witness the third stage go into space?
I witnessed that first in my life.
The third stage. No. Not the first or the second stage, the third stage. Because the other two fall down, and you said the third one stays up there, right?
Yes, and you can witness it.
No, where? How?
In the sky, I just like told you, there is an application.
You're lying.
Tell you
an application.
For 1 fucking hours, I listened to your fucking explanation. It doesn't mean anything, and now you don't even want to listen. 30 seconds. How stupid are you, bro?
Because you're not giving us evidence. Alexa, you're not giving us evidence that rocket. No, you're not. You're showing us that an app is telling you that it's up there. I don't want to look at an app.
And when the app is telling you, just look above and you fucking see a dot in the.
Dude, that's a satellite.
And you keep flip-flopping too. You brought up rockets and then you go to a satellite, right? Hey, you brought up rockets and then you go to a satellite. You have a claim that rockets go into outer space, right? And instead of actually demonstrating it, all you do is just reassert the claim over and over and over again. We want verification for the story.
Real quick. I just want to ask Lexa, next time when you're done with all this, go back and watch all your little rocket launches, and you'll see that there is no video of what you're claiming. Everything turns into a computer graphic on the screen.
All right, tell me why SpaceX have complete footage of their.
No, you don't witness it going to space, Lexa. You just see the app, or you see the app. Listen, hang on, man. Because you see the app, or you see a computer screen. You do not see with your own eyes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
You don't.
Listen. Listen.
No, you don't.
Listen.
You want to lie. Go ahead and lie to me. Lie to me, Lexa.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something.
Lie to me. Go ahead, lie to me.
You know, when I'm going into the app that is telling me, for example, for the ISS, the internal.
Why are you talking about a freaking app, dude? You're talking about an app again. I don't want to know about an app. You say you witnessed the rocket go to space.
I'm just telling you that the app is just telling you when to.
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care about an app.
Listen. Why in the sky can I see an extremely bright dot that is going over the horizon?
We do not care.
Why can I see that? It's not a flying star. I don't know how to say that, but why can I see a flying dot sky and it is not in plane?
What? Because it moves in cycles around in the sky, so you can post-tick those cycles.
It doesn't mean anything, bro.
So what about technology going above your head? I don't understand. Why are you so hung up on technology that's above our head? Why is that something important to you? What I'm asking you is, how do you know that it's in space, like the vacuum of space? How do you know it's there? It could be just. No, wait a minute, man. You want to interrupt me? Like, I'm talking about it being in the place where you think it's going, as in where we're knowing that it's at. It's just high up in altitude in the upper parts of our sky. You're saying that it's going to space. And I'm like, how do you know that? You're like, well, I got this app. What I'm telling you is it's just really high in space, in the sky, not space. So it's up really high in elevation. I can get that, but it's not going to your fantasy space idea, Lexa.
Okay, so why it is going so fast around the horizon?
Who cares? Who cares? It's not going to space.
So fast, it would burn up in like a second.
What? It's not going to your fantasy space, Lexa. It can be up in the sky. That's fine. Nobody's challenging you on that.
Because it is going
but it's not going to your space.
Just a second.
It's not going to space, and you can't provide evidence for that either. That's why we're telling you.
Yes, I can. You don't.
No, you cannot.
I'm telling you. It's
no, you
been
can't.
10 minutes. I'm telling you.
There's
You
no
look
evidence.
at the fucking
You got
sky.
no evidence. You got no evidence.
See the satellite orbiting the Earth. You saw.
You got no evidence, and you know it. You got no evidence, and you know it, Lexa.
You are the dumbest crop mankind ever known, bro. This is
cool.
why.
The language.
This is why sometimes I lost faith in mankind, bro.
Can we get
you lost faith in mankind because you don't understand what reality is, Lexa. You don't understand it. We're trying to tell you.
You are the dumbest crop I've ever heard of.
You're spiraling, man. Cut it out. Can we get to the brass tacks of your claim? Basically, it goes like this. Why do I see a light in the sky if the Earth is flat? As if the Earth has to be a ball for that light to be there in the sky. But you already conceded on all three core premises of the globe, right? The curve, the rotation, the spin. You don't know how any of those were determined in the first place, right? So a light in the sky is not going to tell you that the world is this ball that you've never known it to be measured to be.
Why do I see a lot of lights traveling into the sky when I'm being... Example. Okay, when website or something like that is telling me right now there's something that's going to fly above you in like 5 minutes, and 5 minutes later I see in fact...
Who cares? Is that a curvature measurement?
Why is it right? Why?
Who cares? It's not in space. It's not in space. It's just in the upper part of the sky, Lexa. That's what I've been telling you.
Why is it okay? If it were to be in the upper side of the sky, it would burn up extremely fast because of the.
No, that's what you keep saying.
Bro,
you
to travel the horizon this fast, you would have to go as. Yes. You fucking.
You keep saying that, but you don't have no evidence, Lexa. You keep saying that, but you have no evidence.
Hey, you need to chill, man. Just no one's being disrespectful towards you.
I am
chill, man.
disrespectful to you because you don't want to listen to me because
just calm
you're
down.
enclosed into fake reality. You want to put some soundboards? You think you're funny, you dumb
chill,
fuck?
man. Hey, it's not personal. Just chill. All right.
Just don't be lying. That's all.
Yeah, the whole point of it is it's okay that. Hey. I'm trying with you, man. Just chill for a second. All right. The whole point is you look up in the sky, you see a light. The app tells you what it is. There's no way to confirm what it is. You saying that if it's going this fast, it's going to burn up. There is no evidence of that. Nothing that you say.
Okay,
hang
tell
on.
me.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay,
I have a son your age, and I know how this works. All right. Just chill, man. All right. You need to listen, man. All right? It is nothing that you say you have any proof for. This is what you need to realize. The books have told you this stuff, but you've got no evidence for it.
That's why you're mad.
All right. So now
your whole paradigm is being destroyed at the moment, and you're not coping too well. You just need to think, okay, is this true? What can I prove? And that's the only way you can do it. It's the only way you can find out, man.
You have to bring evidence, Lexa.
Right.
That's
so you should tell me that it is not. It will not burn. Tell me, the plane of the. You know that plane? The plane is going. At the speed of sound.
Hang on, you're cutting out. Say again.
No, I'm not. Okay. Do you know the plane who is called the Concorde? Who is going at the speed of sound? Who was made to transport people? At the speed of sound.
We know that. We know that plane.
Why water is put on it, and why it is so hot when it lands? Because air has friction. For example, when you rub your hand to something, for example, when you rub your hand, it hits up a lot, and it is exactly the same thing with air, which way is noticeable.
Awesome. Yeah, get to the point. Get to the point, Lexa. What's your point?
Yeah.
What's the point? Is that if an object were fast over us, it would burn it instantly.
What?
So what are you saying?
What?
How
You're
fast?
the only one that's saying that it's going this fast. We're not saying anything's going that fast.
Yeah, we're not talking about speed at the moment. We're talking about. Remember when we first started our conversation, Lexa? I asked you for evidence that the Earth being a globe for curvature for the first question that I asked you. The second one was that if the Earth is spinning, and the third one was a vacuum of space. And all three questions you did not have an answer. So now you're gonna try to make the Earth be a globe in your mind by a rocket, Lexa. You didn't even give me evidence of how you know somebody measured it.
If rockets were to be true, it's so if rockets were to be true, well, all the images taken, where all the orbits they made, all the stuff they've done, would be possible because
Can I, Alexa, now ask you a question? If they did the rocket,
stop
if you
with your
saw the,
fucking soundboard, you're so fucking cringe as fuck, bro. Stop.
can I ask you?
Stop the cat.
Listen,
Go ahead.
Alexa, if we watch the rocket, if you believe that people are going around the with the rocket in the orbit, that's all right now. Now, how we will prove they are going around the sphere?
Can you buy yourself a Mac, bro? I don't understand.
I'm telling you, you believe that rocket launch, it's proving because you see the rocket is going in the sky. Now you think, okay, now it's in orbit and Earth must be sphere. Now you need to come back because if it's from the space, if it's sphere, it must be sphere also on the ground. Do you agree?
Bro, I don't understand what you say. I'm gonna say yes, whatever.
Are you on sphere?
Yes, I am. You dumbass.
That mean that sphere must curve or not?
Yes, it's curved.
Okay, where?
Where's the measurements of that?
Yeah, where's the evidence for that, Lexa? Direct measurement of Earth's curvature.
Beginning, but you're so ignorant. You don't know.
Yeah, where's the measurements, Lexa? This is getting boring with you.
Lexa, do you know what can help
Where's
you?
the measurements of the ground?
Do you know what can help
Demonstrating the
you?
Earth to be curving. Sorry, Sasha.
Only one sentence. You don't know what can help you. Not flat earthers telling you there is no curvature. You can go outside. That's what you don't believe. That is Santa Barbara. If you have some body of water, lake or sea or something, you can check it for yourself. And then you can make a conclusion. Do I really measure the curvature, or it is there or it is not there? You need reality for that. You cannot sit in front of computer and expect that curvature will come on the computer. You know.
You get that, Lexa?
No, because you are stupid. You don't know how to explain it.
Trigger.
Oh my god!
The subject triggers you.
Lexa, have it. I tell you what, man. Just have, 1 second, guys. Sasha, one second, guys. I'm coming in. Moderation. Just have a seat, Lexa. You might want to just listen. Any more conversation, we're gonna push you over the limit. You might say some triggering things. But
one
just
more
relax.
soundboard, I'm out of this fucking place full of rats.
No,
Dude,
it's too much. It's too much for you anyway, man.
Yeah, but
You little weasel! Look
at you! It's intriguing. Sorry, guys. I mean, sorry.
The language
no
on
one's
you.
keeping you here.
You blow your father with
No
that
one's
mouth?
keeping you here. Fucking soundboard sometimes. No one's keeping you here sometimes. Like fucking God.
Alright, you put another soundboard. I'm fucking out of here, bro.
Seriously, it's hard enough sometimes to get a fucking word in edgeways, and you got to fight that shit. No
you're
one's
still here,
keeping
Lexa?
you here, mate.
Sorry?
Go, Jedi.
No one's keeping you here. If you're going to turn around and call us, I can't wait until we get out of this rad swamp or sewer, whatever the fuck it is, man. You can just hit that fucking red phone and leave. If you don't like what you hear, then you can go.
You done, Jedi?
I think go ahead. You gotta, my bad.
Trop des cons, là. Oh non, putain, ils ont mis des millions, les connards. C'est vraiment cringe. Attends, il est où le donateur?
Why are you posting trash in the live stream voice text, Lexa?
Gotcha, bitch!
Okay, who's just trolling with the soundboard now? It's fucking annoying.
Oh no. Alexa, can you tell me what the radius of the Earth is? Alexa.
Ask Siri.
Radius of Earth, please.
Lexa, can you tell me the radius of the Earth, Lexa?
I'm sorry, the Earth is flat.
There you go. Earth is
the
flat.
Earth doesn't have a spherical radius.
Bro, what the fuck is evidence, bro? Ça marche pas. T'as pas les termes.
At the
I'm
moment,
sorry, it's 2023.
he's
What are you
starting
still
to
doing
spam.
believing in a globe?
Alexa,
why are you spamming, Lexa?
Can we get rid of
Trying
him?
to put George Floyd.
Yep.
See you, Alexa.
I'll take the refugees, even if they're from France. We still want to speak to the French. Go ahead, Lexa. Can you tell me the radius of the Earth? Do you know it?
I'm gonna tell you.
Take away his posting terms.
Radius
done,
of
is it?
Earth is 6,371 kilometers.
And that will be, you will say that's geometry, right? Is that on the realms of geometry? Geometry?
Yes.
How do you say geometry in your language? Can you say it?
Géométrie, connard, ta mère de fils de pute.
Yeah, okay, that wasn't it, but
Hey, that wasn't
No,
nice.
just joking. It is geometry.
In Espanol, we say geometría.
Alright.
Okay. At least we know that now. Were you able to grasp the examples that were provided during the conversation and in the text chats in relation to that geometrical claim that is made by the belief that the world that you're standing on is a curving ball? Were you able to grasp that, or no?
Yes.
No, I mean.
So yeah,
Cool. Geometry, you know.
Yes, geometry.
Geometry,
Yeah.
like what we use to show that the Earth isn't a ball.
What then?
I don't know. Maybe I can.
If geometry show you that Earth is not a globe, what then?
yeah. If the geometrical claim that you said, the 6,000 kilometers, if that's part of the geometry, and we test that in reality, because remember, right now you're looking at the computer, you ask the Google's a question, what is the geometry of the US? Alexa, right? And Alexa is going to give you the answer that the one you got. Can we test that at the real East level? Can we go to the world, to the waters of the world, and test this claim? Can we?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
Go and test it.
Well, I'm not at the sea right now.
Okay, in your life, one time you will come on the sea. Don't worry.
Remember, bro.
Ask some friend to do that for you.
Man,
So
I
basically,
multiple time. What are you talking about?
so you're not on the sea, so you've never checked then if the Earth is actually a ball.
Yes,
Yet
I
you're
did.
100% certain
I'm not
that it
living
is.
on the sea, but I went there like a.
Okay, so you did check. All right.
Yes, I did.
And what? Okay, what did you find?
Well, for example, ships are disappearing in the horizon.
Okay, and that's because the Earth has a curved surface. The oceans are curved.
Yes.
Okay, but we already went through that and showed that they're not. So there must be another reason why that happens, right?
No. This is
Okay, so then if they're disappearing because the ocean is curved, right,
Yes.
then it must have a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet, correct?
Well, yes.
Okay, but it doesn't, right? We already did that. So there must be another reason why ships vanish that way. Period.
Not a hill of water.
Right,
Otherwise, they would vanish over the geometric horizon that we already saw the oceans don't have.
So sorry, I just had a cut. What did you say?
Well, if the ships were disappearing over the curvature of the Earth, right, then what they would be disappearing over is that geometric horizon that we already showed doesn't exist.
Well, why would it be? Why are they? And they're not disappearing like fading away. They're disappearing like they're sinking in the water. Why?
Yeah, but are they disappearing over the geometric horizon that isn't there?
This doesn't make any sense, man.
It doesn't make any sense to say that they're disappearing over a curve when there's no geometric horizon, because the geometric horizon is what they would be disappearing over if it were curved. So what I'm saying is that we falsified that claim about things disappearing bottom up, right? It's not that.
Not a hill of water.
It really isn't.
And Alexa, if you want to know everything disappearing bottom up on the flat surface, everything, you can test that every day. Put some object on the ground and go away from that object, and you will see that it will disappear from the bottom up.
Bro, I just want to mention what you just said.
Or easier, type angular resolution, learn about that, and then you will maybe get it what we are saying.
Oh. Man, this isn't links. You're saying nonsense.
Nonsense? What's that?
Understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Wait, what do you mean we're saying nonsense, but you don't know what we're talking about?
And we got a nonsense expert in here. We'll find out.
Not right now. You guys can take that one. He said nonsense. I like it. I can't do it at the moment.
Lexa, do you know what we're talking about in here? Like, do you understand the stuff that we've said to you?
Sorry?
Do you understand the stuff that we've said to you?
Sorry, someone is putting
I'm just wondering what your takeaway from this conversation is. Like, what is it that you think that we told you?
Because
okay, that's what I thought.
And just to mention, you will never convert me to your stupid.
Oh, you are.
We're not trying, man.
We're not trying to convert you to anything. If anything, we're trying to deconvert you from the religion that you've already been converted to.
Continuously trying to say that he will convert me one day.
Don't you find that weird that? Don't you find that weird that you're calling us dumb, but you haven't even listened to a word that we've said?
And you don't have any evidence either. So,
bro, I don't know
there you go.
What you're saying, because it's just
you got no evidence, Lexa. You got no evidence whatsoever.
I do, bro.
And you're a liar. You have no evidence, and you're a liar. Lexa, you have no evidence, and you're a liar. You have no evidence, right?
Listen,
right?
Listen.
Yeah.
Every time
you have no evidence. You have no evidence. You have none. You have none. You have no evidence, and you're a liar.
Ignoring it. For example, for Cloud, the other guy, the stupid guy, the liar one, just ignoring me when he. And for example, for the rocket one, you were continuously talking over me.
That's not a globe proof. That's just storytelling.
The water one, you're just saying a false thing who doesn't even exist, and you don't even know how to explain it properly. So no, I am not always wrong. I am a lot of time right, and you're just saying nonsense.
Yeah, but you're just wrong in this area, right? You're wrong in this area because you came. I'm 100% sure the Earth's a globe, and we're like, okay, demonstrate some evidence. You're like, well, I don't have evidence for direct measurement of curvature. I don't have evidence for the Earth spinning, and I certainly don't have evidence for gravity. There you go. You don't have evidence. You don't have evidence, and you're saying lies about rockets. So
do you want to know why? Do you want evidence?
That you don't have evidence? No, I don't want to hear why you don't have evidence.
You don't want evidence, so you don't.
That you don't have evidence. You have no evidence, Lexa.
You are saying that I don't have any.
That you don't have evidence. Yeah, you don't.
You don't even want to hear my evidence, and then
you don't have evidence. I just ask you for evidence, and you don't have any, Lexa.
You
failed. You failed, sir. You failed evidence. You failed.
Lexa,
listen to me. This is the whole problem of this conversation. You're not listening to me.
We listened. Why? You told us that you don't have measurements for the curvature. You told us that you don't have evidence for the rotation.
I'm trying to talk.
We listened to you. You told us that you don't. You don't know of anybody who ever validated the curvature, the rotation, the outer space vacuum. You don't know where these ideas came from. You don't know how any of this stuff was established. Okay, so we listened to you. We heard you.
Yeah,
Yes,
you don't have evidence.
Yeah. The,
So you're just
funny
like
thing
all the
is
other
that,
Globers. Go on, Timbo.
we can
You want
we can
evidence
actually
for the Earth
repeat.
thing?
Hang on, dude. The funny thing is, you're saying that we're not listening, but we can repeat what you've said. But then you don't listen to us, and you can't repeat what we've said. But you're telling us that we're not listening.
I can't repeat what you said because it just went. It is completely unheardable, and I can't understand it.
Unheardable. Do you hear yourself? Unheardable. I'm unheardable. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, you don't have evidence.
I can't hear what you're saying because you're all talking about.
Alexa, which part of geometry is
Alexa, it's Lexa.
Okay, sorry, Alexa. Which part of geometry is hurtable?
It's what?
Which part of geometry, it's hurtable?
It's hurtable.
Yeah.
What do you mean by hurtable?
What hurts you more about sphere?
No, knife does hurt me.
Does hurts you because sphere doesn't want to curve or what? Because we are speaking only about. I told you that you need to go to reality. They're speaking only about geometry. There is no. I didn't listen, or you people are dumb, or when I spoke about. Yeah, you spoke about rockets, and we said you watch the rockets. Okay, good. It's going in orbit. Okay, good. Let's check now the ground, because if they are going around the sphere, the ground must be sphere.
I don't understand what you want.
Is it wrong to check the Earth's surface? Is it curving? Is that wrong?
Is it wrong to check the Earth's surface?
Yeah.
That's what I'm
saying. To see if it's curving, if it's really sphere. Is that wrong way?
No.
Okay, and then we checked that, we did that, and there is no such thing like curvature. And what is conclusion?
Bro, you only have one example.
One?
One example.
You only need one.
How many more do you need to disprove the Earth has curvature, Alexa? If we have one, thank you for saying that, admitting that we have one.
That's a funny comment, though, because you know what we don't have one example of? Curvature. We don't have one example of that.
Give me some others, then
some other examples you want. Okay, there is a Guinness record of Photoshop.
No, we don't need any more. We can stop there. He admittedly said we got one example. Good. We're good. That's all we need. One. To show you that the Earth isn't curving.
More than one.
Yeah. Yes. Doesn't matter, dude. We show you one that is not curving.
Because if there is only one example of
that is not curving, that's just a contradiction to the globe. Yeah. Thank you.
No.
And yet there isn't one example of the Earth curving or being a globe.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Alexa? You lose.
Not lose.
Yeah, don't feel bad, man. There's like 60-year-old men that have PhDs that come in here and they think that they can disprove us too. And so don't feel bad. You're only 14.
Yeah. I can't wait to become a space engineer.
Yes, go ahead, do that.
Yeah,
All you're gonna do is lie to people like you are now. You'll just be a better liar. You'll be a better liar then than you are now. That's all.
Listen. I'm gonna ask you a question. What do you think?
I don't want to hear your questions. No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your questions.
Then
you want to lie to me. You want to lie to me, Lexa.
I'm asking
That's what you want to do.
What do you think would happen to my space engineer?
What?
What?
You cut out. You cut out.
What? No, I didn't cut out anything. I'm just asking you.
Yes, you did.
What?
The end of the sentence didn't come out.
Me, when I will become a space engineer.
You'll become a big liar like the rest of them. That's what I said. You'll be just a bigger liar than you are now. You're lying right now, and you'll be a bigger liar when you become one of those guys.
I think that he's dreaming about something that it has been presented to him, which is the idea of going to these places of outer space and traveling and doing all this stuff. So he's been sold on that idea. So he's believing that this is going to happen one day. So he's isn't that a fallacy that one day I will do something, therefore is true. Like
Even if he becomes a space engineer, he's going to build a gasket or something. Hey, dude, even if you become a space engineer, you're going to build a gasket or something. That's what you're going to do. That's all you're going to do.
Of course, unreal. Of course, yeah.
You're not going to build a rocket.
In my environment.
And then you're going to blow the gasket when you find out that the Earth is flat.
Engineers.
Yeah, so what?
Yeah.
So what?
Hey, dude. Hey, you're giving us future proof. It doesn't exist. So.
Okay. I just have another small question. Not really. The Congo, the country of Republic Democratic, has a space program. Do you think they are lying?
Yes.
What do you mean they're lying? Nobody's telling the truth. There is no space. This vacuum of space does not exist.
So the Congo is lying, right?
Who cares? No one cares. Everybody who says everybody on Earth who has a space agency are not telling us the truth about the sky above us.
We can debunk the claims of every single space agency.
Yeah.
Hey, we can debunk the claims of every single space agency on Earth just by showing you flat water. That's all it takes.
Can I just do it very quickly for this guy? Again?
Come on, guys.
It's really simple. I know when you talk about space, you think that you've got a lot of evidence. Hold on, my friend, very quickly. You think you've got a lot of evidence, right? Lots of stories, moon landings, remote control cars on Mars, for example, satellites and all these things that are said to be in the vacuum of space, pictures of the Earth from the vacuum of space. Now, we're not just throwing it away out of hand. We're not just casting it aside because you think that we've got some kind of religious belief that the Earth is flat. The place that they claim, the vacuum of space, just so happens to violate laws of nature.
Okay, I just send you a video. Just watch it, please.
No. All you could do is send us a video. All anybody can do is watch something that's presented to them by an authority on a TV screen. Listen, dude, please. It is not something that you or I or anybody can demonstrate physically to be true. And that's a violation of a law of nature. Entropy increases, high pressure will disperse into low pressure environments always, unless physically contained.
What you're violating?
I do. It's the second law of thermodynamics.
It's my IQ.
Your IQ. See, this is where you go to. Again, you're having a conversation with me and I'm trying to be patient, and you then go to IQ. Think about what you're saying. We all get here. There is a problem. What they are telling us isn't true. It can't be true because it violates that law that we keep talking about.
Pog.
Past your bedtime, Lex, so your mom's going to come in here, turn off the computer and go to bed. So you probably need to leave, man.
Alexa, you're sitting next to a friend, don't you? I hear a second person laughing in the background.
I just come like 1 minute ago. I'm interested.
Hey, so were you able to observe the video that Alexa showed about Congo going to space?
Can I take okay?
Real quick, did you notice that they painted a rocket and made it look all pretty? And then it exploded in the air? Excuse me. Hello.
No, but can I just? I don't know I don't know what this is all about. I just joined like 1 minute. I laughed because he sent a video of a Congo space agency, and well, it's very primitive, right? They don't really know how to make a rocket, and it's just amusing that to think that those people would be a part of the bigger lie, right? The bigger, the bigger lie, right? It would seem just crazy, right? They don't even know how to make a rocket.
That means that surface curving.
What? Sorry?
Yeah, hold on, Sasha. Sasha, hold on. Gemsy was taking this. Just hold on.
Okay, wait a second. I'm not as passionate as my brother, so I'm more calm, whatever. what I wanted to say, right, that someone, I'm not sure who he was, mentioned that space agency, right, are part of the big lie, right? They want to hide the fact that the Earth is flat or whatever. It would be funny to imagine that this very small space agency in the Congo, right, would be lying about this.
So real quick, let me reply to that, okay? Let me reply to that. So
go ahead.
The thing is that the claim is that the guys on the ground are devising a rocket going to space to the impossible. The claim is that you're saying this video, there's people in the Congo, the Republic of Congo,
yes,
that they devised a rocket and then send it very high up and then it explodes because that's what the video shows, right? It explodes.
The thing is that it really didn't went very far. I think it was just a few kilometers. What it shows is that they're very primitive, and the fact that you would believe, or I don't know if you believe this, but that people would believe that they are part of a lie, right? They would hide the fact that they heard.
Yeah, they're going. He's going based on the information of like the space agency, Jemsy. He's not going based on evidence of the Earth. That's the first mistake. That's the first mistake.
He's committing a fallacy because he's basing his idea of other people and planting it on these people. Remember, what you see, what they did is a rocket, and then it went up, and then it exploded. That's all you got now. So, have you ever heard of fireworks? Have you seen those fireworks?
Yes, I like fireworks. Yes. Well, what about
exactly.
that?
So you devise a little rocket and you light it up and it goes up and it explodes. Does that prove the vacuum of space next to the high pressure system that we're in?
Okay, you don't understand my question. Okay.
But you're extrapolating into. I completely comprehend what you're saying. I completely comprehend, but you're extrapolating what is happening from that perspective in the Congo, and you're saying, therefore, the other claims of the other people are true because people in Congo can make fireworks.
And I haven't said that, right? Okay,
you don't know that you're saying that.
No,
but you are.
It's not what I said.
Can you tell us what are you saying with the Congo and with the rock and to make a point after that, please?
Okay, yes. Okay,
go ahead.
I just joined like a few minutes ago, and I heard you said something about space agency, right? Hiding the truth about the Earth being flat. Okay.
Like NASA.
Let's move away from that because that's not the point of this place.
But someone said it. I think it's interesting. That's what made me laugh, right? Because it's a space agency.
This is called a non sequitur, Lexa. I don't know who you are, but I'm speaking to you as a name here. So I'm going to call you Lexa, right? So it's a non sequitur, means that it's not related to what we're talking about. The idea that your young brother or friend or whoever he is was mentioning that, it's only funny to you because you think because those guys are primitive and they're trying to figure things out that somehow, how could it be fake? In other words, if they're trying to but listen. I don't care about. It's not. Lexa, bro, chill. So what we're doing here is we're going to show you that there is no evidence that the claim of the shape of the Earth is a globe. That's the most important thing that your little brother or cousin or whoever he is doesn't understand. We were showing him there is no evidence for the Earth having curvature. There's no evidence that the Earth is spinning. And there certainly is no evidence that there is a vacuum of space. Like they're telling us. That's the most important thing. Not rockets going to space.
You think everyone is lying?
Listen, Lexa, stop. We're not talking about liars at this moment. What we're talking about is evidence. Lexa, we're talking about evidence for the Earth being a globe. That's what we want to know right now. Evidence. Stay focused, okay? Now, I don't know how old you are. Listen, bro. Listen. We're not worried about people lying or not. That's not what we're concerned about. We're concerned about the evidence if the Earth is a globe or it's not. That's what we're concerned about.
Okay, can I say something, please?
After we figure out if you understand the evidence supports it, right? So we're gonna find out if you can understand the evidence supports that the Earth is a globe or not. So let's start off with the first question for you. Now, I asked your brother if you were listening, but I need you to be honest with me, okay? If you don't know, just say I don't know. That's the only thing I want you to do.
Okay. Before you tell me the question,
why do you gonna preface it? Why do you need to preface it? I want you to be honest. That's the only thing I'm asking. That's it. All right. So, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, any time in history?
Please, let me say something. I am not. Okay, please stop the soundboard. I cannot focus.
No, you need to answer the question, Lexa. This is important for you.
But I am not in a scientific field. I don't know about this.
Okay, so then just say that you don't know.
I don't know.
Right? Okay, so now let's go to the second question. Second question, Lexa. Second question.
That's not why I joined the vocal. It was
second question, Lexa. Lexa, relax, yes. Bro. Second question. So let's focus, right? So they're telling us that the Earth is spinning on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, right? So what evidence do we have that there is direct measurement of the axial rotation, the Earth spinning, right? We need the evidence that somebody's figured this out. So please provide the evidence.
I don't fucking know. It's not what I joined.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You don't know. I'm fine with that, right?
Because it's not what I joined.
So now, I know that you didn't join for that, but you need to answer honestly. So we're going to the last question.
Honestly,
we're on the last question. So last question. So we're talking about now, this is the most important one, the vacuum of space. They're telling us that the vacuum of space is next to the pressure air that we breathe. Now we're breathing 14 psi here at the surface, pounds per square inch here at the ground. But and they're telling us when we get past the exosphere, right, the very top layer of the atmosphere, they're saying that up there is at 10 to the negative 6 torr, which is super low pressure, right? So now, the most important part about this is that they say the globe is an open system, right? It's open. Matter and energy can transfer. So now, right, I'm going to get to the question. The question is, how can we have gas pressure without a container?
Okay, you know, I think I'm going to answer I don't know of your question because like I said, it's
that's
not
fine.
my field. It's not why I joined.
All right, that's great. Now let me just tell you. I don't know what your name. I don't know what your name is, but I'll call you Lexa. I'm just gonna tell you that because you don't listen. I'm gonna summarize. The Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief. It's just a belief that you have. You don't know that it's a globe. You don't know that. You just believe it, like everybody else that has heard about this. Okay, everybody else has heard that the Earth is a globe. They've been told that since we're very little. But you just believe it, just like everybody else does, just like a religion. You believe that it's a globe. You don't know that it is. You just believe it. So everything you're going to tell me after this conversation, is just going to be because you believe. That's it. It's just because you believe, not because you know. Listen, you didn't give me the answers to how the Earth is a globe. No evidence. No evidence whatsoever.
Okay. Can I just please speak without being...
Now go ahead. What else do you got to say about this?
Okay. Like I said, I don't care about the Earth being round or flat. It's not the... Okay, my brother is the one being so passionate about... You can debate as much as you want with him. It was... what really interests me with you guys is that you think that all the agency, right, all the government lie about it. Like, how is it possible to maintain such a lie?
What did I just tell you right now, Lex's brother? I told you that there's no evidence that the Earth is a globe. So how could they be telling you the truth about going to space if there is no evidence that it's actually space like they're telling you? I just showed you right now. You didn't have any evidence, right? No evidence. Then when you go to... Yes? Then what?
Okay, so they are providing evidence, so why are they...
Where is it? Where's the evidence? Where I asked you for where...
No,
show me where the evidence...
Okay. Not my evidence, okay?
Whose?
So
where?
Those big space agency provide evidence, so why are they inferior to yours?
But where is it?
Under documentation.
Where is it? Show me. Show me the documentation and live stream voice text right now.
Okay. So
show it to me. Show it to me. Show it to me. Show it to me.
Then you just
don't say that you have it. Show it to me. We will all examine this.
Hey, just we're trying to keep everybody honest, and since you are Lexa's brother and you taking the mic, you engaging in the conversation that's totally fine. Now we can move on step by step. We on this topic right now, so you're gonna provide some evidence for the question at hand, and we're gonna wait for you to post it.
Can I just say something, please?
Are you gonna post the evidence? We need that. That's important.
I think what you
We need
don't
the,
understand.
let's us, brother. We need the evidence right now. We need that. Please provide it.
I don't understand the fact that
we're not gonna understand unless you provide the evidence, Lexus, brother.
I am not.
Provide the evidence. Provide it. Provide it, please.
Provide. Okay.
The evidence that you said. NASA's evidence. Provide it.
Okay, sure. I have to search it because I don't have on me. I'm not.
Oh, you don't know. You don't know. You don't know.
It's not my field. I don't.
Well, you just finished saying. Stop it. Stop. You just finished saying they had evidence, and you know the documentation.
They have evidence.
And now,
right? If you ask them, they provide
well,
their
no. But you just believe on faith, like a religion. You believe it on faith.
I don't. Okay.
Right. You don't have the evidence.
I'm not as passionate as you guys, right? You really.
If you don't care, why are you arguing then?
Yeah, you are passionate.
My question: why do you care so much, right? Because I don't give a fuck if the Earth is actually flat. Well,
why are you arguing?
Right, but I don't.
Why are you arguing?
Okay, because
why are you arguing?
I'm only vocal because, like I said, it was for
what
the argument that was it was funny.
Well, if you don't care, well then, Lexa, brother, if you don't care,
no. I actually care about one thing. Is
okay, though you do care.
Yeah, everyone is lying. That's why I care.
I care. I don't care. I care.
You don't listen. You can't get to the point where you understand that question unless you know that there's evidence. If there's no evidence, your idea, well, why would they lie? Is never going to be supported by evidence. And until you find that there is evidence that they're lying, then you're not going to believe the lie. You're not going to.
Okay. Let's say no. Okay,
no, we're not going to say no. I need evidence.
Please, let me just speak.
Where's the evidence, Lexus, brother?
I cannot speak. Let me speak, please.
Yes, but why don't you provide the evidence so we can end this? Provide it.
It's not. It's what I'm saying is, even if
you don't have evidence,
right? If I believe that the Earth is flat, what is the reason for them to lie? Why? Tell me.
What the reason why somebody who's deceiving you would lie?
Yes. Why would they deceiving me for? Right.
Listen. The absolute reason why is to control your mind. You think that you live on a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. Yes or no? You believe it, right? Just believe it.
But what does
okay.
That change my life?
Listen. Well, yeah, I know you don't think about it, but if you thought about it, you'd realize that it has implications because you think you live on a spinning rock that's running out of resources, that's flying around, that's doing all kinds of things. And when you start to think that we're not a dying planet, then you start to realize that the Earth that you live on is good and is plentiful and it's not overpopulated. There's a lot of things to be concerned about.
In fact, I don't think that the Earth is overpopulated. I don't think so.
Well, it doesn't matter, but there's a lot of agendas that are tied to it. We can name many. But that's not the point.
I don't believe in
that is not the point of our concern. The concern that we have is that there is no evidence, Lexus, brother, because I asked you for it. I asked you for the evidence, and you could not give it to me. No, we're not going to get into that because you don't have any evidence. First of all,
what does it change? No, I want to know what.
No. We're not going to listen. Listen. We're not going to entertain that. The reason why is because when we start talking about motive and the reason why, you're going to be like, nah, it just can't be. No, we don't want to talk about that. We want you to listen. We want you to see that you don't have any evidence right now. And when you don't have evidence, I want you to search for evidence. When you leave this call, go out there and try to find as much evidence as you can to come back in here and show us. Because there is no evidence, Lexus, brother. And your little brother doesn't understand it. He's too young. You can. You're old enough. You better start looking into this and help your little brother realize there is no evidence to this big grand lie that's been told over all of us. You got to find the evidence first. You can't start with the motive. You got to start with the evidence.
The flat Earth or the Earth being round?
No, about the Earth being a globe.
Okay.
Find the evidence first, and if you can't find any, you better help your little brother understand, look, man, there is no evidence. That's all we're getting you guys to realize right now. In this call, there is no evidence for the Earth being a globe. We're challenging you guys. Also, when you realize that, come back into this call. If you find anything, let us know. If not, then you can realize, the same like us, that there is no evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Miggy, I want to say one sentence. Alexa, brother, listen to this. If you believe like this, there is no reason that they could lie. That means for sure that in reality it's a sphere. because they have no reason to lie that is not a sphere. Okay? Put that in mind. Now, learn the geometry of size of the earth, and now you need to understand what that flat earther are saying, what that is not fixing, and that it's reality. That is not matching with that what you believe. Why would that not they no lie? That means if they don't have reason to lie, that means that reality is curving, nothing else. It must curve because they have no reason to lie. Don't forget that. But if
thanks for coming around, but we're gonna have to probably move off to different people because this already lasted long enough. Lexa's brother and Lexa, you guys really need to look at the information if the Earth is curving or not, and come back into this call and talk to us about it.
I wanted to comment, Lexa and Lexa's brother. You say, I don't care. And your little brother also said, I don't care. Remember, you do care about your brother and you care about the context and having conversations with people about different topics, including this one. That's why your brother joined this server, maybe because he does care in certain senses. And you do care about your brother. That's why you stepped in and wanted to speak to us about this. Don't have that mentality that you don't care about anything, because I think you do care about your brother. And the thing is that just because we, many times we're not aware of certain things because we're not paying attention. Here we're trying to point to you, hey bro, pay attention, hands on the wheel, bro, and because you're driving your brother too, because that's your brother. So just pay attention, and you do care, bro. Don't go ahead.
Okay, can I? Okay.
Yeah, you go ahead and end the conversation. Lex's brother, end the conversation, but we do got to switch off to new people. Okay.
One last thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What does it change for you to have this mentality?
Everything. But we can't tell you that until you find out for yourself, okay?
No, okay, please. I would just love to learn what would it change for me, right? If I
listen, we'll get in. How about this? I'll give you this answer. We'll get into that next time you come back and you investigate, you do the homework, do the research, and then come back. We'll continue this conversation.
Convince me because it's not my field, but if you scream at me, I am sure that I won't be convinced.
Listen, we'll talk about it when you come back.
Will you be okay if we can extend it to other people? Maybe because I don't see any new people. Do you see any new people?
Well, what I'm saying is, even for one person, the cup is full. If we continue to pour more into it, it's just not gonna.
We have two people here. We have two people, right? And we can kind of okay, let's extend it because we did spoke with Lexa for a long time, and Lexa's brother, it's been way shorter than Lexa. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm the way I'm reading it right now is that they're both been in here, so it's gonna be too much at some point, and then they're gonna tip the other way. We got to know when to pull back, because if not, it'll be way too much. But it's up to you. If you want to keep going, I'll let. I don't mind.
People might want to talk to them possibly, right?
Or should we continue now?
No, I just feel like they can be in here just on mute, just kind of investigating, researching, listening to the conversation. That's the way I look at it. If you want to,
is that what you want?
Well, yeah, for both of you, not just you. If it's not your bedtime or whatever, to listen to what's going on in here.
I'm old enough, I'm not as young as me.
But I mean, you to hear the conversations that happen, so you can hear other people describing the same situation like you. But if you want to continue, I'm not gonna say no to that. I just feel like at some point it becomes everybody reaches a limit to where they have the conversation, and if you put more in, you're not gonna retain it. It's gonna be too much.
What?
But it's up to you. If you want to go and Jemsy's willing to, you guys can.
Yeah, we can listen, sure.
So, since you're still here, it sounds to me that you do have an interest on the topic, and maybe you do have some questions. The thing is that, remember, we have the doors open. We allow people to come in and ask for an introduction into the conversation, and that's what your brother and you yourself are basically doing in a sense. The only thing is that are you here to learn, or are you trying to teach people what you believe is true?
Because it's not my account, but I guess I'm neutral. So if I were to be on this server, well, I would leave everyone perspective, but right now I'm just here to be with my brother, right? Because there was a funny situation. I just want to join you.
That's perfect. Make sure you make your own account and DM Jamsey. I'll give you perm so you can come talk to us at your own in your own account.
Can I
But
just send you my? No, okay, that wouldn't work. I need to. Okay, sure.
yeah, just join whenever you can at your leisure. No worries about that right now. You can still speak if you maybe have a question or anybody in the panel wants to address Lex's brother. You guys go ahead. If not, I'll take it.
Yeah,
I can say something quickly to him if you want.
To my brother or to me?
To you, not to you, Lexa, because you are older than him and you are able to understand more what we're talking about.
Okay, sure.
The reason we're telling you, especially Mayhem was telling you to go and do the research, is think of it like this. When a murder happens and the police investigators go there, they open the door and they see a dead body. The first thing they're going to do is they're going to clean up the space, as in they take DNA evidence, they take the blood evidence, they look at what got stolen and didn't, they took the name of the neighbors and all of that stuff. This is the evidence that needs to be collected. This is the research that needs to be done. They do all of that long before anybody says, well, why was this person killed? They can't ask the question why, or they can't ask somebody who's in the house if they are lying or not before they gather the evidence first. And this is what we're trying to tell you. Go and gather the evidence, and even without worrying about what's the result of it, or how you're going to feel about it, or what's that going to change for your life. It's never going to change anything until you actually find the evidence.
Well, if I were to search right now on Google for proof, obviously it will not show up. So what would you guys recommend me to do? Because do you have a consensus on your explanation?
Okay, so live stream voice text is what we're talking right now. So do you see that chat channel right now? Live stream voice text. It's a channel right. It's a channel right above the voice channel that you're in.
The text channel. Is that what
that's the text. Yeah, it's a text channel right above the channel that you're in. So in that channel, everybody who's going to help you put all the information there, what you need to be researching, that's going to go in that channel. You can get that information that people put there to help you investigate. So one thing the three questions that I ask you are really important, right? So because they're telling us that the Earth is a globe, right? With this, it's an oblate spheroid, and it has dimensions like radius, diameter, circumference, and all of these things. So we have to investigate this claim and see if that claim is true. And so what we have to do, each and every one of us, right, that hears about this, we have to do it's called a line of sight measurement test. Very easy for anyone to do this, right? You can go to a body of water, like a beach, right? And find something in the body of water that puts a observation and the thing in the distance. And then what you use as a marker so you can see that thing, so you can measure the distance between where you are to where that thing is. And then look at the horizon beyond that. Because we need to find out where the horizon is in relation to the geometric size of the Earth. Because they tell us that the Earth is a certain size, right? You can look this up, right? And then look for the radius. I don't know if you want to take this down or not. I don't want
to. So do you guys, like I said, is it a consensus? Do you guys all ideas?
Well, when it concerns the size of the Earth, there's only one sure method to figure out if it's curving or not. That's the line of sight test that I'm telling you now.
Yes, I understand that.
Right, so it doesn't need complicated equipment. You can anybody can do this. That's why I'm asking for your participation in this. It's a part of the research, right? Amongst the other things you're going to do, this one right here is going to show you the geometry of the Earth. It's either going to be true and it's going to be curving like they say it is, or it's not, and you're going to find this out.
Do something for me, please. Can I just give you my Discord username and you send me?
Yeah, put it in the live stream voice text, will you? Do that.
Because I need to go on my computer because right now I'm.
I will send a link to Lex's account, DM, right? I will send a link, an invite link to him, and then you can join through that link. He's going to send it to you.
I get it, okay. You can send me it.
Yeah, this like I would just say this though, for you being his brother, this is a very passionate topic when people come into this, and we don't hold it against your brother that he was that passionate coming in here. It's a very hard topic to come at, especially if you're really invested. So there was a lot of heat in the beginning, but we understand now it's a bit calmer, and cooler heads prevail. So I think that right now is the time to really start to buckle down and figure out what this whole thing is about.
Yeah, so like ultimate. Sorry, I interrupt you. Go ahead.
I just want to say, like, it's important for all of us as people of the earth to come together, right? Because we don't have. There's no corporation doing this. There's no big companies that are gonna stop the people that are giving us this misinformation. We have each other. That's it. That's all we have, Lexus brother. We only have each other. We don't have companies that are gonna stop this information. So you and I, we can investigate this earth and help each other to realize it's not what they're telling us.
Okay.
But that's it. I just want you to realize that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think right now you might be more interested in just checking out, a couple basic documentaries that kind of answers the questions that you have right now. Dive into some speculation of the things that you're thinking about. Because right off the bat, it's not easy to be like, all right, I need to go out and directly measure the Earth or whatever. So I would just check those out, and you'll find the answers you're looking for.
I might look forward to try those experiments. But okay, for you guys, what do you think is the cheapest experience I can make at home, right? Or that would cost me the less, right? There's a few things. There's a few things you can understand. That's not enough, man. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a few. Listen, there's a few things you can understand. Look up on the internet hydrostatics or water at rest. So you can look this up in any education links that are up there. Hydrostatics and showing water at rest can show you that the surface of water lies flat and level. There's a lot of understanding. So it doesn't matter if you scale up to a bigger size, like a swimming pool or a lake or a pond. It doesn't matter. Whatever level water is, when it's at rest, it lies flat on its surface. There is no curvature on water.
The water level it's what you're trying to see.
Yes, and that's very simple for you to understand. So investigate that. I got a lot of stuff, man. I don't know how much time you have. Like shit.
Well, I still have some time, so go ahead.
All right. There's
what about the convexity and concave mirrors?
Yes, that's what I was gonna go at. Dude, you're reading my mind, bro. That's what I was gonna pull up.
You didn't speak loud enough. What did you say?
And does anybody have that? By the way,
I'm driving, so I might come in and out.
I mean, I have the link somewhere. I just don't know where I put it. So basically, it's a study. It's in one of the EDU documents that I have, and it's off of LibreText. This is showing that if water was curving on its surface, then have you ever been to the circus or like a carnival? And you seen those mirrors they have? They look like they're really wavy.
Yes.
And you look really funny when you stand in front of them. Do you know which mirrors I'm talking about?
Oh yes, yes.
Okay, so this kind of idea, the same idea of the wavy mirror on the surface of water, it would be acting like it's curved, like a curved mirror. Mm-hmm. So the mirror of the water surface would be curving just like the mirror in the funhouse or in the carnival. So if the water was curving like they say it is, the reflection off of the water would not be viewed the same, because it would be curved just like the way they're telling you on a globe. So you wouldn't be seeing the reflection off of the water as a perfectly mirrored surface, like it's flat. You would see it being curved. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
There's an example in live stream voice text so you can see what I'm talking about. Can you see it?
I think I saw from one of your channel right now. It was on the flat sea. There was 2 oil rig, and one of them was further from the... I'm not sure what it was trying to show, but...
there's... Okay, so... do you know live stream voice text, the text channel right above the voice channel we're in right now?
Yes, I'm currently in it, yes.
Okay, do you see that what they're posting right now?
Yeah, they're posting a lot of stuff.
Yeah, hang on.
If you saw the video that I linked to, make sure you open that and watch
which one? There is a lot. I cannot...
All right, check this out. I'm going to put it...
Yeah, the black one. Okay, black one. I see.
All right, I'm going to drop a link. I'm gonna drop a link right now. It's the Black Swan, but I'm gonna drop a link right now from LibreText. I need you to look at this.
Okay, real question. Why does the for this one bend? That's a real question I have.
For what?
In the oil rigs, right? The oil rigs. Why does the one that is the farthest away, right? The farthest away, bend?
Right. That's atmospheric distortion.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Never mind. I know about this. Okay,
yeah, it's not. It's yeah. So we can talk about that later. I'll be happy to go into
about this, but now I know. Okay. Yeah.
Did you see the link that I put in there? The spherical mirrors.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Tell me if you see it, because I posted it right now.
Well, it's pretty long, so I don't think I would have time to read all of this.
No. But you did see it, right? You clicked on it.
I see it.
Okay.
I see it.
Is it in your language, or I mean,
well,
can you read it?
I can understand it. Yes.
Okay. Well, there's a lot to look at there. There's plenty of information. Okay.
So I'm not sure if I should read, because that will take quite some time to read this entire page.
Okay.
But could you abbreviate it? Summarize it, perhaps?
Yes. And there's a summary at the very top. I'll just go through the summary, and then you can probably. So it says the image of a plane mirror has the same size as the object, is upright, and the same distance behind the mirror as the object in front of the mirror. A curved mirror, on the other hand, can form images that may be larger or smaller than the object, may form either in front of the mirror or behind it. In general, any curved surface will form an image, although some images may be so distorted as to be so unrecognizable. Think of funhouse mirrors. Mm-hmm. Because of curved mirrors can create such a rich variety of images, they are used in many optical devices that find many uses. And then it says, we will concentrate on spherical mirrors for the most part because they are easier to manufacture, and then mirrors such as parabolic mirrors and so are more common. So it's going to go into spherical mirrors, and it gave you a difference between a plane mirror and a spherical mirror. So you guys that see that link, click on it too, because this is good information for anyone. But especially for you, Lexus brother, I need you to focus. If the Earth on the water, was showing that it's curving, then you would see like a funhouse mirror, like the carnival mirror, like I was telling you.
Very far away, right? Because
Well, no. What I'm saying is, like any image, if you've ever been to a lake or whatever, if there's any convexity, if it's showing to be curved in any way, it would the image that it's displaying on the surface would be distorted. It would be distorted no matter what. Right.
Yes,
so it wouldn't.
If it's not level, if it's not flat, it will be distorted. Yeah.
Distorted for sure. So then, So these are points that you need to understand, and that's the summary of all of that. But it'll go into the specifics when you read further. But this is important, right? Because if the Earth is like on the waters or flat, then you're going to see the plane mirror, not a spherical mirror or a curved mirror.
Okay.
So that's something to work with, so you can understand between plane and flat and versus curved and spherical.
Mm-hmm.
So, the waters of the Earth will display themselves as a plane mirror as we normally see it, and they wouldn't display themselves as curved. These are things to keep in mind when you go to bodies of water, right? These are things to keep in mind.
So if you scroll up a little bit, you'll find the history of flat Earth by Eric Debay. You'll find Truth Does Not Fear Investigation. Like those are both really good places to start off, because it sounds like throwing a little too much information at you. So you just chill out whenever you're.
It's a bit overwhelming, to check all of those.
That's why I was saying. That's the reason why I was saying to kind of put a pause on this. I was saying that earlier.
Yeah, so I would just chill out, watch one of those documentaries, and whenever you're in a mood to absorb new information, and
but there has to be better documentaries, right? There has to be the one that
watch the one that has the name History of Flat Earth. Is going to give you a lot of information, basic level. You can watch it in peace, and whenever you have questions on that, you can even write those questions down, and then you can look further into other stuff, and then you can come back here, and if you have those questions, we can answer them. We can talk about them.
Yeah, Definitely. Yeah, I'm a big proponent of knowing when it's time to pull back, but I guess you wanted to know more, so that's why I was like. But I feel like you do need to do some research before you. And you can have many sessions. You can come back and ask us questions, go back, come back, go back, and it's. Does it have to be this one?
What's your time zone?
I'm central in America, which right now it is 4:50 p.m. in the evening.
Okay, it's midnight for me.
Well, I mean, yeah, just it doesn't have to be tomorrow or something. Just like
just want to know when I can come.
It's
yeah. We're on 24/7. We don't just. We're always on. So whenever you find time, just come back in here and let them know that we spoke to you and stuff like that. And Gemsy will hook you up. But
and I would also like to say I give you props for being calm and for opening your mind to listen to the other side.
Yeah, thank you. It's
asking for the information. Yeah,
it's my nature. I'm not looking for agitated debate. I'm here to know your points of view and stuff. I'm not here to cause chaos or whatever.
No, that's
appreciate
that's
that.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, but as for now, I think it's a great time to pull back and kind of just do some research, man.
Okay, I look into it. Oh, okay, now we'll join in a few minutes with my other.
Yeah, do what you want, man.
No, yeah, because I'm planning on joining back soon.
Yeah, just tell your brother, man. We don't want to but if he gets really harsh in here, we might have to remove him from here. But hopefully, no. We don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to.
Now you can rename it just Lexa. So.
Okay.
And I'm gonna tell him that to be less agitated, but yes, he will continue to debate with you.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Later, man.
Later.
Have a good one, man.
That was the correct link, right, Mayhem? Our robot.
It's hard to hear what you're saying. Can you repeat again?
I was asking Mayhem if that was the correct link.
The freaking Phil. Yeah, no, that was the correct. Did you hear me? Maybe I was cutting out. Yeah, that's the correct one.
All right.
Freaking Phil Connors in the YouTube live stream tech chat was spiraling, bro. He was just like agitated that somebody's actually, really realizing that they can research this. He's an anti-flat earther, and he's just like in the YouTube live stream tech chat, just upset about this whole thing. He doesn't want people to know about it. He's pissed, bro.
Oh no.
Yeah. Too bad, Phil Connors. You can't stop people from critically thinking about this, so.
What? He's telling you that you don't tell people that they can research.
He's just being who he is.
This is sickness, man. This is not even anti-flat.
You know why they get so angry, Mickey? Because every time that happens with one person, like $5 comes off their paycheck.
Something, man. He's like he's got some kind of investment in this or something. Dude, go find a hobby.
Yeah, I'm gonna post a meme that represents the situation. Check the live stream voice chat.
They're like claiming you're straight up, but spending. Yeah. Oh shit. No, but like, it's because like he doesn't have to be here, man. He can go somewhere else. Like he doesn't have to be there in the chat, like doing what he's doing.
That's what I'm saying. Why are you worried about other people interested in the subject or not? If you don't believe it, then don't believe it. Go ahead and do something else.
He was all about it when we were having a real heated discussion with Lexa's younger brother, and he was like, "Yeah, that's what they're like, and they're always doing this." And then all of a sudden, when the energy shifted, and now the brother came in and everything calmed down, he's now like all pissed off because now somebody's learning about the flat Earth. But he can't stop people from critically thinking, man. It's just he's just upset about it. So what?
Mic check. Mic check.
What's up, Lexi?
Nothing much. Just seeing if you guys could hear me with this headset on. I had to step away. How did the conclusion went? I can go to the YouTube, but any
it went excellent, man. Good outcome. The brother's gonna actually look into it, and I think we might get some good results because he's gonna research. That's all we got.
That's great.
Yeah, we give him some links, and he opened his mind when I explained to him the situation with the murder case and investigation, that he needs to actually find the DNA evidence first before asking why and who killed the person. And then he started to actually ask for sources, so we gave him that and sent him on his way. And he's going to look into it, yeah.
I'm glad for that, guys, because we had two young minds, or one young mind and an older brother, kind of having this discussion and jumping in the mic, and I think it was great. So thank you.
It was better than ever.
No, it's weird, man, the way I say it too, man. But sometimes the energy needs to reach a crescendo, like a peak, where it feels so frustrated and everybody's just like not hearing each other. And then I think after that, there's like a calmness that comes. We have to for some reason, man. I don't know. Like we have to hit that point. It's like a make it or break it point. The point where somebody's gonna either stay in the chat or say "fuck it, I'm gone." Like that's the point where you know that something's gonna happen. You know, like that. Like this time,
it was getting there because Lexa was leaving the server because of soundbars, and then the brother was, "Let me hold my beer."
Yeah,
and
okay,
talk about it.
Shifted the energy.
Funny part was the slow motion of the spiral. Like each question was like a change of gear in the spiral. Like the first one, he's like, "You know what? I don't know." The second one, "No, I'm not going to say I don't know because I know what you're doing." The third one, he just refused to say I know no.
It was interesting. It was interesting while the chat was going on with the young gentleman. Somebody got hold of me a DM and said there was another flat Earth server on Discord that allows Globers, quite a bit of airtime. That he said that it was depressing to be in there and listen to the Globers talk down the true Earth and talk down God. And he said he was very depressed about it. And so it's interesting how we actually, I was around those people for about a year. And I got tired of it, within a year. So I've given up, except to debate them 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 or discuss with them in a podcast. But I'm done with these servers that allow Globers airtime to talk down what the truth is. And I think the truth is God. And I think the truth is that we live on a stationary plane. So it's nice to be able to come here and get away from all that.
Is that the guy that's on Troubling Tribune?
Well, Troubling has 4 out of 7 nights that he is.
Yeah, you're on there a lot, right?
Yeah, Monday nights. I don't try to dominate. There for about 2-3 months ago, I was on about 3 times a week, and Troubling was real nice about it. But I figure I'm not going to be on there so much. So I'm just going to be on there on Mondays and talk because it's open panel. But Troubling.
Yeah, I just recognize your voice. I just listened to that most recent one.
Yeah, Troubling's on there 4 out of 7 nights now. Plus, he does have live streams on TikTok now and then. So he's putting a lot of his time in at night and the afternoons on weekends to really get out there and talk about it. So I think we should always appreciate people like him.
Can you watch the live streams on TikTok after he's done them? I think that was where I couldn't find him. I caught him live one time, and I watched that. But it kind of sucks because you have to keep it open. And I'm always doing something on my phone.
TikTok is really strange. They're very exclusive. If you do a live stream, you have up to like 60 or 90 days that's stored, and so you can share it. But if you are not the person hosting the live stream, you're kind of out of luck. Plus, you can't live stream it on your phone. I can come to Discord, and I'm not never going to do it, but I can go to my phone and live stream Discord on my phone. As long as I have enough storage to do it. But you can't do that on TikTok. You can't do that on TikTok. I tried to do it one time when I was talking to somebody over there just to have a recording, and they wouldn't let me do it. That was really frustrating.
I just wanted to touch a point about. Hi, Jim. How are you? Just going back to the before point, and the people we're talking to. Lexa had an icon of the Ariane space mission success, right? So this is a French company founded in the 1980s. It says right here. So it says the world's first commercial launch service provider. So it looks like the young one was invested in this French company, and I heard them speaking French in the background. So that's why I asked him, hey, what language are you speaking? Is it French? And how do you say geometry in your language? So now it gives some perspective that the young one, he's invested into the space, companies like Ariane Space, and he was given a future proof fallacy that he said, one day I'm gonna be that guy building satellites or doing that kind of stuff, right? So he's still holding to that because his time is invested on this. So and he's 14, he said, I think, right? So, and then his older brother is looking to him like, yeah, my little brother is gonna go somewhere one day. And I've seen this happen in many family circles. But I think it's okay that they joined this server. At least their older brother had a more like a level head compared to the other. Lexa was yelling his lungs out into the mic. You guys notice that?
Oh yeah, you could sense the energy coming from him. He really has a lot invested in it. So
he can still build.
As a good brother, his brother was in the room saying, "What's going on, little brother? What's happening? Oh, I'm talking about Earth, blah blah blah."
Yeah.
Let me talk to these guys. And there you go. We had an extra conversation that normally wouldn't happen, but I think this is a lot of good takeaways from this one. And hopefully the older brother and the younger brother have a conversation about this and they can figure things out. Them together can go out there and prove whatever they want to prove or falsify certain things. I think they're capable of doing that. A lot of people here have done it. They are probably capable of doing it. And it even doesn't take away if Alexa himself grows up to be a big part of a space agency from France, like Ariana Space. He can probably work for that company, make decent money, whatever, right? And be an engineer. That I'm not saying he can't do that, right? Well, hopefully nobody in here is telling him he can't be an engineer for this company, right? But at the least, hopefully he goes in with a better frame reference of reality and not just the lies. Hopefully that's my point was a little clear, especially with his brother.
Yeah, it was a good outcome either way, Jimsy. That's what I say. Because his shouting got the attention of his brother. His brother came in, and now after that, it was better.
I think Mayhem was wrecking his worldview right in front of his eyes. Good job, Mayhem.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I think in that very instance when he was like shouting and just making it a point, I think that got his brother's attention, which then shifted the energy of the conversation. Which now the older brother can be, showing his brother like, look, we've got to really look at this, and they can have the conversation outside of this Discord where that needs to happen.
Hey, Jemsy. I just want to finish up on a previous point. It's really interesting that anybody can go onto a Troubling Tribunes podcast. All you have to do is start at YouTube, and he'll give you a link. And last night was the first time that Austin did the same thing. He allowed a Zoom and had people on his Monday night, and I think it's really exciting that Mayhem and the people here have allowed the debate possibilities to open up again. So it's really interesting to at least be involved or being part of this, because I think it's really great that we're moving ahead with being more open with each other and allowing each other to talk more. I think it's really not talk more but share more. I think it's great.
We got somebody new in the chat, so I'm going to see if they're going to answer. I'm going to probably get this name wrong, but Quazza?
Oh, yes.
Hey, what's going on, Quazza?
Okay. No? Can you hear me?
Yeah, is this you?
I
brother?
was on something else. Yes. No?
You're Lex's brother?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to give you... Oh, no, it's Jemsy's going to do it. The roles. See, what roles can we give him here?
Yeah, I got the role now.
VC verified. Oh, Shit. No, you go ahead, Gemsy. You give it to him.
Okay.
Well, Gemsy's gonna hook you up. I think.
Yeah, I got him.
Okay.
Because hey, welcome back, Quaza.
Yes.
For
I might
friends.
rename
FR
myself
for
because
friends?
it's hard to pronounce.
Yeah, all good.
You know.
FR. What is FR for? FR. What is that?
French. So people know that I'm not native.
Perfect. So you do speak French and speak English. Any other languages that you speak?
Well, I tried to learn German, but that didn't work out. But I have a conversation level in Spanish. I speak pretty good Spanish.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
Thanks for that. I'll give you some rules.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
La tierra es plana.
Not
Sí,
sure
muy-
what this
muy
means.
plana.
Sorry. Yeah, like I said, I have just a conversation level in Spanish. I don't understand much.
Let's see.
Hey, bro, I know your brother, and he joined. It's totally fine. He has some questions. Obviously, he's coming into this room with a perspective of we trying to point out that the earth is this thing that he was told. Right? You yourself, me myself, I was told this story in two languages: in Spanish first, then in English, right? And I learned that in two languages, just like you learned it in French, well, possibly, and now you then after that learn it in English. And I get it, guys. But this is a room where you will hear perspective away from the story or the lie that we are exposing. But we're not trying to go to this mentality. Let's talk about lies and liars and how they think and psychology of the liars, right? Or the people that are trying to deceive you. We're trying for you to look from the realist level, from your perspective, and where we can expand from there and verify things ourselves or as a group, as an individual or community. So this is to have the conversation about this topic. So any questions, any comments, go ahead. Thank you for your
No problem. Yeah, so I know, like I said, you mentioned my biggest question was why would they lie to me? And someone said, I think it was Mayhem, for agendas, right? But to me, the only thing that really prevents me to believe the Earth is flat, at least as of now, right, was reason behind. At least why would everyone be involved in this lie? Even very small agency like the Congo.
Not
agency.
everyone, sir. Let me correct you right there real quick, because when you let's say you're looking through a window, and from that window you see a bunch of people, right? You can talk about those people because they're in a party celebrating the globe, celebrating whatever idea, right? And they believe in the idea and they have a party about that idea. That's not everyone in the world, the people that you see through that window. Will you agree with that?
Sorry, I didn't catch it. Could you just repeat?
Yeah, those people that you're referring to, it's not everyone in the world. The people
I don't really refer it as people, rather agency, governments, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but even in the agencies,
smallest one,
let's talk about NASA. Let's talk about NASA, right? Let's say NASA has 5,000 people working for them. Nobody is claiming that all the 5,000 people are in on the lie. It's 4,999 people who are just working their normal job. They believe the globe. They do calculations. They do design. They get told. They're given data, and they work with that data, and they go home. One person of those 5,000, or maybe 5 people of those 5,000, those are the people who are in on the secret. They know the truth, but they're, for several reasons that we're not going to go into, they're lying actively. So to say 5 people out of 5,000 are lying is very reasonable. And you can apply the same quota for every other agency. It's just a couple of people.
Yeah,
99% of people who work there, we're not saying
you know that the guy or the lady at McDonald's cleaning the toilets or frying the fries, they're the CEO of McDonald's is doing actually, right? They don't know their plan for next week.
So,
right?
let's say my brother, right, who's very passionate about space and whatnot, actually becomes, an engineer, right, in the European agency. Do you think he will be part of the lie?
No. He will never get that high of a place.
Your brother learns how to devise something.
He will never be high enough in the hierarchy, right? Is that what you mean?
No, because at the end of the day, the jobs for your brother could get are very normal jobs like he can get in the other industries, which are going to be an engineer working on some sort of calculations, some sort of data manipulation, data gathering, design, writing stuff. I'm an engineer myself. I'm a programmer. He might be doing some programming. All of those stuff are part of engineering, but it's compartmentalized, like in the government, like in the military. The top people know stuff that the people below them, they don't need to know to operate their jobs properly. So that doesn't mean your brother is stupid. It just means he's gonna get the job there. If he gets it, he's gonna work his normal job. He's gonna work with the data, get paid, and go home.
No, because I don't think he's stupid.
No, we're not saying that.
That's not the case. That's never been the case, Quaza.
We don't think he's stupid, none. He's young.
I have to remember.
And when you're young,
he's still very young.
Yeah, he's young.
Yeah, of course.
Now, I find it fascinating. Your average NASA employee, on average, makes $121,000 a year. There's 18,000 of them, last time I looked, which is just shy of $2.2 billion. So if you're making an average of $121,000 a year, you will not shake the boat because the boat is paying you.
Yeah, having different departments in the job that you work in is normal for a large corporation, right? So departmentalization is a standard business practice, right? You have your bosses have bosses, and so on and so forth. There's like a hierarchy, right? So what we understand in the system that we work in, the ones at the top are the ones that know, and that's very few, right? Like even in a corporation, you got like a CEO, and so forth, and the chairman of the company has the absolute knowledge of what's going on with this company, right? He's got everything at his disposal. The people that work under him are on need-to-know basis. They don't, just like Dev Lead was talking about. So there's a lot of people like, school teachers and just regular folk, just like you and me. We go by our day-to-day life thinking that what they're telling us is, the authorities are telling us, is the truth. We don't check it. There's no reason to, right? Because it's coming from an authority. And so that's the issue that we all have. We're being told something like a story, and there's no way to check the story because what are the standards to check it out, right? Just like your brother was saying, he was debating the fact that if I want to look into this, I have to take a rocket. And I was like, that's a problem. Because if you have to use a rocket in order for you to investigate, that limits the resources for somebody normal like you and me to investigate. That means that you just have to believe somebody's word. There's never a case where you can say, okay, so a long time ago, they knew that the Earth was a globe. Well, how long ago? Because the rockets weren't invented only but a few years ago, in history. But when you start to look at like when they started to think the Earth was a globe, well, that was hundreds of years ago, right? So how did they know all that information? They didn't have rocket technology. They just had their ideas and looking up at the night sky. So this is the issue that we have, is we're being told a story that supposedly right now people are saying without any, like when I asked you the 3 questions, I asked your brother the same. There was no answer to these questions because there is no answer to the questions. That was what I was trying to show you guys.
Like I said, I have no experience in this field. I'm still in high school. I mean, I'm done with less than a year.
Yeah, but I'm saying like not even astrophysicists that come into this server, right? We have PhDs that come in here, cosmologists, people that are academic scholars. They come into the server. I ask them those questions. I just told you they don't have answers to those, Quaza. They don't reply to me with the sufficient answers to give me for the evidence to support the claim. So that is a problem. Because the people who should know, those guys who are astrophysicists, they need to have the answers to these questions, and they don't. So what does that mean for everybody else? And to those guys, it's just a story. That's it. It's nothing more than a story, and everybody's believing that story. Based on what? There's no evidence. That's what I'm trying to show you guys. There's no evidence to these claims. And it's fascinating because yeah, go ahead, Dev.
I was just going to say, like, you're going to see a lot of what he's saying. Maybe what Mayhem is saying right now is a lot of information, but once you go through the YouTube videos that we sent you, you listen to them carefully, and you see what kind of questions you come up with, and you come back here, a lot of it is going to make more sense. So don't take it as a personal attack. Don't take it as we're not calling you stupid for not knowing answers. What he's saying is like, he's indicating or hinting to you there are no answers, and because there are no answers, we have to ask different questions. We have to ask why there are no answers. We have to do the investigation, which you already started doing, which I gave you props on. So it's just, we're speaking in general. It's nothing personal. We not think neither you nor your brother is stupid.
And I want to give him props. As a 14-year-old, he's able to hold a conversation at a fairly high level, but he's arguing from a place of ignorance. He doesn't understand the topics that what he's arguing from. He just knows the titles of those topics. He doesn't understand the meat of those topics.
NASA is the money.
That's what we're exposing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say NASA is a money laundering system. I mean, what have they done to improve our lives? You know, what have they invented? What have they? You know, they haven't done anything. They're just taking money and showing videos of CGI.
And as far as like, why would they lie? Like coming from, like, have you ever lied to your parents about something that you went to do that you weren't supposed to go do?
Yeah, that happened.
And why did you lie?
Well, to avoid embarrassing situation, being in trouble.
Right, but also to control the situation, correct?
Yeah, that's the outcome I want. Of course, control the situation and giving me the outcome that I want.
Right, so why would somebody like a government space agency, why would they lie to you? Would they want to control the outcome of situations?
Yeah, I guess for the same reason, sure.
So there you go. It's control.
And remember, the main thing about governments is their job, quote unquote, is to control the population, and the best way to control somebody is to have more information than them. The fact that you are older than your brother, you have more information than him, that allows you a certain level of control on your brother. The same way when your parents have more information than you about how life works, just in general, they have more control. So even though the idea of why would they lie about the shape of the earth, it may sound ridiculous, or like you said at the beginning, I don't care if it's round, if it's triangle, if it's flat, I don't care. But that is still one part of the information that governments would like to have, so that they have more information than the public, and this way they can control the public better. This is just one part of the equation. There's more parts, of course. You know how governments are. They're always going to lie about something. They're always going to have more control, more power, and all of that. This is just the nature of governments.
Why would they lie that you ask yourself during your investigation to give yourself a drive and a focus while you investigate? It's not a question that you ask somebody to answer for you, and then you just accept the answer willy-nilly.
And now that you know why would they lie, you don't have to ask that question. You know why they would lie.
And even if the answers that we give you sound like very, very reasonable and make sense, you should not take them as the reason why you believe it or as a proof. You should actually do the investigation yourself and see the actual scientific evidence behind why the Earth is flat, or why there is no evidence about any curvature or spinning, and take that as a scientific evidence for the proof, not our reasoning for lies, or not our distrust of the government due to their previous action in history. None of that. Don't believe anybody, only believe your own critical thinking. We want you to critically think and inspect the evidence yourself.
Yes, but okay. I don't have experience in physics, so how? Sorry, my phone just is dying. How can I investigate for myself then without bias?
Once you understand, how old are you? Are you 18?
I'm 19.
19. Then you are old enough to understand basic concepts of geometry and physics. Even though you heard a lot of terms that are a little bit complicated now during the voice chat, but forget that. Hang on, just watch the videos.
Okay.
Watch the videos that we sent you, especially the history of flat Earth, the 200 proof from Eric Dubay on all of that we posted. Once you watch those videos, you're going to have a basic level of all-around understanding, and you're going to realize the concepts of physics and geometry that are in those videos. They are very easy. You've already done them in school, in high school. You already understand them. So those can be applied in real life to do your own experiments later. You don't even have to ask us about this. You will figure out yourself how to do them because it's very easy to understand. It's as easy as to say, if I light wood on fire, what's going to happen? It's going to burn. So this is a concept of physics and chemistry that is understandable for you. The same level can be used to see the lack of evidence for the globe and the evidence for flat plane. So you don't have to be an expert.
A physicist always had to start somewhere in his school and education to become his physicist stature that would make you think that you're not that, so then you can't think as critically as he can. He had to start somewhere. You have to start somewhere, and this is where you start. When you don't have anything, you start. You ask your questions of the people around you who do know, who can point you in the right direction, and then you start looking.
And start with the basic law principles, like the behavior of water, the laws of thermodynamics, the laws of motion, the law of conservation of energy. I mean, those are all basics that we all can relate to because we can observe them in nature.
Yeah, and you're in the French high school. I believe you already had those in like 10th or 9th grade. So I think you guys have the same as we.
Yes.
Yeah, it's that's what I'm saying. You already understand these concepts.
Well, I mean, it's been a while since I've done basic geometry, but yes, I still remember it. No, I for myself, I code in my spare time, so I'm pretty okay with math.
Nice.
Write this down. Write this down. Write down C equals 2 pi r.
Okay, sorry, I cannot hear what you said.
C, as in circumference,
AC
equals 2 times pi times r.
Okay.
That's the formula, man. That's the basics. That's the basics for a circle, for a sphere.
Oh yeah, sorry, I completely forgot the basic. It's been a real while.
Well, I'm giving it to you right there.
Okay. I need scientific. Okay. So yeah, like I said, it's been a real while since I've done basic geometry. Yeah, I'm okay with math since I code.
Much about it.
Yeah.
Do you know how to move from one side of the equation to the other? Do you remember how to do that?
Yes.
If you wanted to solve for r, then you would divide c by 2 pi.
I think so. Yes.
Right.
No, I don't think it will take me very long to understand it because I'm pretty good at understanding things. So if I just give myself a week or two, I probably grasp the basic pretty well.
But in order to get the circumference or the pi, the circumference or the radius, you would have to know one. You'd have to know one of those to solve for the other one.
I know this.
So the key focus is who discovered one or the other.
Yes, I know this. Because you can, I don't know how you say in English, but yes, I know this.
But thanks for coming back in and talking to us.
Yeah, no problem. So do you have anything else to talk about?
Like Dev said.
Because otherwise we'll probably leave soon, but I'm up for anything else if you have anything to say.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I put it in the chat, so you don't. I didn't have to say it, but since you're about to leave, just really all you need to know is logic and logical fallacies, natural laws, which that's what Sheepdog was kind of touching on a little bit with you, and the scientific method. Any information given to you by us or whoever gives government whatever science, the scientific consensus, which is a paradox. Anyways, anyone who gives you information, if they can be checked off in any of those categories, you can take information and figure out if it's valid or not.
I think the things that I've come down to is 8 right now. When the globe enthusiasts tell you to ignore the inverse square law of light, tell you to ignore Newton's third law of motion, tell you to ignore the second law of thermodynamics, tell you to ignore the basic physics of water and light. They tell you that light travels 126,000 miles per second, which they can't measure. They tell you to believe in gravity, which you can't measure and can't see, can't do anything with. And they tell you that you're going around the sun at 30 kilometers per second in an elliptical orbit, even though they can't prove it. And you see those 8 things, you have to say to yourself, I'm being lied to, and what is the truth?
Okay, yeah, I get your arguments. So my question was, do you agree on the scientific consensus, like the method?
The scientific method, yes, not consensus, because things need to be able to be falsifiable, repeatable.
Yes, I get it, because like you mentioned, all the things that were being ignored, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have example of those things being ignored under math equation? Sorry, I don't know how to express myself, but if you get what I'm saying.
I think for now it's better to watch the videos and stuff that we sent you before you ask further questions, because it's gonna get confusing too much, So watch them, spend a couple of days, think about them, and then you can come back and we can talk more.
It is indeed a lot to take on, especially all at once. So.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I leave now. So thank you guys. I think it was interesting.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
You take care.
Thank you. You too. So goodbye, everyone, and thank you. I'm glad that I was able to be welcome, properly and not being harassed. Because in certain group, that's what happened. So yeah, that was cool.
Have a good one, Kwasa. Thanks for the talk. Take care. Come back later.
Goodbye.
Jamesy, you got a lot of roles. I noticed all the roles you have on your profile, but I don't see the parasite protector or the parasite informer. Why don't you have that down there?
That's not separate topic, But there is a parasite of the mind. We talk about that one, but not about the other ones, because that's not what we talk about,
Well, you got lots of room. You still got a little bit of room. So hey, parasite. I don't know. Whatever you want to put it. I don't know. Who knows?
All right, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. Here in Germany, it's also 12:30. Nice talking to you all.
Nice talking to you. Thanks for the help, buddy.
Of course, it was fun.
Thanks for the tag team.
Have a good one, man.
We had two brothers, so we needed like a 2-on-2, 3-on-2.
You know, and I wanted to say I really felt bad for the kid because he really is a pretty intellectual person. It just when his paradigm got brought down, he spiraled, man. And what do they do as soon as they spiral? Go straight for the ad homs. Oh, this is retarded. You're retarded. You don't know what you're talking about. No, we do know what we're talking about. But hopefully, it comes back in with a clearer mind next time. Who's Ireland 32? Oh, flat. So Shiggles got VC verified. So. How you doing, Shiggles? That's Manian Devil. Yeah, I know.
Well, it was really cool to experience this Discord channel server through the new computer that we got. Got a headset with it. Well, it's like a gaming headset, but seems like it works just fine. But now I'm back on my
doing
phone.
a pretty good job.
Well, I'm on my phone now, but it was cool to experience this call on there. It's aggravating being on a phone.
It's all I've ever known. I'm on the go way too much to be on a computer.
And my husband wanted to play Diablo, so I had to get off.
Go talk flat Earth in the other room.
Is he ever going to come in here, Flotsy?
I sure do ask him. He would be a bush ranger if he ever does. I just doubt it.
You should bring him in here on his birthday so we can sing happy birthday to him.
Well, that will be January, so. Got a while.
Got a while.
Sorry, hey, this is Shiggles. You mentioned my name a couple minutes ago, and I just downloaded this app to my phone. I've been using it on a PC, so I'm getting familiar with how this operates.
Okay.
But I joined earlier. I'm here to listen to the evisceration of the globe religion, and I chatted with a couple guys earlier. You guys are doing fantastic.
Well, this is definitely the forefront, and you'll never find a more honest conversation than on this Discord.
Yeah, I live in Hawaii. I have a couple retired professors live up and down my street, so I'm going to be trying to get them in, and because they'll kind of mock and ridicule and that type of thing. I'm like, oh, I'm about to set you up with some pros, and we'll see how you do. So that's my goal, is to get these PhD retired professors in here to have a conversation.
Oh, we're not pros. We're all volunteers in here.
Well, you're very good at what you do.
I'm sure they'll fare as good as all the other PhDs that have come in. That's not good at all.
Hey, speak for yourself, dog. I'm a pro, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's the carnivore pro.
Yeah.
But yeah, that sounds like an awesome idea, Shiggles. You should totally get on that, man.
I'm on a mission to do that. I do some side work. These people here, they're retired, and they have these big properties, and I help them. I'm younger, so I help do the land clearing and that type of thing. And so I'll get into conversations about what they taught and where they taught and things like that. And so I'm already in with them. We're friends, and now I'm going to get them on here and see how that goes, and just watch the meltdown.
But Mayhem, you got to remember, we gotta like bait them in somehow. I gotta like sweeten the deal a little bit. Let them think there's a cherry on top. They come in and find out it's nothing but meat in here.
Well, just tell them it's a debate. That usually gets people. And we're just simple flat earthers. That's all. That usually gets people's juices flowing that are, staunch in their position with the heliocentric globe Earth. They're like, oh yeah, this is going to be fun. At least that's what they were thinking. But
and tell them there's 28,000 people in the server. That'll really get them in there. Growing by the day.
Tell them they'll be saving humanity.
The thing is, guys, that we were early to the party. A lot of people are kind of joining the party. We have the doors open, the windows open, the access open. There's
the roof open.
But we were early. That's why now we see the influx coming in. I mean, it's been happening, but now you see people more level-headed. Like before, it was Globers most of the time, and now you see people actually trying to have the conversation. I've seen that with a bigger percentage of people actually trying to have the conversation, which is good. I think it's a good thing. We still have the anti-truth movement out there. And that's when we tell Miggy to mute Quantum Indio. Let's try to be a little better with the young mind, 14-year-old. Shout out to Miggy.
Hot mic.
what happened? Yeah, no, I identify he's a young mind, but I didn't go as hard as I would like the other Globers, the older ones. No, their soul is mine. Like this guy, he's a young kid. He's trying to. I didn't care how mad he got. It didn't bother me. What bothered me is that, I didn't want him to just not be challenged. So as long as he's challenged, he can go away angry and that. I was just thinking of that in my head. But I didn't want to tear him down like I did the other Globers that come in here. The really bad ones, the anti-flat earthers, no, they got an agenda. Those guys. He's just a guy. He's just a kid who, thinks the Earth's a globe, and he believes it with, space propaganda and all that.
This one is a little different. This one is actually aiming to be those people in the positions of the science communicators or maybe the engineers that work in that field. He's aspiring for that, and I guess we gave him like a wake-up call in a sense speaking, but maybe he will be receptive to the information or not. That's for him to decide.
that's really what it's about, is just exposing people to new ideas or old ideas framed new. Because then maybe he'll pump the brakes next time he hears another idea or worldview that he doesn't understand and also disagrees with. I mean, even if he never gets to full acceptance or valuing flat Earth opinions, at least it might have had some sort of echo effect that will cause a benefit to humanity, and that's the power of flat Earth. That the globalists should be able to coexist or be able to understand flat Earth, because their model started off with a flat Earth. So if they can't understand it now, it just shows you how far they've moved away. They started off with a basic understanding of the nature of creation and ended up in lava land, and they can't even recreate the process anymore. They're so far in the weeds. They're so far out there in space that they can't even put their feet back on the ground. But if they're able to at least say, you know what, someone disagrees with them and they're okay with that, that should echo forward in other point. You know, like, hey, that guy took your parking spot. So what? There's more parking spots.
Let me tell you, man, this must be the most entertaining Discord ever, because people just come in here to want to listen.
Yeah, this topic, I call it like the Lord of the Rings. It's one topic to rule them all. It goes all the way down to the heart of what you think you know and what you believe and what you can prove. You'll get people coming in here like scientists or so-called astrophysicists and astronomers telling you they're unsure if they've ever eaten anything in their whole life, or if they're even alive, or if they're sitting down or on Discord. They're 100% sure that they live in a lava-filled water ball. And you ask them, well, how do you know that? And they can't give you any reason why. Someone told them and they believe it.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone is sane. Somehow we forget that, a lot of people who seem to be smart, a lot of times they're fucking crazy. So
They might be spewing crazy ideas, most of them, and there might be crazy people. But in this case, talking about the brother situation, I would love to talk to my older brother about this. His mind is kind of set on certain things. I'm not gonna be able to bring him in here. I do talk to my twin brother about this, but you see the introduction of the topic from the little brother to the older brother, and that has a lot of value. We have examples here of a son introducing his dad into the topic, and his dad one day grabbed the mic and spoke to us, and he was really happy. Brother and father in front of each other talking about something in this relation to this server, and that has a lot of value in my opinion, because this is what it's about. I mean, hopefully the information can be extended to circles around us, like family or friends, and hopefully has an effect that is whatever it's going to be. I don't know what exactly we'll do, but I'm just saying that definitely there's many people that join from different. There's the anti-flat earthers, the pro-globers, there's this and that, but there's also the brother, the little brother, the older brother, the father, the son. There's that people out there too, trying to talk, trying to listen as well. So we're here for that as well. That's me.
Here, might be the news story for tomorrow. So now apparently there's too much dust in the air on the moon or the atmosphere or whatever for a possible lunar mission is now jeopardized by that. These high velocity impact particles won't damage the spacecraft itself, but could cause problems with the functionality of lunar habitats and other work sites that will gum up, other problems, that creates other problems and poses a risk to the surface. Apparently, I guess the Japanese one that crashed.
That sounds like it's all coming from NASA. Problems on top of problems all the time. I don't see any solutions. I don't see them solving any real East level problems down here on the ground where everybody's standing. They're just, oh, we got a problem. Oh my God. More money. Give us more money. We got a lot of problems.
You just made me think about something, Crit. So, what they're saying now about too much dust, that's always... They're probably saying that because they're trying to push it towards, it's not safe to send people back to the moon, but we'll send robots, And then it made me think...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
What if they did do another manned moon mission? Fake, of course. Fake one. And... we're in the social media age, right? These people come back, they're going to be on every single, podcast out there. They're going to be in front of cameras, getting interviewed, getting asked questions 24/7. Not like back in 1969, where it was just a few news channels, It's like, if we think we have, a few pictures showing the Apollo astronauts acting miserable because they're partaking in a massive lie, obviously, imagine what it's going to be like if there's a new set of Apollo astronauts, that celebrity status in 2023. You know what I mean?
Oh, big time. Yeah, last week they were talking about NASA spending sprees and budget, overruns and everything are jeopardizing the lunar mission that they've actually
not just budgets, over budgets.
Yeah. It was wildly over budget. It's so over budget that it's not going to happen anymore. So they went from telling you they don't have enough money to telling you they've got too much money. How come they just didn't stop at the right amount of money to go back to the moon? They had to, the price is wrong, bitch. You went over, right? The actual retail price without going over.
I wish I had that problem.
Yeah.
We have Raimundo Faguria, 1976. You have some questions for the panel. Go ahead, Raimundo. My bad, guys. I just don't want
No, jump in. Yeah,
new people.
Yeah, get them in here.
Raimundo, you have control of your mic and you can unmute yourself. You have VDC verified. And yeah, you can open your mic. Go ahead.
Raimundo sounds like a Spanish media.
Yeah, it is Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Perfect. Hola, bienvenido.
Español.
Question. Español, yeah.
But I live in Florida.
Okay.
In Miami. And I follow you guys on YouTube. And my question was, okay, I have my doubts about the Earth because why we not colonizing the moon? That's weird. We should have colonized the moon. I agree with that. But the bigger question I had was why. What about the Milky Way and all the stuff? I never seen the Milky Way at night. But what about all these Milky Way photos you see online on Google? Are those Photoshop?
Raimundo, there is photography and there are time lapses about the phenomena we observe of the sky from the ground, right? You and I'm standing in the northeast in the U.S., right? I'm standing on the ground. You're standing in Florida or Miami, you said. Yeah. And we can both look up to the sky and observe the phenomena that is happening. The problem with that is that we cannot go there, you and I, and verify what's happening up there, right? We can observe it. That's totally fine. And nobody here is negating that the sun, the moon, the luminaries, you saying the Milky Way. That's a good question. That's a question that you're asking. Is the Milky Way what they show in the photographs? I will say yes. You can see the what people say the Milky Way will be. That's a label, right? That's the label. Raimundo, my point, right? My point. The label Milky Way. It's coming from the globe perspective. This is a galaxy that has billions of suns and all the kind of stuff, right? They give you a story about what the phenomena actually that you and I can look at from certain positions. They're giving you a story behind that, and with that story is the Earth is a globe with the radius, the water on top of it spinning in the vacuum of space. And then that globe is part of a bigger thing, which is the solar system. And the solar system is a part of the bigger thing, which is the Milky Way. The thing is that you can't verify any of that. And we can demonstrate the opposite of what they're claiming in reference to the realist level, to the place that you're standing on.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I mean that means that the Milky Way. Have you seen the Milky Way? Have you seen it?
Not the way they present it, but there's a lot of videos out there that show.
There's professional photographers taking photos of the Milky Way. I've seen it. So many. That's what.
Yeah, but remember, there is a difference between photography and then imagery, which is cartoons, CGI, which is computer-generated imagery. So there is difference between those things.
I seen
photography about the lights in the sky. Yes, there is a lot of photography about the lights in the sky, and there is a long time exposures of the sky that will show you what it looks, what people label the Milky Way. But that doesn't mean that label means that is that in reality. What they, the label Milky Way, the planets, the suns, and more suns. The Milky Way comes with a package. That doesn't mean that package is real. Get it?
That's I've been analyzing the whole thing, and for me, that's a big deal because if we could see the Milky Way. I mean, I don't know where can you see it because maybe you have to be in a city where there's so much lightning, so much light pollution, I guess. But
you can see it or you cannot see it, right? We can see the sun, we can see the moon, we can see many stars.
Isn't that give you okay? Isn't that
it doesn't change. It doesn't change the thing that you're standing on. That's the thing, right? We can see the phenomena, but it's not gonna determine the shape of the ground that you're standing on. That's,
I know. I understand about the water level. No, it makes perfect sense, man. Water always find level.
Makes a lot of sense, huh?
So yeah, that was the main question that I had. I mean, if I have to really think about it, and I was why? Okay, what about the stars? Okay, the moon might be also maybe who knows? Maybe it's NASA. I don't know. The world is crazy. Look what's going on with Ukraine.
Oye, my friend, cógelo con calma, brother. Cógelo con calma.
Sí, no. Yo entiendo, pero lo que I don't know. It is a headache.
Raimundo, that's perfectly fine. You thinking about that, but remember, try your best to come back to your senses, because right now you're thinking away from your experience, the ground, and trying to think how that stuff in the sky works. We may be able to talk about that and bring some references about how it might be working, but you won't be able to demonstrate it. That's why first you concentrate on the ground and you get the water level, the ground is motionless, you get all that, right? The ground, you don't feel it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's perfect. You get that. That's good that you get that.
You know something I noticed? Like if you go outside and you look at that was the point you guys were making earlier. I was listening to the stream that the guy showed like a photo, like this, like the flat ground with the flat sky, but it's not like that. If you go outside and you look at the clouds, you see like a curvature, man. I don't know in here in Florida, but
you're saying that you look at the sky and you see the clouds.
You see clouds, right? And you actually see.
He's talking about perspective right now. I think that's
right, what you actually see like a curvature on the clouds. Like
he's talking about perspective, and we can probably talk about it. So
because somebody posted a photo, I saw the photo. It looked like the ground looked flat, and the sky and the clouds were really flat. But I don't think that's a realistic. That's not realistic.
Yeah, hang on, Ramondo. Yes, 1 second, Jemsy. If you want to tell him about perspective, and because he's looking at the sky, and when you see it with perspective, it looks like an arc, like when the sun's coming from the horizon, moving across your head and going to the. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but Ramundo, this is imagine. Okay, so you're gonna have to think about something, right? Have you ever been down a really long hallway?
Yeah, of course, in a hotel or something. Yeah.
Okay, when you see down the hallway, it looks like the ceiling and the ground and the distance, they look like they come to a point, and the walls, they look like they meet right in the distance. That's not really what's happening. It's just your perspective. When your eyes see the world, they puts everything converging to your eye line. The same thing happens when you go outside and you see, like when you look in the horizon, your eyes see everything with perspective. It's putting everything to your eye line. So that means that everything you see is converging to your eye line. That's how you see the world. You see it in this way. Everybody does. That means when you see a car going away from you, it looks like it gets smaller. That's perspective. When you see like like the street lights, when you see street lights going away from you, and you see the one at the very far distance, it's gonna look like the one in the far distance looks like it's really low to the ground, but it's not. It's just you see it small because it's far away from you. But when you get close to it, it looks like it's right above your head, right? You understand this. This is perspective.
Yeah.
So that's how your eyes are seeing the world around you. It uses your eyes see perspective. So what they done, these guys with like NASA and other, they're taking your perspective and they're turning that into the idea that you're seeing the globe. But it's not the globe, because you can say the same thing when you're standing in the hallway. It looks like the walls and the ceiling look like they come to a point in the distance. That's not what's happening. You know that the walls are the same distance apart where you're standing, and when you walk far away, you're gonna be the same distance. And the ground and the ceiling, they're gonna be the same distance. Does that make sense a little bit?
Another thing I noticed. Why are clouds so low? I mean, why are the clouds are so low? Why are there not higher clouds? I mean, I guess there are higher clouds, but why in reality clouds are almost not near the earth ground, but why are they so close to ground? I mean, I guess it have to do with the height where the
yeah, but that's a little bit that question. That question's a little bit different than the one you asked before. Did you understand what I meant by perspective?
Yeah, of course, perspective. I understand. But what I'm trying to say is, what's making the clouds being at the level they are? Like in Florida. Florida is like a flat place. There's no elevation. It's like Florida was like
I could probably give a little insight into this if he wants, seeing as how, I mean, it's a different subject, but you're talking about density layers. And when you say the clouds are so low, like, in fact, sometimes they are so low. Like, that's fog. When fog is down on the ground, they're basically just clouds that are down on the ground. And it has to do with, like, the atmospheric pressure, like the temperature, and like how heavy things are. Like, they're, I'm not going to get totally scientific about it. I probably can't, but I can give you a general breakdown of it. So, like, there's different types of clouds that do like to settle at different layers. So some will be lower than others, and sometimes you'll see multiple types of clouds that are actually at different layers, and they might even be moving in multiple directions, like depending on the jet stream because of the height that they're in and stuff like that. But this all has to do with density, which is an interesting topic when it comes to flat Earth as well.
But what's pushing the clouds to be at that level? It almost seems like too perfect. Like it was. That's something. It's just, my God.
Yeah, it's like God did it.
That did it.
At which level? I mean, are you talking about the big puffy clouds? Are you talking about the high thin clouds? Are you talking about?
Why are clouds not leaving to space? Because there's a dome, right?
Ah, there you go.
There's pressure.
What makes them stop and settle and reside at a certain
answered my
layer? That's a good
question.
question. That
You
is a
guys
good
answered my
question.
question very good. You answered my question very good about the Milky Way. I appreciate it. I'm gonna think more. I'm gonna listen to the stream like a few more hours, and maybe I'll come back later tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you. Pleasure meeting you guys.
Anytime, Raimundo. Come back whenever you want, bro.
Ciao.
Talking about the clouds. The other day I was outside and the sun was out and it was super cloudy, and it kind of felt like the sun was local, because I would look to the distance, like really far away, and I noticed that, I don't know if anyone can answer this, but I noticed that the clouds there weren't as they weren't illuminated like the clouds in my area where I was standing, or around where the.
You think that was true to somebody standing locally in that position, or that was only the way it looked from your perspective at your location?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm saying that could easily be tested. So, I mean, it's local. I would agree. I think it's somewhat local. But how local? How close are you talking? That's a big question. Because, if somebody, how far are you seeing away? Let's say you're seeing 15 miles away. I'll give you 30 just for fun.